$50 with the programming. All you had to do was buy the plastic filament, which is what these 3D printers use, and start manufacturing your own gun parts. And it didn't even have to be a gun part. You could manufacture dishwasher parts if you wanted to. These 3D printers are amazing in what they're capable of doing. And most of it, the programming is the hardest part. To get the program to tell the machine what you want to make. Now, there are some people who are more skilled in this than others and know what they need to do to get it. But most people just want to go and not reinvent the wheel, get the program online somehow, or purchase the program and have it make whatever they want. And that's where this is headed. Soon, people are just going to be able to make their own gun parts at home with no reservations at all. Now, keep in mind, though, if you manufacture a weapon at home, it is legal for you to own and possess this weapon. However, if you ever decide to transfer it or sell it to another person, it must be serialized and registered before you're allowed to transfer. Otherwise, you become a manufacturer, and you need a special license to be a weapons manufacturer in this country. So be aware that you can't just, you can't sell these once you get it. You'd be violating federal law if you did. You'd have to get a license in order to sell them. But you can make all you want for yourself. That's not a problem. Now, there was an issue once when somebody was renting his machine to people to be able to cut AR-15 lowers out of 80% lowers. And I don't know if that ever became an issue or not, because he wasn't doing it. He was letting people use his machine for a fee. Which, if that becomes the thing, there's a lot of libraries that have 3D printers available, and you can buy time on them. And based on the volume of plastic you're using, they charge you based on that. Now, I would venture a guess that almost any library in the country would not allow you to 3D print a gun or gun parts on their printer. So, I'm not saying go to the library and see if it's... You could try, see if they'll let you run it. If they can't tell what it is, maybe they just let it go. They hand you a plastic part, you pay whatever money it is, and you don't even have to have your own 3D printer. Go get it done somewhere else. And eventually, I'm thinking there's going to be places that have these 3D printers available, like copy machines. You go to your local Kinko's or Office Depot or Staples or whatever, they'll have these machines available to rent. You can run whatever program you want, within reason, and manufacture your own parts of whatever without having to actually purchase the machine. Although the machines have come down in price so much, for a few $100 you can buy one that can make a multitude of gun receivers, gun parts, things like that easily. And like I say, you can also use it for dishwasher parts and car parts and whatever else that you can make out of the plastic that's available. So this is not just for guns. This technology is coming. And the biggest thing I wondered is, how about places that have restrictions on magazines? If you were able to manufacture your own standard capacity magazines, how would that work out? I mean, there'd be no way to determine the age on them except maybe by saying, well, 3D printing was not available in 1994 when the first crime bill went into effect, so these would be illegal. But in California, they had that Freedom Week, where 1 week they were allowed to get magazines of any size for 1 week until a judge ruled. They put an injunction against that until that case against the magazines could be decided. And so far, twice they've come back down and said, nope, you cannot have a restriction on magazines. That's not legal. That's a violation of Second Amendment rights. And now I think they're waiting for a third appeal with the full court to determine if this is going to stand or not. And if it does, that will open up California to a huge number of magazines that they weren't able to get before. Any capacity magazine they want. Because for the longest time, they've been limited to the 10 rounds, which is kind of ridiculous, because the technology now is out there to be able to, there's pistols that hold 17, 18, 22 rounds of ammunition in a flush fit magazine. And it's like, if 8 rounds are good, then 10 must be better, and 12 must be better than that. Especially if you can keep it in the same size package. The way these engineers are working to make these micro-sized pistols, it's amazing. You look at the new SIG P365, which was revolutionary when it came out. I think it held like 12 rounds in a flush-fit magazine in a subcompact gun. Same thing with the Springfield Hellcat. And now the new Smith & Wesson Shield, the Enhanced Shield or Shield Plus, holds 12 or 13 rounds in the same size shield that used to hold 7 or 8 rounds. They're finding ways to make these guns work better and better, be more and more precisely built, more precisely fit, and be more effective. So this is coming. And I think eventually the courts are going to, hopefully they'll decide in favor of not having a magazine ban, and people in California and other restricted states will be able to once again get standard capacity magazines for their weapons. But we're going to have to see how that pans out. I have not read anything on the final determination on that particular one. But there's an Illinois judge who said that the FOID requirements are unconstitutional for guns you keep at home. Because they have a firearms owner ID card, the FOID, and the firearm owner ID card is unconstitutional according to this circuit court judge ruling when it comes to keeping arms in your residence. So he's saying if you keep it outside your residence or carry it with you, you may need a special permit, but keeping it in your home, he's saying the FOID requirement is unconstitutional. So more good news. Hopefully they'll eliminate that, and people in the state of Illinois will be able to buy weapons without having to have a card to show, your papers please, before you're able to exercise your Second Amendment rights. Now, can you imagine, just for a minute, if you had to have a special card in order to vote, a government-approved issued card to vote? Could you imagine the uproar? And yet, a constitutional amendment guaranteeing a right to vote is not there. There is no right to vote in the Constitution. The only thing it says is if there is an election, you may not discriminate against people on various factors. But it does not say you have the right to vote in every election. You do not have the right to vote according to the Constitution. But you do have the right to keep and bear arms. But yet they're putting so many infringements and restrictions on your rights, but yet they want to have a privilege, which is being able to vote is a privilege. It's not a right. It's not spelled out. It's not there. But yet they want to have restrictions on that. In fact, one thing I saw this week that was rather amusing, some apparently libtard posted, "I wish it was as easy to vote as it was to get a gun." And then someone responded to him and goes, "So we should just mail guns out to everybody?" Which is what they were doing with ballots this last election. I mean, I know people who got 2 and 3 and 4 ballots in the mail. Now, granted, most of them went and voted in person, but they could have voted like several times easily and just said they didn't know, or, because it was all new. All this mail-in ballot stuff was new to a lot of people. But apparently they're not mailing out guns to people anymore, so that hasn't happened since 1934. Or no, 68, I'm sorry. Since 1968, you could no longer get guns through the mail. That was after President Kennedy was shot. They changed that law, went into effect after that. But this judge says the firearms owner ID card is unconstitutional. Now, it's probably going to be, I'm sure it's going to be appealed, because Illinois doesn't want to give up the stranglehold they have on potential gun owners. Because Chicago is such a friendly, fun city on a Saturday night, except for the fact you probably have less people killed in the Middle East on a Saturday night than you do in Chicago on the average Saturday night. So be aware, this could be pushed into law, and they could eliminate the FOID cards for people who want to keep a weapon at home. And because of the slowdown, they've been taking up to 4 months to process an ID card. Could you imagine if you had to wait 4 months to get registered to vote, how many people would say that's illegal, unconstitutional, oh, it's a violation of rights? The same thing is going on here. You have a right to keep and bear arms. You cannot infringe on that right. It is not infringible. But yet Illinois decides, we're going to make you get a permit to exercise your God-given right, which to me is completely ridiculous. But this judge apparently ruled in favor of gun ownership. So we'll have to see how that goes. Now, out to California, a federal judge has now determined that California's gun control laws may be unconstitutional. This was the Ninth Circuit judge, which I think Trump has made a few appointments to that one, and now they're saying, now in California, if you don't know, they have what's called a roster. It's guns that are put on a list that are legal for Californians to own. And it had to be manufactured or designed prior to a certain date. Anything after that date has to have what they call microstamping, meaning it has to stamp a unique code, number, barcode, something on every shell in 2 places as the weapon is fired. And the ejected shell on a semi-automatic or revolver must have this stamping on it. And the gun manufacturers are like, the technology is not there to do this. Unless you want to make every handgun cost $4,000 to $5,000, you can't. This technology is not there yet. It has to have a unique code stamped in 2 places on every case of ammunition as it is fired. Now, a California judge is saying this may be unconstitutional. You're not allowed to do this. So, because basically what this did is with this roster, every new model of gun that came out was not put on the roster. So anything that was on there could stay on there until it either stopped being made or there was a modification or a new model that came out and it fell off the roster of legal weapons. So basically this was gun control, slow as molasses, but it worked because every year more and more guns would fall off the list. In fact, one company, Glock, kept making their Gen 3 semi-automatic weapons because of California, because they could not get registered the new Gen 4, Gen 5. All right, we'll be back next week with more about guns. I'm Roger B. This is Locked and Loaded, and you've been listening to America's Web Radio.
The disease of addiction is a life-altering challenge, not just for the person suffering its effects, but also for the family and friends who support and love the one caught in its grasp. What should be the course of treatment? Who is the best person to render treatment? And what is the best place to go for the care that is needed? We know that you want answers to these and many more questions. Call 770-696-9862 and speak to a representative of the Atlanta Healing Center. They can tailor a program specifically designed to address the needs of the person suffering with an addiction, or give you guidance as to where that help may be found. Information is the key, and the trained staff at AHC is here to assist. If you wish, you can also get more information on the website located at www.atlantahealingcenter.com.
Oxford Patient Care Foundation is your way to join the fight and become a member of an organization created by doctors for patients, dedicated to fighting for your health care freedom and preserving the doctor-patient relationship. Get a pen and paper. Write down.
People all around the country wanted to participate in the efforts of this group, and they wanted to join, but they were unable to do so unless they were physicians. It's for this reason that the Docs for Patient Care Foundation was created. Now, everyone can join the fight and become a member. You're listening to America's Web Radio on the AmericasBroadcastNetwork.com. Thank you for listening.
Good morning and welcome to America's Web Radio, and it's time for a veteran's story. Before we get to Pete Mecca and his guest on a veteran's story, we always like to start any of our veteran or military-oriented shows with a pause and just a silent prayer for all of those that have served, our veterans, our folks that are serving today, and those that plan on serving in the future. So we're going to take 1 minute, and we'll be right back with a veteran's story. Amen. And it's now time to start a veteran's story, and we've got Pete Mecca and his guest on the line. So let's get going with Pete, and it's all yours, Pete.
Thank you, David. Good morning, America. This is Pete Mecca, your host for A Veteran's Story on AmericasWebRadio.com. My guest today, Jeff Bickerton, is much like yours truly. We were both addicted to aviation from early childhood. As a matter of fact, we both trained on the little Cessna 150, a great little trainer, but as we matured, so did the aircraft that we flew. In Vietnam, Vic served as a crew chief on the Canadian-built U-1A Otter, one of the unsung, invaluable aircraft of the Vietnam War. Vic, welcome to the show.
Well, thank you, Pete. I'm honored to be here, and I've read some of your books and some of these stories, and I sometimes feel I'm not in the same league as these guys and ladies that you've interviewed. But thanks for having me.
Yes, sir. Vic, you most certainly are. Like I tell everybody, hey, you made out of boot camp, you got a story to tell. All right, Vic, we're going to start out with where you were born and raised, but your childhood, and sometimes exciting and sometimes sad, is a very unusual story. So take the ball and run with it. Where are you born and raised, and tell us a little bit about your childhood.
Well, I was born in New York, Queens, New York, and from great parents, Gloria and David Bickerton. And Gloria had a brother and a sister, and David had one sister. And it's important, her name was Claire Bickerton, and my mother and David's sister were great friends. So Gloria and Claire, and they hung out, and they were models and business women in New York City, and occasionally they would take the train up to West Point and go to dances up there. And Claire met her husband Andy up there, and Andy Evans, and that's relevant later on in my youth. But my mother Gloria married David, so that's how it started. They were very productive in the early years and had children, and especially after the war. And Andy and Claire had 4 children: Jay, Dick, Susu, and Kathy, and of course my mother had at that time 3 children: my older brother Steve, myself, and my younger sister. And first things I remember was when my father came to me. We lived in Queens Village, New York, on the island, Queens, and he called me upstairs to go see my mother. She was laying in bed, and she said, she and he told me that she was very sick. And what had happened is she got polio, and she was pregnant with my youngest brother. And we, of course, at polio, I didn't understand what it was, and no one had any idea how bad it was going to be. But we eventually had to split up the family because she was in such bad shape, and literally they took out a train on a railroad, on the train took out a window on a train going up to Buffalo. University of Buffalo had a polio ward, and they put her through the window because she couldn't walk, and took her up to Buffalo, and that's where she was. And we were sort of, I always say, we were farmed out to different relatives. My brother and I stayed with my grandmother for a while, a short amount of time. I can't remember the timing, but we eventually went down to Alabama, to Maxwell Air Force Base, and lived with the Evanses. That was Claire Bickerton's husband, Andy Evans, was just back from Korea, and he was a prisoner of war there, the senior most prisoner of war, because he was also an ace in World War II. He flew the P-51, and he's also a wing commander in Korea and was shot down, and he was finally, after really a tough POW stint, he was released. And I'm telling you, it had to be he was very thin when he got back. And he took 3 kids into his house. My older brother, Steve, myself, and my sister, Terry. And it was incredible. So we had 7 kids living in the officers' quarters down at Maxwell Air Force Base in Alabama. But for a young 6 or 7-year-old, I can't remember exactly how old I was, but having expanded family, and Dick Evans, one of the sons, was my age, and we hung out all the time, had great times together. Still consider them as my brothers and sisters. And we stayed down there until they were transferred. Of course, the Air Force, you never stay in one place for a while. Andy recovered his strength and his physique and everything like that, and he was a pilot, of course, and they had jets taken off, and they had golf courses and swimming pools. I never wanted to go back to New York. I thought this was the place to be. So that sort of set the stage for me as far as my childhood was concerned. Wonderful people. They treated me great. When they were transferred, my folks had to find some other place for me and my brothers, and we went in different directions. I wound up going to my father's army buddy in Indiana. He had a son my age and sister, and I stayed out there for a couple of years. They were just awesome people, and it just set me up to say, I don't really want to live in New York. It's not my style. I want to out where you could be free.
A lot of people are saying that in New York now too.
Yeah. But so we were separated, and eventually got the family back together in my final year of grammar school, and then 4 years of high school. I went in high school, Andrew Jackson High School in Queens. That was a shock.
Vic, I'm going to back you up just a minute, because
we
have several generations that don't even know about polio, and they don't even know about the iron lung, which your mother had to use to survive. Tell us what the iron lung was and how long your mother had to be in this iron lung.
An iron lung was like a big tube with like surgical inserts coming in from the side to somebody could reach in and help her and things like that on both sides, and it inflated the chest with air pressure, because the whole body was in it except for the head. So her head was laying on a pillow outside the iron lung. It was incredible, and I don't know how long she was in it. It had to be years, because her body was devastated. The other thing which is amazing is my younger brother. I mentioned she was pregnant. My younger brother was the first baby ever born in an iron lung, and the Lord only knows how that happened, but had to be cesarean. Regardless, he was in good health, didn't have polio, and he went and lived. He was given over to one of my aunts, who David thought his Aunt Maud was his mother. I mean, he lived with him probably till he was 6 or 7. But regardless, we tried to get the family back together when I was in grammar school, and my mother's saintly mother remodeled her home, put a couple of bedrooms in, and we all got back in St. Albans, New York. But my mother was 13 years handicapped from polio. Eventually, could walk and but was always wheelchair ridden. She could walk a couple of steps, but it devastated her body. But her mind was incredible, and she raised.
And she had limited use of her fingers, but yet she learned to type and type for a newsletter. Is that correct?
Right. She for the Buffalo Gazette or something like that, but it was about polio, all polio victims, and she typed. The March of Dimes got us her electronic, one of the first electronic typewriters, and it's hard to describe, but the wheelchair had bars that went out over it on bungee cords. The left hand couldn't do anything; it just sat in a pouch off to the side. I mean, an elbow support and a hand support. Her right laid in a tray with a little pivot under her palm, and it was on a bungee cord, so she could type. Her finger. The only thing she worked on her was her fingers and a little bit of arm and shoulder motion. That was the only thing that worked really well. So she could bounce up and down and type on the electric typewriter. So she wrote for the paper. I never could find that. I went up to Buffalo one time as a salesman up there and stopped by and see if anybody had any record of those papers, but couldn't find it. It's probably on
I'll tell you what. God bless the polio vaccine. Holy cow.
You bet.
Yeah. Okay. We are going to our first break, ladies and gentlemen. Stay with us. We're coming back to discuss what Bick did after high school. Stay with us.
Hi, this is Rocky Blair, former four-time Super Bowl champion with the Pittsburgh Steelers and Vietnam veteran. As a board member, I'd like to talk to you about Warriors to Citizen, a nonprofit organization that helps American heroes, soldiers, police, fire, EMT, and their families recover from the psychological harm caused by career-induced stress. Over the last 20 years, broken relationships have been a major causal factor for the highest documented divorce rate and resulting suicides in this population. This program, From Warriors to Citizen, is delivered free to families by professionals, all whom served in uniform and understand the needs to be addressed. I ask for your support, so please go to our website, warriorstocitizen.org, and find out how you can help, either by making a donation or sharing this information with an American hero that you may know. And thank you.
Hello, my name is Rick White, and I'm the director of the Georgia Military Veterans Hall of Fame. I want to encourage all Georgia veterans to consider being nominated to the Georgia Military Veterans Hall of Fame. And if you are a Georgia veteran, and the definition of a Georgia veteran is either you were born in the state of Georgia, or you've lived here 10 years, or you were raised to right and joined the military in this state, you are considered a Georgia veteran. For further information, go to www.gmvhof.org, or you can contact me at 678-427-0915. We'd love to have your nomination for the Georgia Military Veterans Hall of Fame. Thank you so much.
You're listening to America's Web Radio on the AmericasBroadcastNetwork.com. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, David. We're back with Bick Bickerton. Bick, tell us about what you did after high school. It seems I remember you said you walked around an airport somewhere.
We live pretty close to Kennedy Airport, saw all those new things they call jets flying over, and I just wanted to be there because I didn't really want to stay in. We didn't have money for college, so I had to go get a job. So I worked for my father in the city, and I didn't want to during the summer in high school, and I didn't want that job at Bickerton Packing and Trucking Company, but he wanted me to work there. I didn't want to. I walked around the airport and luckily walked into United Airlines hangar area, and they had an operations office out front, and somehow wangled a job out of them and got a clerk's job in the flight operations office. It was really eye-opening as far as aircraft, flying, pilots. Back then they called them stewardesses. It was a world I really thrived in and wanted to be part of. So I started flying lessons after speaking with a pilot, trying to figure out how I could become a pilot. I also saw the young women back then coming in to argue with crew scheduling about their schedules, and and thought, this was the age of, as I said, stewardess. They had to be young, single, personable, beautiful, kind. I don't know, but they also, this was the age of miniskirts, and my Lord, I was a 19-year-old kid, and I certainly appreciated that. And so I put everything I could, every cent I made with United Airlines, into flying lessons, and I got my private and was literally working on my commercial pilot's license when I already passed the written test and had about 20 more hours of flight time before I could qualify to get my commercial license. And I received my draft notice. Now, my brother Steve, about a year older than I was, got his draft notice, and they took him down to the induction center at Whitehall Street, Manhattan, and said, when he was there with the big group, he said, anybody with the last name A, B, or C, step into this room. And there was a Marine drill sergeant, and he said, welcome to the Marines, boys. And my brother was down in Parris Island that night, and he was not a Marine type. He was a much bigger person than I was, stronger and everything like that, but he was a bookworm. And so he was not a Marine material, but I got my draft notice, and I said, I don't want to be in the Marines. I want to stay around flying. And everything I checked out with the recruiter would require 4 years. If I went to OCS and became an officer and tried to get into flight school, they could guarantee anything then. It was 1966. They were end of 96. They were building up the helicopter war. Warrant Officer School would get me probably 2 tours in a helicopter in Vietnam. So I joined as a fixed-wing mechanic. I'd still have to give them 3 years, but I wouldn't let them induct me into the ground pounders, or the legs, as Airborne calls them. I just didn't want to do that, but I joined as a mechanic, as I said, and that required 3 years commitment. I wanted to get back to United, finish my commercial, and fly for them. They were actually hiring then. So I chose Army Aviation, and took a train down to Fort Jackson, I think it was, down in South Carolina, then a bus down to Fort Gordon. I went through basic training down at Fort Gordon, and didn't have any problem with basic training. I could handle it easily. I was in great shape. And then I was sent off to Fort Rucker with some people. I actually, in basic training, I felt so good about it. I volunteered for Airborne Ranger and all that stuff. Thank God they didn't pay any attention to me. So because they would have just changed my MOS and put me in the infantry where I didn't want to be anyway. But regardless, I did go down to Fort Rucker, the home of Army Aviation, and I was trained as a single-engine mechanic, fixed-wing mechanic. And it was pretty easy for me. I was mechanically inclined. But I ran across this one sergeant. I'll just call him Sergeant X. He was I can't remember the name. I wish I could, because I would have liked to talk to him now. But he really got on my nerves. He was a crazy. I thought he was crazy. Anyway, I didn't like him very much. Later on, after Rucker, I went off to Savannah, Hunter Army Airfield. We were the first Army people to arrive there. It was great because they had Air Force civilian cooks still working. It was a great place to work. They had a couple of de Havilland Beavers, and they were bringing in helicopters, and they had bird dogs and things like that, and spotter planes. I was down there for a while, eventually got orders for Vietnam, which I didn't have to go because my brother was there. So he was already in the Marines over there. So I wound up staying in Savannah while my unit went off to Vietnam. And I knew, of course, where they went and all of that stuff. I eventually got orders and to go to Vietnam, and made a visit home, of course, and took my time getting out there. The airlines were they were free. You could just fly anywhere you want. So I stopped in Chicago and Denver and was leaving out of Fort Lewis. But that was a good thing for me because I really enjoyed my time in Savannah. And the funny part about it is the military had a plan. The day I left Fort Lewis for Vietnam, my brother landed in Travis Air Force Base in California, and the same day I took off. So they had it pretty well timed. So and it just happened to be January. He just got through up by the DMZ, and I flew into Cam Bay, which was on February 2nd, 1968.
Yeah,
if anybody knows about Vietnam, the Tet Offensive happened on the evening of the 1st, or the 30th or something. I mean, it was going on when I arrived at Cam Bay, and on a commercial airliner, and they hustled us off, and flares were in the sky over the bay, and all that stuff, and you could hear artillery going off. It was surreal. I said, well, I guess this is what war is all about over here. So I wound up, the transit barracks was just a crazy place because they were trying to get rid of everybody as fast as they can get them in. So I eventually got out of there by helicopter up to Nha Trang and C-123 on up to Quy Nhon, and reported into the 223rd Battalion there. And I walk into that place, and who's sitting behind the desk is Sergeant X from Dothan, Alabama, and I'm going, oh man, this guy again. But anyway, he remembered me he was very nice, and all of a sudden he was like a human. I don't know, maybe this was his element or something, but he said, Bickerton, we're going to change your orders here. I see you're a pilot, and you got your license and all. We did some small talk, of course, and then he wound up. And I say, whoa, Sergeant X, I'm fine. I want to go up to Ban Me To It, up there in the Highlands. Oh, it's where my unit is all, and all my buddies are up there. No, you don't want to go up there. I said, yes, I do. And he said, I know you think you do, but you don't. We're going to keep you here at the 18th Aviation Company, and they fly otters. And I said, I didn't even know what an otter was. And he said, we're gonna send you up to Pleiku. You're gonna train up there on the ramp to work on otters. And I go, oh man, I walked out of there. I was so pissed at Sergeant X. I'll tell you what, if I knew it now, I would have given him a big hug, because I've been in the Ban Me To It. It wasn't any great place to be, especially in some of these insurgencies that the VC were doing it back then. Regardless, I wound up staying with the 18th Aviation Company, which is a super group, and I went up to Pleiku, up to Camp Holloway in the Highlands, and we had a platoon up there, and I worked on the ramp on the otters when they came in, and the crew chief showed me how to do it and all that stuff. I was up there probably 2 or 3 weeks, and some guy came into our tent, and we were staying over at the Special Forces camp because that's who we served, the 5th Special Forces. We flew them out to their camps and brought out supplies and all that kind of stuff along the Cambodian border. And we were up at the camp, and I get this guy comes into the tent and says, "Hey, the captain wants to see you over his tent." So I remember walking over there. It was at night, and opened back the tent flap and looked in, and there was he said, "Come on in," and he was sitting there around a table with another officer, and I had hardly even met him, probably a couple of times, but I didn't remember who he was. But I walked in there, and he said, "Well, I got some bad news for you. Your father has passed away." And he actually died of his first heart attack. So he of course, he was a smoker and a drinker, like most people were back then. And my mother had already died a week before I graduated high school. Wow. So now I didn't have anybody. So he said, "We're sending you home for 30 days." And he sent me home, and we've arranged a funeral and everything for my father. But I also got to know my future wife, who I only met about a week before I left for Vietnam, and wound up getting to know her a lot better, and she helped me out a lot. And it was good to have some support from the home front. And we wound up living with my grandmother. My grandmother again took care of the kids, and I wound up going back to Vietnam for the second time. And when I got back,
Ben, I'm going to have to interrupt you for our second break. Great story. We'll get back to your going back to Vietnam after taking care of your father and everything. Folks, we'll be right back. Stay with you.
If you live to serve and want to make an even bigger difference, consider joining the U.S. Army. With training in fields like medical care, linguistics, and engineering, an Army career can amplify your efforts with humanitarian opportunities all over the world. Plus, you'll receive competitive pay and incredible benefits, so you'll be taken care of, too. Learn more at GoArmy.com.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls of all ages, join me, Roger B., every Tuesday at 1400 hours right here on America's Web Radio for the Locked and Loaded Show. We will talk about guns, weapons, ammo, gun accessories, prepping, and so much more. So be sure to join us every Tuesday at 1400 or 2 p.m. for Locked and Loaded on America's Web Radio.
Hello, my name is Rick White, and I'm the director of the Georgia Military Veterans Hall of Fame. I want to encourage all Georgia veterans to consider being nominated to the Georgia Military Veterans Hall of Fame. And if you are a Georgia veteran, then the definition of a Georgia veteran is either you were born in the state of Georgia, or you've lived here 10 years, or you were raised your right hand and joined the military in this state. You are considered a Georgia veteran. For further information, go to www.gmbhof.org, or you can contact me at 678-427-0915. We'd love to have your nomination for the Georgia Military Veterans Hall of Fame. Thank you so much.
You're listening to America's Web Radio on the AmericasBroadcastNetwork.com. Thank you for listening.
Okay, folks, we're back with Vic. He had left Vietnam for 30 days to take care of his father after his father passed. He's back in Vietnam, and Vic, you got assigned to Reliable 713. What in the world was Reliable 713?
That was a de Havilland Otter that I took over to become the crew chief. Crew chief is someone that flies with the plane every day, maintains it, does the weight and balance. I mean, you're literally. I became my own stewardess with 713, but also the mechanic.
You didn't have to wear a miniskirt, though, right?
No. Okay. Luckily, still wear boots. But regardless, Ted gave me his toolbox and showed me all around. See, I had been away. Somebody must have thought I was still up in play cool learning about the Otter, but I wasn't an expert in it at all. But I had to study the books and everything like that. But Ted was a great help, the crew chief before me, and he was getting out of the Army. And I wound up taking over Reliable 713. and it was really 58-1713. And our call sign for the 18th Aviation was reliable. So that's when you talk to air traffic control or tower or anything like that, you were reliable 713. But we'd go on different missions, and almost every day we'd have some different different pilots flying, warrant officers. Sometimes we didn't have enough, and I got to fly right seat, which was a great thing. I eventually learned how. One of the guys had his civilian instructor's rating, so he was able to write my logbook and give me some flight time and sign me off, as they say in the logbook. But I wound up learning how to land it and doing stalls and taking off and everything like that. But we flew missions to support the 5th Special Forces in most cases, and then we had some other courier runs. But 5th Special Forces were headquartered in the Trang, and also they had regional headquarters up in Pleiku. So I was sent to the different platoons and did some different courier runs, and that's what you usually start off with, because they get kind of boring flying into the same place all the time. But then eventually I became what they called a floater ship. They had me sort of based in Quinyon down by the coast, but when one of the planes from Pleiku would have to come in from maintenance, that's where our maintenance base was, Quinyon, they'd fly down and I'd fly up there and take their spot. So I flew out of Da Nang. I flew out of Pleiku, of course, and then also Nha Trang down the coast. And from Nha Trang, we went south toward Saigon, toward Canton, across the Delta, Lac Dinh, and all those places. But made a lot of stops.
Back up just a minute. Number one, you had a very unusual assignment in Vietnam, because most guys just got stuck in one corps. You know, like the Marines were in I Corps, or maybe the River Rats down in the Delta, and that's all they knew. But you went to all 4 corps in Vietnam. That's very unusual. Very unusual. But also, explain what a reliable 713 is. Tell the folks exactly what an Otter is.
Okay, an Otter, it was de Havilland made utility aircraft for the Canadians and put them on floats and all that kind of thing. They made a Beaver, which was very successful and still flies today. And then they made its bigger brother, the Otter. It also made a twin-engine aircraft called a Caribou, and that was there before we were. That was flying for the Army before I got there, but the Otter was a large aircraft. Had a crew of 3, could handle comfortably 10 fully armed soldiers with their full packs, everything like that, 9 or 10, and then also carry cargo. The seats would fold up, and you could double doors on the side, and the crew chief sat in the back by the double doors, had an open window, and of course the crew up on the flight deck. But we carried everything you can think of out to the Special Forces camps, and carried passengers, transported the paymaster, the chaplains, took back dead soldiers and prisoners, all kinds of things. Anything you can think of, we carried. I can remember carrying sides of beef, bar stools. Believe it or not, they set up a bar underground out at one of these Special Forces camps. I think it was Budap Special Forces Camp. And, I mean, we carried goats for the mountain yards and chickens, and, of course, they weren't loose, but regardless, all kinds of things. Anything you could load on an airplane, we could carry. And the beauty of an Otter was that it was a STOL aircraft, STOL, short takeoff and landing. It was probably the premier small STOL aircraft of its time that could carry a load. The Caribou was taken away from the Army just before I got there and was turned over to the Air Force. And the Air Force did a lot of missions, but the Special Forces was so really upset that they lost the Army support. And we sort of were the main, almost flying into some of these camps every day bringing supplies. Because some of them were out, you wouldn't want to take some of the roads out to these remote locations. So it was a support airplane, and we did some crazy flying into some of these places. Really dense jungles, dirt runways, all of that. And I enjoyed seeing how the Special Forces did. I mean, most of them had a perimeter, a barbed wire area full of mines and everything like that. They call it the wire. And then out beyond that was jungle and Cambodia, or Laos. And there were usually mountains around, depending on where you were. But so it was a dangerous country. I got to fly in one Special Forces camp had a mountain yard village, which were the native, so like the Aborigines of Australia. They were the native people. They didn't consider themselves Vietnamese, and worked with us quite a bit. They were real primitive people, wonderful people. And I got to visit a Special Forces camp. I mean, a mountain yard camp, and meet the elders and all that kind of stuff. It was pretty cool. For a young kid, I was 21 at that time when I was in Vietnam, and just turned 21, and it was a real education. I'll tell you a story about flying into a rubber tree plantation, north of Saigon, out by Lac Ninh there, and we had to pick up drop off and pick up some special, an A-team they called it, of Special Forces guys. I guess one was replacing the other, and so we landed on dirt road, came over the trees and down onto an opening in the rubber tree plantation, and there was a team of Special Forces sitting there on their equipment, and we all stopped, and it was around lunchtime, and we all started talking as they unloaded and reloaded, and it was an interesting time. They thought that we were pretty clear, and we heard a helicopter coming, and all of a sudden, out from under, now we landed north-south and east-west, out from under this road that cut across, came out from under the trees, came two helicopters. One I think was a Loach, was a smaller helicopter, and the other was a Huey. And they flew right across the opening we landed in and went back in under the trees. And my mouth was...
Under the trees. Under the trees.
Under the trees. Under the trees. I couldn't believe what I just saw. And I talked to one of the Special Forces guys. I said, Green Beret guy, I said, what? Did I just see what I saw? He says, oh, yeah. He says, that's how they break in the new guys. They're cowboys, proving that they're cowboys. Holy mackerel. I just couldn't believe it. Rubber trees are huge, and if they're if there's a road down between them, there's plenty of room to fly a helicopter just off the road, have 5 feet off the road and go scooting down. But it just blew my mind. So that was one of the things I saw when I was there, and I just couldn't believe.
Well, chopper pilots are not known to be mentally sound.
You couldn't. You just had to have a feel for the aircraft. make it do what you wanted, and obviously those guys could do it.
You were taking off from a dirt road at a rubber tree plantation, so that otter, it had to take off and land in very limited space. How many feet?
I'd say they took off, and I'm just generalizing. I'd say they took off, because I didn't have to be an expert in it. I just had to ride in it. But they'd get out in 1,000 feet and get up in 1,300 feet. They could get up over a 50-foot tree. And landing, they could probably land in 600 depending on headwinds and everything. They had a strong engine, probably about 600 feet on a landing, because they could really drop the flaps and drop in there. But I'm telling you, these things were incredible for its time. In this day and age, turbo props, reversible props, all of that kind of thing, you could do better. Actually, there was a Swiss airplane, I think it was Swiss, the Pilatus or something like that. The CIA was flying the Air America, and they were flying these things. I'd see them all around different places.
Yeah, that's my buddy.
They had a reversible turbo.
Vic, I'm sorry, Vic. We got to go to our last break.
You bet.
We're going to get back and discuss maybe you taking some fire on your aircraft, but also your trip to Marble Mountain up in I-Corps and the Marines up there. Folks, we'll be right back.
Whether cruising the Strip in a 57 Chevy or taking the family on a vacation in a 71 Oldsmobile Vista Cruiser, you need to tune in to Classic Cars with Steve Ronaldo and Jim Weber every Saturday from 8 to 9 a.m. on americaswebradio.com.
Hi, this is Rocky Blair, former four-time Super Bowl champion with the Pittsburgh Steelers and Vietnam veteran. As a board member, I'd like to talk to you about Warriors to Citizen, a nonprofit organization that helps American heroes, soldiers, police, fire, EMT, and their families recover from the psychological harm caused by career-induced stress. Over the last 20 years, broken relationships have been a major causal factor for the highest documented divorce rate and resulting suicides in this population. This program, From Warriors to Citizen, is delivered free to families by professionals, all whom served in uniform and understand the needs to be addressed. I ask for your support, so please go to our website, warriorstocitizen.org, and find out how you can help, either by making a donation or sharing this information with an American hero that you may know. And thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls of all ages, join me, Roger B., every Tuesday at 1400 hours right here on America's Web Radio for the Locked and Loaded Show. We will talk about guns, weapons, ammo, gun accessories, prepping, and so much more. So be sure to join us every Tuesday at 1400 or 2 p.m. for Locked and Loaded on America's Web Radio.
This is America's Web Radio. Would you like to have a show, talk about your business, or express your opinion on America's Web Radio? Just email gm@americaswebradio.com and we'll get back to you. Thank you.
Okay, Vic, let's jump in that otter, crank up the engine. Let's fly up to Marble Mountain in I-Corps. Tell me about that day.
That was pretty good. I was just going to say that airplane could get in and out of places, and because they had, one of the reasons, they had incredible flaps on them and a strong engine. So, but the trouble was you'd have to crank up the flaps to start cruising. So you'd have to circle the airfield. So quite a bit. It wasn't one of these things that just blasted out of there and it was gone. So we became a good target if anybody wanted to shoot at us. So we had a couple holes in my plane, and then also some of the other guys got hit pretty good with any aircraft fire or anybody shooting at us. But I one time was on a mission, and we we were up in Central Highlands, and we were finishing up in. We went north of Khantoon into Dak To and all that stuff, and then we kept going toward the northwest off toward Da Nang, and that was out by the coast. That was a good place to finish your day anytime, was to get over to the coast. And we had a platoon up there at Marble Mountain Marine Airfield, just on the east side of the beach side of Da Nang. And it was a very good base. I mean, a lot of Marine helicopters, and there was some Army units there, and we had our platoon there, which was about four otters in the crews and everything like that. But I staying overnight, and someone had told me, probably one of the Special Forces guys, about smoking pot, and I was not a smoker at all. But I thought, so I went in there, and after the crew, the officers headed off. I taxied over with the airplane and got some to get some fuel, and I could tell this guy was I guess you call him a junkie now, but he was a head, and he had the beads around his neck and all this kind of thing, and the Fu Manchu mustache. Anyway, he was fueling the plane. I think his name was Duke or something like that. So Duke, I said, Duke, do you know any place I get some pot? He said, yeah. He says, I know somebody. I can get you some. He said, come over to the NCO club tonight at 8 or whatever it was, and I'll meet you over there. We'll have a couple beers and we'll go on. So I wound up meeting him over there. We walked out to the southwest perimeter. There was a bunker out there with sandbags up on the top, and they were all formed in a C shape for just in case there was an attack, you could hide behind those on top and fire at the enemy. There was guard towers along the wire and everything like that. But there was 4 guys sitting up top. We climbed up there and sat down, and one of the guys was passing around a joint, so I gave it a shot. And it was probably one of the nicest evenings I ever spent in Vietnam. The stars were out, sea breeze. It was a beautiful night. We talked about home, about families, about it. All I remember was a great night. Then old Duke hits me on the, gives me an elbow and says, "Hey, here's the guy that could help you out." And here comes this guy. I knew he was a hippie. He had a bandana around his head. He had the sunglasses at night, But he climbs up on the bag, and we talk a little bit, and the next thing he lights up something. He says, "Here, I want you guys to try this," and he passes it down the line, as they do with marijuana. And it came around to me. I was at the end of the line, and on the other side from him, and I took one hit of this thing. Again, I wasn't a smoker anyway. I didn't smoke cigarettes, but this went into my lungs and went directly to my brain. I mean, I thought to myself, my God, what in the name was that? So, what was that? And I was so dizzy. I rolled off the bunker into the sand, and next thing I know, Duke jumps off, and he says, "Are you all right?" I said, "Oh my God." I said, "My head is just totally spinning. I don't. What was that?" And all of a sudden, the first rocket came in right over us and hit a hooch that was probably 50 yards away or something like that, and just took off the end of the hooch. And that was just the first. But instead of going into the bunker, everybody jumped down and ran in toward the perimeter. I mean, all I saw was they came flying over me, and I remember sand and boots and butts heading toward the barracks and the airfield, and I was following, and I thought to myself, what in God's name's going on? I got up against some kind of structure. I don't even remember what it was. And I lay there in the sand because I didn't know where I was. I didn't know where the interior bunkers were or anything. And then another rocket comes in. I mean, there was 18 rockets That's what one report. One said 22. I don't remember. I wasn't counting, but I lay there with my head on the ground in the sand up against this building or structure, and I had a tremendous self-talk. It was, thinking to myself, what am I doing? And so I knew before I laid there for 30 minutes, 45 minutes, whatever it was, when it started to clear, I realized that I had to, I had one mission there. It was to get home and make it out of here. And, I thought to myself, I need to stay focused and stay frosty, stay alert, don't lose my focus, and just be aware of what was going on, and always be armed. And so because all I had with me was a pocket knife, and if they came through the wire or through the gates or whatever, I had nothing. I didn't know where I was. That was never, ever going to happen to me again. And to this day, it really taught me a lesson for the rest of my life. I even when I'm in dangerous situations, I always know what's going on, think about the possibilities and things like that. But it's kept me going for a long time, and I made it back to the world, as they said, and left the Army in 1969. But and wound up marrying my girlfriend and went off to college down in Florida, got my commercial instrument rating and all of that kind of stuff, and wound up working in air cargo industry for the rest of my career. And I've had a good life, and never smoked again.
So you tried marijuana that one time. You got rocketed, and you had what they call a come to Jesus a moment. Is that correct?
Then some. Yeah, you don't forget that when you get your ear on the ground, and every time the rocket hits, the sand lifts off the ground slightly into your. So it just makes you aware of, you're in God's hands, as they say.
Yeah.
But,
there are no agents in foxholes.
I was sure lucky that Sergeant X had put me in otters. I'll tell you, when I flew up over the clouds and looked down into some of those places out there in Oshawa Valley or along the DMZ, and thought about walking through some of that stuff out by Quezon and down by Bud Lac Ninh and all what was that, Nui Ba Din, which is a mountain down by Tay Ninh, which many aircraft were into the side of that thing because it was just popped up like a pimple on the face of the earth. And on cloudy days, we didn't have great navigation systems in Vietnam, so you had to do a lot of pilotage and flying under the clouds and things like that. So you can get in trouble real quick. And there were people that just could get lost in the clouds and couldn't get their way back down. We flew with some great pilots with these otter guys. Many of them wound up being airline pilots. I never could, because when I got back, the time I got through 2 years of college, the airlines needed 4. When I got 4 years of college, excuse me, they needed an air transport rating, and I was broke, so I couldn't. I came to Atlanta looking for a job and wound up getting on with the all-cargo airline, the Flying Tiger line, which was later bought by Federal Express, that little small package airline that no one thought would make it except Fred Smith.
Yeah.
But
flying that otter in Vietnam, you were above the ground, and God bless the ground pounders and the Marines and Special Forces guys, because they had it so rough. All my so-called combat was up in the air. I never had to witness a buddy die before me. You know, all my friends just took off and never came back. Different kind of emotion. But I think you and I, for Vietnam veterans, were very lucky.
We were.
We were. You were there, 14 months?
I was, yes. I literally extended so I could get right out of the Army and get back to United. So I extended until March of '69. Got home in time for the moon landings and courting my girlfriend and Terry, and then wound up driving a truck. I literally, because United, my job had moved down to Dulles Airport down by Washington, D.C., and I wasn't smart enough to buy property down there. I just said, nah, I don't want to. But I wound up staying in New York, driving a truck, going to college, community college, and then wound up said, I got to get full-time college if I'm ever going to catch up with what they need, and wound up going down to Florida, which was a good thing. Terry and I.
Florida's always good. Vic, we're going to have to close out here. We're running out of time, but close us out with this thought right here. You told me that you could hear the Marines taking a hill, and you got so mad about that because what happened after they would take a hill and losing guys?
Well, you know, we could listen to
okay, Pete, we got to close out.
Combat radio. I couldn't control it from where I was, but in the plane. But we could listen on our headsets to what was going on the ground. And
Pete, we got to close out.
It would
scare
you up.
Yeah.
So I appreciate.
Got to go, Vic. Thank you so much, man. Great interview. Okay.
Thank you for having me, Pete, and the station as well.
Thank you, sir. Bye-bye.
You're listening to America's Web Radio on the AmericasBroadcastNetwork.com. Thank you for listening.
Hi, this is Rocky Blair, former four-time Super Bowl champion with the Pittsburgh Steelers and Vietnam veteran. As a board member, I'd like to talk to you about Warriors to Citizen, a nonprofit organization that helps American heroes, soldiers, police, fire, EMT, and their families recover from the psychological harm caused by career-induced stress. Over the last 20 years, broken relationships have been a major causal factor.
I'm the director of the Georgia Military Veterans Hall of Fame.
For Locked and Loaded on America's Web Radio.
You're listening to America's Web Radio on the AmericasBroadcastNetwork.com. Thank you for listening.
It's 1 o'clock. We are in America's Web Radio. It's from Atlanta, Georgia.
America. United States of America.
Yes. And this is...
Let's Talk Venezuela, the English version.
Yes, Let's Talk Venezuela, the English version. Here we are with the legend, David Moxley and Brett. How you been, both of you, my friends?
Good, thank you. Bien, gracias.
Uh-huh.
Love it, love it, love it.
Yeah, in a few months, David will be in charge of the Spanish version of Let's Talk Venezuela. Hablemos venezolano.
I don't think so. No comprende.
I don't blame you, David. I don't blame you. You know that Spanish language is one of the hardest language to learn because it has so many words that it means the same thing. like 6, 7, synonyms. So.
Back when I was going to school, I thought I wanted to go pre-med, but I looked at Latin, and back then you couldn't go pre-med unless you could speak Latin or knew Latin.
Yeah.
And talking about a hard language, and I'm not even good at Spanish, much less Latin.
Yeah, I remember when I was taking anatomy classes and all those back in, 40 years ago? Yeah, the names used to be in Latin, the name of the body parts and all that.
Please don't mention Christ in front of Satan.
Yeah, so Carlos, what's news?
Well, the first news is that the former vice president of Venezuela, of the Bolivarian Republican of Venezuela.
Republic.
Yeah.
Okay.
Aristóbulo Isturiz peló gajo. I mean,
he passed away. Oh my God! Somebody
Okay.
sent me a video of his funeral.
Yeah.
We're talking about Venezuela,
Yes.
Our Venezuela way of doing funeral is mostly
Solemn.
very solemn.
With jokes.
Yeah, but it has to be hush hush, like quiet.
Yes, quiet.
Okay?
Respectful.
Respectful. The priest supposed to be there, some come once in a while.
Yeah.
There were ladies from the church. I'm talking about the Catholic Church, because remember,
Yes.
Venezuela official religion is
No, there is not official religion,
But-
but 85% of the population
Venezuelan population are Catholic.
follows the Catholic.
Yeah, so there is El Rosario. How do you say Rosario in English?
It's rosary.
The Rosary, and the prayer time, and people come and hug the wife and the family, and a lot of coffee for the night time. A lot of coffee, drinking a lot of coffee, to be awake with the family, and usually it's very solemn, very
very
But
respectful.
this funeral that I watch on TV, on the video that they sent me on my cell phone, it was all the opposite. I had never seen something like that.
People dancing in front of the coffin. It was something that they say, okay, this guy was so bad
But it was
that
not-
the people was dancing in front of him. Yeah, he died.
Yeah, but the music that was playing there was not a Venezuelan music.
It was the African music of
Exactly,
Barlovento,
the African.
because he was from a son with a son named Curiepe. Okay, and but it's the second vice president
Pelagajo.
who passed away. Okay,
And Barlovento is a place in Venezuela, in the coast of Venezuela.
in the coast of Venezuela.
majority
Yes,
people who live in there are
are blacks.
so they are descended from the slave back in those days.
Yes.
They came
yes.
from Africa, so
Yes,
they
that-
continue with their
That was the zone where
culture, right?
Yeah, that was the zone where the first blacks came to Venezuela. Long before in United States we have slaving, because remember that the enslavement history in United States began with a black man, with an Angolian, who took another black man as a slave from Africa. Yes. So that's
the one who started the slavery in America was a black man.
was a black man. Yes.
So, but when we say things like that, a lot of people don't like that narrative, right?
Because there is some kind of shame on that matter, But history is history, and you cannot
change it.
You cannot change it. The thing is that the people of Barlovento, they are direct descendants of the Africans.
So
And,
those people in Barlovento, they are still keeping their culture like from Africa, like the music, the religion.
Yes, they have in Venezuela.
the Spaniards did not change the culture of the blacks.
Of the black.
Okay,
They didn't force them to convert them to.
Yes, they converted, and there is a religious syncretism. Syncretism is the mixing of one religion with others. So the blacks, the thing that they did is that they changed the name of their gods in the Yoruba region, and they changed the name, but it's basically the same religion that they used to have in Africa. Remember that the black Africans, the people who were enslaved in Africa, were captured by Muslims.
Yeah.
Okay, and the Muslim, basically black Muslims, they were the guys who enslaved the other blacks and sold that people to the Portuguese. That has the license to trade with black people.
Well, the Muslim, they are still practicing slavery today. That.
Yes.
They are never, because it's part of the religion. When somebody doesn't convert to the religion, they have only like 3 options if they want to be alive. And then option number 4 is they kill you if you don't, like beheading and all that stuff. One way of keeping you alive in their territory is by a person who doesn't want to convert is paying like some kind of taxes, right? Very high taxes. And the second is
the taxes is named the jazia.
The jazia, okay. And the second option for them to
but that's only applied to the people of the book. That
to
means
the Jews.
To the Jewish, to the Jews and the Christians.
And the Christian, okay. And
but they are considered servants.
The other way is, they're considered like servants.
Yeah.
And then the other way for somebody to be alive is becoming a slave.
Yeah.
Buying you and selling you as a slave.
Yes.
And you are like an animal for them. You're not worth nothing. And the other way is.
But congratulations, because last year Mula said that the women right now are from the they're now an animal. Before they were not considered even like an animal.
Oh Lord.
Okay.
Well, that's the thing about that religion, right? The culture, religion, and everything together. So, when we're talking about the Yoruba area, right?
The Yoruba
area is a 3 large ethnic group in Nigeria.
Exactly.
Concentrated in the southwestern part of the country.
Yeah, it's the belly of Africa.
Yeah, the one the mixed with the African American continent. That goes like this.
Exactly.
Okay. All right. So he passed away. His name is Aristobulus Turis.
And his memory won't be remember.
I was talking to my friend. I told her, hey, Aristobulus, did you watch the video? Aristobulus passed away. She said, I don't want to even see that. He killed my uncle. And she's Venezuelan. She's here.
Wow.
And she said, I don't want to know anything about him. He killed my uncle.
It would be very interesting to have an interview with this lady.
Yeah, to find out what happened with him, right?
Yes. But this is the second vice president that passed away this year. The first was Jose Memiente Rangel.
Jose Vicente Rangel.
That one, okay. So there is the second vice president during this period of this dark period of the Venezuelan history that passed away. Many people is saying, okay, who will be the next vice president?
Nobody wants to be the vice president.
And the thing is, next, hey, Diosdado, are you ready? Are you ready, Diosdado? Okay. But that's life, you know, and we hope that this situation with the socialism in Venezuela will be over. I don't know when, but I hope that will be soon, because during this week there is The Economist, the magazine, English magazine, published the index of poverty in the world. But it's not poverty. It's pauper. It's what is the country that is number one to be the poorest of the poorest.
Like a miserable.
The miserable, and Venezuela won.
Venezuela is the number one.
Venezuela.
Not even Zimbabwe.
No, Zimbabwe is 6 times richer than Venezuela right now.
Oh, Lord.
Okay. And the thing is, in order you to have an idea, the minimum wage in Venezuela right now is around $3 a month.
$3 a month.
Yes. The United Nations consider a poor country any country that lives with a wage of $1 per day. Okay, Venezuela has a minimum wage of $3 a month. That means around 10 cents or 10% of what is considered poverty. Okay?
So being such a rich country and today is the worst of the worst?
Yes. Yes. It's sad, but you know something is the end result of the most scientific system, political system that exists in the world. Okay? Any time you implemented socialism, at the end of the line, the thing that you got is not poverty. It's
misery.
Below misery.
It's misery.
It's misery. So the other day, somebody showing the Facebook a can of Diablitos. Okay.
Diablitos is like
the underhood devil ham.
Okay.
Okay, and he said we were raised with arepas with Diablitos. It was a very common thing.
I remember, yeah.
Okay, and I told him, listen, in that can, you now have a month worth of work in Venezuela
to buy that little can. Yeah.
Okay.
Wow.
So that's how bad the situation is in Venezuela. But anyway, you know, you have that thing where the 95% of the population lives, but there is another 5% of the population that are connected with the government, okay, and with the power, who has houses in the best places not only in Venezuela. There are a lot of people connected to the government of the Venezuela government that has apartments in Brickell Avenue or in Paris or whatever. Okay, you also have.
So what you're saying is that socialism in Venezuela works very good for some people, but it's terrible for the 80% of the population of the
95%.
country.
The proportion is what they say, the 3%. Okay, the 3% of the population lives like kings. It's like a medieval times. Okay, where the royalty lives like royalties, and the rest of the people were just peasants and servants, you know. And the thing is that stage already reached Venezuela. 95% of the population. 3% are the government's people who travel in their own jets, who had Ferraris and Lamborghinis, okay, who has big yachts, okay, and the other 2% are the people who are near of that people, serving that people, okay, and the rest of the population lives, you know, just waiting for the government to solve their problem.
To hang over something to
okay,
them,
if there is something, some clap boxes to buy, well, they would buy that clap boxes that requires around 6 or 7 minimum wages, so everybody in their home had to work.
Chip in.
Yes.
Yeah.
In order to
the clap boxes is, for those who doesn't know, is a box full of non-perishable food.
Yeah.
Like rice, pasta, oil.
Yeah.
Cans, like something.
Yeah,
in cans.
basically cans.
Yeah, and flour, salt, sugar.
Yes. But the people right now don't even have money to buy the clap boxes. So right now, and we will talk about we were talking about that before. For example, Maduro gave for the May 1st. Gave the €2 as a minimum salary in
2 euros.
2
euros.
Yes.
How much is 1 euro?
It's $1.2.
$1.20.
20 cents.
So he gave people $2.40, not even $2.50.
No.
To Venezuelans a month, so they can live.
Yes.
And the clap box costs $6.
Yeah, around $8.
So if in a house, let's say 6 people live in a house, they have to chip in order to get one clap box.
Yeah, that happens.
They have to share it.
That happens with the people who live with a minimum wage, okay, in Bolívar.
And it says May 1st, because it's a communist day, right?
It's not really. It's the Labor Day in the rest of the world that commemorates an event that happens here in the United States, in Chicago. Okay, and what they said is they remind the thing, because remember, the communists always want United States to be a socialist country, and we've been fighting the fight against socialism since the middle of the 19th century. Okay, so that what it happens right now in the United States is not new. It happens so many times in the U.S. history with exactly the same results. At the end of the line, socialism is over.
So what you're saying is, you think United States is going to overcome this situation, what we're going through? So we should not be doing nothing?
No, we have to fight. Because remember what Ronald Reagan said. Liberty, freedom is only one generation away to be lost. Okay? The problem is that in Venezuela we have a socialist mentality. We've been with the socialist mentality since the generation of 1928. Okay?
Excuse me.
And
1928.
Yes.
Yeah, that was after General Gomez passed away.
No.
28.
No, yeah.
1928.
Sí, yes,
The
it
generation of the 28.
Yes.
When the Adecos,
the generation of 28 is a movement of the Venezuelan Central University with you have names as Gustavo Machado, the founder of the Communist Party, and Romulo Betancourt studying that in that place that is considered a communist nest since that era. Okay, but what happens? Gomez put everybody of that generation even on jail or in exile. Okay, and Venezuela lived a fair.
But it's showing that Venezuela never came out from that crisis. So my question is
because after the Gomez passing, and this is the kind of discussion that we had before. The guy who took power was López Contreras. And López Contreras, the only merit that had to be the president of Venezuela is that 5 years before he was the Minister of Guerra y Marina, War and Navy. Okay, so he was the guy who in the real power of the guns, you know. So what happened? That when Gomez passed away, there were a lot of people who says we need to modernize Venezuela in the administration, blah blah blah. And he said, okay, what's the best country in the world right now that can be served as a model? And remember, it's 1935, 1936, and who was the guy, or who was the model of government that were most successful in that era? It was Germany, and who was in power at that moment? Adolf Hitler. Okay, and what was Adolf Hitler? He was a Nazi, a National Socialist. Okay, so López Contreras, even though he was against Marxism, he saw the model, the militarist model of Hitler, and he was a military. And do you know something? He followed those steps. He created the central bank.
Yeah. Okay.
He created the system of identification, and he creates also the National Guard. And what that means? That means that from that moment, the state took over the riches of the people who had their gold in the banks, and the government expropriated that gold and says now that gold is the reserve of the nation. No, it was the big expropriation of the nation against the riches of the people. Okay, the second thing was the National Guard, that right now in the Venezuelan Constitution appears as the function of the National Guard is to control the population.
Yes.
Okay, and the third part is the creation of the national identification system.
Yeah.
So you have right now in Venezuela, since 1936 on today, you have three things. First, the state took over your money, your riches. Now they can do with the with the money whatever they pleased.
They took control of your pocket.
Okay, they took control also of your liberty, because the military are now the real power by constitution against the civil. Okay, we don't have Second Amendment.
In Venezuela, no.
No. Okay.
We don't have the 10 Amendments.
we don't have the Bill of Rights.
Not
in
even
Venezuela.
the first one. You think we're gonna have the second?
No, in Venezuela, since 1819, okay, when Bolivar eliminates the Constitution of 1811, okay, in Venezuela we don't have Bill of Rights.
Exactly.
Okay, and the third thing is that you lost also even your identity, because right now the Venezuelan people is just a serial number of the state. It's like we belong to the state instead to be the state belongs to the people. And that's why you have this kind of disaster that right now Venezuela lives. And how can you erase that mentality?
It's like I was everything, that kind of mentality starts at home.
Yes.
It starts at home.
Yes.
For example, when you see a mother taking care of her children, but she's not teaching them how to be independent, responsible, to be a good citizen. No. What she's teaching them is, I am your solution, you depend on me, I'm giving you house, I'm giving you this, I'm giving you this, I'm giving you this. But when those children grow up, they're just waiting for mommy and dad to pass away so they can inherit the house that they have. That's what I saw for many years in Venezuela, right?
No, not only that.
But it started at home. So we're going to go in a break, and we're going to come back.
Okay.
Thank you, David.
Thank you, David. Take it away.
Hi, this is Rocky Blair, former four-time Super Bowl champion with the Pittsburgh Steelers and Vietnam veteran. As a board member, I'd like to talk to you about Warriors to Citizen, a nonprofit organization that helps American heroes, soldiers, police, fire, EMT, and their families recover from the psychological harm caused by career-induced stress. Over the last 20 years, broken relationships have been a major causal factor for the highest documented divorce rate and resulting suicides in this population. This program, From Warriors to Citizen, is delivered free to families by professionals, all whom served in uniform and understand the needs to be addressed. I ask for your support, so please go to our website, warriorstocitizen.org, and find out how you can help, either by making a donation or sharing this information with an American hero that you may know. And thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls of all ages, join me, Roger B., every Tuesday at 1400 hours right here on America's Web Radio for the Locked and Loaded Show. We will talk about guns, weapons, ammo, gun accessories, prepping, and so much more. So be sure to join us every Tuesday at 1400 or 2 p.m. for Locked and Loaded on America's Web Radio.
If you live to serve and want to make an even bigger difference, consider joining the U.S. Army. With training in fields like medical care, linguistics, and engineering, an Army career can amplify your efforts with humanitarian opportunities all over the world. Plus, you'll receive competitive pay and incredible benefits, so you'll be taken care of, too. Learn more at GoArmy.com.
You're listening to America's Web Radio on the AmericasBroadcastNetwork.com. Thank you for listening.
And this is Let's Talk Venezuelan. And we are talking about the socialism, how the socialism in Venezuela convert Venezuela, one of the most richest countries in the world.
Yeah.
And now is the poorest in the world. And let me explain you something. That means that countries are not rich because they have natural resources. Countries are rich because their GDP and the people who work and the people create the riches.
Okay.
And let's talk about the best example of what socialism does. This lady, Margaret Thatcher, used to say that socialism works until the money dries out.
Yeah, but today it's different. They still drying up, but they still in power.
So, what happened? In 1970, the income of the Venezuelan people, and in real numbers, were 10% higher than the United States.
Okay.
1970. 51 years ago. Okay? But remember that we had in Venezuela slow motion socialism. Okay?
We call it progressivism.
Exactly.
In a progressive
and
way,
it's progressive.
slow. And that's what the Democrats comparing Venezuela, what was going on here in America.
Exactly.
That's the same language that also is using. All these Democrats are using the language of progressivism.
Yes,
okay?
and you can read what's going on right now in Venezuela, and the best example. It's curious. It's the University Simón Bolívar.
The University Simón Bolívar. Is
Yes.
that a public or private university?
It's a public university, but let me explain you something. In the 1960s, they said, okay, we have the Central University, but we need the best of the best education in this country. Remember that in 1969, the President Caldera closed the UCV for almost 3 years.
The Universidad Central de Venezuela, the Central University of Venezuela.
Yes, it was. They
closed for 3 years.
For 3 years because communists took so many power in that university that the government decided to close it and to check everything that university. They found guns. They found a lot of.
Oh, so the communists always take the universities.
Yes,
that's not something new.
No, it's not new, and that's when Caldera said, okay, let's pacify these people, let's negotiate with the guerrilla, and let's bring peace, because in the name of the peace, everything will be all right.
Yeah, sure.
And when you see that people that says, no, we have to be united, no, it doesn't matter how the other guy think, when you have this kind of mentality, you have a big problem.
Curiously, that happens to me yesterday. I met with some people and they had that kind of mentality. Not all of them, but one of them told me, where are we gonna go? We're not gonna go to the Democratic Party. I said, no, we don't have to go anywhere. We can stay here in the Republican Party. Yeah, but we need to then unite. And I say, unite with who? With those one who took everybody, specifically the candidates, the Republican candidate. They took the Republican candidate who qualified that week on March. They took them to the slaughterhouse when they knew that they violated the voting laws. They, the Secretary of State took a decision that it was not allowed for him to take that decision on changing so many things in favor of the Communist Democratic Party of America. And this is where we are now. They are talking now about unify. Oh, you guys, we need to forgive these people who are in charge, who did that, who did this to the voters, Georgian voters. We need to forgive them and move on. It's not about forgiving and move on, because with that same language in Venezuela in 1971?
In 1969.
1969. Look what is the result of Venezuela today.
The end result, exactly. So, in Pan Am Post made an article about the Simon Bolivar University. And it says, not even the Simon Bolivar University is safe from drug trafficking.
Simon Bolivar University in Venezuela is like we're talking about Harvard?
Harvard.
The Harvard of Venezuela.
Yes. Okay. It was supposed to be the most important technological university in Venezuela because remember, socialism implies that the government directs the economy. Okay.
Yeah, is it the economy director?
Yes, it's the director of everything.
Yeah, like Joe Biden is doing now.
Yes.
And now Joe Biden is promoting free university.
Yes.
Like Venezuela.
Exactly.
Okay. All right.
Exactly.
All
so
right.
this article will show you in a very clear way what happened, not only with the university, but what happened with the country.
Okay. Yeah, because supposedly from that university, the brains, Venezuela's brains come from that university.
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
It says, reality showed that as a consequences of the policy of the drug trafficking, the USB has been forced to operate for more than 2 decades under a regime of budget insufficiency. Of course, they depend 100% of the government. Okay? By 2021, the USB has delivered 46,177 university degrees, even though the administrative reality that is experienced day by day shows that only the will of the human capital keeps the fight. That's right, not even the Simon Bolivar University is what they said. It's safe for that gale that shakes the houses of higher studies in our country. USB fights fiercely, deciding to defeat ignorance through the spirit that constituted and which paraphrases its immutable and intrinsical of light, of peace, of science, of conscience, and of truth. Okay. The Association of Alumni of the University of Simon Bolivar joined forces in defense of its history, tradition, and purpose. They seek to transform pain and indignation into actions. Funds are raised for the recovery and improvements of the physical plant, the information campaigns and promotion of new activities are created, donors are sought, and transparency is maintained in the destination of all money raised through portals and social networks. Resilience and will of the university community in the face of the obstacle of an efficiency public policy. Reality showed that as a consequence of the policy, in January 2020, the 50 years of the beginnings of the academic activities of USB were celebrated. An experimental university that opened with the support of then President of the Republic, Raúl Leoni, Rector Eloy Martinez, 508 students for the 1969 cohort, as well as 25 professors and 15 administrative employees. Today, the University of the Future has the honor of having graduated 3,538 master degrees, 485 doctorates, 37,530 undergraduate graduates, and 8,395 postgraduate graduates, for a total of 45,925 degrees delivered by the USB to Venezuelans, who, thanks to their training, they have fed their families, they have made investments for Venezuela and the world. They have done engineering, mathematics, biology, physics, and chemistry. It is calculated that around 90% of the graduates of the USB now lives outside of Venezuela.
That's what I was going to ask you. How can they graduate so many people and there is no job? There is no a place for them to stay and work.
That's the problem exactly with the socialism, because they create the most expensive employees in the world.
Wait a minute, but the ones who are working in the university are the ones who are making the money.
No, not even them, because they depend of the budget that came from the government 100%. So, but that's the mentality. The government has to give me the resources, and I have to have the opportunity to study at a high level, and they work hard. Don't misunderstand me. But the thing is that the model is wrong.
But that is being implemented now here in America.
They are trying to implement the same thing, and
yes.
That's why we're right now reading this thing.
But hold on. Let me interfere a little bit in here in this subject, because here in America, the one who are teaching in the university, they are the one who are making money. Look, I met in December a guy. He said that he works hard to send his daughter, to the university, to find out that all the money that he was paying for her to get a career, they were brainwashing his daughter.
Yeah.
But the amount of money that he was paying for that university could buy another house, rent it out, and make a very, very good living, not only for him and his wife, but his children too.
Yeah.
So here in America, the teachers in the universities are the ones who are making money out of the parents who are working in capitalism, who are producing in capitalism, and they are watching the brain of their children to become communism, which is going to be nothing for them in the future.
Yeah, but you have open market.
Still.
That means that you don't like where you are. You can move out. You can do whatever you please. But when you have this kind of a structure, you even go out and do nothing, or try to get the knowledge and flee the country. And
so that father said, well, you know what I'm going to do, because she's being disrespectful. She doesn't respect me. I am the one who's paying, their entitlement. Their entitlement syndrome.
$40,000 a year.
No,
for 4 years, it's $160,000.
Yeah, it's like he said he was talking about $250,000 in her career with expenses of housing and all the stuff, right?
Yes.
So do you know what he was saying? Well, now I'm gonna let her go on her own to school and see who she's gonna be requesting. That entitlement that she's having. We are coming back in a minute. We're going for a break.
Whether cruising the strip in a 57 Chevy or taking the family on a vacation in a 71 Oldsmobile Vista Cruiser, you need to tune in to Classic Cars with Steve Ronaldo and Jim Weber every Saturday from 8 to 9 a.m. on americaswebradio.com.
Hello, my name is Rick White, and I'm the director of the Georgia Military Veterans Hall of Fame. I want to encourage all Georgia veterans to consider being nominated to the Georgia Military Veterans Hall of Fame. And if you are a Georgia veteran, and the definition of a Georgia veteran is either you were born in the state of Georgia, or you've lived here 10 years, or you were raised to right hand and joined the military in this state, you are considered a Georgia veteran. For further information, go to www.gmvhof.org, or you can contact me at 678-427-0915. We'd love to have your nomination for the Georgia Military Veterans Hall of Fame. Thank you, sir.
You're listening to America's Web Radio on the AmericasBroadcastNetwork.com. Thank you for listening.
Okay, by 2021, the University of Simon Bolivar has delivered around 47,000 university degrees. Right?
That means only 1,000 titles per year in 50, less than 1,000 titles in 50 years of operation. That's not a big return either.
A big deal, yeah.
No.
And then when it comes to technicians, they only graduated like around 30,000.
Yes.
Okay, so but you know, for a healthy society to function, you have to have both.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
Because if you don't have technicians, look what's going on here in America with the lack of technicians. What they do, they bring technicians from other countries.
That's
because
correct.
Here, the American did not prepare the this generation.
That's what happened in the 40s and 50s, where Venezuela had to import people from Europe that were prepared in countries that were destroyed by the war, and they bring these people to Venezuela. They flourish in Venezuela, and they create the big middle class of Venezuela of the 20th century. But that middle class, what happened with that middle class?
They are gone now, right?
Yeah. Every people from Italy, Spain, or Portugal that can leave the country, they left. They left already.
They already went through that situation, so they knew what they have to do.
Exactly.
Yes. So these universities are specializing people, giving them master degrees and doctorate degrees. Right? Okay. So we have another situation with the University Simon Bolivar. Is the numerous resignation and retirements of the personnel. Right? Academic, administrative, and worker, due to poor working condition, affects institutional performances. In addition, the position of retired personnel cannot be replaced. Okay. The other day, like 3 weeks ago, I was talking with one of. He just graduated in December. Okay, and he was hired right away to give some classes because they cannot find no professors to teach what he became as a graduated. You know, so. Due to poor working conditions affect institutional performance. In addition, the position of retired personnel cannot be replaced. Following instruction of the National Executive between 1998 and 2019, the regular teaching staff was reduced by 70% and the number of hired staff. So, they increased by 58%. Although the enrollment of student administration has increased, you see, after the prohibition of the application of the internet test in 2015 and open violation of university autonomy, schools' prosecution have decreased significantly. Between 2010 and 16, the average of active students who they did not enroll in each period, it has an estimated of 14%, while between 17 and 18, the percentage was 26%. So even in that drop too.
Yeah.
Okay, so they are making a society.
An ignorant society.
An ignorant society. And that's exactly what the socialists love, right?
Yes, that's what they are looking for. To have people that cannot discuss on anything, you know. And eventually what you have is an obedient society.
An obedient society.
Yeah, that's what they are looking for, an obedient society.
So it's not only they are losing all this, what I said before, but they are also losing academic experience of the autonomous university for various reasons. It's also considered that 87% of them were not a scholarship holder. Okay, 85% used to the dining room service to eat, and 65% use public transport. Okay, but the significant successive loss of effectiveness and efficiency of the services has impacted on the increase in school dropouts. So exactly, if you don't have food at home, you don't have money for public transportation. It's a domino effect, right?
Yes, it's a domino effect.
Okay. The budget for 2021, we are in 2021, is sufficient of the university, of this specific university, Simon Bolivar, reaches 99%. Explain me that.
They are working only with 1% of the budget that they need. The rest is covered by the former students. Okay.
How do they cover the ex-former students?
Well, the former students are creating societies and groups that raise money in order to keep the university working. But you have to understand something. When that university was created, they created that place in a place named Sartenejas, that is very far from Caracas. So the people to go to that university must drive around 30 miles. Okay? 30 miles looks nothing here, but when you don't have transportation means it's a lot. So you don't have public transportation. The infrastructure in that university is poor. Okay, it used to be the best of the best, but if you don't give maintenance on those things, it's over. So right now, the university, you can read the rest of the article to make the comments, because we're almost on the
functioning. The operation expenses are absolutely deficit. Have allocated resources for the reach 6 months at estimated value in 2020. The internet service stands out, whose annually budget granted enough to cover only 1 month. Okay. So curiously, the National Executive has established the need to provide the online education service due to COVID-19 pandemic. That disbursement of resources sent by National Executive between January and February reached only 14% of the total plan for the period. Maintenance services estimated to guarantee cover for the first 6 months of the year now cover 1 month. And are equivalent to 21% of the annual budget. The budgetary limitation preserve considering resources to cover investment expenses in academic projects and physical plans. 52 buildings, 180,000 of meter of construction only at the Sartenejas headquarters, as well as the decrease of the liabilities. So,
it's sad.
If the internet is not working for 6 months, only work for 1 month, and a lot of students are at home taking classes internet, so that one is going to collapse too.
Absolutely.
So the only university that is working because it's located
almost in the downtown of Caracas is the Central University.
It's the Central University.
The rest, you have to understand, this was created as the elite university, the best of the student being in that university.
And the people who got the money, the way to get to the place by owning a car, driving, gas, good.
At that moment, because the university was free, well, the students can be at home and get a car. In Venezuela, cars were cheap. Okay, the used cars, and the gasoline was almost.
So they don't have like the universities here, and they have apartments around it where the students.
No, they don't have that.
It's not in Venezuela. It's not like that.
No, it's not like that.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so the idea is that the Simón Bolívar University basically is
dying.
It's dying
The Harvard of Venezuela is dying due to socialism.
Yes.
But they were teaching socialism while they were...
Well, the thing in that university is that the highest skilled university, the people of the Simon Bolivar University is not so involved in politics. But what happens, the old say that said, if you are not involved in politics, eventually politics
gets involved with you. And then
that's,
with this, that's my say here too in America. When a lot of people American, no, I don't follow politics. I don't care about politics. Well, you must well start getting involved, because one way or another, the politics is gonna get involved in your life, in your pocket, in your house, in your bedroom, with your children. That politics are gonna end up controlling your whole family and your personal life.
Yes.
What do you think, David?
That's true.
Yep.
Yeah, Steven Seagal had a meeting with Nicolás Maduro.
Steven Seagal, he's a communist.
Yeah, he went to Venezuela. He's
interviewed Nicolás Maduro?
Yes, he was with Nicolás Maduro.
What was the news? What was the
news? The Maduro gave him the sword of Bolivar.
Do you know any person get a hold of that sword from Simon Bolivar? They somehow end up dead?
Yes.
Steven Seagal doesn't know about it?
No, but you know
You know what Putin did, right? He returned it.
Yes.
That's what he did.
It, yes.
Okay, so we're gonna talk next week about
the thing.
Simon Bolivar sword. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, David.
Quick Stakes. That's QUIK Stakes. Are not just for surveyors, they are great for family and community gardens. Go online to www.quickstake.com or contact your local land surveying supply dealer and get you a box of Quick Stakes. You'll love them every year when you plant your garden. Again, that's Quick Stakes, QUIK Stakes, the truly preferred way to stake and identify what's in your garden now.
Perhaps you are struggling to cope with the disease of addiction. If not, you probably know a family member or friend that needs help in battling the cravings and the personal and professional damage done by the effects of drugs or alcohol. Get a pen and paper and be ready to write down the following. These are the issues that the trained staff at the Atlanta Healing Center address and treat every day. Their doctors and counselors with over 40 years of practice in the field of addiction can treat the suffering individual in a thoughtful, compassionate, and experienced manner.
You're listening to America's Web Radio on the AmericasBroadcastNetwork.com. Thank you for listening.
Good morning and welcome to America's Web Radio. We're glad to have you listening in, and this is going to be another excellent David's pick. And just been sitting here talking to our guests, and it's going to be another situation of talking about what a community, what a city is doing to honor their veterans. And we're very fortunate to have our guest on, Brian Johnson, today, and he's the city manager of Peachtree Corners, a city outside of Atlanta that has done something exceptional for remembering veterans. But before we get started, we're going to do what we have started a tradition of doing, and that's just taking a moment of time to remember all of our veterans and those that came before that have sacrificed and given the ultimate, and also the veterans that are alive today and the ones that are serving in active duty. As I had mentioned to Brian, I have a son that's a major in the Air Force, and I'm quite proud of him, and he's doing a wonderful job for his country. And that's so with that being said, we're going to take a moment, and all we ask is that you just think of the folks that have served and are serving. Thank you. Amen. We also do one other thing, and as I don't know how much you ran on in the Navy, but when you went to the infantry, I'm sure you got to do some force marches. And I know when I was on active duty that going through basic and AIT that, that last half a mile of that force run in that area that had been pounded into dust, every now and then that your platoon sergeant or your platoon leader would start up a Jody. And I love our Jodies. Okay, so we've done our Jodies, and we appreciate that, and we forgot to turn off the cue. But anyway, we lived through that. And Brian, welcome to America's Web Radio.
Thanks for having me.
And look forward to hearing more about what you're doing. Well, first off, what you did do, and you were in the Gulf War in Iraq. And so you started out in the Navy and realized that the Navy was just a bunch of guys playing with boats, and decided to join the real guys, the infantry.
Well, I wouldn't go so far as to say we need to pick one or the other. They both certainly serve their purpose. But yes, I did start in my military career in the Navy. I enlisted in the Navy. Was in the cryptology branch of the Navy, specifically electronics intelligence, and spent 4 years there. And then near the end of my enlistment, at the time there was a shortage of officers in the Army, and like happens cyclically, but there will be times where a branch will be short of officers, and what they'll do is they'll create a temporary program in which they will basically attract or attempt to attract some of the enlisted ranks of the other branches to come in and get commissioned. And the thought is that if you're already in the military, you already have gone through basic and learned military ethos and the culture, that if you can teach somebody to chew with their mouth closed and use utensils, you can make them into an officer. And so the Army, he created a program called Blue to Green, and it was a commissioning program, and I applied and got accepted, and had to go back through ROTC, and then did so through the University of Georgia, and then got commissioned as an infantry officer, and then spent another 5+ years active duty in the infantry of the Army, and then resigned my commission at the end of that, and here I am.
And here you are. And thank you for your service. And what do you do during the Army-Navy football game?
That's a great question I'm oftentimes asked. And, you flip a coin. I like to see a great game, and, I could go either way. Both of the, teams are actually, members of both service academies. So there's always some friendly rivalry even within the officer corps between officers who are commissioned through a service academy, through ROTC, or through OCS. So there's, as you will remember, you can basically break down rivalries into the smallest unit you can possibly do. There's rivalries amongst squads of a platoon, amongst branches of the military, amongst, nations, between ships, between divisions on the same ship. If you want, you can find some rivalry somewhere. We know that.
Brian, I think one thing that I have flashbacks of, and not seriously, but I'll think about when I was in or something, and I don't know of anybody that's gone through basic or AIT or whatever that hasn't popped his head up or her head up and said, why in the hell are we doing this, And now, 50 years later, I realize why they did it. And, you know, all of a sudden it comes to, well, yeah, okay, that makes sense. It didn't make sense 50 years ago, but it makes sense today. And I think our military is one of the best organizations, any branch is the best organization for any young person to go through. And we oftentimes, or every week, we suggest that if someone's graduating from high school or from college and they don't know exactly what they want to do, but they have an interest in something, there's a branch of the military that can fulfill their dreams and give them an education. And there's nothing that looks better on a person's resume than to say, you know, I was in the service and I've got my honorable discharge and so forth and so on, because the HR person knows that they can depend on that person.
The military is certainly, and I would also join you in saying, the best organization to teach somebody both how to be a leader, but maybe is as importantly is how to be a good follower. And, you know, we all have to do both wherever we're at. At some points we are leading some effort, some project, some group of people, and you've got to learn how to do that right and well. But you also have to learn how to be a good follower and support another leader, because we all have bosses. And I think it teaches both on how to be, a part of something bigger than yourself. And maybe the most important thing it did to me is it taught me the discipline I need to be able to, and self-control, to be able to deny myself things that I would rather be doing and instead work on things that I did not. I mean, I've got kids in middle school right now, and, one of the things that's difficult for them to, do, and I strive to teach, is for them to be able to say, look, I really should be studying something, but instead I would rather be something that's do something that's entertaining, and to be able to say, no, I'm not going to do that thing I want. Instead, I'm going to do the thing I need to do. And to have that discipline by yourself without a parent being over you is, once somebody does that and they can work hard, really the sky is the limit. And the military does such a good job of instilling that in someone, so that, later on, it was never as hard. I actually went back to grad school. I remember after, my stint in the military, and I remember how easy it was compared to what I remember undergrad to be, because all of a sudden I was merely just denying myself, things. Instead of, going to a movie or watching this or going out for some drinks, I was studying, and all of a sudden I was like, man, this is pretty easy, because the military taught me how to do that. So yes, I mean, I'm the, the man I am now, by and large because of the military. Certainly other aspects, family and other stuff, but wouldn't trade 1 second of it. Even the times where I was cold, tired, miserable, people shooting at me, I wouldn't trade a second of it.
And again, thank you for your service, and thank you for your service in the Gulf War and the Middle East. I do, and particularly because of you're the city manager of Peachtree Corners, but part of your responsibility is the Peachtree Corners memorial that you all have. That is great. And I'm sure when you're out there, or I don't know what other organizations you may belong to, but I do always ask one hardball question. And if you need time to think about it, well, I'll give you time to think about it. But that hardball question is, when you're with a group of your peers, other veterans, can you name one veteran that can tell one story only?
Not at all. I don't need to hit any. Not at all.
You get 6 veterans at a table, and you got about 120 different stories that are about to be released. And but that's great. And this is something that we also stress, and is that, in our opinion, today, our veterans are our history books. And every veteran that's listening and listens to any of our shows, they should take their kids or their grandkids or whatever the case might be and tell them about their time in the service. It doesn't have to be gory details or anything like that. It shouldn't just be, well, I made this buddy in AIT, or I got to be friends with so-on, or whatever, but a story about what they did and what it was like, and the homecoming, and how it was to be separated from your family and so forth. But it's a shame, but our history books are lacking in stories of veterans, and that's why we do this show, why we have a show called A Veteran's Story, and many other shows that we're addressing veterans to please tell their kids and grandkids, because you are the history books.
Military service is a very unique experience that, not very many people can empathize with. But because of this one fact, it does make it unique, and that is, those who volunteer, and it's a volunteer organization, but when they volunteer, they're essentially giving Uncle Sam a blank check. And that blank check could be, Uncle Sam may ultimately have to, write the ultimate sacrifice on that check. But for somebody to do that does take a special kind, because it's not like, most of the stuff in the military, most people can do. There's a few things, that not everybody can do, meaning that not everybody has the ability to do it. A lot of it tends to be physical, physical ability. But what really separates, and even within the infantry is hard, but a lot of people could do it. What really separates that is the fact that those people who are in it voluntarily subjected themselves to doing something that others decided not to do. It's not that they couldn't, but other people were like, no, I don't want to do that. And it's hard living, but there are people out there who said, nope, I'll step up. I'll be the one to, hold the line, to walk the post, to protect, our freedoms. And doing so does create unique experiences and stories. And yes, those stories should be passed down, if not for no other reason, to inspire our next generation of the importance of service.
And the importance of our country and our flag. Mm-hmm. I've never had any experience, and I hope I never do, but I've thought often, as we have a flag behind you, a folded flag on our desk, and I don't know, at least if it's in Peachtree Corners, I got somebody now that I can call, but if I came up on somebody destroying our flag, I don't know what I'd do.
It's sacred, and we actually have two locations in which, we have very formal, caretaking of the flag. One is at City Hall. In front of City Hall, we have a flag plaza. And then at our Veterans Monument, which is, a couple miles up the road at our town center, and it has a flag plaza. And both of them have a flag, lighted flag plaza that has, individuals responsible for ensuring the flag, all the flags, but, specifically the U.S. flag is in good condition. If it's supposed to be at half staff, to go out there and do that, and to take care of it properly. And when the flag is not in good condition, it is lowered properly, replaced properly. And then we have a Boy Scout troop, a local Boy Scout troop, that actually has a ceremony that destroys the flag per U.S. code as to how to do it. And so it is, a lot of people have looked at that design on that piece of, cloth, and again, paid the ultimate sacrifice and been subjected to some stuff. And so it is a sacred thing. But it's a great rallying symbol for us to rally around.
I think I'm much older than you are, but even at my age, I still get chill bumps, and when an honor guard passes, to me, that's one of the greatest examples of love of a country that you can have. And I get goosebumps, chill bumps, whatever you want to call them, but I can't get away
Same
from
here.
it. You know, it's just something that's so unique. And like you said, our in my opinion, I was in both ends of the stick, so to speak. I was the end of the draft. I was the start of the lottery, and the end, or what started out as the end of that started the volunteer army. And in my company, I had all three, and I volunteered, but we had draftees, we had those that had been gotten by the lottery, and then we had volunteers, and I don't know. There's something about a volunteer, and I love the volunteer military. I think it's one of the best things that ever happened. You know where the person's head is when they come in. And,
there's always, certainly, unfortunately, examples of those who don't necessarily maintain the standard that the military should. But by and large, when it is a volunteer army, you get a much better cut of individual than if there's conscription, just because, if nothing else, the attitude. Yes. I mean, if you have a good attitude and you at least initially want something, you are more apt to try harder, endure, more discomfort or even pain to achieve that than if it's imposed on you. And so attitude, is a huge difference in changing. I've been through a lot of schools and seen people, whether it's jump school, Ranger school, Pathfinder school, the schools that have high attrition rates. And it's usually not the physical ability of the individual that separates those who graduate and don't. It's usually the mental attitude and the ability to just fight through the discomfort, pain, and just keep going and never say quit. I've seen physical specimens that I look at and I'm like, wow. I mean, that's just, and they ultimately can't hack it. And I've seen guys that are, somewhat diminutive, guys that you would be like, there's no way they can do it. And they're just like a raw piece of leather. You just can't tear it apart. They're just as tough as we call, as tough as woodpecker lips. And you can't, you can't break them. And so it's a more of a mental thing oftentimes than anything, and separates the men from the boys, as they say.
And this is it also separates a winning attitude from somebody that's our enemy or potential enemy. They'll never have that. Let's talk about Peachtree Corners for a minute. Talk about the memorial, and as a business, as a city manager, what all does that entail as well?
Well, I guess I'll start with the last one first. I mean, so, the city of Peachtree Corners, like you said, we're North Atlanta suburb, about 50,000 people, north of 285 in Gwinnett County, largest city in Gwinnett. We're only about 8.5 years old, almost 9 years old. We were created 2012. And we operate our city, the best way to describe it is very similar to a corporation, in that the governing body is a board of directors. In our case, it's called a city council. The board of directors is led by the mayor. He's the chairman of that board as the mayor. And that board of directors hires a CEO to run the organization for them. And in this case, as a city, it's the city manager. So my board of directors hired me, and I work for all 7 of them equally. And, technically I am, 4 or more votes away from being fired at any time. I've got but I work for them, and I advise them when they're considering policies, and I execute the policies that they vote on and operate the city on their behalf, providing all the services a typical city does. So my job, is to run the city. And in the case of the Veterans Monument, some of this, I'm the second city manager the city's ever had. And I only say that to say that the monument effort started before I got to the city. It was started both by some conversations between some residents of the city and specifically two members of City Council, Mayor Mike Mason and Councilman Alex Wright, both who were veterans, and the conversation about doing something to honor the veterans. And over the course of a number of years, there was a veterans nonprofit, Veterans Monument nonprofit that was created. There was a fundraising campaign, and the funds were raised to create a monument, and it was done so at the city's town center that the city was constructing at the time, and property was carved out along our town green to construct this monument. And the monument is a phenomenal project. There are statues representing some, a certain member of each branch of the military. There's a brick paver plaza for people to purchase a brick paver to honor a veteran of some sort, and it's got a big plaza, places to sit, and then we've got a digital kiosk. And so what we've done is the city had a company come in and record short 2 to 3 minute interviews of people who purchased a brick paver, and allowed either that person who was, name was on the brick paver, or a family to talk about one who maybe have passed away already. They get interviewed or were interviewed, and then that interview is captured and it's hosted on a web platform, and you can go over there and with your phone and a QR code, you can actually pull up a name of somebody who's honored there, and then you can either hear in their own words the interview, or a family member could talk about their service. So it brings to life much more than just a name on a brick paver, which is cool in and of itself. But in this case, you actually get to hear a little bit about that particular veteran that's being honored and so we feel, we think that's a pretty cool feature of the Veterans Monument, is to have that living aspect of it. And you can watch it right there. You can go to the website. You don't even have to be there. You can go to the website and watch all of them, or you can, while you're out on site, pull up somebody right there, and you could be staring at their brick paver and then watching an interview about them or by them and their service. So that's what we've done. It's at our, town green, and so there's a lot of entertainment around there too, but it is certainly a destination location in and of itself for those who want to maybe spend a few minutes thinking about those who've served and honoring their service.
This is, as we were talking before the show, this is something that hopefully America's Web Radio is doing, and we're not a local station. We're heard all over the world, and a lot of folks from coast to coast, and we have a great audience in Australia and in the UK as well. But if you're traveling, well, first off, let me beat on locals. If you live in Atlanta, in the Atlanta area, and you haven't been to Peachtree Corners, or I'm going to play a spot in a minute for the Georgia Military Veterans Hall of Fame, and Rick White, who's the director, and also Johns Creek, that has the wall that heals. It's the replica of the Vietnam Veterans Wall in Washington, D.C., and this is the one that traveled all over the United States, and Johns Creek bought it and has given it a permanent home in Newtown Park. And so if you live in Atlanta or around Atlanta and haven't been to these different locations, you deserve it. You deserve to take your kids to it, or your grandkids to these locations. Make day trips out of it, and it'll be worth every minute that you spend there. And just like Brian was saying, as far as Peachtree Corners is concerned, not only can you make a day trip out of it, there are great restaurants all around that you can eat at, and just be with your family and do something for your family and the veterans that have kept us free, and learn about them.
And Memorial Day coming up is a great day to decide to maybe do that, where Absolutely. You can go to each, and then in the Johns Creek case, theirs is, about, inside of 10 miles away from ours. So you could actually go see both and experience some of the amenities. Newtown Park has, kind of city park amenities to it. Our town center has some of those, and restaurants and other. So you can make a day of it, or a half a day of it. But yes, I mean, we have a great opportunity to do it here in a couple weeks.
Oh yeah, no question about it. And we certainly encourage you to. And if you're traveling from another country and coming to the Atlanta area, it's worth your while to do it as well. And or if you're just traveling from California, they ain't got nothing like what we got.
Well, you don't even have to, you actually don't even have to, if you can't physically go there. Again, our monument has a website. Mm-hmm. If you do Peachtree Corners Veterans Monument, you can pull up the website, and then you can watch the interviews of a lot of the people who are honored in the Brick Paver Plaza there. So you can actually experience it from anywhere.
This is one thing that I find very interesting, and I always, whatever show we happen to be doing or happen to be doing or involved in, but the things that I learn from each one of the shows, and, it's like I said about Rick White and Georgia Military Veterans Hall of Fame, and, Georgia, Peachtree Corners, Johns Creek, and certainly downtown Atlanta with the Hall of Fame have been leaders, and other states now are beginning to copy us and asking advice, and I'm sure you get calls all the time. How do you do it? What do we do? How do we raise the money? And this is it. I'm a Texan and always will be a Texan, but I have pride in Georgia that we've been the leaders, cities like Peachtree Corners and Johns Creek and so forth, that have taken it on yourselves, and we must have some of the most wonderful veterans living near Peachtree Corners or from all over the state.
We do, and we are convinced that the success of our effort and the attractiveness of our monument is due to really what's a public-private partnership between the private citizens that form the group to fundraise, to generate buzz, energy, interest in it, to go out and shake the trees of all the veterans that sometimes are hidden, that you don't realize you've got gems right in your backyard of people who served in really interesting places or during really interesting times in our history. And, and it doesn't even necessarily have to be, during combat. I mean, there are certainly some places and experiences we've had in our history that don't result in bullets flying. And, but to shake the trees and get all of that going to where you got people making contributions, you're doing fundraising, but then the public side of it is once that happens, sometimes these efforts fail at the end, because there's really not a long-term solution to how is it going to be maintained once you construct it. Where are you going to find property to put it? Who's going to maintain web platforms and, so on and so forth, organize events. And sometimes the local resident volunteers, they come and go, and unfortunately in the cycle of life, they pass away. And you got to have some plan on how to maintain it, which is where we think, in our case, the public part comes. And, led by Mayor Mason and Councilman Wright, and then the rest of the city council being very supportive of it, the city is involved in making sure that it stays, a great facility. It's maintained properly. We can continue to add brick pavers, more interviews, web hosting, all the things that you need to have an organization be there to do. The city's there to do because we know the city will always exist. And so when you make it a part of our yearly operations and you put money in the budget to ensure that it stays at a high level, that public-private partnership is what we feel is how this effort has been a success and will continue to be a success. So if there's anybody considering it, I would be, highly encourage you to come up with that partnership between the local volunteers and the fabric of the community and a public entity that can make sure that once that effort is done, that whatever product they've produced, it maintains at a high level.
Brian, we're going to take out a minute to hear a couple of announcements, and we'll be back with Brian right after this. Stay tuned.
Hi, this is Rocky Blair, former four-time Super Bowl champion with the Pittsburgh Steelers and Vietnam veteran. As a board member, I'd like to talk to you about Warriors to Citizen, a nonprofit organization that helps American heroes, soldiers, police, fire, EMT, and their families recover from the psychological harm caused by career-induced stress. Over the last 20 years, broken relationships have been a major causal factor for the highest documented divorce rate and resulting suicides in this population. This program, From Warriors to Citizen, is delivered free to families by professionals, all whom served in uniform and understand the needs to be addressed. I ask for your support, so please go to our website, warriorstocitizen.org, and find out how you can help, either by making a donation or sharing this information with an American hero that you may know. And thank you.
Hello, my name is Rick White, and I'm the director of the Georgia Military Veterans Hall of Fame. I want to encourage all Georgia veterans to consider being nominated to the Georgia Military Veterans Hall of Fame. And if you are a Georgia veteran, and the definition of a Georgia veteran is either you were born in the state of Georgia, or you've lived here 10 years, or you were raised your right hand, joined the military in this state, you are considered a Georgia veteran. For further information, go to www.gmbhof.org, or you can contact me at 678-427-0915. We'd love to have your nomination for the Georgia Military Veterans Hall of Fame. Thank you so much.
This is America's Web Radio. Would you like to have a show, talk about your business, or express your opinion on America's Web Radio? Just email gm@americaswebradio.com and we'll get back to you. Thank you.
And we appreciate you listening to America's Web Radio. And we have the city manager of Peachtree Corners with us today, Brian Johnson. And Brian is a veteran himself. And we've been talking about the memorial that you all have at Peachtree Corners. And you've got an event coming up for Memorial Day, is that?
We do. So we have a Veterans Memorial. There's a nonprofit that was set up to fundraise and kind of, lead the effort to construct the Veterans Monument that we have. And they organize a number of events at the monument itself, and we have one coming up on Memorial Day, in which it'll be it's a pretty cool event in and of itself, where you have honor guard. You'll have a guest speaker, usually a prominent military veteran that will speak. Of course, Mayor Mason and Councilman Wright are always involved. You'll oftentimes have some visiting dignitaries. We've had consul generals there and others, and so it'll be a program, but it'll be there to to speak about what Memorial Day is, what it means, and letting that backdrop of the monument be one for those who want to take the time that day to serve, to do the very reason why it that holiday exists, and that's to honor those who've paid the ultimate sacrifice. And then usually there's another event also on Veterans Day, which, of course, exists to honor veterans both alive and dead, versus Memorial Day is to memorialize those who, pay the ultimate sacrifice. So, we have events there quite a bit. Some others have done some events there, which, is one of the whole reasons that we made the thing, is to use it as part of or a backdrop to events that have some veteran-oriented theme, and this Memorial Day will be the very next one, so we're excited.
And you have your honor guard there, and like I said, I always go a bit crazy over that. And do y'all have a drum and bugle corps that work with you at all?
Sometimes. So, these will be visiting. Oftentimes we'll use the local, JROTC unit. And but we did, I believe, at the ribbon cutting, we had one there. But yeah, those are hard. There's not a lot of them, so it's sometimes hard to get them. But that is even cooler. I've been a part of that in parades when I was in, and then even when I was in ROTC at Georgia, we would have some. I've done color guard and honor guard for Georgia football games, and that's also cool to have 100,000 people in the stadium, cheering at the end of the national anthem when you're standing there, holding the flag at the 50-yard line. It's pretty cool.
I can only imagine. This is. I worry about our country, as many folks are doing today, but I still think my opinion is we have a backbone that can't be broken. And there's folks like yourself. One other question and we had this happen. We have a general that was doing a show for us, remembering Desert Shield and Desert Storm, and during the pandemic. And I've asked every veteran that has come in, if your country called, would you answer?
In a second, with no hesitation.
And I've had no veterans say that they wouldn't. Even if, as old as I am, I might be pushing my walker, but I can still get in the office and type. And I think this is one of the greatest assets that our country has. And you may be able to wound us, but you can't break us.
It is nice, we all have, are part of generations. And as we remember when we were young and the older generations would be talking in a somewhat sarcastic way about our generation, your generation doesn't do it as well as ours. And then as we get older, you find yourself saying the same thing about younger ones too. But while generations change and sometimes not always for the best, you are right. It is refreshing to see examples, and I saw examples of this when I was in. My last duty station was actually in command of a basic training company. And so it was kind of my, last, 9 months before it was time for me to resign my commission. And so I was there commanding, new recruits coming into the Army to go through infantry basic training. And while there were certainly some kids that could probably be called punks at the time, and even the ones who started out not quite that way, at the end you'd be surprised at the quality of individual that you're kind of like, all right, we're still okay. We still have a generation. They may not do the things the way our generation did. They may do things as a cohort that we scratch our heads and we don't agree with, but down to the core, those kids love their country. They were willing to put either other career, progression on hold, or they were prepared to commit to that one. They did so voluntarily. They were motivated. They were ready to let Uncle Sam again write whatever he needed to on that blank check they gave him, and it makes you feel like, okay, we're still okay. We have a backbone, like you said, that can't be broken. We can go through unique times, but when push comes to shove, we are still, we're good.
Like I said earlier, there have been times that, why in the world did we do that, particularly during basic and AIT? But, our military has been practicing this for
leadership development. Yep,
240 years, and I think they got it down pretty good. We all get a haircut like yours when we go in, so we all sort of look alike. And there's a little humble pie with you that goes with it, and then they start building you up. And I know by the time I'd gone through AIT, I was charged, and it just, and you learn camaraderie. You learn that you cover your buddy's back, you cover their six or whatever you want to call it, and that you work together as a team. And I can't remember the circumstance. But I was watching a deal about kids, and I don't want to get involved with it. With that have learning difficulties, or they have whatever the initials are. But you always have somebody in your platoon, or maybe you have a couple, and I don't know what you all call them. We used to throw them a blanket party, and it was amazing how they would straighten up and fly right and start doing stuff for the group as opposed to doing stuff for themselves or trying to stand out by themselves.
If you can get somebody to accept that, they are an important cog, but merely a cog in a much bigger wheel, but an important one, you can get people to do things that they would not do if they were only working for just themselves. I mean, and there are easy examples of that. I'll tell you right now, once I really embrace that unit think, like, all right, I'm a part of a unit and I'm an important part, and if I don't perform well, I drag others down. You'd be surprised what you can do. I mean, just in running, I will tell you right now, some of my fastest run times, like if you're running 3 or 5 miles or however long, or ruck marching or whatever, I would run for long distance much faster if I'm in a group and I did not want to be that guy that fell out of the formation or slowed the group down. And then you play the mental games you need to stay up there because I was part of a group and I didn't want to let the rest of them down. Even in something as simple as running 5 miles in formation, you didn't want to be the one to be the slowest guy. And if I was running by myself, I would certainly not have pushed myself to the level. But once you get that, you're a part of a team. Don't let the team down. Don't be the guy who, holds them back. All of a sudden that your level of motivation is ratcheted up way more than if it was just you.
And this is, like I said, the military has had a lot of practice, and and this is another point that I bring up during our shows, is that we honor our first responders as well. And I was an EMT, and we honor our firemen, our police, but that's what we are as a country. We're first responders. Everybody in the country is a first responder. There is no country in the world that responds to a national or world disaster like the United States. So our military is first responders, our firemen, our police, and I go nuts over this defund the police. Let's fund psychologists. Yeah, I want to call a psychologist to come help me when somebody's breaking in my house. This is garbage, and we are so lucky and so blessed to live in the United States and have our first responders, whether it's police or fire or military, whatever it is. But we're world first responders, and nobody can match us, nor have they ever.
No argument for me, that's for sure.
Well, you all have, I don't know, all I can address is Johns Creek, and they have a very good police department, and I'm sure Peachtree Corners does as well, and they should be saluted all the time. I can't, anybody that wants to defund the police, we suggest that they do a buddy ride with a cop at midnight, and they be the first ones to climb in that broken window in a black warehouse and find out who's on the other side. Let them do it a few times. But I didn't mean to get off on political stuff.
No, it takes a special kind of person to, run to the sound of the guns, not away from it, or run towards the fire, not away from it. And yes, from a domestic standpoint, they are to be as commended as the military for choosing that profession, which certainly is not chosen for them to get wealthy. And it's difficult, public safety, medical community too. I mean, a lot of things they see subjected to, deal with, are just not for everybody. But we can't survive without it. And so, there are certainly lots of professions that are part of something that's greater than that individual, part of a calling.
We'll be announcing, hopefully within the next couple of weeks, not sure on date exactly yet, but we have a very close friend that is a dentist as well as an MD, and he's developed a product that works with folks that have PTSD, be it military or, after this COVID thing, there are going to be lots of folks with PTSD coming out of it, and they can't sleep for one reason or another. But he has a product that has been around for years, but he's just made a little adjustment to it, and already approved by the FDA, and it's going to be one of the greatest things because of PTSD. When you're suffering from PTSD and you can't sleep, then this causes a lot of other problems that folks know about. So we're going to be making a very big announcement about that shortly. And, if you've got, by the way, I always forget to mention, if you get a pen and paper, if you've got a question about what we're doing, or if you'd like to make a comment on one of our shows, or Brian, how can they get a hold of you at Peachtree Corners?
Well, our website, excuse me, PeachtreeCornersGA.gov is our website. On there is, about everything you can, how to contact us. And, if you are in the city, we actually have an app, a phone app, that is basically an all-in-one app for you to do all things that you would need as a, resident of the city. For instance, you can get city weather, events. You can find out where there are open parking spots at our town center in the parking deck. You can send work requests to the city. There's a dead deer in the road. Can you come pick it up? You can even send coordinates of where it's at. You can, do all sorts of things. Find out where restaurants, make reservations with some, which ones are open. All on one phone app. Which you can download from the website too. But we have I would put our IT and, web, specialty against anybody. We have a very technologically advanced city, and we spend a lot of time making sure that our residents have access to unique stuff via the World Wide Web. And so if they want to get a hold of anything with the city, the website, it's all there, and we're there to serve.
And I wouldn't belittle your mayor by any means, but I do feel honored to be sitting across from the city manager, and you have a heck of a job that you're doing quite well, and we commend and respect you for it. And I'm sure that as we have talked, some of this leadership training came from your military experience. When you attack the tough, it becomes easier towards the end. And
it certainly does. It is a part of me. There's no doubt about it. Whether I had some traits that I learned prior to it, I'm sure. Upbringing has a lot to do with it too. So, I certainly have, family, parents, all that kind of stuff to thank. But without a doubt, the military helped hone, my ability to either lead or hopefully my ability to be a very good, servant leader or follower of others who are leading me at that time. So, like we all do, you try to do the best you can every day. And as long as you can look yourself in the mirror and feel like you did your best, that's all you can ask.
That's it. And Peachtree Corners is a beautiful spot just to visit. And like you mentioned, you all have some of the best restaurants going. And we suggest, if you're listening from out of town or out of state, or even if you're in downtown Atlanta and you haven't been to Peachtree Corners, we highly suggest that you go there, take a day, maybe even, what are your hotels like in Peachtree Corners? And
I mean, we've got everything from, we've got 2 full-service convention center hotels, a Hilton and a Marriott, all the way down to, Residence Inn, Homewood Suites. I mean, we've got all sorts of different kinds of hotels depending on what you're looking for. And, again, we've got a town center that has everything from, restaurants to entertainment like, Cinebistro, which is a boutique movie theater where you can actually watch a movie in a Lazy Boy and get your meal delivered to you while you're watching, a movie on a cinema quality, screen and sound system. So, like all cities, we have unique things that are, cool to us, but we're also surrounded by other things too. So you can just come up to the area and spend the day going to all sorts of things in North Metro Atlanta.
I think it would be great if you haven't had your vacation, take a weekend off. Stay up there where you don't have to drive back and forth, and just take it and walk it, and appreciate that Peachtree Corners was wise enough to hire a gentleman called Brian Johnson, and you've done a heck of a job, Brian. And
I couldn't do it myself, that's for sure, but thank you.
I hope you'll take the message back to your mayor that we support Peachtree Corners and any veteran type organization, but anyone that has taken the effort to salute our veterans. We support them. And we're going to have to, we got a couple more minutes. Is there anything that I've missed?
No, I mean, one, I appreciate, doing shows like this is, there's oftentimes it's hard to find venues for certain, information to get out, whether it's veteran stories or, whether it's information about local, events, local attractions, like the Veterans Monument or whatever. So appreciate what you're doing with that because, again, these are hard to find as sources of information become much more diffuse. I mean, there's just all over the map. Some people get their news from radio, but a lot, people get it from print. They get it from Facebook. They get it from Instagram. They're all over the place. And so it's hard sometimes to find, opportunities like this to talk and have a conversation, about something more in depth than, 1 or 2 minute soundbite posted on TikTok or Instagram. So
let me ask one quick question, and we've got about 2 minutes to go. But the effect of COVID on Peachtree Corners in general and on the park as well.
Well, we're no different than anybody else. We've gone through a cycle. The shelter in place, the trying to figure out what you can do when. The city itself, we kind of feel like, look, we are a public organization that exists to serve the public. So we've basically not closed down at all because we're there to serve. And so, most of my senior staff have been coming into City Hall the whole time. We've just been, obviously a little bit more careful. And there's certainly been some mass component to it, but we've still been serving. And then, mayor and council have a number of times done things either temporary or permanent to help our local economy, the businesses and those in need within the city, doing things, being more, creative in things like helping restaurants increase their outdoor seating so they can, or takeout opportunities. We've disseminated CARES Act and now Rescue Plan money to businesses that are in need, helping, trying to still have special events, but doing it in a responsible way so the community still has something to take their mind off of COVID. We've really ramped up communication through official sources to our residents so that they can make sure they're getting information about things related to COVID that they may not be able to have access to. So we've been just trying to be a good conduit for, our residents to both get information or to help them deal with it just like everybody else. So we're not unique, but we certainly are not sitting back and, shrugging our shoulders and saying, oh, there's nothing we can do. There are certainly things we can do to make it just a little bit easier on everybody to deal with.
Okay, well, I'm going to put you on the spot, Brian. So as you said, we try to disseminate and send out information. So, can we be one of your conduits for getting that word out when y'all got something special coming up?
Done. And, consider it done.
We don't want to keep it a secret.
Well, we don't either. We, thank you for that offer. I will take you up on it.
You got it, and we'll be glad to do it during this show or any of our shows. And just like I said, we work with Rick White and the Georgia Military Veterans Hall of Fame, and anything that has something to do with veterans that's honoring our veterans, we're happy to support, and we'll support every day of the week. With that being said, we're going to have to, as they say, put the plug in the jug and move on, get out of here, and we look forward to, will you come back and be on again?
If you will have me, I would be glad to.
You got it. You're going to be on. We'll see you next week, folks.
Hello, my name is Rick White, and I'm the director of the Georgia Military Veterans Hall of Fame. I want to encourage all Georgia veterans to consider being nominated to the Georgia Military Veterans Hall of Fame. And if you are a Georgia veteran, and the definition of a Georgia veteran is either you were born in the state of Georgia, or you've lived here 10 years, or you were raised your right hand, joined the military in this state, you are considered a Georgia veteran. For further information, go to www.gmvhof.org, or you can contact me at 678-427-0915. We'd love to have your nomination for the Georgia Military Veterans Hall of Fame. Thank you so much.
And guide him or her along the path to recovery. So call 770-696-9862 and speak to a knowledgeable staff member about how you or your loved one can be helped to enjoy a better and healthier life. More information is also available on the website at www.atlantahealingcenter.com.
You're listening to America's Web Radio on the AmericasBroadcastNetwork.com. Thank you for listening.
Bueno, son las 2 de la tarde. Estamos en América Web Radio desde Atlanta, Georgia, y estamos con David Moxley, la leyenda, y con Josie Cruz. Yo soy Cat Fletcher, Carlos Alfredo Torres me conocen como Cat, y esto es...
Hablemos venezolano, que hoy hay que darle duro al socialismo.
Hoy hay que darle duro al socialismo.
Hasta por debajo de la lengua.
Sí. Esta semana... la revista The Economist calificó a Venezuela como el país más paupérrimo del planeta.
Ay, Dios mío.
¿Qué quiere decir paupérrimo? No quiere decir solamente el más pobre, sino es el que tiene los peores índices.
Sí.
En una serie de cuestiones como el índice de desarrollo humano, como el índice de alfabetización. Todos esos números se vinieron al suelo.
Claro.
A tal punto que Venezuela hoy es considerada el país más menos desarrollado del planeta.
El más pobre.
No solamente
pobre,
más pobre.
El menos desarrollado.
Es a tal punto que Zimbabue, que durante muchas décadas fue considerado el peor país del planeta, por debajo incluso de Corea del Norte, es 6 veces más rico que Venezuela.
Sí, señor. Mira, tengo en la línea a Alberto Yerquín desde Panamá. Nos están viendo.
Ajá.
¡Saludos!
Saludos. Bueno, resulta y acontece que tenemos varias noticias con respecto a este mismo punto.
¿Quién se murió? ¿Quién se murió? ¿Quién se casó? ¿Quién se divorció?
Bueno, seguimos primero con lo del país más paupérrimo.
Ok.
Decíamos que como regalo de 1 de mayo, el señor Nicolás Maduro ha dado como sueldo mínimo para los trabajadores de Venezuela la enorme cantidad de 2 euros.
¿Les subió el salario?
Les subió el salario a 2 euros al mes.
Al mes.
No la hora, al mes.
Mes,
ok. Eso implica que el venezolano que viva bajo sueldo mínimo necesita aproximadamente, esos son $2.40, no llega a $3 al mes. O sea, va a poder vivir con alrededor de 6 centavos de dólar por día. ¿Ok? Las Naciones Unidas y los economistas consideran a un país pobre cuando su gente vive con $1 al día.
$1 al día se considera pobre.
Pobre.
Y estos son $2.40 al mes.
Al mes.
Ok. Agárrame ese trompo en la uña, pues.
Ok. Bueno. Pero esto es consecuencia, pues, del socialismo. Cuando la gente le vendieron la idea de que Venezuela era un país rico porque tenía recursos, bueno, este es el mejor ejemplo de que los países no son ricos por tener
los recursos naturales, sino por la gente que sepa cómo trabajar con esos recursos.
Exacto.
Eso es lo que yo le explico a muchos americanos que me preguntan, pero ¿cómo es posible si ustedes son ricos? Le digo, sí, pero si no hay gente que sepa manejar la economía, o sea, la economía en el sentido de que cada quien es libre de hacer dinero.
Exacto.
Si no hay personas que sepan cómo manejar el oro, cómo hacer cosas con el oro. O sea, estoy hablando de la especialidad.
Sí, porque
sembrar la tierra. Si no saben cómo sembrar la tierra, no saben cómo producir yuca o plátano, porque hasta eso se ha perdido.
Todo se perdió.
Ok, yo recuerdo muy bien cuando yo salí de Venezuela hace alrededor de 30 años, que cuando una persona estaba sembrando, ¿ok? O estaba sembrando algo en la casa, la gente se burlaba de esa persona.
Sí.
Porque, ¡ay, está sembrando! ¿Cómo
Sí.
que si el sembrar era algo de, en ese tiempo era algo de vergüenza?
Sí.
Cuando tenemos aquí en Estados Unidos es lo contrario. El que siembra aquí en Estados Unidos, aquí tienen entendido lo que significa sembrar.
Sí.
Sembrar es comer y vivir.
Sí,
darle de
vivir.
comer a tu familia. Eso es.
Sí,
y no
pero
depender de más nadie.
Yo me acuerdo, mira, yo provengo de una familia clase media.
Ajá.
¿Ok? Mi mamá era periodista, como tú sabes, y los periodistas no ganan mucho dinero. ¿Ok? Pero soy el típico niño que mi mamá trabajaba, mi papá trabajaba, y yo tenía mucha relación con la persona que me cuidaba en casa, que era la persona que hacía la limpieza.
Esa es otra cosa, esa la trataban muy mal también.
Ok, pero no en mi casa.
En el caso tuyo no, pero mucha gente que yo conocí
yo puedo decir en estos momentos que yo subí cerros, porque estas mujeres vivían en los cerros de Caracas.
Sí, señor.
Y en la época de mi infancia, en 1900.com, ok, la gente pobre en Venezuela, que provenía del campo, se trasladaron del campo a las ciudades para trabajar en las fábricas.
Ajá.
Tenían en su rancho, que era hecho de bareque,
Ajá.
y, ¿ok? El techo sí era ya de lámina, pero o de asbesto, pero no eran techos de palma. Yo no vengo de tan lejos. Pero tenían al lado de su ranchito, tenían un conuco. Y entonces tú veías que esa gente tenían plátanos, caraotas, maíz. Ellos sembraban.
Tenían sus gallinitas
Tenían
atrás.
sus gallinitas, y entonces esas gallinitas eran gallinitas ponedoras y tenían huevito. O sea, yo lo vi, no me lo contaron, eso lo viví. Hoy esa gente se perdió, porque lo que hay ahora es el barrio urbano, donde la gente no produce, donde la gente lo único que produce es violencia, donde se perdió el sentido de la verdadera educación, porque el venezolano de la época de Gómez era una persona extremadamente educada.
Sí, señor.
Tan es así que Venezuela fue el país que desarrolló lo que se llamó el Manual de Urbanidades y Buenas Costumbres.
De Carreño, ¿no era?
De Carreño, el papá precisamente de Teresa Carreño. ¿Ok?
Entonces, ¿y dónde quedó ese manual?
Ese manual está en toda Latinoamérica menos en Venezuela.
Menos en Venezuela.
Sí. Entonces, ¿qué pasó? Que, bueno, esta es la nueva realidad. Bienvenidos al socialismo, que fue introducido de manera progresiva al país.
De manera programada.
Y
a
largo plazo. Nosotros adoramos a la generación del 28 con gente sí, pero la gente en Venezuela se le enseña por educación pública
de libros
en la escuela,
en la universidad,
que la generación del 28 eran los luchadores por la libertad. Sí, gente como Gustavo Machado, fundador del Partido Comunista, o gente como Rómulo Betancourt, que fue secretario general del Partido Comunista en Costa Rica y después fundó Acción Democrática.
Y es lo que tenemos hoy. Por cierto, uno de los líderes principales de Acción Democrática murió en esta semana, ¿no?
Bueno, este señor era Aristóbulo Istúriz, que saltó por múltiples partidos políticos, todos socialistas, porque esa es la otra cuestión. En Venezuela nunca ha habido realmente partidos políticos de derecha o partidos políticos que se consideren de orden liberal clásico. Eso no existe.
Eso fue eliminado, eso fue condenado y eso fue enterrado.
Eso se acabó después, cuando Gómez muere. Ahí se acabó el liberalismo clásico en Venezuela. Y el liberalismo clásico fue precisamente el modelo socioeconómico que creó una Venezuela próspera.
Muy rica.
Recordemos que Gómez, cuando recibe el poder en el año 1908, que no lo recibe, se lo toma. ¿Okay?
Bueno, alguien tiene que organizar el país, ¿no?
Él en 20 años.
Por eso.
Él en 20 años pagó la deuda externa de Venezuela, que tenía más de 100 años de no haber sido pagada por las guerras, porque Venezuela vivió 90 años de guerra.
Él organizó el país.
Él organizó el país desde el punto de vista legal, financiero. Incluso, recuérdate que para viajar de Caracas a San Cristóbal, la gente tenía que ir a Curazao, pasar por Maracaibo, ir al sur del lago de Maracaibo y subir
por las
montañas hasta llegar a
la
San
Puerta,
Cristóbal.
Timote, todo eso. Llegar a Mérida, bajar de Mérida para San Cristóbal.
Para San Cristóbal, exactamente.
Yo me recorrí todo eso.
Y les tomaba 3 días, 4 días de camino para poder hacer eso. Gómez unifica el país no solamente desde el punto de vista político y económico, sino que agarra a los presos, y ahí no había planes. Lo que hizo fue ponerlos a trabajar en las carreteras, y él creó el primer sistema de carreteras en Venezuela. Lo crea Gómez. Tan buenas las carreteras resultaron que todavía hoy esas mismas carreteras existen y prestan servicio. O sea...
Entonces, para ir por ejemplo, de Ciudad Ojeda a Maracaibo, en ese tiempo no había puente.
No.
En ese tiempo no había puente, ellos hacían chalanas, ¿no?
Era un
barquito,
era un transbordador, y entonces ellos tomaban ese ferry y iban de puente a puente. Entonces, el asunto está en que sí, Aristóbulo Turi se murió.
Pero a mí me mandaron un video.
Lo operaron del corazón y no
resistió, porque es que no tenía corazón.
No, lo adhieron y no lo encontraron.
No lo encontraron, por eso no resistió. Bueno, yo vi un video que me enviaron del velorio de él. Tú sabes que Venezuela, cuando yo salgo de Venezuela hace más de 27 años, Venezuela es un país en el que no hay una religión oficial, pero la mayoría es católica.
El 85% de la población venezolana es católica.
Entonces, eso quiere decir que en los velorios hay cafecito, mucho silencio, mucha solemnidad. Claro, hay sus chistecitos por ahí.
Hay mucho chiste.
Pero por allá, bien lejito, que no sé, porque hay que darle la simpatía a la viuda, o al viudo, o al papá, o a los hijos.
Se respeta a la familia, pero se respeta al muerto.
Exacto. Entonces, y eso de... es más, de las iglesias iban las señoras que le llaman las lloronas.
Sí, claro, las plañideras, lógico, las plañideras.
Exacto, las lloronas, que están allí llorando, tú sabes, acompañando a la familia.
Y hay mucho rosario que se reza.
Y mucho Santa María, Madre de Buena, tú sabes. Pero lo que yo vi en este video, me espelucaron, mira, se me espelucaron los pelos de la peluca.
¿Por qué?
Porque en el video yo vi de todo menos un velorio.
Sí, gente bailando.
Un velorio al frente del cadáver.
Gente bailando al estilo de Barlovento. Así de malo fue el tipo que la gente terminó bailando en su funeral.
Estaba celebrando.
Mira,
yo lo que vi allí fue pura religión yoruba.
Sí.
¿Ok? Pura santería.
Pura santería.
Eso fue lo que yo vi. Yo no vi nada cristiano, nada que ayudase, porque acuérdate que una de las cosas de la iglesia católica, del cristianismo, es que en estos momentos de muerte, ¿sabes? De sombra y de muerte, la iglesia esté allí presente para que ayude a la familia a encontrar esa luz, no solamente a la familia, pero también al difunto.
Al difunto, claro.
¿Ok? ¿Sí me entiendes? Porque son 40 días de, ¿cómo se llama?
De duelo.
De duelo y el rezo y la cuestión. O sea, te estoy hablando desde el punto de vista católico. Yo no soy católica, ¿ok? Pero cuando uno va a la universidad, cuando uno va al seminario y uno estudia, en el caso mío, que yo fui al seminario teológico, yo tuve la oportunidad de estudiar varias religiones, ¿ok?
Correcto.
La judía, la cristiana, que la cristiana es como una sombrilla, que está la católica, entonces todas las denominaciones,
la denominación católica,
la musulmana, o sea, yo tuve esa oportunidad, por eso te estoy hablando desde el punto de vista católico, porque yo tuve que estudiar eso como teóloga que soy. ¿Ok? Pero el asunto es que yo no vi nada, o sea, esa Venezuela cristiana que yo dejé, eso ya no existe.
No, ya no existe.
Eso ya no existe. Mira, vámonos ahora un momentico a unos comerciales y ya regresamos.
Take it away, Brett.
Get your pen and paper ready. If there's a move in your near future, I'm here to tell you that the folks I used and now recommend is Timothy and the guys recently moved me, and I am and was totally satisfied with a sometimes not so fun experience moving. Call Timothy at 770-378-4708 and make it a good move and a good experience. Around Town Movers for that local or cross-country move. Timothy, Around Town Movers, in my opinion, are the best. That's Around Town Movers. Call them.
If you live to serve and want to make an even bigger difference, consider joining the U.S. Army. With training in fields like medical care, linguistics, and engineering, an Army career can amplify your efforts with humanitarian opportunities all over the world. Plus, you'll receive competitive pay and incredible benefits, so you'll be taken care of, too. Learn more at GoArmy.com.
You're listening to America's Web Radio on the AmericasBroadcastNetwork.com. Thank you for listening.
Bueno, estamos en Hablemos Venezolano. Yo estoy con Josie Cruz y estamos hablando de lo que el socialismo termina de producir en los pueblos. Por cierto, entre las cosas, entre las noticias internacionales está que el gobierno de Pablo Iglesias ha sido derrotado en las urnas y el tipo ha agarrado tal Arrecher que ha anunciado su retiro definitivo de la política. Y bueno,
hasta yo me retiro con todos esos millones que tiene.
Claro, por
¿Qué te pasa? Si eso es lo bueno del socialismo, que te da bastante billete para que te retires y tengas una buena vida.
Sí, porque eso es lo que hemos estado hablando. El socialismo no es otra cosa que el maquiavelismo. ¿Okay?
Por cierto, estoy leyendo el libro del príncipe de Maquiavelo.
Por fin me hiciste caso.
Voy por el capítulo 5, pero es que mira, te voy a confesar algo aquí, pero que nadie lo sepa.
Nadie lo va a saber.
Nadie lo va a saber.
¿Okay?
Tú sabes que yo hablo 3 idiomas.
Ajá.
¿Ok? Y escuchando el libro de El Príncipe en castellano, porque ese es el nombre de nuestro lenguaje, castellano.
Uh-huh.
Y escuchando este lenguaje de este señor me ha hecho devolverme a escuchar los capítulos 2, 3 y 4 y 5 3 veces. Porque es que
es muy denso el lenguaje.
El lenguaje, cada palabra me está haciendo funcionar
todas las neuronas,
sí, todo lo que estaba dormido, porque acuérdate que cuando uno está aprendiendo otro idioma, uno tiene que bajar completamente el breaker, el switch de un idioma para que entre el otro.
Claro.
Yo no podía estar traduciendo constantemente para hablar el inglés, al punto de que yo hablo muy bien el inglés con acento, no lo sé escribir muy bien, porque yo me decidí a bajar el breaker del castellano y subir el breaker del inglés.
Pero también ocurre otra cosa. El inglés es un idioma muy básico. Requiere solamente 750 palabras.
Exacto.
Mientras que en castellano, una persona que hable un castellano promedio necesita alrededor de entre 1750 y 2000 palabras.
Pero es que no solamente son las palabras, Carlos, es también el acento del señor que está leyendo el libro auditivo.
Claro.
Porque el acento del señor que estoy escuchando es un acento como españolizado.
Claro.
Entonces, mi oído, el cerebro de aquí conectándose con el otro.
Estás volviendo a aprender el idioma.
Exacto. Entonces, no he podido avanzar después del capítulo 7.
Bueno.
Y ahí voy.
Y ahí vas.
Ahí voy. Pero búscalo en YouTube, está en auditivo, sí. Está en todos los idiomas. Yo escogí el español, el castellano, porque quería escuchar, pero yo no sé, yo creo que me voy a tener que ir por el inglés.
Bueno, el asunto está en que nosotros siempre hemos dicho que en realidad el socialismo no es otra cosa sino regresar a la gente a la Edad Media.
Es puro maquiavelismo.
Puro maquiavelismo. Estamos hablando de que un 3% de la población vive como reyes. Hay otro 2% que les sirven a ellos como sirvientes,
sí,
y el otro 95% que se defiendan como quieran.
Bueno, imagínate que para mantener el príncipe al poder tiene que dar regalitos a su gente que lo está sosteniendo. Pero bueno, ese es otro tema para otro día. Seguimos. Entonces ya salimos del señor que murió.
Aristóbulo Istúriz fue un maquiavelista típico, Él saltó de AD, fue parte del movimiento electoral del pueblo de este tipo, ¿cómo era que se llama? Prieto Figueroa. El MEP. Y cuando el MEP deja de existir porque se fusiona con los demás partidos políticos, es el PSUV. O sea, se cerró el círculo de socialismo blando de los adecos y copellanos, y se cierra el círculo con el socialismo duro de Chávez. ¿Ok?
Entonces,
y no de Chávez.
Tenemos
a los cubanos, tenemos a los chinos, tenemos a los rusos, o sea, Venezuela dejó de ser un país independiente y con soberanía desde todo punto de vista, desde el punto de vista económico, alimentario, económico y educativo, ¿ok? Para convertirse pues en una colonia del globalismo por parte de China, que es la potencia emergente en el mundo, ¿ok?
Venezuela es un negocio muy bueno para otros países.
Es un negocio muy bueno para mucha gente, incluyendo empresas estadounidenses.
Ah, sí, claro. Halliburton, la petrolera,
exacto.
El de las mineras.
Exacto. El otro día...
El de importación y el de exportación, porque de aquí llevan para allá.
Sí. Sí,
las
remesas de dinero, todo eso. La dolarización de la economía venezolana, que se establece un fenómeno de inflación en dólares.
Claro.
¿Ok? Porque la gente está recibiendo dinero de afuera, ¿ok? Un dinero que no tiene salida porque en Venezuela nada se produce. Entonces la salida que hay es que los socialistas le quitan el dinero a la gente y se compran Lamborghinis, que se compran Ferraris, o pasan una noche en el Hotel Humboldt a $300 la noche.
O sea, lavan el dinero, chicos.
Es que eso es precisamente eso es precisamente el narcoestado. Y hablando del narcoestado, ¿ok? Hay un artículo muy bueno que refleja, es de Pan Am Post.
Aquí está en español.
No, ese es donde Maduro le da 2 euros al mes.
Esta ya la pasamos.
Esta ya la pasamos. ¿Ok? Este artículo se llama "Ni la Universidad Simón Bolívar se salva de la narcotiranía".
Bueno, ya ven.
¿Ok? Y dice así: la realidad demuestra que, como consecuencia de la política de narcotiranía, la Universidad Simón Bolívar ha sido obligada a funcionar desde hace más de 2 décadas bajo el régimen de insuficiencia presupuestaria. Entonces, dice así: así es, ni la Universidad Simón Bolívar se salva de este vendaval que estremece a las casas de estudios superiores de nuestro país. La Universidad Simón Bolívar lucha de forma aguerrida, decidiendo vencer a la ignorancia a través del espíritu que la constituye y que parafrasea su himno inmutable e intrínsecamente de luz, de paz, de ciencia, de conciencia y de verdad. Entonces, en enero del 2020 se celebraron los 50 años del inicio de las actividades académicas de la Universidad Simón Bolívar, la universidad experimental que se estrenó con el apoyo del presidente de la República, Raúl Leoni. Él fue el que la decreta, pero es Rafael Caldera el que le toca el honor de ser el que le inicia, porque recordemos que Caldera en el año 69 cerró la Universidad Central de Venezuela por 3 años e inició lo que se llamó la política de pacificación, una política que demostró ser a largo plazo un absoluto y total desastre, porque le dio la oportunidad a la guerrilla en convertirse en gobernantes, y ya saben ustedes, no tengo que decirles los resultados nefastos que esa idea causó al país. ¿Ok? Era arreglar las cosas en el corto plazo, pero al final de la jornada destruir al país en el largo plazo. Esa es una lección que tienen ustedes que entender. Ok. la Universidad Experimental, que se estrenó con el apoyo del presidente de la República, Raúl Leoni, el rector Eloy Lares Martínez, 508 estudiantes de la cohorte de 1969, así como 25 profesores y 15 empleados administrativos. Así fue como se inició otra universidad pública diseñada para ser el Harvard de los venezolanos, ¿ok? Con presupuestos 100% provenientes del Tesoro de la República. Para la fecha, la Universidad del Futuro tiene el honor de haber graduado 3.538 maestrías, 485 doctorados, 37.530 egresados de pregrado y 8.395 egresados de posgrado, para un total de 45.925 títulos entregados por la UCB a venezolanos que, gracias a su formación, hoy viven en el exterior. Ok.
Sí, porque en Venezuela no hay nada. Ellos se gradúan, pero no hay donde trabajar.
Sí, entonces, ¿qué está pasando? Que los exalumnos de la universidad, ok, se han organizado para mantenerla viva, porque no hay presupuesto para la universidad.
¿Y quiere decir que esos que están trabajando fuera del país son los que están mandando remesas para mantener esa universidad?
Para mantener esa universidad, y son los que están... así como está ocurriendo esto, está ocurriendo en muchas cosas. Esto explica el por qué ahora hay una inflación en dólares en Venezuela.
Claro.
Ok, porque se está inyectando dólares a la economía venezolana, ok, pero no hay los medios de producción para poder crear lo que se llama el Producto Interno Bruto. Entonces,
es que están brutos.
Absolutamente. Entonces prefieren mandar dinero en lugar de mandar las cosas que se necesitan. ¿Ok? Prefieren mandar dinero en lugar de mandar libros. ¿Ok? Yo voy a seguir con esta lectura en cuanto Brett.
Regresamos en un momento.
En un momento, sí, para que Brett ponga los comerciales. Vamos a comer comerciales. Thank you, Brett.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls of all ages, join me, Roger B., every Tuesday at 1400 hours right here on America's Web Radio for the Locked and Loaded Show. We will talk about guns, weapons, ammo, gun accessories, prepping, and so much more. So be sure to join us every Tuesday at 1400 or 2 p.m. for Locked and Loaded on America's Web Radio.
Hello, my name is Rick White, and I'm the director of the Georgia Military Veterans Hall of Fame. I want to encourage all Georgia veterans to consider being nominated to the Georgia Military Veterans Hall of Fame. And if you are a Georgia veteran, and the definition of a Georgia veteran is either you were born in the state of Georgia, or you've lived here 10 years, or you were raised your right hand and joined the military in this state, you are considered a Georgia veteran. For further information, go to www.gmbhof.org, or you can contact me at 678-427-0915. We'd love to have your nomination for the Georgia Military Veterans Hall of Fame. Thank you, sir.
You're listening to America's Web Radio on the AmericasBroadcastNetwork.com. Thank you for listening.
Ok, seguimos con la lectura.
Sigue.
La realidad demuestra que, como consecuencia de la política de la narcotiranía, la Universidad Simón Bolívar ha sido obligada a funcionar desde hace más de 2 décadas bajo un régimen de insuficiencia presupuestaria, trayendo como consecuencia no solo un escaso financiamiento al costo de los servicios, sino el impedimento para la adquisición de bienes de consumo y capital, ¿ok? A disposición de presupuestos aprobados e innovando en forma de gestión alternativas para protegerse de la sequía de la recepción de recursos por parte de quienes deberían ser su principal sostén. El problema fundamental es esta frase, de quienes deberían ser su principal sostén, es decir, el gobierno, el Estado. Pero, perdóname, la educación universitaria no es función de gobierno.
Bueno, tú sabes que aquí
¿cuáles son las 3 funciones de gobierno?
Por ejemplo, mantenimiento de obras públicas.
Correcto.
¿Okay? La otra es ofrecer seguridad a sus ciudadanos. ¿Okay? Y la tercera es impartir justicia. Esas son las 3.
Esas tres.
Pero ahora resulta que con los comunistas que están ahorita aquí en Estados Unidos, vamos a comparar lo que pasa en Venezuela con lo que está pasando acá. ¿Okay?
Exacto.
Ahora resulta que las comunistas que están metidas en el Congreso, que por cierto sacaron a esta Marjorie Taylor Greene, la sacaron de las comisiones y todo esto. Estas mujeres están diciendo que la educación es un derecho humano, que el gobierno tiene que darle educación a la gente. Pero cuando están hablando de educación, no estamos hablando de educación de primaria, porque eso aquí es gratis. La educación primaria aquí en Estados Unidos...
No es gratis porque la pagamos con los impuestos de las casas.
Lo que quiero decir es que yo como madre no pago mensualidad por la educación de mi hijo. A eso es que me refiero.
Sí
se supone, no
sí pagas cuando pagas los impuestos de tu casa.
Carlos, yo pago de impuestos en mi casa $1,200 al año. Eso jamás va a poder cubrir educación de 3 mis hijas.
Sí, pero todas las casas están pagando lo mismo.
Entiendo, pero lo que te estoy diciendo, lo que te quiero dar a entender es que no es una mensualidad que yo estoy pagando mensualmente para que eduquen a mis hijos, ¿ok? A mis hijas acá. Eso aquí, esa educación que pagamos a través de los impuestos de la casa, es lo que garantiza que yo no pague mensualmente una educación.
Correcto,
a eso que me estoy refiriendo.
Correcto, pero lo estás pagando.
Pero no es lo mismo.
Y era la discusión de, por ejemplo, había gente que decía, yo no tengo hijos.
Sí.
Yo tengo una casa, yo tengo una propiedad. Y sin
pero
embargo,
es que de los taxes de la casa no solamente se paga la educación.
El 80%
se paga la educación, se paga lo que es la policía, el vaina de la policía, las cuestiones de emergencia, todo lo que es de los beneficios
pero
extras.
El 80% del presupuesto que proviene de la recaudación del dinero de las propiedades va
pero volvamos al tema.
Okay.
Estas personas que están en el Congreso están promoviendo la educación gratis, pero no estamos hablando de esa, sino de la educación superior, como está en Venezuela.
Sí, quieren tener los desempleados más caros del mundo.
Y mientras tanto los maestros aquí, los profesores, porque así se hacen llamar ellos, ¿verdad? Profesores. Los profesores haciendo el billete bueno, porque aquí los profesores que trabajan en las universidades cobran muy buen sueldo. No son sueldos paupérrimos, cobran muy buen sueldo.
Bueno, pero ese no era el caso en Venezuela.
En Venezuela no, pero aquí sí, aquí están tratando de hacer lo mismo que van a hacer
con ya que ha pasado, sí, va a terminar pasando lo que pasó. Cuando tú dices que tú vienes del futuro, esto es el futuro de los Estados Unidos.
Eso, las universidades.
Si continúan con
con su mamadera de gallo.
¿Ok? Las numerosas renuncias y jubilaciones del personal académico, administrativo y obrero por deficientes condiciones laborales afectan el desempeño institucional. Además, los cargos de personal jubilado no pueden ser repuestos siguiendo instrucciones del Ejecutivo Nacional. Entre 1998 y 2019, el personal docente de planta se redujo en 70% y se incrementó el personal contratado en un 58%.
Hace 3 semanas hablé con un amigo mío.
Ajá.
Él se graduó en diciembre en Ciencias Políticas.
Okay.
Lo acaban de emplear para que dé clase a los nuevos estudiantes porque no tienen profesores.
No hay.
Entonces, ¿qué pasa? Están reciclando.
¿Ok?
Y por supuesto que el sueldo que este muchacho que está recién graduado nunca va a ser el poder tener el sueldo de los que se retiraron, porque primero está recién graduado, está joven.
No, es que por ejemplo en los Estados Unidos tú no puedes dar clase a menos que tengas la maestría.
En las universidades sí, tienes que tener una maestría.
Bueno, si bien la matrícula de ingreso estudiantil se ha incrementado luego de la prohibición de la aplicación de prueba interna en 2015, porque
antes que ya no hay prueba.
Ya no hay el examen de admisión. Yo pasé el examen de admisión de la Simón Bolívar, pero no tenía yo los grados. No tenía en mi high school, no tenía el suficiente nivel para poder entrar.
No tenías un 18, un 19 y un 20.
Exactamente.
Para poder entrar a la Universidad Simón Bolívar.
Yo fui un alumno de 15, 16.
Exacto.
Que para ser alguien que trabajaba y estudiaba estaba más que bien en un país donde el 10 era pase y el resto era lujo. ¿Ok? Porque esa es otra...
Sí.
Esa es otra cosa.
Yo era estudiante de 17 y 18.
Ok.
Y aún así, con 18, no pude entrar a la escuela de medicina en la Universidad de Carabobo.
Exactamente.
¿Ok?
Exactamente.
Y ese bendito SAT test, porque llaman el state, aquí le llaman el SAT, el test de assessment estudiantil, es para ver si puedes entrar o no puedes entrar. O sea, ya eso lo quitaron en Venezuela, porque si se ponen a hacer eso, se van a dar cuenta que muchos no van a poder entrar.
Bueno, el problema es que el promedio de estudiantes activos que nos inscribieron en cada periodo se estimó en 14%, mientras que entre el año 2017 y 18, el porcentaje se incrementó a 26% y en el 2019 se incrementó al 31%. Esto quiere decir que 1 de cada 3 estudiantes no entran a la Simón Bolívar, aunque tengan el derecho de hacerlo, porque no tienen los recursos. Entre las razones dadas por esos estudiantes se encuentran las siguientes: la difícil situación del país, la necesidad de ingresar al mercado de trabajo o continuar estudios en una universidad privada debido a los paros y pérdidas de periodos académicos de las autónomas por diversas razones.
Sí, que se van a huelga.
Se considera también que el 87% no era becario, el 85% utilizaba el servicio de comedor para alimentarse,
sí, señor,
y el 65% de las universidades de la gente utilizaba el transporte público. Pero la significativa pérdida de eficacia y eficiencia de esos servicios han impactado aumento de la recepción escolar.
Yo conocí estudiantes en la Universidad de Carabobo que tenían 10 años estudiando. Tenían 10 años estudiando y no pasaban del tercer año.
Sí.
No pasaban del tercer año.
Estudiantes profesionales. Porque lo que es gratis no le duele a nadie.
Entonces, agarraban el autobús, no le costaba. Iban y venían a la universidad. Estaban en las clases ahí, escuchando las clases, a veces ni se conectaban en las clases. Iban al comedor a comer, a tener su almuerzo y su desayuno gratis del día.
Sí.
¿Ok? Eso era lunes a viernes. Entonces ellos tenían que rebuscarse sábado y domingo.
Sí.
Y lo que hacían es que guardaban de lunes a viernes para poder comer el sábado y el domingo.
Exacto.
Entonces, 10 años en una carrera que nunca se graduaban. Y entonces muchos de ellos se ponían como estudiantes, ¿cómo se llama? Grupos de estudiantes que peleaban con los rectores y los profesores.
Lo que pasaba en la central.
Cuerpo estudiantil.
Claro.
Exacto.
Entonces, los gastos deficitarios cuentan con recursos asignados que alcanzan solamente para 6 meses a valores estimados del 2020. Destaca el servicio de Internet, cuyo presupuesto anual otorgado alcanza solamente para cubrir un mes. Curiosamente, el Ejecutivo Nacional ha establecido la necesidad de prestar el servicio educativo online por motivo de la pandemia del COVID-19. Los desembolsos de recursos enviados por el Ejecutivo Nacional entre enero y febrero del 2021 apenas alcanza el 14% del total previsto para ese periodo. Los servicios de mantenimiento estimados para garantizar la cobertura de los 6 primeros meses del año ahora alcanzan para un mes y equivalen al 21% del presupuesto anual. Las limitaciones presupuestarias impidieron considerar recursos para cubrir los gastos de inversión de los proyectos académicos y de planta física. Son 52 edificios, 180.000 metros cuadrados de construcción solamente en la sede de Sartenejas. ¿Ok?
¿Esa universidad que también enseñan ciencia?
Sí,
como química y toda esa cosa.
Sí, claro.
¿Cómo hacen eso si no hay material?
No, los laboratorios se están convirtiendo en espacios abandonados debido al deterioro de las instalaciones y equipos, por un lado, y de las jubilaciones, renuncias y reposos del personal académico y administrativo. Adicionalmente, las prácticas de carácter docente a desarrollar en los laboratorios se ven afectadas como consecuencias directas de las dificultades para conseguir insumos o no contar con servicios básicos como energía eléctrica, agua potable, y así es, cuyas limitaciones o falta de disponibilidad de transporte público en la zona disminuyen la posibilidad de traslado de los miembros de la comunidad universitaria. Este aspecto es particularmente sensible para la Universidad Simón Bolívar, dada su localización periférica en el extremo sureste de la ciudad. Lili Steiner, egresada de la Universidad Simón Bolívar, expresa en el blog de comentarios de la Asociación de Egresados el sentir de quienes estudiaron, vivieron y se formaron en la Universidad Simón Bolívar. Hablar, pensar o escribir de la Bolívar genera infinita gratitud por el momento y por la transformación personal que vivieron. Gratitud por la generosa oferta de una educación de primer mundo, un sistema educativo de vanguardia, con docentes, personal, infraestructura y recursos educativos de altísima calidad. Recuerda, el socialismo funciona hasta que se acaba el dinero.
Claro.
¿Ok? Fuimos los beneficiarios de su visión y su modelo educativo, y donde quiera que estemos, trabajamos para el logro de una sociedad más justa y promovemos el desarrollo armónico y sustentable de sus dimensiones sociales, políticas, culturales y económicas. Un modelo que está visto fracasó. ¿Ok?
Siempre ha fracasado.
Mira, el socialismo ha fracasado en todas partes que se ha implementado. En todas. ¿Ok? Los judíos no pudieron, los rusos no pudieron, los chinos no pudieron, los...
pero Chávez, según él, iba a poder.
Exacto. Bueno,
los cubanos han podido por 70 años.
Eso no es otra cosa sino puro maquiavelismo, porque realmente el estudio del ser arrancado a partir del estudio de precisamente lo que tú estás escuchando ahora de El Príncipe de Maquiavelo. Cuando tú hablas de Fidel Castro no, realmente era un príncipe de Maquiavelo. O sea, las consideraciones morales dentro del gobierno no existen. Lo único que existe para ellos es tomar el poder y conservar el poder. ¿Ok? Y los principales aliados de los que se encuentran en el poder precisamente son aquellos que se supone debería disputarles el poder a ellos, y no lo hacen. ¿Por qué? Porque, como dice en el libro de Maquiavelo, el príncipe tiene que hacerle sus regalos a las personas que lo sostienen en el poder. ¿Y quiénes son las personas que lo sostienen en el poder? Los supuestos opositores.
Claro.
Son ellos los que sostienen a...
Eso no son opositores, nada, esos son colaboradores, cooperadores,
claro,
y cómplices.
Pero que ellos terminan siendo parte de ese 3% de la población donde lo tienen todo. Recuérdate cuando comentamos en este mismo programa que Ramos Ayub llegaba en una avioneta jet de comprar el mercado en Aruba. ¿Ok? A esa gente no les importa lo que esté pasando con el país.
Ellos están desconectados completamente.
No están desconectados. Ellos tienen su realidad. ¿Ok? Ellos tienen su realidad y a ellos les importa muy poco lo que ocurra debajo de su realidad. Esa es la...
El maquiavelismo. Ese es el príncipe.
Eso es el príncipe. Y Venezuela pues está en esa onda hace muchos años. No es Chávez, ¿ok? no son los 40 años de democracia. Recuérdate, cuando se muere, después de la prematura muerte de Gómez, vamos a hablar de eso enseguida de que tengamos los mensajes comerciales.
Thank you, David.
Hey folks, this is Victor with the On Point with Victor show. Make sure you listen every Tuesday 1 to 2, only right here on America's Web Radio, the On Point with Victor show. Remember folks, I'm not angry, I'm just right. And you can find out why every Tuesday from 1 to 2, the On Point with Victor show, only right here on America's Web Radio.
If you live to serve and want to make an even bigger difference, consider joining the U.S. Army. With training in fields like medical care, linguistics, and engineering, an Army career can amplify your efforts with humanitarian opportunities all over the world. Plus, you'll receive competitive pay and incredible benefits, so you'll be taken care of, too. Learn more at GoArmy.com.
Hello, my name is Rick White, and I'm the director of the Georgia Military Veterans Hall of Fame. I want to encourage all Georgia veterans to consider being nominated to the Georgia Military Veterans Hall of Fame. And if you are a Georgia veteran, and the definition of a Georgia veteran is either you were born in the state of Georgia, or you've lived here 10 years, or you were raised your right hand and joined the military in this state, you are considered a Georgia veteran. For further information, go to www.gmbhof.org, or you can contact me at 678-427-0915. We'd love to have your nomination for the Georgia Military Veterans Hall of Fame. Thank you so much.
You're listening to America's Web Radio on the AmericasBroadcastNetwork.com. Thank you for listening.
Y seguimos con Hablemos Venezolano.
Que siga el desmadre con la Universidad Simón Bolívar.
Sí, ya lo de la Universidad Simón Bolívar, como te puedes dar cuenta, es producto precisamente de la estructura socialista que ha habido en Venezuela desde hace muchísimos años.
Y tú sabes que me los he encontrado acá, ¿no? Me los he encontrado acá y quieren cambiar este país porque según ellos el socialismo funciona. Lo que pasa es que en Venezuela no funcionó. Aquí sí va a funcionar. Aquí
se va a funcionar, claro. ¿Okay? Exacto. Entonces,
aquí sí va a funcionar. Cuando ellos no se dan cuenta que el sistema socialista es el enemigo natural de los Estados Unidos.
Sí, claro.
Porque la Constitución de los Estados Unidos es lo opuesto a lo que es el sistema socialista.
Y sin embargo aquí hay mucha carga socialista.
Claro, porque la han violado la Constitución muchas veces. Pero bueno, ese es otro tema para otro día.
De eso hablaremos de los 56 senadores que violaron la Constitución cuando el
impeachment, el segundo impeachment que le hicieron a Trump.
A Trump cuando ya no era presidente.
Cuando ya no era, violaron la Constitución.
Totalmente.
Exacto.
Pero
y entonces, y también la violación de PEMS también, todo eso.
Ya lo pagarán en las elecciones. Ok. Entonces, ¿qué ocurre? Recuérdate que que hay muchos socialistas que no sabe que es socialista. Uno de los casos fue López Contreras.
Sí.
¿Ok? López Contreras es el primero que le da golpe al mercado abierto y convierte a Venezuela, crea las condiciones para que Venezuela fuera una nación dirigida por el Estado, que básicamente es el socialismo.
Claro.
En 1936, después de la muerte de Gómez, empiezan a decir que el país necesita ser modernizado.
Claro, ahí fue donde estuvo la cosa.
Y
en vez de mirar para Estados Unidos, miraron para otro lado.
Y él preguntó, es que los Estados Unidos en ese momento era un desastre. ¿Ok? Estábamos en la Gran Depresión. Entonces, ¿qué ocurre? Que él voltea a ver y pregunta, ¿cuál es el país que tiene mayor éxito en este momento? Y resultó ser la Alemania de Hitler.
¡Hitler!
Y él copia exactamente las mismas cosas que Hitler hizo. Crea un banco central al estilo del Bundesbank, le expropia el dinero a los depositantes, a toda la gente, le expropia el dinero y crea en base a ese oro, dice, estas son las reservas de la nación. No.
¿Eso no pasó aquí también?
Eso pasó aquí también. Pero el asunto está en que y fue precisamente el presidente Roosevelt el que
¿Quién lo hizo primero? ¿Venezuela robó primero a su gente o Estados Unidos robó primero a su gente?
Fueron más o menos contemporáneos.
Eso quiere decir que esto es un movimiento planetario.
Planetario. Pero
Sí,
bueno,
señor.
vamos al punto fundamental, que es que López Contreras dijo, ok, ¿quién es el que está teniendo más éxito? Hitler subió en el año 33 al poder y ya para el año 36 estaba haciendo unos Juegos Olímpicos.
Sí, yo me acuerdo de la película esa, que yo vi esa película que se llama... Esos fueron los primeros Juegos Olímpicos, ¿verdad?
Sí, no eran los primeros Juegos Olímpicos.
De la modernidad.
Fueron los Juegos Olímpicos de 1936.
Pero muy moderna.
Ellos fueron, los primeros Juegos Olímpicos de los tiempos modernos fueron en Atenas en 1896.
Entonces, ¿cuál era lo que definía que lo de Hitler fue tan diferente?
Porque él creó el modelo de Juego Olímpico con grandes inauguraciones.
¿No fue la primera transmisión de película por la
fue
televisión?
la primera transmisión por televisión y ese tipo de cosas.
Eso fue lo que le dio preponderancia.
Pero a lo que vamos es que él dice, bueno, ¿cuál es el modelo? El Bundesbank, el que expropiamos la riqueza del ciudadano de esa manera.
Claro.
Después, ¿qué otra cosa? Bueno, vamos a crear la Guardia Nacional, que era modelada al estilo de las SS alemanas.
Claro.
Ok, National. Ok, sí.
Para controlar a la gente.
Y está en la Constitución venezolana.
Sí,
para el control de la población.
Exacto.
Okay,
y aplaudido por los venezolanos.
Y es el militarismo por encima del ciudadano, que se supone que el poder civil proviene de la voluntad de la gente, que le concede al gobernante el poder. Pero el gobernante le cambió la polaridad y ahora resulta ser que el gobernante es el que le da los privilegios que al gobernante le conviene al ciudadano. ¿Ok? Pero eso viene por parte de una tradición muy larga, porque en Venezuela no existe la Carta de Derechos Individuales.
Claro, porque cuando Simón Bolívar aniquiló la primera constitución, la de 1811, que ahí estaba incluido todo eso, porque la constitución de Venezuela en 1811 estaba perfeccionada.
Era la constitución americana
pero perfeccionada, porque no tuvieron que poner Bill of Rights por un lado, sino que todo estaba insertado, con artículo. Entonces, eso es lo que pasa. Venezuela se perdió en ese momento.
Sí, básicamente sí.
¿Okay?
Entonces,
y vinieron los cubanos comunistas y la terminaron de destornillar.
No, ese ya es otro cuento, pero fundamentalmente tienes una Venezuela que pierdes la libertad económica cuando te roban tu riqueza. Pierdes la libertad de ser libre cuando te ponen un militarismo encima de ti.
Y pierdes tu identidad cuando te dan un número.
Exactamente.
¿Okay? Tú sabes que estaban hablando
es básicamente la cédula de identidad venezolana. Es básicamente que el tatuaje que le ponían a los prisioneros judíos en los campos de concentración. Igualito, ni más ni menos. ¿Ok? Así que, señores, si ustedes dicen que todo esto era la gran cosa de Venezuela, permítanme decirle que están bien equivocados.
No, hombre, y lo peor de todo es que llegan aquí a Estados Unidos a joder. Y perdona que te lo diga así, pero ya aquí en Florida, aquí en Georgia, yo veo la mano de los venezolanos aquí en las elecciones pasadas. ¿Ok? Los venezolanos políticos que están residiendo aquí en Georgia, que son de Venezuela, políticos que residen aquí, que se reúnen con el señor Kemp. Esos son los que trajeron las benditas, malditas máquinas de votación que se llaman software, que se llama dominio, pero que es conocido muy bien como el Smart Map.
Claro, y yo no le pregunté al señor Rappenberger que si las máquinas de votación...
Rappenberger es el secretario de Estado. Nosotros nos encontramos en una de nuestras andanzas de campaña y nos encontramos con él pura casualidad, ¿verdad?
No era pura casualidad, porque yo fui Yo fui monitor.
No, que fuimos a esa reunión de rock de él cuando él se presenta y tú te levantaste y fuiste
Porque yo probé las máquinas y le hice una pregunta. ¿Tienen estas máquinas algo que ver con Smartmatic? ¿Y cuál fue la respuesta del individuo?
No, esa es una compañía de Colorado, pero el muy hijo de su madre ni siquiera preguntó qué es eso, Smartmatic. Ahí fue cuando yo me di cuenta que él sabía de lo que estábamos hablando. Él sabía de lo que estábamos hablando. ¿Me entiendes? O sea, es un maquiavelismo. Porque tienen que entender una cosa. Aquí en Georgia comenzaron la lucha de los derechos civiles. Y uno de los derechos civiles es el derecho a votar.
Sí.
¿Ok? Hace más de 60 años comenzaron esa lucha.
Sí.
La lograron. Y ahora resulta que en el 2021, en el 2020, volvieron a esclavizar a las personas otra vez con las cuestiones de votación. Porque ahora es la máquina la que decide quién va a ganar y quién no va a ganar.
Exactamente.
¿Okay? Ya no son los votantes, ya no son los que lucharon por eso y ahora estamos en una plantación.
Sí.
Bueno, nos vamos. Regresamos la semana que viene. Thank you so much, David. See you next week. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
You're listening to America's Web Radio on the AmericasBroadcastNetwork.com. Thank you for listening.
Hey folks, this is Victor with the On Point with Victor show. Make sure you listen every Tuesday 1 to 2, only right here on America's Web Radio, the On Point with Victor show. Remember folks, I'm not angry, I'm just right. And you can find out why every Tuesday from 1 to 2, the On Point with Victor show, only right here on America's Web Radio.
Want to give your family or loved one the perfect gift? Then go online and check out the TornadoBodyDryer.com. I love mine and the warm heat air massage it gives me after my shower. The Tornado Body Dryer is super. You'll love it, and you'll love having one in your shop.
If you live to serve and want to make an even bigger difference, consider joining the U.S. Army. With training in fields like medical care, linguistics, and engineering, an Army career can amplify your efforts with humanitarian opportunities all over the world. Plus, you'll receive competitive pay and incredible benefits, so you'll be taken care of, too. Learn more at GoArmy.com.
You're listening to America's Web Radio on the AmericasBroadcastNetwork.com. Thank you for listening.
Pay and incredible benefits, so you'll be taken care of, too. Learn more at GoArmy.com.
This is Robert D'Agostino, Professor Robert D'Agostino with Do Facts Matter? And increasingly it's obvious they don't. But before I get into the main topic and put it all together for my listeners, I want to comment on two other things. Number one, there is an iHeart podcast about Anunnaki. This is a scandal that occurred some 50 years ago, or initiated some 50 years ago, and it's about initially about a setting or treatment center, supposedly for troubled boys. And you may want to listen to that. It's kind of interesting because, and I say that not because I've been interviewed for it personally, but it goes to show you the ineffectiveness of government. And how government is so prone to be pressured by people with political clout. Very often, people not only have political clout, they have it because of their contributions, political contributions. But those of you out there who think the government is the answer to the questions, you need to just reflect on what happened about Anawake. But getting out to the next thing, YouTube has a set of rules about what they will and will not censor. And obviously, censorship on these platforms has become a huge, huge issue. You have Barry Lynd's book, Freedom from All Masters, which particularly takes on the concentration of power in the tech giants. We're talking about Google and Amazon and Facebook and what have you. And the recent book by Josh Hawley that just came out, Senator Hawley from Missouri, The Tyranny of Big Tech. And, of course, their tyranny is being expressed is in censorship. If you don't toe the line, whatever the line happens to be, you're censored. And YouTube has the same rules. And what's interesting about YouTube, and I read this, and I probably another show I'll analyze it in detail because I didn't quite have enough time to go through every single rule and every single assertion made by them. But the bottom line is this, that YouTube decides what you can say or think about COVID-19, what you could say or think about the treatments for COVID-19, and what you could say or think about the mandates coming out from politicians about COVID-19. There's no recognition that there is some dispute about some of these areas. And that's for sure. There's a lot on the internet now about the efficacy of most masks. There is some question about whether or not the vaccine should be given to young folks. These are all matters of dispute. And you would know that, of course, from YouTube. YouTube, they've decided, their epidemiologists and medical staff on YouTube have decided what you can and cannot think and what you can and cannot say. And they forget what Feynman said, the famous physicist Feynman said that science is the knowledge that the experts are wrong. And that's what he really meant, and what that means is that science is not settled. Science is a process. Science is where scientists use a process to test theories, to test hypotheses, to test established facts. If science was settled, why aren't we living under Newton's laws? Yeah, we live under Newton's laws of physics. By the way, under the new dispensation, I'm not allowed to mention Newton's name because he's a white man. But under the Newton's laws were supposedly end-all and be-all laws of motion, laws of gravity, and of course, along came Einstein. Relativity. The GPS that we all use would not work if we only apply Newton's laws. You have to apply certain elements of relativity. Now, I want to go into that because it's beyond the scope of this talk, although I might have a guest on in the future that can talk a little bit about that and why that's so, time dilation and all that wonderful stuff. But that's the whole issue in science. You challenge, you look at things. And I was listening to an interview of a Harvard epidemiologist and medical scientist who said, was talking, an interview by a climatologist, a geologist, and a physicist. He's a physicist. And he was talking about climate change and said as they make the projections, the computer projections, more sophisticated, things become more uncertain. That's an interesting comment. As we make the computers and the computer projections more sophisticated, the results become more uncertain. Well, you collect knowledge and you have to apply it. Karl Popper, the great philosopher of science, said, science is about testing about falsification. Whenever you have a theory, when you ever have a hypothesis, you got to try to falsify it. Where are the holes? And by finding the holes, we can make the theory better. We can make the hypothesis more accurate. And that's happened with the COVID-19. Hydroxychloroquine, it's absolutely correct that it's not a cure. But it is not correct that it doesn't have a use. In many countries use it, and it's effective in the very early stages. Once you hit the hospital and the cytokine, once you hit the immune response, it's too late to use that. There's no question about it, that it's not a cure. But does it work? Early on, it seems to control, and it prevents people from going to the hospital. But you would know that from what YouTube says. You would know that from, and you could know it from the internet, at least the non-censored part of it. But it's absolutely incredible that you have to think in certain ways, you have to believe in certain ways, you have to act in certain ways. I mean, there's still governors in this wonderful country of ours with mask mandates. Mask mandates for outdoors? There's no evidence, nowhere, nothing that indicates that being outdoors without a mask, at least if you're not in a group of people, a large group of people, has any negative effects. In fact, there's positive effects. I mean, it's like any other flu-like disease, coronavirus. The key is dose and duration. If you're not with a group of people outside, it couldn't be a better place to be than a nice breezy weather outside. And how about this social distancing? Yeah, sure. If it's dose and duration, you don't want to be in close contact with someone who's infected. But how far apart do you need to be? Well, what is this 3 feet and 6 feet business all about? It's about how long it takes for the droplets to evaporate in the air. So the droplets from someone speaking, carrying the viruses in the air, and the droplets will fall to the ground and evaporate. What about the virus? Well, that's a different story. Once the droplets evaporate, the water evaporates, the virus is free of that weight. And there's certainly some indications that the virus, 27 feet maybe, that's a good number of feet for the virus to last. But it spreads out. The dose declines. It becomes less dangerous. And if there's sun out, the virus is killed. But 27 feet is, I've read that number several times about how long the virus can remain in the air. And obviously the droplets don't remain in the air that time. They're 3 feet, 6 feet, whatever, and the droplets are gone, but not the virus particles. They're not. So, and this brings me into what's going on. Since, certainly for YouTube, facts don't matter. Although a lot of what they say, I'm reading here, their policy, it's true. And a lot of it has a kernel of truth. And a lot of it has support from certain parts of the medical profession and others who don't agree. I mean, there's a very prominent doctor who's out there, epidemiologist, who thinks the vaccine does more harm or potentially more harm than good. Now, that's not the consensus. The consensus is the other way. And look, I'm in a vulnerable age group, so I've gotten the vaccine. I know some of you might have heard my son belittling the vaccine, but I think for a vulnerable group like my age group, myself, I've taken the Pfizer vaccine, both doses, so has my wife, and I would do that despite the fact that I've researched a lot of the criticisms, but the criticisms seem mostly to be relevant to younger folks taking the vaccine. Read it. I mean, there's plenty of... I understand that the platforms, Facebook and the rest of them, censor all this stuff because it doesn't fit the current religious doctrine, but you may be able to catch some of this before they knock it off. I mean, we're talking about people, scholars, medical researchers from Harvard and from Stanford University, from really some University of California. We're talking about some really top people. People who write for Lancelot, one of the two leading scholarly medical publications. So we're not talking about just anyone coming along and saying, this is no good. This is no good for political reasons. We're talking about very experienced people. Well, I'll get back to that in a minute, but I want to get into really what I'm talking about and what's going on. And certainly the Biden administration is in an all-out attack on merit. What's happening in the military, the purge in the military, is directed at anyone who... probably anyone in a leadership position who voted for Trump. It has nothing to do with ability, nothing to do with leadership. It has everything to do in the name of getting rid of domestic terrorists. It's very interesting, domestic terrorists. People who loot, we may call it take advantage of a shopping situation, who burn, who attack courthouses, who attack police stations, drive people out of business. They're peaceful protesters, or their reaction is understood. You sympathize with it. After all, the poor press group, as they steal TV sets from a Target or a Best Buy. I mean, I think that Walgreens has announced the closing of multiple pharmacies in San Francisco because they can't control the thievery. Shoplifting is rampant since the district attorney of San Francisco has announced she won't prosecute shoplifters. Therefore, they shoplift. It's what a surprise, right? That only could be a surprise to a lefty. And I was looking at what's happening in New York City. Bill de Blasio is not running for re-election. Even if he were eligible to do so, he'd probably get maybe 10% of the vote. Well known as the worst mayor in New York City history. And the odds-on favorite was Anthony Yang. He ran for president, a Democrat, very intelligent young fella, and he was the odds-on favorite. And he's mouthing all the religious doctrine of the progressive left, and progressivism is a religion, and that's part of the explanation for why facts don't matter. When you have an all-encompassing religion, it's the doctrines of the religion, whether it's a sacramental or a fetish, like wearing masks outdoors when no one else is around. That's a fetish. Our dear president is up to his ears in mask fetish. So anyway, and of course there are sacraments, infanticide, same-sex marriage. These are sacraments, and they can't be challenged because they're religious sacraments. So we have this whole progressive movement, and this is now taking over the military. Look, when President Obama became president, one of the first things he did, he understood, the left has always understood, that personnel is policy, something Republicans have never really understood, or most Republicans. But personnel is policy. If you want to control the policy or change the policy, you have to change the personnel. And we'll continue that little discussion in a moment. We're up against the break.
Hi, this is Rocky Blair, former four-time Super Bowl champion with the Pittsburgh Steelers and Vietnam veteran. As a board member, I'd like to talk to you about Warriors to Citizen, a nonprofit organization that helps American heroes, soldiers, police, fire, EMT, and their families recover from the psychological harm caused by career-induced stress. Over the last 20 years, broken relationships have been a major causal factor for the highest documented divorce rate and resulting suicides in this population. This program, From Warriors to Citizen, is delivered free to families by professionals, all whom served in uniform and understand the needs to be addressed. I ask for your support, so please go to our website, warriorstocitizen.org, and find out how you can help, either by making a donation or sharing this information with an American hero. that you may know. And thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls of all ages, join me, Roger B., every Tuesday at 1400 hours right here on America's Web Radio for the Locked and Loaded Show. We will talk about guns, weapons, ammo, gun accessories, prepping, and so much more. So be sure to join us every Tuesday at 1400 or 2 p.m. for Locked and Loaded on America's Web Radio.
If you live to serve and want to make an even bigger difference, consider joining the U.S. Army. With training in fields like medical care, linguistics, and engineering, an Army career can amplify your efforts with humanitarian opportunities all over the world. Plus, you'll receive competitive pay and incredible benefits, so you'll be taken care of, too. Learn more at GoArmy.com.
You're listening to America's Web Radio on the AmericasBroadcastNetwork.com. Thank you for listening.
This is Professor Robert D'Agostino with Do Facts Matter. We were talking about religious doctrines and which progressivism has become a religious doctrine, which, by the way, explains the censorship. I mean, if you're blasphemy, you burned at the stake, you know, in 1400s, 1300s, you could get burned at the stake, 1500s. Now, of course, they cancel you. That's because what you're saying is blasphemous. No blasphemy allowed. And also no facts allowed, because once you have a religious doctrine, and it's, you know, people understand something. And are you anti-religious, Professor D'Agostino? No, I'm anti-false religion. And progressivism is a false religion, and it's based on false facts. It's based on no facts. And he said, what about Christianity? I said, well, what about Christianity? Go look at your history from the so-called Dark Ages through the Middle Ages, and you tell me what institution founded virtually every single university. Every single educational system was created by the Catholic Church, or later on some of the Protestant churches. And who are their faculty? Mostly priests. So you go back, whether it's the University of Paris, Bologna, and all the other ones, they have either staffed by clergymen, or more than likely created by the church. So to say that the church was anti-science is crazy. And they bring up Galileo. Well, he was a pain. I mean, Galileo was protected by the Pope, but he broke his promise. The Pope didn't try to say that the Catholic Church didn't say what he was teaching was false. They said they wanted him to have some evidence, some proof. They wanted to be a little more sure about what his facts were, and he decided to publish before that. The people who were anti-Galileo were some of his colleagues at the university, because he was a thoroughly disliked person. So the whole story should be told, not just the myth. But, of course, the myth is more important sometimes than the real story. In any case, look it up. Get any of the ancient universities, or the universities in Europe, prestigious universities, look at what year they were founded. Look at who founded them. I mean, even in the Muslim Arab Muslim, when the Muslims had some institutes of higher learning, much of their faculty were Christians and Jews, aside from Muslims. And in fact, one of their most famous universities was closed down by a reformist Muslim group who wanted to return to the purity of the days of Muhammad. And you can look that one up too, and see where you see where that goes. And anyway, what's going on in the military is a disgrace, because what's going on in the military now is the issues of diversity and equity now trump ability. So we're going to have a force that will substitute lessons in interrogation of enemies with diversity training. Our leaders will learn how to be choose as their colleagues people who are up to speed on intersectionality.
who are against white supremacy. You'll pick by quota. So many women, so many men, so many black men, of course, or Hispanic men, so many transsexuals, so many gays. Yeah, look, the outgoing general counsel of Coca-Cola, who is big on diversity, he wrote letters to outside law firms, letters to internally about hiring. One letter that he sent to outside law firms said that they would not have any business from Coke unless their hires were at least 50% from diverse groups, and he named them American Indians, women. I don't know why women get in that list sometimes. I mean, my goodness, if you take a look at college today, the majority of college students are women. The majority of schools, students in law schools are women. And I think they're about half of the medical school patients. So I don't understand why people are still talking about diversity and saying women are in the list. Women in general are in the list. I guess American Indian women would be in the list, or black women, although look at the statistics on the income of black women, and you kind of wonder what they're doing on that list. But in any case, the military is now in the throes of a diversity push. There are too many white males in the special forces, SEALs and the other special forces. No, too many white males. We got to do something else. And not enough women. Well, essentially no women. So what happens to our military when we decide that diversity and equity as defined by the left, the progressive left, are more important than fighting ability or leadership or strength for that matter? We'll see how effective our military is going to be. And we'll see how effective our special forces are going to be if they have to, the special forces, those people, those men who are in the special forces, they're physically extremely strong. And there are no women who can match men for strength and stamina. There's always, I shouldn't say no, but the number of those women who can even come close is minuscule. And that's been shown time and time again, which is why a lot of the cities have reduced the physical requirements for firemen or fire persons because women just can't qualify. Just because of physical strength, muscle, not because of brains, not because of ability in other things, but in terms of carrying the hoses and carrying people up and down ladders. There are differences. I know this is terrible, and I risk being canceled. Men and women are different. They're different in genetics. They're different in brain structure. They're different in muscle structure. They're different in hormones. And no matter what you do and how many hormones you block, or how many hormones you inject, or how many surgeries you have, you're still a biological male or a biological woman. I know that's terrible, because nowadays you are supposed to deny biology. Baby is born, you're supposed to ask, and you're not supposed to ask what is it, a boy or a girl, because the answer by those who are with it will be, my baby hasn't chosen yet. Yes, right. The baby hasn't chosen yet. That's the answer to the question of, have you just had a boy or a girl? My baby hasn't chosen yet. And now you can't call mother and dad. What do you have to call them now? The birthing parent? Anyone could birth a baby. That is actually what these crazy progressives or some have said. Anyone can birth a baby. What do you mean anyone can birth a baby? And of course, what they mean by that is a woman who claims her gender is male, she can have a baby. Well, my goodness, doesn't that make her a biological female? Oh, no. Her gender, she's chosen her gender as male, which means that males can have babies, right? That's right. You think that's ridiculous? Well, go check it out. So where are we? And you have to understand that progressivism is a religion. So that's why the reaction, the cancel reaction, the nasty, vicious reaction to anyone who disagrees with anything that comes out of the mouths of the progressives. That includes this COVID thing, because a lot of the rules that governors have put in, I'm talking about Murphy in New Jersey and Cuomo in New York and Whitmer in Michigan and Newsom in California, they're all, of course, Democrats, and they're all progressives. And it's all about control and power. If one thing about Saul Alinsky has taught us is that as far as the left is concerned, the only thing that counts is power. Forget the issues. Saul Alinsky pointed out very clearly, don't talk issues until you have power. Because when you start to talk issues, people have slightly different views, and you get into debates. The only thing for a leftist is the revolution. And those are his words, is the seizure of power. So, and you seize power, what do? Well, you got Gramsci involved in this too. You have to destroy the family. Doing that okay. Destroy the church. Doing that okay. And right after the break, we'll get back to the other destructions and how all this ties together.
Hello, my name is Rick White, and I'm the director of the Georgia Military Veterans Hall of Fame. I want to encourage all Georgia veterans to consider being nominated to the Georgia Military Veterans Hall of Fame. And if you are a Georgia veteran, and the definition of a Georgia veteran is either you were born in the state of Georgia, or you've lived here 10 years, or you were raised your right hand, joined the military in this state, you are considered a Georgia veteran. For further information, go to www.gmvhof.org, or you can contact me at 678-427-0915. We'd love to have your nomination for the Georgia Military Veterans Hall of Fame. Thank you so much.
Hello, I'm Dr. Mike Karuchak. Have you ever wondered what doctors talk about amongst themselves? If you do, join us on the Doctor's Lounge and hear the doctors' conversations amongst themselves. Join me and my co-host, Dr. Hal Schertz, every Thursday morning, 8 to 9 a.m.
Hi, this is Rocky Blair, former four-time Super Bowl champion with the Pittsburgh Steelers and Vietnam veteran. As a board member, I'd like to talk to you about Warriors to Citizen, a nonprofit organization that helps American heroes, soldiers, police, fire, EMT, and their families recover from the psychological harm caused by career-induced stress. Over the last 20 years, broken relationships have been a major causal factor for the highest documented divorce rate and resulting suicides in this population. This program, From Warriors to Citizen, is delivered free to families by professionals, all whom served in uniform and understand the needs to be addressed. I ask for your support, so please go to our website, warriorstocitizen.org, and find out how you can help, either by making a donation or sharing this information with an American hero that you may know. And thank you.
You're listening to America's Web Radio on the AmericasBroadcastNetwork.com. Thank you for listening.
This is Professor Robert D'Agostino with Do Facts Matter, going through the list of what progressives to advance their religion are doing. And we talked about the destruction of the family, destruction of the influence of the church, and that's really for sure. I mean, to be a Christian in Western countries today is to run afoul of the law. I mean, in Finland, they are criminally charged a former member of the Finnish parliament with hate speech because she quoted the Bible. And so, therefore, in defense of Christian morality, she didn't ask anybody to do anything about attacking people she didn't agree with. She has the old view of the Christian view, which is hate the sin, love the sinner, and so she never had made anything about. She just said she didn't approve of things, and she based it on her biblical views. And she is under criminal indictment in Finland, and that's happening in the United Kingdom. It's happening in a lot of the Western countries. It's not yet in Eastern Europe. They're holding the line. So you have to destroy private, and then after religion, you got to destroy private property. That has to be go, and of course the free market, which is essentially based on private property. And when Black Lives Matter leadership claims that they're trained Marxists, read Marx. He is completely evil, the number one evil is private property. That's why Stalin had 40,000 kulaks killed in the Soviet Union, because they had private plots of land. They were growing crops and selling them to others so they wouldn't starve, and Stalin had them killed. You got to destroy private property. And you think it's what about this looting? I mean, you think Antifa, which is the brown shirt wing of the progressive movement, you think they didn't know what they were doing? Looting? What did that destroy? Private property. Destroyed people being able to take care of themselves without having to rely on the government. That is really harks back to the... No. We have to have all power concentrated in the center. So what's in it for all these groups? What's in it for the corporations? Well, obviously the corporations, they look at the market as globalization, and that's one reason they hated Trump so much, because Trump actually thought that perhaps we ought to save some of the local communities and save some of their manufacturing and some of their businesses, and by not playing this global game. Many years ago I talked to Pete DuPont, who is governor of Delaware, thinking about running for president, and we were talking about economic theory, and I said, Pete, it wouldn't be a bad idea to think a little bit about kind of a little modified mercantilism to protect American manufacturing and American workers, because after all, if it's a global economy, sooner or later, wages are going to equalize. So, which means American wages go down while some of the wages, which are too low, I agree, but wages go up elsewhere. And no, he was all for free trade because free trade was more efficient. Well, it is more efficient economically. It probably is. It probably is more efficient. If the only thing you will care about is efficiency, and then you can treat labor as a commodity. And that's, of course, what corporations want to do. People are either customers or commodities. If they're commodities, you go where the commodities are cheapest. Asia, China, Africa, where you can get low wages, where you can take advantage of the workers. A little slave labor in China, in the Uyghurs, helping Nike make their sneakers. What the heck? People are commodities, or they're customers. So one or the other. So for the corporations, then, this wokeness, this globalization, this anti-Trump, this viciously anti-Trump, anti-Republican, is all about money. Well, not all about money. It's all about limiting competition, because the more powerful the central government, the more the central government issues edicts and passes regulations, the harder it is for people to compete, small businesses to be created, for people to do startup companies. And the last thing the big corporations want is competition. So with government promising to limit competition because they're hostile to small business, the Obama administration is a good example of an administration completely hostile to small business. And not necessarily intentionally hostile, although some people are intentionally hostile, because private property is evil. That's what Marx taught. Of course, they were very happy with Obama. And we'll see, this idea that they are not happy with Biden is just not so. Especially since, although Biden's talking about this tax increase and that tax increase, behind it all, listen to Jerry Nadler in New York. I talked about this before. He wants to return the ability to the wealthy to write off all the taxes, state and local taxes they pay against federal taxes. Trump limited that to $10,000 write-off. Some of these wealthy folks pay $200,000 and $300,000 or $400,000 in taxes. And if they can write them off against federal taxes, they're going to have a huge federal tax cut. So what the Biden administration, and of course those wealthy people are primarily from the Democratic states. We're talking about New York, Connecticut, New Jersey, California. That's where they're centered, and those who will benefit greatly because those are very high tax states, and they want to write off all their taxes against federal taxes. Trump said no. You want to know why they hated Trump so much? There's a good answer right now. Trump cost them money. Trump was big mouth and he was some crude, and one would hope that he would act a little more presidential, but that doesn't explain why he was so hated. You got to go deeper than that. And deeper than that, you end up with, at least on one level, money. And on the corporate level, it comes down to money. So that's in it. But how do you maintain power? Well, big corporations who fund the Democrats, it's about money. It's about return. What about other groups? How do you get other groups? And what is this whole idea of identity politics? Or, as someone put it, making Americans hate each other. That's critical race theory. That's what it essentially does. It's about something else. It's about power, and it's about status. The Democrats promise groups that historically low status, or groups that think they have low status, will now have more status. Let's look at the LGBTQ community. And I'm not just talking about those who have same-sex attraction, but this whole group of people with same-sex attraction and people who have sexual dysphoria, who are essentially emotionally troubled. And what the Democrats promised them is status. Not only power, but status. I can remember growing up in the 50s, the homosexual community wanted tolerance, so they got it. The tolerance means that you may not approve of their behavior, may not approve of what they do, but you're going to live with it. You're going to recognize these are human beings, and you're not going to encourage it, and you may even condemn it as sinful. But you go to hate the sin, love the sinner. Well, they got tolerance. Then they wanted acceptance. Well, the gay community got acceptance. They no longer discriminate against most places, and to believe that the traditional gay community suffers from discrimination is nonsense. If you look at the income, disposable income is higher than the average other American. They essentially control the media, the mainstream media. Look at how many talking heads on TV are out homosexuals. They certainly control the New York Times and Hollywood. So you name it, and they're in a position of authority and power. So what's left? Status. All right, so they get their tolerance and have acceptance. Now they want approval. Well, that may be a bridge too far for a lot of people. But they got approval, at least from the so-called cultural elites have been willing to approve of that behavior. Oh, it's a loving behavior. Okay, fine, approval. But the next step is control. And, of course, ultimately, status is based on who controls what. And, therefore, if you promise this community control, they have status. And the Biden administration has been putting people in positions of authority without regard to merit. After all, merit, as the progressives have told us, is just another word for white supremacy. I don't know if they know what they're saying, but that's what they say. So merit is no longer a test for supervisory positions. And we had an interesting article on that by Heather McDonald in the City Journal. Diversity Over Discovery was the name of the article. Talked about some of the people that Biden is putting in charge of various, or including the crucial one in defense, relates to the defense of the country. And we have the Department of Energy's Office of Science, which is closely related to defense, is the largest funder of the physical science in the U.S. And who does he appoint? he appoints someone with almost no background in anything except diversity. But of course, the person appointed, the new nominee's only managerial experience consists of serving since 2020 as an interim associate dean of UC Merced Graduate Division, which is a division that encourages diversity over merit. And Berhe is, but this person is a black female who, quote, won, quote, accolades for her work to promote diversity in science, unquote, as Science Magazine puts it. And so she has authority for choosing what to fund, how to fund it, and if her main issue is diversity hiring, we're in big trouble in the area of government support for pure scientific research. So we have now, go back to this idea, once again, policy, personnel is policy. There we have it. And again, going back to what I started to say before, President Obama understood that perfectly. One of the first things he did when he became president was hire some 10,000 plus new federal bureaucrats. And he hired them across a number of departments, and they infiltrated, and for 8 years of the Obama administration, he was able to corrupt by politicizing the IRS, the CIA, the FBI, and the DOJ. The only thing that wasn't corrupted and politicized by Obama was the military, which Biden is now taking up that. Unfortunately, Trump, one of his big shortfalls, was he didn't really understand that personnel is policy and did not rid himself of all these people. You know, when and I'll pick up this in a minute. Right now, we're up against a break.
Hello, my name is Rick White, and I'm the director of the Georgia Military Veterans Hall of Fame. I want to encourage all Georgia veterans to consider being nominated to the Georgia Military Veterans Hall of Fame. And if you are a Georgia veteran, then the definition of a Georgia veteran is either you were born in the state of Georgia, or you've lived here 10 years, or you were raised your right hand and joined the military in this state. You are considered a Georgia veteran. For further information, go to www.gmvhof.org, or you can contact me at 678-427-0915. We'd love to have your nomination for the Georgia Military Veterans Hall of Fame. Thank you so much.
Hey folks, this is Victor with the On Point with Victor show. Make sure you listen every Tuesday 1 to 2, only right here on America's Web Radio, the On Point with Victor show. Remember folks, I'm not angry, I'm just right. And you can find out why every Tuesday from 1 to 2, the On Point with Victor show, only right here on America's Web Radio. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls of all ages, join me, Roger B., every Tuesday at 1400 hours right here on America's Web Radio for the Locked and Loaded show. We will talk about guns, weapons, ammo, gun accessories, prepping, and so much more. So be sure to join us every Tuesday at 1400 or 2 p.m. for Locked and Loaded on America's Web Radio.
You're listening to America's Web Radio on the AmericasBroadcastNetwork.com. Thank you for listening.
So Professor Robert D'Agostino back with New Facts Matter and talking about what's in it for these various groups. And what's in it for the corporations is money and probably being invited to the right parties. After all, it's nice to rub shoulders with Hollywood stars, apparently. I mean, it's kind of interesting that you look at basketball players who make $10 million a year and have $40 million homes, hobnobbing with entertainers who have $90 million homes, talking about how oppressed they are. It's really, to me, either you believe what they say or you believe your eyes. The last thing, yeah, there's racism in this country. I agree. The Democratic Party is a racist party through and through. I've got an article about that. Whether you start with the founder of the Democratic Party, President Jackson. By the way, President Jackson, who founded the modern Democratic Party in the 1830s, was not only a slaveholder and a harsh slaveholder, and treated slaves terribly, he also was a slave trader. He traded in slaves as commodities. That's how he made a lot of his money before he became president. And my article comes out, I've got that well footnoted. So you start with the founder of the Democratic Party, go right through to the current, and the Democratic Party is a racist party. And so what's in it? They have a coalition of people who they're promising status to. They promise power, and they promise status. And that's what they're holding their coalition together. Sure, you got to convince people maybe that they're victims. I mean, it's hard for me to see women as a class as victims, but the Democrats do what they can to try and convince a lot of women that they're victims. So they have a coalition essentially of single women, a majority of blacks, and there's so many blacks who understand they're not victims, that times have changed, even since when I was growing up. And in New York, and if the country's so racist, why are so many African Americans, black Americans, moving away from the centers of liberalism, Chicago, Detroit, New York, and where are they coming? Why, to the old racist South, right? And you ask them, why have your parents moved you down there to Atlanta or to the area around Atlanta? Oh, for opportunity. I see. And of course, that doesn't change their voting. They still vote for the same people who got them in trouble, who got Detroit in trouble, who wrecked Detroit, who are busy destroying New York, Chicago, you name it. These progressives, San Francisco, where the prosecutor in San Francisco has announced that she won't prosecute theft, and therefore the stores are closing because they can't control theft in their stores. Those people just come in and shoplift whenever they feel like it, and there's nothing these store owners can do about it. Some store owners put everything behind lock and key, so if you want to buy something, you got to come out with the key, open the cabinet to give you something. But that's certainly expensive and time-consuming, but that's what has to be done, apparently, in some areas. In any case, what's in it? So we know that if you look at what's in it, it's what's in it for people is a power, or the promise of power, and the promise of status. And, of course, you have to then say who has the power. So you now decided that it's white, heterosexual males who have the power, and they have to surrender the power. So we have this nonsense about white privilege. I think the real answer is that we, up until recently, had a pretty much of a merit system in this country for advancement, and for various reasons having to do with, social and contacts, luck to an extent, people advanced based on luck, merit, and contacts. And as African Americans and Hispanic Americans make contacts, get more useful education, they're rising up the ranks. Look at what is the most educated group in the country? You know what it is? Group with the highest level of education in the country? Nigerians, Americans of Nigerian descent. Look it up. And there's various other groups, Asian groups, and black groups, very high up on the list of income. And as Thomas Sowell and Walter Williams have pointed out, many discriminated in Africa, where Indians from India were discriminated against, and East Asia, discrimination against Chinese. That did not stop them from becoming economically successful, financially successful. So even if there is discrimination, it does not serve as a barrier to those who don't want it to be a barrier, or those who have the opportunity not to. But of course the Democrats want to make sure that there's an underclass that they can claim victimhood, and that the Democrats can claim, we will give you power when we get rid of these white privileged men. And so what do? Every time the African American community, American blacks, start to assimilate into the middle class, start to rise up, and their income starts to close the gap with whites, and their educational achievement starts to close. The Democrats think of another way to keep them from advancing, whether it was Jim Crow laws in the South when the Reconstruction era ended, or whether it was the war on poverty, which essentially wrecked the black family, and we know that crime is related to being raised, males anyway, being raised in single-parent homes, and it doesn't make any difference if you're white or black. The reason there's so much more black crime is so many more black males are raised without their daddies because the federal government has paid women to stay unmarried, has taken over the role of supporter of black families and relieved men of their responsibility to take care of their own children. And if you look at the white crime rates and you see who commits them, the young white males who commit crimes, they have been raised by and large in single-parent homes. So it's the key variable is single-parent homes, whether you're white or black. But of course, the Democratic policies are aimed at increasing dependency, because that way you increase power at the center. So we have a party which is racist to the core, the Democrats, and let's face it, some of them think they're doing good. Some of the Democrats think they're doing good, but I'm telling you, the people running the show idea-wise know exactly what they're doing. They intend to collapse the country if they can. And if you don't believe me, I want you to look up a pair of sociologists called Cloward, C-L-O-W-A-R-T, and Piven, their husband and wife, P-I-V-I-N. Cloward and Piven. In 1996, they put out what needs to be done to collapse America and to then recreate it on utopian grounds. So they said what has to be done. Saul Alinsky gives us the strategy, and Saul Alinsky's strategy is any means to noble ends, and the noble ends for Saul Alinsky, power. Therefore, lies don't matter. Sacrificing people's lives don't matter. All in the name of getting power. The one good thing about this, if there is a silver lining, is that the left is always eats its own, because they can never create the utopia. It always falls short. And they always fall short because there are evil people. There are people not following through. And whether you were Lenin, whether you were Danton and Robespierre, or you're Hitler, he was a progressive. Of course he was a progressive. Don't tell me he wasn't progressive. He was praised as a progressive when he first came to power. Mussolini. Yes, because they were corporatists. No, not socialists. Corporatism. Corporatism is the alliance, is centralizing all economic power in the central government in a cooperative effort by big corporations, big economic units, big unions, and big government. When Theodore Roosevelt, I just get really a little annoyed at some of my friends who, Theodore Roosevelt, the trust buster. Well, no. Theodore Roosevelt, yes, he went after Rockefeller because he wanted to show Rockefeller who was boss. Theodore Roosevelt or Rockefeller, and he showed him who was boss. Theodore Roosevelt, of course, Rockefeller made it like a bandit, but financially by having the Standard Oil broken up. Oh, you say, what? Broke up the monopoly, and he made out like a bandit economically? Yes, because he got shares in all the companies that succeeded Standard Oil, and that was worth more than Standard Oil alone. But when he ran as a bull moose, he ran explicitly as a corporatist candidate. He could have been economically spouting the same stuff Mussolini spouted. So economically, corporatists. They're corporatists. They're not socialists. They're corporatists. They don't want to nationalize the governments. They just want to control it all from the center in cooperation with those who know how to run it. You know, as Hitler said, and I'm just paraphrasing, he was asked early in his regime, aren't you a socialist? And Hitler said, of course, National Socialist Party. We're socialists. And he said, well, why aren't you doing what Lenin did in Russia and take over all the businesses? And Hitler's answer, and I'm paraphrasing, was, I want to keep the people who know how to run the business, running the business, as long as they do what I tell them. And that's how the government is, as long as they do what we tell them. So now we have a centralized, just look at this stuff that Biden is proposing. I mean, this whole thing with the Green New Deal is a deal to concentrate economic power in the center. And corporatist, because you don't nationalize, it's corporate. And so what else? What has to be destroyed? You have to fool the people. Therefore, you got to destroy the First Amendment. So go right back, and we see what's happening. The big corporations, the big monopoly corporations, big tech, they're completely cooperative and completely on board about destroying the free speech. So the First Amendment is under serious attack. And the Democrats fear that the courts might protect some elements of free speech, because don't forget, the First Amendment applies to government action, not private action. And they're really afraid of that. They're also afraid that the Republicans might get in charge and might finally do something that shows they're not cowards and actually do something about what's going on. Rather than talking about it, do something about it. And so the First Amendment has to go, and the Second Amendment has to go. I mean, we can't let people who are actually law-abiding have guns, and we have these terrible incidences where people, mass murders, some of them, if the law in the books had been enforced, wouldn't have occurred, like the Parkland murders in Florida. But I think I mentioned this before, and I'll mention it again. When I get a lot of requests from the Brady PAC about gun control, and although the show is over, I will tell you that I wrote to the Brady PAC and say, your proposals are quite interesting. What's your proposal to take guns away from criminals? And I've gotten no response. Thank you for listening.
If you live to serve and want to make an even bigger difference, consider joining the U.S. Army. With training in fields like medical care, linguistics, and engineering, an Army career can amplify your efforts with humanitarian opportunities all over the world. Plus, you'll receive competitive pay and incredible benefits, so you'll be taken care of, too. Learn more at GoArmy.com.
My name is Kyle Hayes, a motorsports student at Alfred State College. Every year, Alfred State students compete in the Great Race, which is a cross-country time endurance rally for vintage vehicles. As you can imagine, it's pretty costly. I'm asking for your help. Your donation can make it possible for these students to live their passion and promote the vintage automobile industry. Please visit our site at give.alfredstate.edu and search Great Race to learn more and help us reach our goal. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Dr. Mike Karuchak. Have you ever wondered what doctors talk about amongst themselves? If you do, join us on the Doctor's Lounge and hear the doctors' conversations amongst themselves. Join me and my co-host, Dr. Hal Schertz, every Thursday morning, 8 to 9 a.m.
Hello, my name is Rick White, and I'm the director of the Georgia Military Veterans Hall of Fame. I want to encourage all Georgia veterans to consider being nominated to the Georgia Military Veterans Hall of Fame. And if you are a Georgia veteran, and the definition of a Georgia veteran is either you were born in the state of Georgia, or you've lived here 10 years, or you were raised your right hand and joined the military in this state, you are considered a Georgia veteran. For further information, go to www.gmbhof.org, or you can contact me at 678-427-0915. We'd love to have your nomination for the Georgia Military Veterans Hall of Fame. Thank you so much.
Hey, folks, this is Victor with the On Point with Victor show. Make sure you listen every Tuesday, 1 to 2.
I ask for your support, so please go to our website, warriorstocitizen.org, and find out how you can help, either by making a donation or sharing this information with an American hero that you may know.
D'Agostino with Do Facts Matter. Interesting two phone calls I got today. One was from a good friend of mine who was scheduled to be a guest, and he backed out. And I said, why are you backing out? You have a lot of interesting things to say. You have a lot of knowledge about certain things. And he said, well, I'm in an area, in a field where I have a lot of clients. And some of these clients are quite wealthy, and they're, politically correct. And coming on your show could endanger my relationship with some of these clients. I said, well, how about anonymously? He said, no, I'll think about it. So we'll see. He might appear in a few weeks. He might not. And the second one I got actually was an email from a good friend of mine, and it was the greatest baseball play ever. I said, well, that's interesting. And, of course, what showed up on the Internet was Rick Monday in April of 1976, when Rick Monday ran on the field when these two young folks were attempting to set the American flag on fire in the middle of the baseball field, and he ran out and grabbed the flag before it could be set on fire. And I was kind of wondering about that. Obviously, young folks are ones who do. Young folks are suckers. They always are. Any utopian scheme, any nonsense, you always rely on the young. This is Professor Robert D'Agostino with Do Facts Matter.
You're listening to America's Web Radio. And now time for the Classic Car Show with Steve Ronaldo and Jim Weber.
Welcome to America's Web Radio and the Classic Car Show. And we've got a whole crew here. We could take a car apart. In fact, we could change the tires on it in, less than 5 seconds if we were at Road Atlanta or something like that?
Or in the Bronx, one of the two.
Yeah, in the Bronx, yeah. Well, one thing about it, you wouldn't get in any trouble.
No.
Yeah, but they only take them off.
Yeah.
There's no installation included in the price.
No.
But anyway, we're here on the Classic Car Show, and our guest has not shown up yet, so we're going to take it from there and continue our talk on tours.
Yes.
Yeah, we can do that. We've had a busy past few weeks. We took the Jaguar to Charlotte, and they had 240 cars, which is pretty good.
That's very good.
Yeah, and there were some really interesting cars that were there. There was a Thomas Flyer that was there, just first time out, first junior car. A few other old brass era cars, which is kind of unusual. But the meets have changed, and it's kind of interesting. If any of you have ever been to an AACA national meet, they don't open the doors or the hood anymore. You have to have it open, or tell the team captain that they have permission to, and they don't open they want the windows down so they can look in the car. They don't get in the car.
Wow.
Because of the COVID stuff.
Yeah.
The protocols have all changed. So it was kind of interesting. But anyway, the Jaguar got a first junior, which I was very pleased. That was kind of cool. Yeah, that was kind of cool. I was kind of surprised.
Mr. Gilson did the detail on that?
He came over and showed me. I've been using this ceramic coating
in the gray bottle, the McGuire's.
I don't know who makes it, but it seems to be a fairly easy process. Yep. It doesn't involve a lot of work. So if you're looking for stuff to get your car ready, well, I spent a lot of time cleaning that thing underneath with my little pressure, and it is a little pressure washer, and under the hood, detailed the whole interior. I had quite a few hours in this thing, but the car looked very, very nice.
Good.
It did. It looked nice.
On its worst day, it looks fantastic.
Well, it's dirty now because coming back, it just poured, and I haven't washed it. But I hadn't been out for a while, so I drove it this morning. But it was kind of an interesting thing. There was no banquet. They had the trophy presentation at 3 o'clock on the show field
on Saturday.
Yeah, so there was no dinner. There was no judge's breakfast.
What state?
Charlotte. This is national. This is AAC national. This is their rules now.
Okay, so it was in Pennsylvania? Or?
No, Charlotte.
North Carolina.
Charlotte.
Okay.
Yeah, and the racetrack wouldn't let them use. They wouldn't let them use the racetrack.
I thought North Carolina was an open state now.
No. Well, this is a couple 3 weeks ago.
Well, but it's AACA rules.
These are AAC national rules because they all have to comply to the same rules all the time. And so when your judges show up at 9 o'clock, you have a get together with your team. You meet your team, and national awards is different, but
yeah. What class was your Jag in?
25D.
D. Okay.
25D.
How many cars were in it?
8, I think.
Mostly British.
Yeah, there was a couple other, a BMW, and some other things I don't remember, but it was just a different way. It's not a bad way to do it. Nothing has changed scoring wise. It's what they do on the show field, which is kind of interesting.
Yeah.
To me, because it's the first meet I've been to since over a year, well over a year.
Yeah.
I didn't go to Florida last year, which was the only activity last year.
Right.
Except for Gettysburg, and I didn't see the need to go all the way to Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
But I had a nice long discussion with Steve. We had breakfast together at the Embassy Suites and talked about a lot of stuff.
We should get Steve Moskowitz on.
Yeah, we need to get. There's a lot of changes going on in as far as AACA, and generally what AACA does, the rest of the hobby sort of follows along to some degree anyway. So
you didn't upset Steve or anything, did you?
I tried.
I know. That's why I asked.
I did try. But we were talking about the building and one of the things that we're seeing, and I'm going to talk about the tour, is, of course, the decrease in membership in all of these things.
You mean in attendance?
In membership in the organization.
Oh, really?
Yeah. It's the same that happened down at the VMCCA tour. And Ray Maxfield was talking directly about the number they've lost. They've lost quite a few people.
Maxfield?
Huh?
Ray Maxfield.
Maxfield, yeah, Ray Maxfield. Yeah.
Boy, you've hung out with 2 presidents.
Yeah, well, I was going to see Joe, but I couldn't find a mask. Yeah, I couldn't find a mask. Yeah.
Okay.
But anyhow, so there's a lot of changes, and they're hoping to have Hershey this year. They're hoping. It all depends. It's the same what happened in Charlotte, why the Charlotte Motor Speedway couldn't have their stuff, because it's a public business. So in North Carolina, there are all these rules that they can't have this and have that. Well, Hershey Park is open.
Oh, the amusement park.
The amusement park is open, and the reason that they can be open is that it has no public funding. The same now, if you're interested in stuff, Carlisle, the other big flea market in Carlisle, Pennsylvania, all of theirs, like they have Chryslers at Carlisle, they have trucks at Carlisle, they have sports cars, they have all of these different flea markets, and they can be open because they get no government involvement at all in their business, so they can do what they want. And Charlotte, being Motor Speedway, even though it's a private concern, I don't know, he was trying to explain it has something to do with the number of people and all of this kind of stuff, so they couldn't have it at Charlotte. They had it at the convention center on the grounds of the Embassy Suites, just 3/4 of a mile from the racetrack.
Okay.
So it was a totally different way to do the same thing, actually.
Let me ask you something, Steve. Just like you said, it was a totally different way to do things. So what was the reaction of the folks that were there?
Everybody, I heard nothing bad. I didn't hear anything. I mean, they have to play by rules too. So it is what it is at this point, and obviously things are going to change.
Yeah, but don't you think that since we've all been welled up for so long, that anything is better than what we've gone through?
Yeah, something is better than nothing at this point.
Yeah, and it sounds like with the judging, they're still protective, and they've just changed their process a little bit.
Yeah. They don't want to get in the car in case. I don't know how long the germs live on your steering wheel.
Who knows? Who knows?
Yeah. We'll ask the Fouch. He knows.
Yeah. Okay. So you had 240 cars there, and what do you figure? You had 500 people.
Well,
at least?
Well, and there was a lot of spectators too because it's a big place.
Yeah.
I mean, so it was advertised. I mean, the Hornets Nest region put it in the Charlotte paper, so there was a lot of people walking around too.
Yeah.
So outside, was everyone wearing a mask?
The judging teams, yes, it was required of them. But the public, no.
How about rubber gloves?
No.
No
No
gloves?
proctologist there.
No, I mean, I know, but
I know.
It's the company I do work for. I have to wear a mask and nitrile gloves.
Well, I'm sure. I'm sure there were a couple who felt they wanted to. So I didn't see any. See, in national awards, I don't really do judging team stuff. I'm out by myself. But because I had the Jag in Class 25, and I normally do Class 24 and 25 race cars and sports cars, I got assigned a different class, which was 36 or 38 muscle cars. And I'll tell you what, I had these muscle cars that these guys do are absolutely amazing. I walked around looking. They're out of the 10 cars I had in those classes, the muscle car class. All but 2 were almost perfect cars. These guys are so immaculate, and the nice thing is they're newer, so everything is available, and it's a cult. And these guys do just an absolutely phenomenal job. I mean, I was just, you got to be kidding me with these things. They've even gone to the point to study as it's going down the assembly line where the inspector would have stood and put the stamp, the general location of his stamp on there. And they have some of them have found out who was working the assembly line that day. All these records are available to these guys. So the guy has his name stamp or initials and does it.
Where do they put it?
Wherever whatever they were looking
on the
at.
frame.
On the frame, on the fenders.
The build sheet's on the top of the gas tank on most of these cars.
So it was just phenomenal. I was walking around looking at. There was a Buick GS something or
400.
other. I don't know what it is, but anyway, it was their top line high performance. It was one of the fastest muscle cars, if not the fastest. It's as fast, if not faster, than a Hemi. This is 455, and it was just, it was just absolutely amazing. I was looking at you got to be kidding me.
Well, then the Buick had the Skylark too, right?
Well, that was a little car.
Yeah. These were, I don't know.
This was the intermediate.
It was the Oldsmobile. Yeah. It was like a 442 or Chevelle size car.
Yeah.
And was there a little GTO there?
Yeah, I had one GTO in this class. But what was cool was in the other class, I have a friend who lives in near Asheville, and the high school there got donated a Javelin. And the high school class is restoring this Javelin, so they brought it up for everybody to see and had stuff about what the high school class was doing.
Wonderful.
Yeah, and they're doing an exceptionally nice job. One of the old Javelins, the first AMC ones with the, what was it, 401 or something?
There was a 304.
I don't know. This is a pretty good size V8 in it.
Yeah, there were 2 or 3 engines in that car.
But so that was kind of neat to see.
Wow.
And if anybody's interested, they're looking for donations to the school. And if anybody's interested, call the station or email the station. And if you're interested and like to donate, we send them money to help the kids complete this project.
Good.
Because they're getting no funding from the school system.
Okay.
On that note, we're going to take our first break, and we'll be right back with Steve and Jim right after this.
Hi, this is Steve Ronaldo, host of the Classic Car Show on America's Web Radio. Just talking to you about antique car insurance. I think that if you're looking for the best coverage for your classic car, consider J.C. Taylor Insurance. They've been my insurer for years in this hobby and have the top rating of all of the insurance companies in the hobby. When you get ready for insurance, call J.C. Taylor or visit jctaylor.com on the internet.
My name is Kyle Hayes, a motorsports student at Alfred State College. Every year, Alfred State students compete in the Great Race, which is a cross-country time endurance rally for vintage vehicles. As you can imagine, it's pretty costly. I'm asking for your help. Your donation can make it possible for these students to live their passion and promote the vintage automobile industry. Please visit our site at give.alfredstate.edu and search Great Race to learn more and help us reach our goal. Thank you.
You're listening to America's Web Radio on the AmericasBroadcastNetwork.com. Thank you for listening.
And we're back on the Classic Car Show with Steve Ronaldo and Jim Weber. Nothing like I washed my tongue this morning and I can't do a thing with it.
That's okay. That's okay. I've been called worse.
Mr. Ronaldo and Mr. Weber, and they're streaming on YouTube, and they'll soon be streaming on something else. But we got their mug shots up there and ready to go, and it's going to be a great weekend.
Hey, it's Mother's Day weekend, too.
And it is.
I've been called a mother by a lot of people.
Yeah, well, I'm not wishing you a happy Mother's Day.
Were those driving down the road, or were those
but it was an interesting national meet. It really was. And
well, it sounds like fun.
Yeah, it was different, but it was the same, just a little different. Yeah. You know, the procedures were a little different, but it was kind of cool, and I'm glad to see them back again. And then
were you able to recognize friends with their masks on?
Most of the owners did not have a mask on. I would say the bulk of the public who came and the car owners did not. But AAC required the judging team to do that.
That's probably a good idea because they have more exposure, I would think.
Yeah, now when is Amelia Island?
22nd and 23rd of May. A couple weeks.
Okay. Yeah, I remember Bill was talking about trying to talk about the exhibitors having masks.
Yeah.
Because of the number of people that will be coming. I'm just curious if that ever happened. We'll find out.
Well, we'll talk to him afterwards. I'm sure he's buried right now.
Oh, yeah.
Trying to put stuff together.
Yeah.
And
I know I can't go this year, so I can't go. Then we had just a week and a week and a half ago. We were on the Chrome Glidden, VMCCA Chrome Glidden. We drove Brenda Thunderbird up to the Great Smoky Mountains. We stayed at a Hilton in Alcoa, Tennessee.
Yes.
Right by the airport.
Yes.
And there were 102 cars. And so about 240 people involved in this tour. It was a week long. Got to finally meet Ray, nice man, and we did some really interesting things. The Great Smoky Mountains Park is a beautiful place.
Isn't it? Yes.
Yeah. But they took us on one road for all of you motorcycle guys, and you're all talking about the Tail of the Dragon up in North Carolina. Go up and do the Devil's Triangle. it made that tail of the dragon look like an interstate.
A real pucker factor.
Whoa, you got to be kidding me! Up and down this mountain, and we had the burden. A lot of people don't know what to do. We were following 3 cars down the mountain, and it was switchback. I'll tell you how bad the switchbacks were. Jeff Stum, who puts on the great race for Coker, brought a 58 Mercury hardtop station wagon.
Yes.
They're very rare.
Yeah, Turnpike Cruiser.
No. It was they had another name for it, but there's no center post.
Yeah.
So it was really rare, and I told him, this is huge, this car. I said, this morning when I went out to get we're gonna get the car and bring stuff out, I said, there were some B-52s doing touch and goes on the roof.
They had those taillights that were,
slanted.
Huge.
Yeah. Slanted like this.
Yeah.
But he couldn't, on some of these switchbacks, he couldn't get that car around. So he had to stop, back up, and swing again to get through some of these switchbacks.
Wow.
On that Devil's Triangle. I mean, it is just, amazing. And then you get up, and then all of a sudden you see a...
I was just thinking, my GPS, they'll say, at the next intersection, take a slight right turn.
Yeah.
And on what you're talking about, take a sharp right turn.
Yeah. Oh, it was something. I mean, it really was something. And you're going up, and all of a sudden, I think I saw 3 trailers. This is where they got the Unabomber. Somewhere up in this area is where they got the Unabomber in the Great Smoky Mountains. I don't see how you could find anybody up there.
What when he was telling that story, what was the first thing that came to your mind? I know in my mind, pulling a trailer, and you were talking about, was Desi and Lucy.
Oh, Lucy, yeah.
The long trailer.
Yeah, I remember that movie.
They premiered that in Jamestown, right?
Yeah.
They did.
Yeah, because Lucy
was from there.
Yeah.
But anyway, you'd see a couple of these big and Brenda and I goes, how did they get this damn thing up here? How did they get it? I don't know how they got it. I don't know how they got it.
These were vacationers.
No, one guy had about 75 rebel flags out on his, if you will, lawn with the three obligatory Camaros and Mustangs up on cement blocks, and
yeah, but the guys pulling the trailers were the old.
No,
geezers.
they couldn't go. You couldn't get a trailer up there. You just couldn't do it. It would be impossible.
But they were vacationers, not.
These were people living. No, these were people living there.
Oh,
but
okay.
Living on this horrible road. I mean, it was really wild. Really unusual.
Was there a roadside stand selling shine?
No. Now in North Carolina, it's legal.
Oh, is it?
It's all over the place.
It spoils the fun.
It's all over the place. We went to, what was the name of the prison? It's where James Earl Ray went.
Yeah, I don't know.
I can't remember. Yeah. But that was quite a place. They called this prison the end of the road because you ain't leaving. I mean, it was really, whoa, what a place. And that was a stop. And we had lunch at the prison cafeteria.
You're kidding?
No, they had a catered lunch here,
and they let you out.
Yeah. I mean, it was.
Brenda did a lot of talking.
It was really cool. That's why I like the tours. Brushy Mountain Penitentiary.
Okay.
I would never make the effort to go there. I just wouldn't. And once you get there, you say, "But this is really cool." They had a whipping post. They still were whipping people.
Isn't what, North Carolina or South Carolina? They're going to do death by firing squad.
Yeah. You get a choice. You because they can't get the drugs
for the injection.
So
lethal.
This week the legislature just put in.
Point of that story is, don't get convicted.
If you can't do the time don't do the crime, brother. But that was cool. And then we had one really bad day. We went to Pigeon Forge and Gatlinburg.
Oh,
I mean, that's in any block you can do 3 things.
Did Dolly come out and say hello?
No. But they asked me if I would fill in for her, but I said I have to go buy some watermelons. So anyway, on any block up there, you can play around in mini golf, buy a T-shirt, and get a tattoo.
Oh wow! All 3, huh?
The same block.
Jim, you ask. I just can't bring it to myself to ask. Where'd you get your tattoo done?
Oh, right here.
Don't show it. I'm too young.
But
he got his tattoo done in Pigeon Forge.
Of course, that was the shopping day for women because there's like 3,000 outlet malls in Pigeon Forge and Gatlinburg. So it was very, very thrilling.
Never a dull moment, huh?
Let me ask a question. Have you ever heard of a tour that just guys went on? Has there ever been a men-only tour?
No, I don't think so.
Or an old geezer tour? They ought to think about that.
Yeah, well,
look at all the money it'd save.
You know, that might be. You know, if you do a divisional tour in AACA, you can do any way you want. Like the one that I'm involved with in Mount Airy in October. Is they stopped at Cars 1971 is the latest. Why? Because this is all about Andy Griffith and Mayberry.
Yes.
All about, and that was the year of the last show of Andy Griffith. So they stopped it at the year of the last show.
Okay. With that, we're going to take our next break and let people think about it. Golly.
Yeah,
hello, my name is Rick White, and I'm the director of the Georgia Military Veterans Hall of Fame. I want to encourage all Georgia veterans to consider being nominated to the Georgia Military Veterans Hall of Fame. And if you are a Georgia veteran, then the definition of a Georgia veteran is either you were born in the state of Georgia, or you've lived here 10 years, or you were raised your right hand and joined the military in this state. You are considered a Georgia veteran. For further information, go to www.gmbhof.org, or you can contact me at 678-427-0915. We'd love to have your nomination for the Georgia Military Veterans Hall of Fame. Thank you so much.
Hi, my name is Steve Ronaldo, host of the Classic Car Show on America's Web Radio, talking to you about antique car insurance. In this hobby that I've been part of for years, not all insurance companies and insurance coverage is the same. I would suggest that you call J.C. Taylor or visit jctaylor.com to find out some information about some of the best antique car insurance you can get, such as agreed value insurance for your classic car. Again, when you get ready to insure your classic, antique, or even your street rod, call J.C. Taylor Insurance or visit jctaylor.com.
You're listening to America's Web Radio on the AmericasBroadcastNetwork.com. Thank you for listening.
Okay, we're coming back on America's Web Radio and the Classic Car Show, talking about tours again, which is, Jim, let's go in together and buy something.
A Model A. A Model A would be the car to have.
No, we'd have to pull it or get a trailer then. And
a lot of people drive. We have a friend in on the south side, Ray, and his partner, his friend, and their wives. They drive. They have taken and circumvented the United States. They drove the borders right along the oceans. Canada border, down California. They did the whole thing. They've driven to Alaska. They've driven to Panama Canal Zone in their Model A's.
He's got an overdrive in his, doesn't he?
Yeah, like I do. Yeah. But anyway, sort of to let people know about things. On Thursday night, I was getting stuff ready to leave, load the car because.
So the tour went Monday to Thursday?
No, Friday. But we decided we were going to get back because we had so much stuff. We were way behind on stuff after the national meet and all of this. So we went to Sequoia's birthday place. Now, Sequoia, that was another, I never would make the effort. Sequoia was a Cherokee Indian who made the Cherokee alphabet, made and did all of the words and all of this. And what was interesting is he's one of the 100 people that are most influential people, statues in the Capitol. He's one of 100. I never would have... See, again, that's one of the benefits. You go to this... Oh, this was pretty cool. This guy made the alphabet so they could write down their history and do this stuff. But
Cherokees were very...
they were so far ahead of the Americans that lived in those areas. But I asked him, I said, well, how can you write Kemosabe in Cherokee? And they just laughed. They thought that was pretty funny. But anyway...
I give up.
So
does Brenda have a leash on him when she's
we were...
Taser.
So anyway... we were probably an hour and a half down the road towards Atlanta, knowing we were going to do that. So we just jumped on the interstate and went home from there. But Thursday night I was carrying stuff out, and a guy we know really well, Morris Campbell, had a 49, 50, 51 Ford truck pickup. Not a show car, but a regular, just like you would expect a used 51, I'll call it, truck to look like. Somebody had hit this thing, and you know how big those and heavy those bumpers are on those things, and bent the bumper till it was almost facing forward, and left. It dented the front fender on the driver's side, and bent this bumper out and left. Now, can you imagine whatever hit that, what their car looks like? I mean, you bend that gigantic, heavy bumper.
Unless it was a garbage truck.
Well, we were in the parking lot of the hotel. They had a parking lot reserved, so we think it was somebody with a trailer who did it. Try to cut a corner instead of going down the end of the row and going out like you're supposed to. But anyway... So they couldn't find it. The hotel camera, and this is at the airport camera didn't see anything happen. All they saw were cars moving, and they can't identify. Like at night when you see them on TV, you can't identify what they are. So they tried to find out who did it, whatever. They couldn't. But he called his classic car insurance company. When he got home, Morris told me what happened, and they said, "Don't worry about it, just get it fixed." See, if you would have had a regular car insurance company, there'd have been, we need 27 estimates, and we need pictures, and we need affidavits, and we're only going to pay for this, and we're not doing that.
All right, let's back up a minute. If we think it was a trailer. Some of these guys have trailer insurance with the classic
but they can't. They don't know who it is. They have no idea who it is.
Well, he could call the insurance company, say, "Did somebody report a trailer being damaged?"
Yeah. Well, after he talked to his antique car insurance, they just said, "I don't know who it was, but I'm sure it's." It could very well be J.C. Taylor. They was just, "Oh no, go ahead, get it taken care of." There was no question, just. Get it taken care of.
Yeah.
That reminds me, you said one of our sponsors, J.C. Taylor, and if you've got a classic car or a muscle car or whatever the case might be, and you haven't checked with J.C. Taylor, be sure that you call them and get them to give you an estimate, and their service is second to none.
Yeah, but I mean, when Morris called me and told me what the guy said, that just, there's just no hassle. We'll just get it taken care of. There was no question, not even a problem, not even just get it taken. Send us the bill.
Wow.
Like you said, God, what happened to the trailer or whatever hit it?
Oh, I can imagine if it was a car. I can imagine the gash that's in the side of that car.
But you would know that you hit somebody.
You'd have to, even in a trailer, because you hit that and bend that bumper, that big heavy thing is going to scoop that trailer over.
And this parking area was just for tour cars.
Well, yeah, it was, and also some of the hotel guests used it too.
Okay.
So you don't know who or what.
Yeah, okay. Wow.
But
anyway, any sports cars on the tour?
No, there wasn't. This is mostly 50s and 60s and some 40s cars.
Yeah, but that's fun.
Yeah, and the rule is has to have chrome bumpers and stuff.
Yeah.
So
$5,000 later.
Yeah. Well, and one of the things I really like that they do on their tours, to be honest, other than when they host the regular Glidden tours, I've not been.
Yeah.
This was my first time, and they have a after some activity they have a open forum where the officers get up and talk for very quickly, and then Ray got up and talked about stuff like where the financials are, and then he started talking about membership and what can we do about this stuff. And people had some good ideas. You ask your membership, what can we do about these things?
Yeah, that's a good way of doing it.
It
what would you say was the average age? 60, 70?
I would say most everybody. I would say 60s.
Okay.
The both. There were some younger ones and a couple older guys.
Okay.
A couple older people, but most of them I'd say were in their 60s.
Okay.
And so it was kind of interesting. They had some nice tour cars. It was amazing. There was probably 10, 15 people drove to the Alcoa, Tennessee from Texas. They drove their cars from Texas here to there. A lot of 50s Ford. It was a beautiful 55 or 6 Ford convertible. Really nice. There's a lot of nice cars there.
Good.
A lot of really nice stuff.
Well, I'm glad to see people getting out again.
Yeah,
and enjoying it.
The hobby is recovering.
Yeah.
Activities, but the big discussion is, like always, is the getting younger people involved and overall membership loss due to several reasons.
Yeah. Just a little point on chrome bumpers. When I was a kid and I started out.
You were a kid?
Yeah. I started out in the import store, but the main store was Buick Olds Cadillac. And the guys in the body shop would take one of these, I'm talking 57, 58, 59, these huge bumpers off. And there was a company that would come and pick them up and repair them and take the dents out of them and get them chromed.
Dipping.
Yeah. But, of course, now we all have bumper covers. But the point I was trying to make is that was a lucrative business back then because it was cheaper to take the dents out of the bumper and have it chromed than it was to buy a new bumper from General Motors or Ford. And you remember some of those bumpers were massive.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Let me ask. I went to one operation that did that, and as I recall, and you all know better than I, but you almost had to wear a gas mask.
Yeah. It's lethal. That's why most of the states have outlawed. You know what we ought to do is we ought to get one of the chrome shops.
I've tried.
On have you? Yeah.
Paul's or
the guy up in Alabama.
Yeah, Graves.
Yeah. Graves.
Paul's, Graves, or Nashville. The one in Nashville.
Yeah, and then the
Advanced.
And the one in Tennessee or in Pennsylvania.
That's Paul's.
Paul's. Yeah. Okay.
They're big.
It was a dipping process.
Yeah. Well, yeah. There's nickel and copper and
And there's show chrome and regular chrome. If you do show chrome, there's three. It's a 3-stage thing. If you do regular chrome, it's 2-stage.
Is there a?
From what I understand, I may be wrong. But
is there an acid dip someplace in that process?
Oh yeah. And they have to get it off.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm not nuts.
And then they polish the metal like it's chrome before they start plating it.
Huh. And isn't there
there's an
electrical charge?
That's how they do it. Yeah, you charge the whatever you're going to put on positive, and you charge the other stuff negative, and it just jumps on and grabs on, and then
what they're doing like that? How did they get it so smooth?
They polish. They have huge wheels. You go to a chrome plating shop, they have wheels that are like 6 feet around, and some guy wears a hazmat suit and polishes. They have all these fixtures, and they polish this stuff.
Wow.
But it's very dangerous.
Yeah.
And very lethal. That's why and it's exceedingly. I can imagine they say the car with the most chrome on it was a '58 Buick Limited, because they had that big panel on the side too, in the back that sort of went all the way back. And I can't imagine what the chrome plate. It'd probably be $20,000-$25,000 by the time you're done if you did everything on that car.
Wow. Yeah. Wow.
That's
that. Okay.
Yeah, And
I'm going to run out and buy one.
Well, can you imagine just a radiator shell on a, let's say, a Bentley or a Rolls, something like that in the 30s?
Weren't they silver?
They were their silver and nickel, weren't they?
I don't know. I know there's some kind of silver that they used.
Yeah.
I'm just thinking of my Healy that everything under the bonnet was chromed.
That's unusual.
Well, I mean, the guy had done it.
Oh, okay.
He did it, yeah. Well, back then, before all the laws and rules, chrome plating was not overly expensive. It's like, it was the same as painters, and now painters have to have all of the
downdraft booth. And
all of that, all of the equipment. It's not like it used to be.
Well, with that being said, a cheery note, I must add, we'll be back right after this.
My name is Kyle Hayes, a motorsports student at Alfred State College. Every year, Alfred State students compete in the Great Race, which is a cross-country time endurance rally for vintage vehicles. As you can imagine, it's pretty costly. I'm asking for your help. Your donation can make it possible for these students to live their passion and promote the vintage automobile industry. Please visit our site at give.alfredstate.edu and search Great Race to learn more and help us reach our goal. Thank you.
Hi, this is Steve Ronaldo, host of the Classic Car Show on America's Web Radio. Just talking to you about antique car insurance. I think that if you're looking for the best coverage for your classic car, consider J.C. Taylor Insurance. They've been my insurer for years in this hobby and have the top rating of all of the insurance companies in the hobby. When you get ready for insurance, call J.C. Taylor or visit jctaylor.com on the internet.
You're listening to America's Web Radio on the AmericasBroadcastNetwork.com. Thank you for listening.
And we're back on the Classic Car Show with Steve Ronaldo and Jim Weber. See, I can do it right.
Good. Thank you.
We can have Jim Ronaldo and Steve Weber.
Bill Johnson. Hey, Bill, how you doing? But
and our stealth guest today.
Yeah, I don't. Oh well, no big thing. But anyway, so it was the two events. I kicked off the season pretty well, I think.
Good. Now, what's your next one?
Well, there's a 3-day divisional tour in the Chesapeake Bay area. But it's so popular. What is kind of interesting too. What AACA regions did that are hosting these things, they had the people that signed up last year for these tours, and they gave them first choice for this year's tours when they're on. So most of the people that wanted to do last year when it was canceled re-signed up, so there's a giant waiting list to do some of these tours.
Yeah, because you were going to do one in Oklahoma last year.
Arizona.
Arizona.
Yeah, that's why we bought the Jag to go out there.
Is that on for this year?
Yeah. There are 3 Western tours, one VMCCA, and one at somewhere around Oklahoma, and then the one that we were going to do in Arizona is back on.
And then you're going to do the one in Saratoga in September.
Yes, we hope. And there's another couple, and then the one that I'm involved in, the divisional tour, the Andy Griffith tour. Which should be kind of fun. Yeah. And Hershey, they're hoping Hershey. But like Steve was saying, that because they're a nonprofit and get government funding, so they don't know what the laws in Pennsylvania will be by that time. And somewhere I just saw there was an article, and it was in the Cadillac magazine about Fred Simeone and his museum.
Is he open? Is he back open? Is he?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So things are starting to get back to normal in the car hobby. Oh, the same weekend we were in Knoxville for the tour. Street Rod Nationals were there, and they had over 1,000 cars.
Wow.
In Knoxville. And one of the guys from here got his hot rod truck stolen right out of the parking lot.
Yeah.
They just smashed the window and drove it away.
Hey.
Recovered?
No, they don't know any. Not that I've heard yet. But it had a LS something engine in and all this other stuff.
It's probably on a boat to somewhere.
Well, either that or in an Alabama chop shop.
Yeah. Sand Mountain? The Sand Mountain.
Yeah, I don't know that whole big area over there.
Yeah, that's the Sand Mountain.
I think that's gone now. That's where they used to steal. No, they're still doing it.
Hey, you go to Albertville?
Yeah, Albertville, yeah.
You see miles of used car dealers. Miles.
Yeah, made out of a Rector set.
Yeah, you get
a Rector set cars.
When you buy the car, you get 2 titles, one for the back and one for the front. And the engine serial number doesn't match either one.
Yeah, that was always an infamous thing in the car industry.
There in Murray, Kentucky, which is shut down. Murray was the other big one.
Yeah, where they would do that stuff. But anyway, it's nice to see things are getting back to normal.
Yeah.
To some degree, the events around here are doing well. At the Caffeine and Octane, Mike Teese called while I was at the other one. He said, "There's so many people here. They're riding around the mall trying to find a parking spot. They're just trying to find a place to stop." So.
Well. Good. Hey, it's good.
Something like that. Just is never walking up and down, looking at whatever. I'm like you on the tours. That would be fascinating. I'd love to do that.
What? To go to the
tours?
Oh,
the tours. But
the car shows.
Yeah, but just to go out on perimeter.
Well, something that big. They have a specialty car area blocked off, where if you bring an antique car or you bring something that's unusual, they have a place where they send you go in and park. But a lot of times it's just row after row after row of, and nothing wrong with it, but Challengers and Camaros,
new cars,
yeah, and new Porsches and new BMWs, and I mean these guys are happy with it. That's fine. But it's
whatever floats your boat.
Yeah.
Well, at least there's people supporting the hobby. That's
it's like I'm not a big fan of the rice rockets that these kids have with those horrible noisy mufflers. Yeah. Well. But those are the hot rodders and antique car guys of the future.
Yeah.
They're the ones that are going to, just like when Walt Seeley told me when I did my 32 Ford in 62, 63 and drove it down to his place, and he said, "What the hell are you doing with that damn thing?" I said, well, he goes, well, when you grow up, you'll quit messing around with that crap. He was right.
He had the American underslungs.
Yeah, he did the underslungs.
Yeah.
But he was right. Most of the people tend to change as they get older, and they have more money. Let's face it, a little rice rocket doesn't cost that much. But when you start getting into some of the other cars, and now the resto mods, that's one of the things I wanted to ask our guy. I don't know where he is, but if he's in the business of hot rods, what does he see as where is this stuff going?
Yeah. The other thing is people are bringing little children to these car shows.
And tours now.
Are they on the tour?
Yeah, because the clubs have finally realized that, you do tours in the summer when school is out so grandma and grandpa can take the kids.
Yeah.
Or mom and dad can take the kids, like I did, and do these things.
Yeah.
Because, it's an education, too. Like I said, I never even heard of Sequoia. And he's one of the top 100 people in the history of America that was not a government weenie.
Okay. Well,
this is something that we say. Pardon me, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, go ahead.
It's something that we say on all of our shows, particularly our veteran shows, is that a veteran today, and we beg the veterans to take their kids, their grandkids, whatever, put them on their lap and tell them what they did in the service and what it means to honor the flag and what it means to honor the country. And that's the same with the car hobby, is that, grandparents, and, we tried starting a Grandparents' Day, but they will be the ones writing the history books. The history books aren't covering this stuff like they should. And the parents and grandparents need to tell them. And, one of my favorite stories is my grandfather owned, we all grew up in Texas and they lived in Texas, but he owned property and businesses in New Mexico and Dr. Pepper plants, as a matter of fact. And my mother told the story many times that I can't remember what car they had, but the night before, they'd put the bricks by the fireplace, heat up the bricks, and that was their heating system going over to New Mexico to check on business before cars had heaters.
They went at 10, 2, and 4.
Yeah. Do you know why that is?
No.
You don't know about Doc? I thought I told you the story.
You may have, but I've forgotten. So
you know what the main ingredients of Dr. Pepper is? Prune juice.
Yeah.
And if you take it at 10, 2, and 4, you'll be regular. And that's why.
I love it.
There was, and my grandfather knew him, and that's why my grandfather bought Dr. Pepper plants. But there was a Dr. Pepper, and he was like the traveling snake oil person back in the
Brother Love's Traveling Salvation Show.
Yeah.
That's it. Exactly.
Well, I belong to the Marietta VFW and the Disabled American Veterans, DAV.
Yeah.
And they're having a very hard time, veterans organizations recruiting members. Very hard time.
Well, we're doing Philip Farsberg is in DAV and is a service officer, and if anybody needs to find out what their relative or their veteran or go to one of the organizations like VFW or American Legion or whatever and ask for a service officer, and they will guide you through the cobweb of the VA and all the programs and benefits that are available.
Yes, they do, and that's how when I had the surgery and stuff, it's so frustrating to deal with the VA. I had DAV as my advocate. They're still my advocate. So anything that I get from VA goes also to my DAV advocate, so that he can answer it and see what to do. So I'm right in the middle of another discussion with this. This is
I'm going to bite my tongue on this, but Steve, you're an extremely smart person and a veteran, which we honor. But if you have problems with them, just think a family member that has no clue. We encourage the family members, particularly if their veteran husband or whatever dies or anything like that, to go to a service organization and talk to a service officer.
Even the bigger of the VFWs, DAVs, Purple Order of the Purple Heart, AMVETS, right near just for Atlanta people anyway, right near the Atlanta VA hospital. Just before you get there on Claremont, there's a 3-story short building that's off to the right before you go into their parking lot, and that's where the service officers are. You can go there and contact these people, and they'll get you set up. They'll get you a guy. And it's right near the hospital. And as an individual, you have no horsepower with the VA. Nothing. Not a thing.
These service officers that we keep talking about, they have to go through a lot of training before you can become a service officer. And they do. They literally go back to a schooling, and then they keep up with all the changes. And
they try, because there's always so much.
Oh, yeah.
And anyway, some of the DAV, Disabled American Veterans, they have specific people that do take care of certain things. I think of I don't know. I think DAV, if it's service connected, is probably the one with the most push. I think they're the one with the most push. So,
well, we're going to have to wrap it up, and thank everybody for listening. And we will see you next week on the Classic Car Show. Steve, thank you, and Jim, thank you for being in.
You're welcome.
And this is fun, and I'm getting my whistle wet to go on a tour. I would love to do that one of these days. So, thank you all for listening.
See you later.
You're listening to America's Web Radio on the AmericasBroadcastNetwork.com. Thank you for listening.
Hi, my name is Steve Ronaldo, host of the Classic Car Show on America's Web Radio, talking to you about antique car insurance. In this hobby that I've been part of for years, not all insurance companies and insurance coverage is the same. I would suggest that you call J.C. Taylor or visit jctaylor.com to find out some information about some of the best antique car insurance you can get, such as agreed value insurance for your classic car. Again, when you get ready to insure your classic antique or even your street rod, call J.C. Taylor Insurance or visit jctaylor.com.
The Docs for Patient Care Foundation is your way to join the fight and become a member of an organization created by doctors for patients, dedicated to fighting for your health care freedom and preserving the doctor-patient relationship. Get a pen and paper. Write down docs4patientcarefoundation.org. That's DOCS, the number 4, patientcarefoundation.org. Go to our site and please make a generous, tax-deductible donation and join the fight today. Thank you.
You're listening to America's Web Radio on the AmericasBroadcastNetwork.com. Thank you for listening.
For Locked and Loaded on America's Web Radio, For Patient Care Foundation was created. Now, everyone can join the fight and become a member of an organization created by doctors for patients, dedicated to fighting for your healthcare freedom and preserving the doctor-patient relationship. While you're at your computer, please go to www.docs4patientcarefoundation.org. That's www.docs4patientcarefoundation.org and make a tax-deductible donation and join the fight along with us. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Dr. Mike.
You're listening to America's Web Radio on AmericasBroadcastNetwork.com. Thank you for listening.
It's 1 o'clock. We're in America's Web Radio, the most eclectic mix of conservative shows in America's radio. And this is...
Let's talk Venezuela.
It's 1 o'clock. Yes, we're in Atlanta, Georgia, and we are with the legend, David Moxley. And, hello, Brett. Hello. Hola. Hola. Improving like your Spanish, my friend. Well, during this week, we have the 19th anniversary of the events of the 11th, 12th, and 13th of April in Venezuela. Do you remember when Chavez was ousted for 3 days?
Wait a minute, he was not ousted. He resigned.
He resigned.
So
yes.
he was not ousted.
Yeah, but he
it's
was.
It's the same semantic word that they use with the Bolivian president. How you call Evo Morales? That they say that they took him out. No, he resigned.
He resigned.
Both of them resigned.
Yeah.
And then the media is trying to portray like they were ousted out.
Yeah, you are right.
You know, they always change
the narrative.
The narrative, yeah.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
But the thing is that he was out of power for 3 days. It was a very heavy crisis that was not resolved by the militaries. At the end of the line, they decide first to put Pedro Estanga in power for only 24 hours because all the people who supposed to be in line constitutionally, they fled, you know, they hide. And suddenly the president of the Chamber of Commerce was the one who took care of what is going on in Venezuela.
For how long Pedro Estanga was president?
It was a very short time, less than 24 hours.
24 hours?
Yes. Yes. It was for a very short time because nobody wanted to take responsibility of the state at that moment. No, the vice president.
Because Chavez was gone.
Everybody fled at that moment. Okay, and
that sounds like a retrieve.
Everyone.
I mean, they caused the problem and they retrieve.
Yes, they retrieve.
So they expose those one who were now with Chavez, and then they put him back Chavez.
But curiously, that event consolidated power, Chavez in power.
So it was a retrieve tactic.
Yes, it was a retrieve tactic. So, where you were at that moment?
That was what year?
2002.
In Venezuela?
No.
Let me see. 2002. No, I was here. I was here in Fort Lauderdale, Florida. In 2002. I was waiting for my permanent resident to come up, right? And I was quiet. I didn't have no opinion on politics, internal or external. I was quiet because that was one of the requirements back then. When you are looking for permanent residency and you're waiting for those papers, and then before you become citizen, you're supposed to have your mouth shut. You don't intervene in the internal political arena of the United States.
Exactly.
But it's not today like that. A lot of them come here and they had opinions here, opinion over there, and they intervene. They even most of them have even ONG, those organizations promoting socialism, and they are waiting for residency here.
Yeah.
I'm talking about Venezuelans.
Okay. So during all this period of time, you see a lot of individuals that support the Venezuelan regime. One of the most important is the people who financially support the operations of the regime. If you got the financial part of the chain, the link that support financially the regime, well, you have a lot of to gain. One of these individuals, his name is Alex Saab.
This is from today. Alex is from today.
Yes.
So he supports not Chavez, but he supports Nicolas Maduro regime.
Yes. Okay. Yes. He is one of the covers of Nicolas Maduro. He's one of the people that is subject of interest for the Treasury Department of the United States of America, okay? And during the Trump administration, he got into the Interpol list of most wanted.
So if somebody make it to the Interpol list, what are the requirements to get that recognition from the Interpol?
You have to commit crimes established as a crime in every country in the world.
Okay.
Okay. He's not in jail. He's in jail right now, and we will explain how he landed in jail. Okay. And he is asked for extradition from an African country that approved that extradition. The problem is that the policy against the Maduro regime is changing with the new administration.
Of course, Democrats are in charge. The treatment is different.
The treatment is different. So I would like to have the profile of this most wanted criminal for the United States of America and other countries.
In the Interpol list.
Okay, and how is his links with Nicolas Maduro Moros. Okay? His name is Alex Saab. His real name is Alex Naim Saab Moran. Remember that in Latin America we use both last names.
Yes.
He's a Colombian-born businessman of Lebanese descent, mentioned in the Panama Papers. Do you remember the Panama Papers?
The Panama Paper was the one that a lot of people were laundering money.
Exactly.
And it's like at the Cayman Island. Instead of the Cayman, it's in Panama, you know?
Yeah,
the Panama Paper. All these Venezuelans were going to Panama too.
It was a file that it was in a computer on a lawyer's place, and over there appears the list, not only of everybody who laundered money through Panama. Okay?
A lot of Venezuelans. Okay.
Yes. Who has also been mentioned in journalist investigation for conducting businesses with an estimated amount of $135 million with the Venezuela government. Unlike other Colombian businessmen who had to stop exporting to Venezuela due to uncertainty regarding the payments and currency controls. Saab's name also appears in the FinCEN files. So there are three different
lists.
Yes.
Okay.
Where he became a subject of interest. As of October 8, 2018, he has been investigated by Colombian authorities for alleged money laundering due to his relationship with the Venezuelan government between 2004 and 2011. During the course of this investigation, his fiscal and accounting reviewer has been arrested and charged by the prosecutor's office in Colombia. During a fuel stop at Cape Verde, Alex Saab was arrested while his way from Iran to Venezuela on a business jet on June 12, 2020. Saab was arrested in accordance to the Interpol Red Notice in relation to his indictment in the United States accused of money laundering. Alex Saab is the son of a Lebanese immigrant who settled in the city of Barranquilla and opened various businesses, finding success in Colombia's textile industry. You have to understand that Colombia has one of the largest textile industry in Latin America. They export a lot of fabrics. Okay. Saab began his career in Barranquilla, selling business promotion keychain and subsequently work uniforms. Eventually, Saab was mixing between a group of recognized Colombian businessmen and ended up exporting merchandise to Venezuela using the Cadivi currency system, in which he had free capital mobility. According to a source, during this time, Saab accumulated millionaire debts after the suspension of foreign exchange payment by the Venezuelan government, which in turn alleged that some businessmen in the country had cheated the Cadivi system for a millionaire sum. So now there are two countries at that moment who asked for the... we will return with this profile after these messages.
The disease of addiction is a life-altering challenge, not just for the person suffering its effects, but also for the family and friends who support and love the one caught in its grasp. What should be the course of treatment? Who is the best person to render treatment? And what is the best place to go for the care that is needed? We know that you want answers to these and many more questions. Call 770-696-9862 and speak to a representative of the Atlanta Healing Center. They can tailor a program specifically designed to address the needs of the person suffering with an addiction, or give you guidance as to where that help may be found. Information is the key, and the trained staff at AHC is here to assist. If you wish, you can also get more information on the website located at www.atlantahealingcenter.com.
Whether cruising the strip in a 57 Chevy or taking the family on a vacation in a 71 Oldsmobile Vista Cruiser, you need to tune in to Classic Cars with Steve Ronaldo and Jim Weber every Saturday from 8 to 9 a.m. on americaswebradio.com.
You're listening to America's Web Radio on the americasbroadcastnetwork.com. Thank you for listening.
Okay, we're with Alex Saab profile. And who's this criminal?
Who's
okay.
This?
They said that a lot of these people cheated the Cadivi system. That is differential, when you import some things from to Venezuela, the government gives you preferential. It's a different preferential exchange from the dollar to the bolivar.
So if the dollar in Venezuela, let's say during Cadivi time, cost 2,000 bolivares for a regular person, for this guy, how much he would be paying?
Could be half of that, or 500
bolivares.
Yeah.
Man, that's a preferential treatment.
Yes, a lot. Many bolichicos became millionaire in that time. Okay? Because there is a link, a connection between what happens at that time and how is the economy is moving in Venezuela right now. Basically, it's the same players. Okay. Saab was not accused of such fraud. Univision mentioned that his journalist Gerardo Reyes was sued by this businessman following his publications that he was involved in Cadivi. Okay, he didn't say that he was involved directly in the fraud, but he was using the Cadivi system. Okay, he was.
That's a semantic.
That's a semantic.
Yeah, Saab was also enriched due to material suppliers business of the housing mission in Venezuela. Ooh, that was when they used to build those little houses for the poor people and give them free. And at the end, those houses were cracking and they were falling in pieces.
Yes.
They finished the houses, but the foundation was not good. The structure wasn't good. 2 years later, after the people was living in the house, started cracking down and falling.
They use, for example, sheetrock to cover the exterior of a building. So after 2 years with the rain, the sheetrock took water and exploded. You know.
I remember seeing some apartments, falling.
Yes. Apartments.
Okay.
Yeah,
so they build those
apartment buildings. Yeah.
Yeah. So, on November 28, 2011, the Colombian-Venezuela Agreement of Global Construction Fund was signed, whose legal representative was Saab. So, Saab from Colombia and Venezuela, which resulted in a contract of $685 million for the construction of prefabricated homes in Venezuela.
Yep.
Those are the one that I was talking to you.
Yes.
While the organization was being investigated by the Ecuadorian government for alleged money laundering, thousands exports through false exports to Venezuela. The event was attended by President Juan Manuel Santos and Hugo Chavez.
Yep.
As was the foreign minister Nicolás Maduro. He attended to that too.
Yes.
Some lawyers, Abelardo de la Espriella, assured the W Radio at the time that the headquarters of the Global Construction Fund in Ecuador had no connection with the Colombian businessmen. Let's talk about investigation. Saab has sold food to Venezuela for more than $200 million in negotiations signed by President Nicolás Maduro. This is present. Through a registered company in Hong Kong and China. On the 23 August 2017, the Venezuelan Attorney General Luisa Ortega Diaz names Alex Saab as the owner of the Mexican firm group Grand Limited. 26, along with Colombian businessmen Álvaro Pulido and Rodolfo Reyes, presumably President Nicolás Maduro, and dedicated to sell food to the club. Bingo!
So you have now you have this Cadivi thing, the housing, and the food, and the food. Okay. And all that things overpriced, okay, and especially money laundering.
Because there is a monopoly. That's when things like that happening when it's a monopoly. You put the price, whatever price, and they have to pay for it because there is no other way for competition
Exactly.
to supply. So the food was coming from Mexico.
You have to read the rest of the thing because it's
Saab
very...
would have met Álvaro Pulido in 2012 when he was dedicated to supplying the Saab company, but this activity would have stopped doing in the 2014. So basically, 7 years ago.
7 years ago.
Censorship. On 11 September 11, 2018, the National Commission of Telecommunication, CONATEL, of Venezuela, banned the publication of information about Alex Saab. Now the communication system is being censored. You cannot be talking about this man.
This man.
Okay?
You
so
cannot
this man
talk
has
about.
a monopoly on.
You cannot talk about this man
For
because
nothing. Yeah.
about nothing.
So this guy has a monopoly on the food supply. He got monopoly in the housing supply. He got monopoly in the texture supply.
Yes.
He's the main. He's more powerful than the president.
Almost.
Yes.
Almost.
Okay. This CONATEL banned the publication of information about Alex Saab to the journalists of the Armando.info web portal, who have published research papers in which they point to Saab as an alleged member of acts of corruption that would exist around the business and distribution of Food Club. In the document that is addressed to the journalist Robert Diniz and signed by the General Director of CONATEL, Vianney Miguel Rojas, prohibits citizens Robert Diniz, Machín José Politscu, igual Carlos Schanfender, and Alfredo José Mesa publish and disseminate through the digital media specific on the site of Armando Info mentioned that go against the honor and reputation of citizen Alex Naim Saab until the end of the present process in the case that is being pursued against the aforementioned citizens. The ban was denounced by the Venezuela National Press Workers Union, SNTP. Since the publication or report of Alex has suffered massive cyber attack, of course, warning that the ban of mentioning the entrepreneur in successive research work increases the threat. Robert Diniz rejected the measure, recalling that after the publication, the journalistic team had previously been treated via Twitter. They were banned from leaving the country on the 11th court in Caracas, and now they are forbidden to continue Saab investigation. So the media out because they don't. They supposed to not talking anything about Saab. Anything.
Nothing.
Okay, denouncing that according to the logic of the judge of taking Alex Saab's lawsuit against journalists from. So Alex Saab is suing the journalists.
Yeah.
Because
they're saying something is wrong here.
Yeah.
Remember.
Doesn't remind you that what's going on here with the Hunter and Biden?
Yes, it's exactly the same
tactic. The same. Go ahead.
Okay. So they said that Alex Saab's honor and reputation are above the possibility that Venezuela know the business behind of CLAP. Remember, CLAP is the boxes that the government is giving people.
Let me explain a little bit more what is a CLAP. CLAP is, I call my family, I still have families in Venezuela. They receive CLAP, okay? Those people.
Once a month.
Once a month. It's a box filled up with some food, but it's not perishable food. It's like rice, sugar, oil, beans, okay? Most of those food inside the box are not even good. For example, the rice comes sometimes with some, ¿cómo se llama? Gorgojos? Some
animals.
Some, little living animals in the rice and so on.
That's protein.
With the that's not protein. So,
isn't it, David?
That's not protein.
It's a protein, no?
No, it's not protein. So, so they're charging. They're buying this food from Mexico probably.
Here I will explain that. The 4 journalists were sued by Saab for continuous aggravated defamation and slander aggravated in Caracas. On September 8, 2018, one of the Saab's lawyers filed a complaint with the prosecution for attempt extortion of part of an alleged public official who is providing confidential information about investigative proceedings against Saab family using WhatsApp and Telegram message in exchange for some economic or labor purpose. On October 12, Eddie Andres Pinto, a patron of the DIGIN, who served as an interception analyst, accepted the extortion charges that were imputed to him. According to the complaint in the audios and WhatsApp capture provided therein, Pinto requests COP 500 million in exchange for erasing all the information that existed on behalf of Saab. Listen, WhatsApp's supposed to be an encrypted system, okay? And this guy broke that code, the encryption, and intercept what Saab did in WhatsApp and Telegram. That's why I am not, okay?
Finally, something is good and working for us.
Yes.
Breaking the
code. But you know that no WhatsApp nor Telegram are what they said, what they say.
They promise
yes.
They are.
Okay. Also stating that there was nothing that compromised the businessman or his family, but that they are going to be captured as a measure of pressure. So now the businessman who make business with Venezuelan government is under the investigation of the Venezuelan government also. So now you have United States, Colombia, and Venezuela looking for this guy. We will explain the criminal charges after these messages.
Hi, this is Rocky Blair, former 4-time Super Bowl champion with the Pittsburgh Steelers and Vietnam veteran. As a board member, I'd like to talk to you about Warriors to Citizen, a nonprofit organization that helps American heroes, soldiers, police, fire, EMT, and their families recover from the psychological harm caused by career-induced stress. Over the last 20 years, broken relationships have been a major causal factor for the highest documented divorce rate and resulting suicides in this population. This program, From Warriors to Citizen, is delivered free to families by professionals, all whom served in uniform and understand the needs to be addressed. I ask for your support, so please go to our website, warriorstocitizen.org, and find out how you can help, either by making a donation or sharing this information with an American hero that you may know. And thank you.
Whether cruising the strip in a 57 Chevy or taking the family on a vacation in a 71 Oldsmobile Vista Cruiser, you need to tune in to Classic Cars with Steve Ronaldo and Jim Weber every Saturday from 8 to 9 a.m. on americaswebradio.com.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls of all ages, join me, Roger B., every Tuesday at 1400 hours right here on America's Web Radio for the Locked and Loaded Show. We will talk about guns, weapons, ammo, gun accessories, prepping, and so much more. So be sure to join us every Tuesday at 1400 or 2 p.m. for Locked and Loaded on America's Web Radio.
You're listening to America's Web Radio on the AmericasBroadcastNetwork.com. Thank you for listening.
Oh. Okay.
Okay, let me read it. What is the Panama paper? The Panama paper contains The document contains personal financial information about wealthy individuals and public officials that had previously been kept private. While offshore business entities are legal, okay, they are legal, reporters found that some of the Mossack Fonseca shell corporation were used for illegal purposes, including fraud, tax evasion, and evading international sanctions.
Mossack Fonseca was the lawyer firm in Panama.
Exactly. So, laundering.
Money laundering.
All this is laundering. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, criminal charges. Why the United States is this guy?
That's my question.
On May 8, 2019, the Colombian Prosecutor Office charged Saab with crime of money laundering, a concern to commit crimes, illicit enrichment, exports and fictitious imports, and aggravated fraud from events related to his Chantex company. Since September 2018, he is considered a fugitive in Colombia for failing to attend any judicial proceeding, even with a firm arrest warrant. On July 25, 2018, the U.S. Attorney's Office of the Southern District of Florida charged Saab and another Colombian businessman with money laundering related to a 2011-2015 scheme to pay bribes to take advantage of Venezuela's government's set exchange rate.
Why in Florida? Why that was taken in Florida? He was living in Florida at one point?
No, because when the Southern District is a federal court that is related of anything that has to do with money laundering that affect the United States member, who's the owner of dollars?
America.
So any criminal involvement with U.S. dollars implies that they are breaking the American law, no matter where
they are located.
Yes.
Okay.
So
the sanctions. On 25th July 2019, the United States of Treasury imposed sanctions on 10 people and 13 companies from Colombia, Hong Kong, China, Mexico, Panama, Turkey, the United Arab Emirates, and the USA. In a Venezuela food subsidiary called CLAP, which includes Nicolas Maduro's stepsons and Saab himself. According to the statement of the Treasury Secretary Steven Mnuchin, the corruption network that operates the CLAP program has allowed Maduro and his family members to steal from the Venezuelan people. They use food as a form of social control to reward politician supporters, and punish opponents. So if the opponents, they don't give them food.
No,
so
exactly.
Starving.
Yes.
Okay. All the while pocketing hundreds of millions of dollars through a number of fraudulent schemes. The Maduro government rejected sanctions, calling it a sign of desperation by the Gringo Empire. Maduro said imperialists prepare for more defeat because the CLAP in Venezuela will continue. No one takes the CLAP away from the people. A communique from the Venezuela Foreign Ministry denounces the repeated practice of economic terrorism by the U.S. government against the Venezuelan people, announcing measurement whose criminal purposes is to deprive all Venezuelans on the rights to food.
The thing is,
we always are to blame.
The thing is that this guy already is considered a white-collar criminal. Okay? That's his reputation in Venezuela, in Colombia, in the United States. But here's the interesting thing. During a fuel stop at Cape Verde, that's in Africa, It's an island. Alex Saab was arrested while in his way from Iran to Venezuela.
Wait a minute. So he escaped from Colombia without warning. He left and he was traveling all countries.
Oh, yeah.
Like like a free bird?
Especially he is the one who has deep relations. He's the link between the Venezuelan government and the Iran government.
The Iran, okay.
Because remember, this guy, he is capable to speak Arabic.
Arabic,
Okay?
So
remember, his family was from Lebanon.
Okay.
Okay? On a business jet on June 12, 2020. Saab was arrested in accordance to an Interpol red notice.
That was last year.
In relation to his indictment to the United States, accused of money laundering. Remember, money laundering is always creates a way to clean dirt money into legit sources.
Yeah,
okay, that's what he was doing during more than 20 years. Okay, and this is related to
more than 20 years.
Yeah, and remember that this is related also with drug cartels. Remember that one of the main incomes of the Venezuelan government is drugs, is coke delivered into Europe.
So for 20 years?
For 20 years.
So the Obama administration knew about this?
Absolutely.
And Trump administration too?
Yes, but Trump administration did the correct thing, accusing this guy. And let's talk about what is the involvement of the Venezuelan government right now in this. Shortly after his detention, 2 days after of his detention on June 14th, Venezuela Foreign Affairs Minister tweeted in support of Alex Saab, labeling his arrest as arbitrary and illegal. Journalist Robert Diniz expressed surprise by the declaration, saying that after years denying or ignoring with Alex Saab, the government now called him a government agent and a Venezuela citizen.
So he became an American citizen?
Venezuelan citizen.
Venezuelan citizen?
Yes. On July 22nd, 2020, Baltasar Garzón said that he would represent Alex Saab in the extradition case. Remember, Baltasar Garzón was the judge that extradited Augusto Pinochet. Okay, that put Augusto Pinochet in jail while he was in London.
Ese Garzón
from Spain.
From Spain?
He was at that time. He was a judge in Spain, and when Pinochet went to England under health treatment, he made Pinochet to be arrested in Chile. Okay,
and what is doing Garzón doing por
now he wants to be he
wants to defend.
He wants to defend Alex Saab.
So
you see a communist
the
lawyer
communist,
behind all this stuff. Okay.
Yes.
On August 25th, 2020, the Attorney General of Cape Verde opened an investigation into 2 men who posed as representatives of Venezuelan President Nicolás Maduro in favor of Alex Saab. On August 28, 2020, Saab's lawyer stated that he was on a mission to Iran as a special envoy of Maduro to negotiate fuel and humanitarian supplies at the time of his arrest.
So he was getting ready to put his hands in the humanitarian help too.
And the fuel.
But that's what I'm saying. He was ready to take his hand on that too.
On that too.
So in every opportunity that he has in Venezuela to put his hand and make money out of it, he was going to be the leader of that specific program.
Yes. Now, on November 30th, 2020, last year, November 30.
After the elections.
After the election.
After America's election.
The Economic Community of West African States Court of Justice ordered Cape Verde to grant house arrest to Alex Saab. On December 15, the Cape Verde Court of Appeals ruled to refuse the decision, arguing that ECOWAS court lacks of the jurisdiction to force Cape Verde to take that decision. The people of the Economic Community of West African State Court of Justice was pressured the Cape Verde government to take Alex Saab and to root him in Cape Verde, not to extradite him.
So they are moving the threads.
Yes, they are moving the threads.
Yeah.
Okay. On December 29th, last year, Nicolás Maduro appointed Alex Saab as ambassador
to the African Union, the same one who were saying no, he's going to stay there.
Yes.
Seeking to send Saab to Ethiopia and to prevent his extradition. On January 5th,
this year,
the Cape Verde Court of Appeals ruled in favor of Alex Saab extradition. On the 21st of January, authority of Cabo Verde announced that his transfer to house arrest was approved. Experts consulted by Voice of America declared that after that decision, the risk of his escape increased exponentially.
Of course.
Yeah, because if he's in the house, he's going to escape.
Yeah.
In February 2021, this year, Venezuelan government organized a concert in support of Alex Saab and asking for his release. A concert. Two ruling party deputies visited Nigeria's embassy in Venezuela, also asking for his liberation. Saab's wife, Italian model Camilla Fabri, moved to Moscow with her family. Oh. So Russia is behind this too.
Yes.
On February 22nd, 2021, the United States District Court for the Southern District of Florida denied a request cancel Saab's extradition request to the USA. An intelligence report that the Financial Times has access to analyze more than 500,000 Twitter posts related to Alex Saab and concluded the Nicolás Maduro administration and or its proxies are involved in a coordinated campaign to influence both the government of Cabo Verde and Cape Verde and its population to obstruct Alex Saab's extradition. On March 15, 2021, the ECOWAS court ruled against Saab extradition, asking for his immediate release. On March 17, Cape Verde Supreme Tribunal approved Saab's extradition request.
Okay. Now, one of the last things that the Trump administration did was to send ships over Cape Verde to prevent Saab's fleeing.
To escape.
Yes.
Yeah,
and
because he escaped from Colombia, now he can escape from...
So, and the situation is still on. There are American ships the territorial waters of Cape Verde. Okay, and they have waiting just the order to bring
from the administration.
Yes. The thing is that under this administration,
it won't happen.
It's not that it won't happen, because the extradition is approved on March 15, 2021, just a month ago. And this is a very dangerous criminal. Okay?
And it was approved on the Biden administration.
No, on the Biden administration.
That's what I'm saying.
But this is an order from the Supreme Court of the Cape Verde Republic to extradite this guy. The only thing that we need to do is bring another plane, a C-130, and bring this criminal over. And the United States, under the Biden's administration, did nothing about this.
I don't think they're going to do nothing. I don't
Yeah,
think they're
but
going to
this
do
is
anything.
illegal. But
They, Carlos, I understand what you're saying. This is a legal matter, but we are being ruled by unlawful people.
Yes.
Even Biden sitting in that chair, living in that house, he is not legal. He is an usurper.
Yes.
So how do you expect somebody who doesn't follow the? I mean, they are unlawful people. They're gonna put the law on somebody else.
So this is the kind of people who's ruling the world right now.
Right now, exactly.
Okay.
And Venezuela is all in the center of the hurricane.
It's the eye of the hurricane.
Yeah, it's the eye of the hurricane.
In some way, yes, because if you have the extradition request, okay, this is not a matter of policies. This is a matter of law.
Of law.
Okay.
The question now is, are they gonna execute the law, or are they just gonna let him go, like every Democrat administration do? Look how Obama helped out Chavez and all these people to get this kind of power. Look at this now. Okay, and now the Biden administration will allow that too, because that's their agenda.
And if they know there is some morality things that says, okay, if you are doing this against this guy, you cannot be have any kind of leniency if you are in disgrace, because unfortunately this kind of people is the one who is ruling the world right now.
Right now it's unlawful people.
You just changed the name of Alex Saab and put Hunter Biden, and it's the same kind of
Well, what about Bill Gates? Everything is reversing now with the vaccine, okay? With the vaccine now. For example, Venezuela is taking advantage of the crisis, the virus crisis, to defroze, to take funds that are frozen in America to pay for the vaccines that are going to be used in Venezuela. Okay?
The thing is that is not a vaccine. That's a treatment.
Yeah, but...
And they're selling us that injection like a vaccine. And it's not a vaccine. It's a treatment.
It's a treatment. So, the semantic war, how they, like I was saying from the beginning, they just change some little words and they make it look like it is. It's not a vaccine. Okay, for example, here, I'm reading the news, okay? It says that Venezuela is going to produce vaccine for Cuba. But they want America to give them money so they can have the vaccine in Venezuela. So explain me how that works.
It's money laundering.
It's money laundering. Even the pandemic is being used to to money laundering.
The pandemic.
The pandemic, exactly. Yes. The pandemic. Okay. So, having this guy locked up in his house in Cape Verde, America send him over here, but over there the African region say no.
Yeah, but the local court of Cape Verde approved the extradition, so he is in a legal limbo. Why? Because right now the duty of the United States of America is bring a plane or bring a boat or bring a submarine or whatever, okay, and bring that criminal over here, okay, and that order is after a month it's not
it's not being performed.
No. So, do you remember what happened with Manuel Antonio Noriega? That they've been grabbed immediately and put in a plane and brought over here.
I am not from those years.
Okay. Do you remember the face of Manuel Noriega when he was captured in Panama and brought over here with a DEA plane?
How many days do they wait to do that?
After he said, I give up, less than 6 hours he was in Miami.
Wow. How American Sister changed, right? How everything changed.
Yes.
How many years he's been, 1 year and something he's been in Cape. Cape Verde.
Yes, he was arrested on June 2019.
Okay.
Okay. So
he's gonna be 2 years in June this year.
Yes. And the thing is, I don't know if it appears here. No. But the investigation of this guy from the Switzerland government, from the Swiss government.
Swiss, okay.
Yes, it says that in Switzerland there are almost 22 or 25. I didn't remember the number exactly. Accounts of this guy Alex Saab, and the smallest amount
in one account.
In those accounts, the smallest account is $234 million.
25 accounts.
Yes.
With, let's say, 230 million in each account minimum.
In each account minimum.
So
now they have also the Swiss government in his back, because this implies billions.
Wait. That money is not coming from production from Venezuela, because Venezuela is not producing anything.
That this is explaining that he is taking that money
from somewhere.
From somebody.
Okay,
he's using his name to open this account. Okay. But that money doesn't belong to him.
Yeah, but how he back it up? For example, when I came from Guyana, the last time I went to Guyana, and I came here and I brought cash money in my hand, I have to back it up with something.
Switzerland do not have
require
that.
I want to go live in Switzerland.
even the until 5 years ago, all the Swiss accounts were just numbers. You cannot know who is the owner of those accounts. That's changed. The Swiss laws on banking changed because individuals such as this criminal. Okay,
It's the same thing that the guy with the NTI, how do you call it? With Chavez.
Yeah, this guy, exactly.
What is his name? In Miami. He's in jail now.
Yes.
He got money for,
Yeah,
Chavez money.
He's just the face of the money of politicians, Maduro or who knows who else. He's taking that money and putting in these accounts in Switzerland. So you have United States, you have Colombia, you have Venezuela, you have Hong Kong, and you have Switzerland behind his.
Russia, because his family moved to Russia.
Yes.
You have Spain, because the lawyer is in Spain.
And
you have the African countries.
And he's also a Venezuelan and Antiguan citizen. So he shares Antiguan, Venezuelan, and Colombian citizenship. What implies that even Antigua could charge him also.
And Antigua belongs to Great Britain, right?
Yes, it's part of the Commonwealth.
The Commonwealth. Okay. Oh, talking about the Commonwealth.
So you know what this implies.
Yeah, that explains why WhatsApp is trending with his name.
Yes.
Yeah, all Venezuelans are talking about who is he, what he was doing, what he did, and what he's still doing, and where he is, and what would be his future.
Remember that for the last 20 years, the most...
But I think he's one of the distractions, because nobody's talking about Gabriela Chavez, who is another one. Nobody's talking about the other people.
If you multiply 22 times 230 million, Gabriela Chavez is just a penny in the pocket compared with this guy. This guy, we're talking about billions and billions of dollars. Okay?
In Europe.
This guy is worse than Bernie, the guy who passed away. Bernie, the one who passed away yesterday, Madoff. Okay?
He's worth the same way as Madoff?
Oh, yes.
But he just...
$230 million minimum on each account times 22. He's the guy who broke Venezuela.
He's the one.
He's the one.
Wow.
Okay?
Wow.
Okay, well, this is the end of this program, I think. Yes, a minute. Do you want to say something?
Man, I'm speechless. I'm speechless because I thought that was another Gabriela, another no. Okay, we can continue talking about this next week, right? We can investigate a little bit more.
Oh,
so,
yes.
Because we are about to leave. Bye.
Bye.
You're listening to America's Web Radio on the AmericasBroadcastNetwork.com. Thank you for listening.
If you live to serve and want to make an even bigger difference, consider joining the U.S. Army. With training in fields like medical care, linguistics, and engineering, an Army career can amplify your efforts with humanitarian opportunities all over the world. Plus, you'll receive competitive pay and incredible benefits, so you'll be taken care of, too. Learn more at GoArmy.com.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls of all ages, join me, Roger B., every Tuesday at 1400 hours right here on America's Web Radio for the Locked and Loaded Show. We will talk about guns, weapons, ammo, gun accessories, prepping, and so much more.
With bigger difference, consider joining the U.S. Army. With training in fields like medical care, linguistics, and engineering.
You're listening to America's Web Radio. And now time for the Classic Car Show with Steve Ronaldo and Jim Weber.
And I ought to throw in there James Dunst down in Florida. James sitting in today he's our special always guest and always has a special subject. Steve's at a 90th birthday party, and Jim Weber did something as dumb as I would do, and that he cracked his ribs with his own elbow the other day. Now, I'm not sure exactly, well, he explained it, but I didn't get all of the picture, but I think they'll both be back next week, and we certainly hope they are. But it's always a pleasure to welcome James Dunst to America's Web Radio, and we've got an interesting subject to talk about today. We've never done this, and when the idea first struck, I said, well, that's not really classic cars, but then I got to thinking about it. It is, and that's the subject of diesel. So with that being said, good morning, James.
Good morning. How are you today?
I'm doing fantastic, and it's a beautiful day today, and every day is a beautiful day. We're all blessed to live in the best nation in the country and in the world, and we live in a great state, and you live in a great state, and just happy to be here for the folks that are tuning in to the Classic Car Show. And we're going to be talking about diesel and diesel engines and diesel cars, and some that have made it and some that haven't. But it's an interesting subject. I don't even have a clue, Jim or James, off the top of my head, how many. We know that diesel trucks are on the road all over, but I don't even have a clue how many diesel cars are still on the road.
That's a good question for Google.
Okay, well, I might have to Google and find out. I don't know. But the diesel engine is so much different from the gasoline combustion engine that we're all familiar with. And I guess let's start with the fact that I've owned a couple of diesel cars, and the first objection I had was, and both of them were Mercedes, and the objection that I initially had was that it was just loud, and it was really, until you were out on the road going about 60 or 70 miles an hour, it drove wonderfully. It would get you through. It got my wife and I through Hurricane Bob, and you know, they were great as far as stability goes and all that. But the diesel engine back then was, and the Mercedes even, was loud. Then I had a 91 Mercedes that was much quieter. They had really heard their customers, and they quietened them down. But the biggest thing is that one thing that every diesel owner knows, and knows very well, you don't jump in the car and try to start it. You jump in the car, you turn the ignition on, and let the glow plugs go to work. And you want to explain the difference between a spark plug and a glow plug, James?
Sure. Let me give you a little. Before I start, I'm going to address your statement on noise and the glow plugs, but just to give your listeners a little bit of history on the diesel. And I want them to know that whether it's a diesel engine from 1935 or a diesel engine from 2021, the diesel works the same way. The difference is, what's different about them today is the fuel is different. The ultra-low sulfur diesel, and we're going to talk about that. The electronic fuel injection rather than mechanical injection, and the emission controls that have been added, and some of the problems that it creates. I get questions all the time. They say, why does the diesel engine last longer than a gasoline engine? See, diesel fuel is an oil, and when it's injecting this oil into the engine, it actually has a lubricating property, and it extends the life of the mechanical parts in the engine. And the average life of a diesel engine is roughly 200,000 miles, which is pretty good. Then they say, well, why diesel? Diesel has more energy in it than gasoline, but it takes a little different type of system to ignite it. But to go back to go back to your statement on noise. I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to get ahead of you here. We're going to talk about something called cetane. Cetane is the rating of diesel fuel, similar to octane in gasoline, but it's the opposite. The higher the cetane rating is, the quicker the ignition of the fuel will take place. And every engine is designed for a certain cetane value. And most diesel fuel has a cetane rating somewhere between 40 and 45 on a cetane scale. Most engines run better between 45 and 55. But what it does, it has to do with the speed of ignition. The closer you are to the design level of that engine, the quicker the fuel will ignite, and therefore you're going to have less noise. If the cetane level is correct in the fuel that you're using, the noise level will drop. Also, with smoke, there'll be less smoke in the engine. There'll be more power and more fuel economy. So cetane is a critical item. Unfortunately, when you go to your local service station, usually you cannot find out what the cetane rating of the diesel is. But I'm going to explain later in our talk, how you can remedy that. And you said, well, what is the difference between a spark plug and a glow plug? Diesel engines work on what they call compression ignition. When you compress air, 23 to 1, which is the compression ratio of most diesels, it gets really hot. It gets up to like 700 degrees in the cylinder. At that point, the fuel is injected, and then it ignites. And that cetane rating I just talked about, what you want is the moment that fuel is injected, that it ignites, that there's no delay. If there's a delay in the ignition, when the piston is already starting on its way back down, it's going to affect the mileage, it's going to affect the performance, it's going to affect noise, and it's going to affect what you see coming out of the tailpipe. So cetane is important, and there's ways that you can experiment with that, which I'll get to a little bit later.
That's fascinating.
But I didn't answer your question. The difference between a spark plug and a glow plug. A spark plug actually is what ignites the fuel in a gas engine. In a gas engine, you're compressing a mixture of air and fuel. In a diesel engine, you're compressing just air, and the fuel is added when the piston's at the top. And what the spark plug does is that's what ignites the fuel in a gas engine. On a diesel engine, the reason that there are glow plugs, diesel fuel is harder to ignite. So what they do with the glow plugs is they warm the air inside the cylinder so that it helps start the engines quicker. And glow plugs, they do have a life. They do have a shelf life, and the average life is about 100,000 miles. So it's not unreal that you sometime during the life of your diesel engine that you're going to have to change those glow plugs in there. And then I get the question all the time, well, what happens if they go bad? Well, what happens is you have a hard starting engine, especially if you're in a cold climate. And if you get some glow plugs that go bad, usually there's one per cylinder. If you get one or two of them bad, then you're going to end up with incomplete burn in the cylinder, which results in black smoke out the back.
You brought up a point, James, and I just had a flashback memory of this. Both of the Mercedes, and I never used it, but obviously heat is very important to a diesel engine, and both of the Mercedes, and I put in a electrical outlet in my garage thinking that, gosh, if they give you a thing to plug in, you better be able to plug it in. But as it turned out, in both cases, even though we had some cold weather, but it wasn't cold enough to ever need to plug my car in at night, and or plug it in any time for that matter. But obviously heat on a diesel is a very important part of the formula for a diesel.
Absolutely. And originally, I'm from Wisconsin originally, and up there it gets quite cold. And engine heater, which what that does is actually circulates the water in the engine through a heater, and which makes the engine warm and makes it easier to start. It would definitely have an advantage in a northern climate.
So, there are just a lot of little things that are different about a diesel than a gas engine. But, the one thing I think a lot of people don't understand, and this is we hadn't talked about this, but I'm going to throw it at you anyway, is that, for all practical purposes, when you get in a car and you crank the engine, be it a diesel or a gas, you're really starting a heck of an explosion. And that's what makes it run, correct?
That's correct. It is correct.
And a lot of people, if they realized that they were sitting on a bomb of sorts, they'd probably go back to the horse.
Before I get into what I want to do here is I want to go through the changes in the diesel fuel and how it affects and things that a consumer can do to prevent having the problems that are common. What I do here in the state of Florida, I actually work with the cities and counties throughout the state addressing their diesel fuel issues, tank storage issues, and problems that come up with the vehicles. So I'm pretty well versed on what is going on out there with the diesel. But I want to cover an area before I get into that. This is one of the most common questions that I get. I get emails from all over the world. And the most common thing is, well, I was filling up my diesel car and realized I wasn't putting diesel in. I was putting gas in it. And what do I do? Is there an additive that can help me with this? And there is no additive that can help you with that. And it's dangerous that you run the vehicle when there's gas in it, which you have to remember, oil or diesel is an oil. And the components in the diesel engine, like the injector and the injector pump, they need that lubrication in their systems. Gas is a solvent. There's no lubricating properties in gasoline. So if you have gasoline in a diesel engine, it's going to cause severe damage to both the injectors and injector pumps. Then I have people say, well, I think they put gas in my diesel. How do I know that? There's a simple little test that I use. If you can get a thimbleful of the fuel out of your tank, either with a vacuum hose or something like that, and take that thimbleful of fuel and pour it out on concrete, and then see if it'll light. Diesel fuel, if you have diesel fuel on concrete, and you take a blowtorch to it, it won't light. It will light if you put it on paper or cardboard or something like that, but if you just put it on concrete, it won't light. If that sample that you put on the concrete lights, there's gas in it. And then they say, well, what do I do? There's only one thing that you can do. It's drain and flush. Because if you drive that vehicle, it's going to cause severe damage to your engine. It may be inconvenient at the time that it happens, but in the long run, you're going to save a whole lot of money because it may cost you an engine. And the other way is if gasoline or diesel is put in gas, there's a city or county down here in Florida, down in Miami, that a tanker accidentally put diesel fuel in an underground gas tank. And they called me and said the check engine lights are coming on all our police cars. And when you have the same thing, and the codes are the same, random misfire, when you have the same problem like that, the common denominator is the fuel. And I asked them about that, and they said, well, we had the fuel tested. And I said, what did you test it for? They said octane. Well, octane's not going to do that. I said, did you see white smoke coming out of the tailpipe in the ones that were running? They said, yes, we did. And I said, now take a sample and have it tested for diesel fuel. They did that, and they had diesel fuel. The problem is a lot of the cars that were three-quarters full, they topped it off with this diesel fuel, and they drove them. And because they were allowed to drive the vehicles home, they didn't want to down the vehicle. To make a long story short, 350 vehicles got damaged. Many of them needed engines. So it's critical that if you do it either way, if you put gas in your diesel or diesel in your gas, you need to drain that system. Do not drive it. Don't start it. You'll have to be towed from that location to your service center and have them drain and flush the system.
And that can save you a ton of money if you have to rebuild a diesel.
Absolutely. And it happens more often than you think because they say in the U.S. every minute and a half somebody misfuels a vehicle.
Wow.
And so it's a real common problem.
As long as we're talking about fuel and diesel, why is diesel more expensive than gasoline?
Well, that's another question that I get quite often. When diesel and gasoline are produced, when they start off with a barrel of crude oil, they get more gasoline out of a barrel of oil than they do diesel. It's like twice as much. And that's the main reason that it's more expensive.
That's good to know. And that's, these are things that people should, they're back, you and I talked about this earlier, in the 80s and even into the early 90s, people were going sort of crazy about buying diesel cars. And we've covered some of the issues, the noise, and then they're just things that in that 5 or 10 minutes before you drive it off the car lot that salesman needs to tell you, and then at the same token, you're going to forget most or half of what he tells you anyway. So,
if they tell you anything.
If they tell you anything. If they know anything to tell you, actually. But, so it's in prices, certainly, fuel prices, certainly a consideration, particularly as things would have it today. And it's, if diesel's higher than gas, then proportionally it's gone up. I haven't had any need to check the price of diesel. And there are a lot of times that it's not available at all locations. You'd think that fuel was fuel, but just like you said, most of the, in air quotes, the filling stations were equipped initially for gas and not necessarily for diesel. And only truck stops would have the diesel. And let me ask you about that. If I never did it, never had to do it, but if I'm on the road in a diesel and I need fueling, is there any reason not to pull into a truck stop?
No reason whatsoever.
Might as well get it there as any place else, huh?
Anywhere else. The diesel is the same.
Well, that's also good to know.
Speaking of that, I get a question a lot of times. They say that they see red diesel fuel, and they see clear diesel fuel. What is the difference in that? The only difference in that is the color. The reason that it's dyed red is it's for off-road vehicles, such as farm equipment and standby generators that are not on the road. The reason that they color it red is to show that there was no road tax paid on that fuel. And it's very important that you never get caught on the highway with red diesel fuel in your vehicle.
When did they start doing that? Because when I was farming, I had both of my tractors were diesel tractors, and it was the same diesel that, it was diesel was diesel,
Well, I don't know when they started, but the fuel was the same. It's identical. The only difference is the coloring.
Well, that's got to mess some people's heads up every now and then.
Sure. I get the question all the time.
Okay. So, does a diesel require more additives or additives as compared to a gas combustion engine?
Let me, before I talk about additives, I need to talk about the problems. And when we talk about the problems, I'm going to talk about the additives in order to solve these problems. But everybody needs to know, because this is where a person who has diesel equipment, whether it be off-road diesel equipment or on-road diesel equipment, it's things that they can do to limit the chances of having breakdowns. Maybe we can get into that after your break.
Right. That's a very good point. We'll take a break and be back with James talking about diesels and not everything, but most everything you'll need to know about them. We'll be right back after this.
Hi, this is Rocky Blair, former 4-time Super Bowl champion with the Pittsburgh Steelers and Vietnam veteran. As a board member, I'd like to talk to you about Warriors to Citizen, a nonprofit organization that helps American heroes, soldiers, police, fire, EMT, and their families recover from the psychological harm caused by career-induced stress. Over the last 20 years, broken relationships have been a major causal factor for the highest documented divorce rate and resulting suicides in this population. This program, From Warriors to Citizen, is delivered free to families by professionals, all whom served in uniform and understand the needs to be addressed. I ask for your support. So please go to our website, warriorstocitizen.org, and find out how you can help, either by making a donation or sharing this information with an American hero that you may know. And thank you.
Hi, this is Steve Ronaldo, host of the Classic Car Show on America's Web Radio. Just talking to you about antique car insurance. I think that if you're looking for the best coverage for your classic car, consider J.C. Taylor Insurance. They've been my insurer for years in this hobby and have the top rating of all of the insurance companies in the hobby. When you get ready for insurance, call J.C. Taylor or visit jctaylor.com on the internet.
Before we get back to the Classic Car Show, I wanted to do one quick shout-out to a few people that really helped. The Personnel Record Center in the National Archives building in D.C. was shut down for almost a year, causing veterans to not be able to get forms and things that they needed, records that they needed of their service, and in some cases it literally caused the death of some of our veterans because they couldn't get the records and couldn't get the treatment and so forth and so on. But I had one general, and he knows who he is if he's listening, and two colonels helped, and then Lucy Macbeth, my U.S. representative, helped. And we got the Personnel Record Center open again. And I just wanted to shout out to the folks. They know who they are and how much I appreciate the help that they gave us here at the station. And then the fact that I couldn't tell you how many veterans they helped. And we continue to help veterans all the time on America's Web Radio. So with that being said, let's get back to James and talking about diesel and diesel engines. The one thing you can always say about diesel, it has that certain smell.
Oh, and I come home smelling like that a lot.
And
my wife says, I know what you were doing today. But before I go into the fuel itself, to help your listeners, if they're developing engine problems, this is something that's important when you call your service center, is to pay attention to the color of the smoke coming out of the tailpipe. There's three different colors that you could see. One of them is blue, which is used for an oil problem. And then you have a white color, which can be either injector issues or water. Sometimes you have a head gasket leaking and the water gets into the cylinder. And the other one is black smoke. Black smoke has to do with fuel. And so what it does is it helps your service center know where to start with your issue. But I want to go through what happens with diesel fuel and the problems that have come up. This is statistics. 70% of the time when a diesel engine fails, it's caused by fuel problems. 90% of those problems have to do with microbial growth. All diesel fuel has microbes in it. And where they cause you a problem is when they start to grow. And they grow when there's water in there. But you hear the term algae. This is a common thing. There's even some products that say algae on it. But it's not algae. It's actually fungus, mold, and bacteria. But somewhere along the line, somebody called it algae, and that kept on. Algae grows in your swimming pool, but it doesn't grow in your fuel tank. And algae needs light to grow, and there's no light in a fuel tank. But there's another problem that comes up. There's a term called asphaltenes. If you have, let's say you have a standby generator, and some of your listeners may have that. If you have a standby generator where that fuel sits for long periods of time, diesel fuel will start to revert back to its original state, which is a solid. And you can actually start to develop solids in suspension. And what that'll do when the engine is running is it'll shut your engine down because it plugs up the filter. And the asphaltenes, if you want to prevent that in long-term stored fuel, this is where we start to talk about some additives. Bell Performance, the company that I work for, we have a product called Diesel Life. Diesel Life is a stabilizer. And I get the question all the time, what does the stabilizer do? What it does is it changes fuel chemically so that it doesn't deteriorate as quickly. That's the purpose of a stabilizer. So it reduces the chances of that asphaltene growth within the filter formation. Microbial growth, when does that occur? You got to understand there's a term that we call water-diesel interface. If you can visualize this, where you have water on the bottom, you have diesel fuel laying on top, because water's going to go to the bottom. And what these microbes do is they live in that water, and then they eat the diesel fuel. It's hard to believe that they want to eat fuel, but they do, because it's organic. And when they eat that fuel as a food source, when they excrete waste, that's the black stuff that plugs up your filter. And what I tell people all the time is if you have a problem with your vehicle, well, all of a sudden it won't come up to RPM, or it shuts down completely. But changing a fuel filter makes it run again. What you want to do, if it's a canister-type filter, is to cut that filter open with Axo. And when you open it up, if you see black and slimy on the paper on that filter, it tells you two things. It tells you that you have microbes, and it also tells you have water, because if you didn't have water, you wouldn't have microbes. Without water, they can't grow. And there's another area where you can end up with a water-diesel interface. If you have a filter on there that's a water separator, and that's a filter, it's got a little valve on the bottom of it, and what you're supposed to do on a regular basis, every few days, is to drain that. Because if you don't drain it, you have a water-diesel interface within your filter. You have water on the bottom, you have diesel on top. So what it does then is it flows right there in the filter. So it's very important that you identify that, cut that filter open, and see what you see. Now, there's two things that you need to do at that point. If you see black and you see slimy, you got water and you got microbes. So what you have to do is you have to kill the microbes. How do you do that? Use a biocide. And you got to be careful, because there's a lot of products out there that claim they deal with microbial issues, and they don't really deal with the issues. What they are is products that maybe deal with a little bit of water. What you want to do with when you have microbial infection, you want to kill it, and that's done with a biocide. We have a product called Belicide, and it only takes an ounce per 40 gallons, which is a shock dose to kill what's in there. And I recommend doing that on a diesel engine about 3 times a year, maybe 4 times a year. And like I said, it only takes a couple of ounces, and you're good to go. And all through the fuel system, it'll go through there and kill anything that's in there. The second thing is water. How do you deal with the water? The problem is you don't know how much water is in there. And then you say, well, how do I get water? There's several ways that water ends up in your tank. If you have a tank that's half full and where you have wall space and the tank is vented, 7-degree change in temperature, you'll have condensation. If you live in an area like we do in a high humidity, that can happen quite often. So you got to remember, to a microbe, a drop of water is a lake. And so you got to deal with that water. Well, how do I deal with that water? Most gas tanks, they do not have drains on them. But Bell has a product called DFS Plus. DFS Plus will actually combine with the water and make it part of the fuel. And what you're trying to do there is you're trying to eliminate what this thing called water-diesel interface. Because if you don't have the water on the bottom, you're not going to have any growth. And this product will actually make it disappear within the fuel. It's still there. It's just no longer a diesel. It's no longer a diesel water interface. It'll pass through the injectors and won't hurt a thing. So you say, well, how much of that do I put in? I usually recommend on a 20-gallon tank, you start off with maybe 8 ounces. And then if you have the problem again, you're going to have to add more. Because if you didn't get all the water out, even though you killed the microbes that were in the tank, when you fill up that tank again with diesel fuel, you put a new batch of microbes in there. And if there's still water, they're going to grow again. So the water is the key. You got to keep the water out. If you can do that, you're 90% of the way there.
You know, James, as you were talking then, I was thinking, and this doesn't have anything to do with fuel, but it certainly has something to do with diesel engines. And one filter that you have to keep clean, and I learned it the hard way when I was farming, but those air filters are, if you live in an area like I did and where I farmed, was a dust bowl. And we'd have sandstorms, we'd have just in doing normal work, you'd kick up a lot of dust. And you've got to keep those. In fact, we had a practice that we wouldn't start an engine without blowing out the air filters first. And they are vitally important to a diesel engine.
Well, also, if you do have a restricted air filter, and this can be from the turbocharger also, if you restrict the airflow into that, you're going to see black smoke out the back. because what you've got is you've got the same amount of fuel going in there, but you don't have enough air, so you have a rich mixture, which ends up being black in color. But talking about these microbes, just to give you an idea how fast they grow, one cell, one microbe, in 6 hours can turn into 240,000. And every 20 minutes after that, it'll double. Now, you got to remember, it's not just one microbe in there. There's thousands of microbes in there. So they're all duplicating, so they can grow really fast. So it's important that if you want to prevent yourself from ever having that problem, is to go ahead and treat it on a regular basis. And also, what I would do, even if you don't have an issue right now, is you just add 8 ounces of the DFS Plus, and that'll deal with any water that's in there. And the sloshing around of the fuel in the tank will be enough to go ahead and pick that up. But, there's 3 kinds of water. When we talk about water, you have free water, which is water you can see. Then you have emulsified water. What that looks like, if you have a sample of your fuel and it's cloudy, usually that's emulsified fuel where there's water suspended in the fuel. And that can cause you some problems because the engine manufacturers of these engines, when you get above 200 parts per million water suspended in diesel, they can void your warranty. And a lot of times on the very expensive engines, and what they'll do is they'll do a fuel test before they do any work if there's engine damage. And if it turns out that the fuel has more than 200 parts per million water in the fuel, they just voided your warranty and you're going to have to pay for it.
Well, on that note, let's take our second break. We'll be back with James right after a couple of messages.
Whether cruising the strip in a 57 Chevy or taking the family on a vacation in a 71 Oldsmobile Vista Cruiser, you need to tune in to Classic Cars with Steve Ronaldo and Jim Weber every Saturday from 8 to 9 a.m. on americaswebradio.com.
Hi, my name is Steve Ronaldo, host of the Classic Car Show on America's Web Radio, talking to you about antique car insurance. In this hobby that I've been part of for years, not all insurance companies and insurance coverage is the same. I would suggest that you call J.C. Taylor or visit jctaylor.com to find out some information about some of the best antique car insurance you can get, such as agreed value insurance for your classic car. Again, when you get ready to insure your classic, antique, or even your street rod, call J.C. Taylor Insurance or visit jctaylor.com.
And when you call J.C. Taylor, be sure and mention the fact that you heard about him on the Classic Car Show and that you appreciate what we do here on the Classic Car Show. We bring you information that a lot of folks, just like today's information, you don't hear this everywhere, that's for sure. We'll be back right after this.
Hello. My name is Colonel Retired Rick White, the United States Army veteran, and I'm the director of the Georgia Military Veterans Hall of Fame. I would like to encourage all Georgia veterans to consider being nominated to the Georgia Military Veterans Hall of Fame. If you are a Georgia veteran, and the Georgia veteran's definition is you were either born in this state, or you lived in the state 10 years, or you raised your right hand and joined the military in the state of Georgia, you are considered a Georgia veteran. For further information, go to your website at www.gmvhof.org, or you can contact me at 678-427-0915. Nominations need to be in by the last Friday in August each year. Again, if you're a Georgia veteran, or you're a friend or family member of the Georgia veteran, living or deceased, please consider nominating that veteran to this highly noble and rare Hall of Fame for our great state. Thank you so much.
You're listening to America's Web Radio on the AmericasBroadcastNetwork.com. Thank you for listening.
And now let's get back to James and talking about diesel engines. And let me ask you, would you consider a diesel more picky than a regular combustion engine, that it needs more pampering or more of this or more of that, James?
Actually, it needs less because it doesn't have the ignition system. It doesn't have wires and coils and all sorts of things. So it's actually less maintenance. So the problem is when you do need maintenance, when you do have to work on it, it's very costly. That's one of the downsides on a diesel. And before we started the show, you had mentioned something about where you take your vehicle is critical. Not all mechanics are trained in diesel engines, and it's real important that that when your diesel needs work, that you take it to a qualified diesel repair person, because I've seen a lot of diesel engines damaged by technicians that basically don't know what they're doing on them. But I want to go back. I want to go back and address this water thing one more time. You know, people ask me, how's the water get in there? I told you that it's condensation. If you have a fuel tank that has wall space, you can have condensation. But there's a couple other ways that it gets in there, too. The fuel supplier that actually supplies fuel to the station can actually bring water in there. And this is why it's important that a station have good housekeeping practices, where they test it for water, and if there is water, that they remove that water. When you go into a service station, you see these covers. One of them's painted yellow. The one that's painted yellow is on the ground. It's the diesel. That's where, and underneath that is what they call a spill bucket. And the spill bucket, when they're fueling the tank, if any fuel spills into that bucket, they just push a little button in that, and the fuel goes back down in the tank. The problem is a lot of times the spill buckets in the heavy rain will get filled up with water, and the water will be higher than the cap. Well, you're supposed to go ahead and pump that out before you go ahead and remove the cap, but most fuel suppliers, they don't. Most of them don't have a way to do it. And so they end up popping that cap or pushing that button, the water ends up down in the tank. And this is where it's good to go to a good service station where you know that they have good housekeeping practices and maintenance on their equipment. But there's another problem. After all these problems, you're going to wonder why you got a diesel. There's another problem with these microbes. Some of the microbes actually excrete acid, sulfuric acid, and the pH of fuel. If you have corrosion issues, let's say you see corrosion around the filler neck, and at that point you probably have a low pH, which is high acid. When the pH of diesel fuel, which is normally 7, gets down to about 5.5 or below, it'll actually cause damage to the tank and the equipment because it's acid. And then people say, well, can I just add something to raise the pH? There is no product on the market that raises pH in fuel. So the way that you get rid of it is you have to adjust the source of it, which is microbes. Again, we go back to that biocide treatment. And that's why a regular treatment of biocide can be helpful. And after you treat the source of it by killing the microbes, over time, as you're consuming the fuel and adding fuel, the pH will rise. But this is something a lot of people don't know this. Another area is sulfur. Why do we have ultra-low sulfur diesel? It used to be that they had high sulfur, which was 5,000 parts per million. But what they did is they gradually dropped it. They went from 5,000 to 500, which was low sulfur diesel. And then from there, they went down to 15 parts per million, which is ultra-low. And you say, well, why did they do that? The new emission systems on the vehicles that uses diesel exhaust fluid have particulate filters and catalysts. The sulfur that's in diesel fuel will actually damage that catalyst. So they had to get rid of the sulfur. But along with that came some problems. Sulfur did two things. It was a lubricant for the injectors and injector pumps, and it suppressed microbial growth. And that's why microbes go in diesel fuel now quicker than they ever did, because they've taken most of the sulfur out. So, again, usually the sign is corrosion around the filler neck. If you see something like that. And it'll also, if there's water in the bottom of the tank, eventually it'll actually eat holes in the bottom of the tank. Let's say you had an underground storage tank. If you had water down there and you have microbes living in that water and they're excreting acid, eventually there'll be a hole in the bottom of the tank.
Something, interesting point, and I guarantee most folks never heard of that.
I'm probably telling people more than they want to know. but this is the reality of using the modern diesel fuel. But I get a question all the time about fuel polishing. What is fuel polishing? Fuel polishing is filtering. What they actually do is they draw the fuel out of the tank and they run it through like a 2-micron filter, and they filter out any suspended solids or anything that's in the fuel, and they put it back in the tank. The majority of the time, unless the fuel is dark in color, it does not need polishing. If the fuel is clear, the odds are there's no suspended solids. And in a car, in a vehicle, and that, the fuel is consumed pretty quick, so you're probably never going to see suspended solids. Where you normally see that is when you have stationary power units, a piece of equipment that sits for a long period of time. Some of the home power units that they have, all house power units, they have a problem because fuel sits for a long time. And then I get the question, well, how do we test for water? Well, there's a product on the market. It's called water paste. Color Cut is the name of it. And what they do with that is they put that on a stick, or in the case of a vehicle fuel tank, you can put some on the end of a piece of rubber vacuum hose and you feed that down in there. If it touches water, it changes from a gold color to a red color. That's how you can determine that. But if I go back to what I said about the filter, if you see black and slimy in the filter, you really don't need to test for water because you know you got water. Because if you didn't have water, you wouldn't have black and slimy.
Makes me want to not buy another diesel. No, this is something you were talking about, and I'd like to address the point of how good the housekeeping is at the station you buy your diesel. And I would say the biggest problem there is the turnover of employees at a service station or a filling station. Not many service stations anymore, but filling station. And it's sort of like I used to put out smudge spots for my uncle's construction company using kerosene, and there wasn't a nastier thing in the world that you could do than that. And working with diesel isn't exactly a prime job, as we discussed. So, you have people that are turning over and don't understand what they really need to do to keep the diesel clean. Would that be a fair statement?
Yes, very fair. And, one thing about, and I do a lot of work for Circle K food stores. They have the largest chain, convenience store chain in the nation. And the problem that they have is the ideal thing to do is if you had a store manager that could actually treat their underground tank for the microbes. They usually don't. They don't know anything about it. They don't want to deal with it. They don't want to deal with the chemicals that are used because the biocides are poisonous. So usually, unless they have an outside service doing it, they don't get done. There's one more area that it's more than that. Diesel fuel has you've heard of anti-gel. Diesel fuel has wax in it. If you live in a northern climate where it's nice and cold, diesel fuel somewhere around 10 degrees and that will start to turn solid, and it will actually get solid just like a block of wax does. So in those areas, you have to use what they call anti-gel to prevent that from happening. And Bell has what they call cold flow improver to help prevent that. They also have a problem called quick thaw. Let's say that your system got all gelled up and solid. What do you do with that? Well, this quick thaw, you spin the filter off, you pour some in the filter, you pour the rest in the tank and wait 20 minutes, and it thaws the whole system out. So that's something to know. But most people that own a diesel fuel in cold climate know that they need to do that.
Wow. One more. Okay, that brings up another point. I'm driving up to Wisconsin in the middle of the winter, and I'm driving a diesel up. People don't think about that. They think no matter where they are, they're at home, so to speak, and that, well, if I need diesel, I'll just get it, or if I do this, and they don't check in advance to find out, gee, I'm going from 40-degree weather down to 20 below degree weather, and what's my car going to expect? And so it'd be a good idea to check on the area that you're going to.
Well, you've heard the term of summer fuel and winter fuel. People think that's not true. There is a difference. What they do on diesel fuel in the wintertime is they mix number 1, which is kerosene, with number 2, diesel. And what that does is it drops that gel point down. It'll drop it down below 0, but you still need to use some cold flow improver. And then people say, well, why don't you just use number 1 to begin with? Well, because there's less energy in number 1. There's more energy in number 2, diesel. The higher the number that you go on diesel, all the way up to number 6, there's more energy in each one of those numbers.
But this is something that, if you're driving way out of a warm climate into an extremely cold climate, people need to know that they need to check on the fuel, right?
Absolutely.
And
absolutely.
You may, maybe even depending on what kind of car it is, check with a dealer up there and say, look, I'm driving from Atlanta, Georgia up to Minneapolis, and what do I need to do to prepare my car for that? Or do I wait until I get there and then do something? Or, but check in advance, because it can make a whole lot of difference in a lot of things.
You bet. Needs to be added when you add the fuel.
Yes, sir. So, I don't know about you. I know you haven't learned anything today, but I'm learning something every minute we go, James. So what else anything else you'd like to hit a highlight on?
Well, if we have another break here afterwards, I want to talk a little bit about biodiesel.
Okay.
But I also want to talk about the cetane and injector cleaner, because it's critical.
All righty, we'll take our break, and we'll be back right after this.
Hi, this is Steve Ronaldo, host of the Classic Car Show on America's Web Radio. Just talking to you about antique car insurance. I think that if you're looking for the best coverage for your classic car, consider J.C. Taylor Insurance. They've been my insurer for years in this hobby and have the top rating of all of the insurance companies in the hobby. When you get ready for insurance, call J.C. Taylor or visit jctaylor.com on the internet.
Hi, this is Rocky Blair, former four-time Super Bowl champion with the Pittsburgh Steelers and Vietnam veteran. As a board member, I'd like to talk to you about Warriors to Citizen, a nonprofit organization that helps American heroes, soldiers, police, fire, EMT, and their families recover from the psychological harm caused by career-induced stress. Over the last 20 years, broken relationships have been a major causal factor for the highest documented divorce rate and resulting suicides in this population. This program, From Warriors to Citizen, is delivered free to families by professionals, all whom served in uniform and understand the needs to be addressed. I ask for your support, so please go to our website, warriorstocitizen.org, and find out how you can help, either by making a donation or sharing this information with an American hero that you may know. And thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls of all ages, join me, Roger B., every Tuesday at 1400 hours right here on America's Web Radio for the Locked and Loaded Show. We will talk about guns, weapons, ammo, gun accessories, prepping, and so much more. So be sure to join us every Tuesday at 1400 or 2 p.m. for Locked and Loaded on America's Web Radio.
This is America's Web Radio. Would you like to have a show, talk about your business, or express your opinion on America's Web Radio? Just email gm@americaswebradio.com and we'll get back to you. Thank you. And we will get back to you if you're interested in doing a show or a weekly show, I might add, and, name the subject, and we'll think about it and talk about it and see where we want to go with it. But there are a lot of folks that have opinions today that would like to be able to have a forum to express those opinions, and that's what America's Web Radio offers, is a forum to express your opinion, and we download a lot of podcasts every month. The number would blow your mind, and be glad to talk about it with you if you want to call and find out, tell me about the show that you might want to do. With that being said, let's get back to James Dunce talking about diesels. And let me ask you, James, when did the diesel... Okay, this is a chicken and the egg, I think. Was because of the torque that a diesel engine can give a vehicle, did they start out in trucks, or did diesels start out in cars?
Well, to be honest with you, that's a good Google question.
Okay.
I don't want to say something that I don't know for sure.
Well, I can appreciate that.
I'm not sure. Yeah. Logically, it sounds like probably started more with trucks than they did cars because they needed. It does have more torque and more power. Therefore, the truck would be the most logical approach. But before the next item has to do with biodiesel. But before I do that, because I don't want to miss this, I want to talk about the cetane, the injector cleaner, and the stabilizer. I talked about stabilizer earlier. I said that it changes fuel chemically so that it doesn't break down as quick. And it's for fuel in long-term storage. The trick, though, is you got to add it when the fuel's new. You can add it later on, but the problem is it won't fix the damage that's already been done to the fuel. It just prevents further damage. But ideally, if you're going to use a stabilizer, you want to do it at the beginning. And the thing that's critical on all of these chemicals, you can have the best chemical unless they're mixed into the fuel. They're not going to perform as they claim. So stabilizers or any of these, the best time to do it is when you're filling it. To go ahead and put the chemical in there and then add the fuel behind it, which causes it to mix up. But I talked about cetane earlier, and what you can do. Most people they drive their vehicle, they know how it feels, they know how it accelerates, they know how the engine sounds, they know what the smoke looks like out of the tailpipe. And what they can do is you can experiment with cetane booster. Bell has a product. They have a product called Diesel, which has 2 points of cetane plus it has injector cleaner in it. That's an ideal product. But what you can do is you can get some cetane boost. We have a product called Supertane, and you put whatever the treat rate is on the back of it. And then the beautiful thing about cetane, you don't have to wait a week to find out if it's going to help you. The minute that it's fixed into the fuel, if it was deficient in cetane, you'll feel the difference. You'll feel the difference, you'll hear the difference, and the power and the mileage will change. And the smoke coming out of the tailpipe. And what I tell people, because there is a point, let's say your engine was designed for 50, and you put enough cetane boost in to raise it to 55. You get no benefit beyond 50, because at 50, you had a complete burn at exactly the right time. Everything got consumed. There's nothing left to burn. So it won't hurt anything. You'll just waste it. So what I tell people, go ahead and add one treatment, see if it makes a difference. If they feel a difference, go ahead and add some more. When they get to the point where it no longer makes a difference, that's it. That's the ideal place. I've never had anyone where I suggested this that didn't come back to me and say, what a difference. It does make a difference. And the other thing that's critical on a diesel engine is the injectors. Injectors do not get dirty internally. Where they get dirty is on a tip. When the diesel, when it fires, it has a high spray, a real fine spray. And what happens eventually, when the diesel fuel evaporates off the tip of that injector in that heat, it leaves a residue behind. And eventually it starts to restrict the flow out of that injector. When it does that, it starts to dribble, and then you have an incomplete burn. Now you got black smoke again. Now you got noise again. So if you can deal with both of those items at the same time, what I usually recommend is you use a product like Diesel, which has the injector cleaner in it. It also has stabilizer in it, but it has the injector cleaner in it, and it also has 2 points of cetane in it. Now, the 2 points of cetane in this particular product, 1 ounce for 10 gallons, I know that doesn't sound a lot, but in the world of additives, you're working with parts per million. So if you have an additive that works, you're definitely going to feel the difference. But it's worth a try. It's fun to try it because you can breathe new life into your diesel engine. You'll find power that you didn't know you had.
Yeah, James, let me ask you. You know, we live in a society, and I'm as at fault for this as anyone, certainly. But if a little bit's good, oh, well, let's put that much more in. Can you do damage on going the other way?
No, yeah, you won't do any damage. You just waste it. It's not going to hurt any. Same thing with the biocide. I said 1 ounce for 40 gallons with a shock dose. If you put 2 ounces or 3 ounces, it's not going to hurt anything. It's just going to waste it. The ideal treat rate is what we have on the container.
Okay.
But the last thing here, because the time's getting away from us, is I want to deal with the biodiesel. Everybody should know that all diesel fuel now, and most diesel fuel has 5% bio in it. And they don't have to tell you. It doesn't have to be on the pump, but it's in there. And at 5%, it doesn't cause any problems. It's when you get in, they have different ratings. They have B5, B10, B20. What that is B10 is is 10% bio, B20 is 20% bio. And where you end up with some problems is when you get between 10 and 20%. At the 5%, it doesn't cause a problem. But some things to know about biodiesel, it can be made from 50 different products, everything from peanut oil to palm oil. And if you're dealing with this anti-gel that we talked about for northern climate, the anti-gel that works on diesel fuel doesn't work the same on these bioproducts. So in order to have an effective anti-gel, you'd have to know what it is. And you're not going to know that because they don't tell you that when you buy the diesel at the local supplier. So my advice, in the wintertime, don't use anything from 10 above. Use everything, or just leave it at the 5% that you have in there. Also, biodiesel will absorb 4 times as much water right out of the air than regular diesel fuel does. And remember what I said about the 200 parts per million. If you get 200 parts per million or more, they can void your warranty. And the other thing here that's really critical, never, ever, ever use biodiesel in critical use equipment. What I mean by that is I deal with emergency operations centers. I deal with fire departments. I deal with communication towers. You don't want to use it anywhere that you have to depend on that where it absolutely cannot go down because you have a much higher risk of it going down. And it has about one-fourth the life of regular diesel. It has got microbes in it much quicker. So the rule of thumb is don't ever use it in critical use equipment. It's okay to use it in your car. Be careful what you're using and what time of the year it is, that you don't exceed the B10. Keep it under that B10.
That's very important to know, and I hope that people came to the show today with their pen and paper at hand where they could write down some of this information and look back at it down the road whenever they are doing something or refueling or going to know that they need to refuel. And James, you've done another fantastic job of introducing us and telling us the truth about diesels and what needs to be done and what has to be done to keep them running right. And certainly want to thank you for jumping in and working with us on this, and look forward to the next time that you can be our host.
So listen, we have a website. It's www.bellperformance.com or .net. Most of what I talked about today is on there. Some of it I actually wrote. If you have questions, you can always call in to Bell Performance, and I will answer your questions for you. And the phone number there is 407-831-5021. Again, it's 407-831-5021, and just ask for James. And I'd be happy to help you. If I'm not there, I'll call you back.
Thank you very much, and we'll talk to you next time.
Thank you. You're listening to America's Web Radio on the AmericasBroadcastNetwork.com. Thank you for listening.
Insurance. In this hobby that I've been part of for years, not all insurance companies and insurance coverage is the same. I would suggest that you call J.C. Taylor or visit jctaylor.com to find out some information about some of the best antique car insurance you can get, such as agreed value insurance for your classic car. Again, when you get ready to insure your classic, antique, or even your street rod, call J.C. Taylor Insurance or visit jctaylor.com.
Quick Stakes, that's Q-U-I-K Stakes, are not just for surveyors. They are great for family and community gardens. Go online to www.quickstake.com or contact your local land surveying supply dealer and get you a box of Quick Stakes. You'll love them every year when you plant your garden. Again, that's Quick Stakes, Q-U-I-K Stakes, the truly preferred way to stake and identify what's in your garden now.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls of all ages, join me, Roger B., every Tuesday at 1400 hours right here on America's Web Radio for the Locked and Loaded Show. We will talk about guns, weapons, ammo, gun accessories, prepping, and so much more.
welcome to America's Web Radio. And as promised, for the last month, we had promised that we would have the legendary, nationally known Banks and Shane on America's Web Radio, and we do. And we're going to start with just a little snippet of one of the most hated songs in the United States, I think. And everybody that's been to Disney World at one time or the other, and it's, I don't know who wrote it, but however they got it, it's one of those things that once you hear it, then you're going to keep playing it over and over and over again in your mind.
Probably the same person that wrote Happy Birthday.
Probably. So, without further ado, we'll see if you feel the same way we do, and then we'll explain why we're playing.
Yeah, you can explain to us too. Take it away, Paulie. I can't even. It's a small world after all. Just in case you didn't recognize it.
Name that tune. I need more notes.
Not yet, but that's later in the. That's next another thing. No, I decided, as we have had show after show after show for the last few years, but this past year, 2020, and I won't go into any great details about it from a personal standpoint, but as most of you know, we've had a lot of negativism, to say the least, and we're still getting it. And I decided a couple of months ago. Good afternoon, and welcome to America's Web Radio. And, I had to figure out some way to bring some kind of smile to people's face. You know, I know I get a lot of laughter if I'm ever on the camera, and people laugh at what I look like. But beyond that, I wanted to bring some cheer into the world. And
remembering
I've known these two gentlemen, Banks and Shane,
we start off
since
these type of programs with
I started the radio station in Sandy Springs.
That's what
and
we're going to do.
They were always very kind.
Start with our silent prayer for a moment.
I go to their concerts.
And we'll be back with you very shortly.
I lost touch, and I.
Amen. And we've got Phil Forsberg on the line with us, and we're going to be talking all about Desert Shield and Desert Storm. But we got to play that one other thing right quick, Phil, if you don't mind.
I will.
Motivated.
got to have those cadence calls and keep on going. You can do it. I can do it. Sound off. 1, 2, 3, 4. And bring it on down. 1, 2, 3, 4. And it's all the way. All the way. Anyway, we're going to be talking about, this is the week of the 30th anniversary of Desert Shield and Desert Storm. And I guess President Biden announced that he was getting out of Afghanistan now. And, it seems like for a lot of us, Phil, that this 30 years has really gone rapidly. And that's why so many people, I guess, have sort of forgotten about Desert Shield and Desert Storm and why we went in there. What are your thoughts on it?
Well, it doesn't seem like that long ago, but then again, every once in a while I take my old chocolate chip uniform out of the closet and it doesn't fit. So some time must have passed.
It's that I found that it's that leak in the closet shrinks those uniforms.
It could be.
You might want to have your ceiling looked at or your roof checked or something like that.
Yeah.
But, I couldn't be poured in. Well, I don't have mine anymore, but I couldn't have been poured into it at this point anyway. I don't know how I gained that much weight.
When those uniforms first came out, we first got a look at them. We thought they were pretty high speed, but I don't know. The uniforms the folks are wearing these days kind of make that look silly.
Well, are you talking about the dress uniforms?
No, I'm talking about what we call the chocolate chips.
The fatigues?
That desert camouflage pattern that come out. You see any footage of General Schwarzkopf wearing the chocolate chips all the time.
They don't even call them fatigues anymore.
Yeah, they call them ACU, the Army Combat Uniform, and then there's the ASU, the Army Service Uniform. I don't know. It's just too many TLAs for me.
And I think
you're familiar with TLAs, right, David?
No. Explain it to me.
That's Pentagon speak.
Oh, okay.
TLA stands for three-letter acronym.
Oh. And what is that exactly? A TLA?
The TLA is a three-letter acronym.
And what is a TLA? An acronym, right?
Yeah.
So
when you first get to your first tour in the Pentagon, you're swimming in acronym soup, and then you come up on somebody starts talking about TLAs. You say, "Well, I know all the rest of them now, but what's TLA?" And they say, "Well, that's a three-letter acronym."
You're sort of in alphabet soup there, huh?
Yeah. The jargon and the acronyms, it's mind-numbing.
Well, I don't think I'm going to have to serve any time in the Pentagon. Or at my age, nobody wants me anywhere. So I guess I'll just stay on the radio and keep trying to punch away at keeping veterans happy. And it's so much has changed in the 30 years since the Gulf War, Desert Shield and Desert Storm. It's just it seems like everything has changed. I know my life has changed considerably since then, and many others have. And I do want to throw this out though. The Personnel Record Center is open and in business again. And
wonderful.
We hope that some of what we did helped a little bit, and we certainly tried.
Certainly did.
And got to a couple of congressmen and We tried. That's all anybody can do is try. And we do a lot of other veteran shows. By the way, this Wednesday we're going to have on Pete Mecca's show on a veteran story. He's got a 96-year-old Holocaust survivor that's going to be on. So it should be very interesting, and wanted to mention that. And we just, Phil, I don't know how often you peruse our website, but we've just been extremely fortunate on host and the guests that our hosts have on. And they're just absolutely outstanding. And I want to thank all of the hosts that either come in or call in and have their guests on either remotely or in studio. And it's always a pleasure, and we feel like that we are talking to veterans, and that we can't ever let our veterans down. And all you veterans that are listening right now, be sure and grab that your son, your daughter, if they're not too old, or your grandkids. You are our history books today, so be sure and tell them what you did in the military and what the flag meant to you when you raised your hand and said you would defend the Constitution, and what it means to you when an honor guard goes by, or if you have to go to the funeral of a fallen brother or sister. So, let's go on with the show, as they say.
Well, I can recall just how busy we were when my unit got the alert that we were going to be deployed over there to Saudi Arabia for what was being called Desert Shield at the time. We spent, I think we got our alert sometime second week of August of 1990, and we worked every day from about 5 or 6 in the morning till about 11 o'clock at night. I'd get home. And we did everything from painting vehicles to going to the firing range to requalify on our weapons, to inoculations, of course, briefings from lawyers to tell us, what we could and couldn't do in the combat zone. There's no end. You have, fill out your wills and your power of attorney for your family, and briefings on, for the pilots like me that they wanted to cover what would be the procedure if you were shot down, and how they would get you back, and of course. And people don't realize, they think it's, you get shot down, they send in a helicopter and pick you up. But once you get on that helicopter, you have a series of questions you have to answer, so they can make sure you're not just some enemy agent that maybe took the uniform of the pilot after he killed him or something. So it's, there's so much to do, and we really didn't have a break from the time we got our alert until the time we left. We left out of Robert Gray Army Airfield at Fort Hood, Texas, and it's a big, long, I think 10,000-foot runway, and they, of course, we went in a civilian airliner from Pan Am World Airways at the time, and it was a 747-200 that was called the Clipper New Horizons. They come in, picked us up, and they flew us to Bangor, Maine, refueled, flew us to Rome, Italy, refueled, and then on to Dhahran, Saudi Arabia.
And
I can
go ahead.
Go ahead there.
I was just going to say.
I can remember. We landed. It was about 11 o'clock at night, and time I ever rode the flight deck of an airliner for landing there in Saudi Arabia. I thought it was interesting because they had invited me up, to sit in one of the observer seats on the flight deck. And, of course, I was wearing a pistol. And I thought, how unusual. But, all our troops had all their weapons in the back there. And I'll tell you that flight crew and the cabin crew couldn't have been nicer to us. They were just some wonderful folks. I really enjoyed the service that they gave us. But I can remember when they opened that door, it was about 11 o'clock, maybe midnight, and they opened that door, and it was this rush of hot, humid air come in there, and the first thing I could think of was, what does it cost to heat this place? It was hot there.
And I would venture to say, from the time you all your unit met to board the plane, the question that started up and never ended until you stepped back on American soil. And that question was, when are we going home?
Yeah, I think any American that's ever been to Saudi Arabia, that's his first thought is, when can I leave? There was we used to have a saying, there's a pretty girl behind every tree here.
Yeah. You just have a tough time finding that tree, huh?
Yeah. If you see a tree, let me know.
That has water around it.
Yeah, water was in short supply, too.
Well, as I've been making a point recently, and I will continue to make that point, is that this show is obviously about Desert Shield and Desert Storm, but it's also about the fact that it's for and with first responders. And as far as I'm concerned, the United States of America is the #1 first responder in the world, whether it's on the battlefield or because of a weather disaster or any other kind of disaster. Just like our EMTs and our police and fire departments, we are a nation of first responders, and we have to appreciate them. And that's why we push that every Friday we wear red shirts here, and we push a red shirt in honor of our first responders, be they military, civilian, whatever the case might be. But we do push the fact that we have the best folks in the world, and they're first responders. So,
hey, David.
Yes, sir.
In fact, you know why firemen wear red suspenders?
I bet you're going to tell me.
Keep their pants up.
You got me. How can I argue with that? Well, with that being said, I think we'll take our first break, Phil, and we'll come back with Phil Forsberg right after a couple of messages and reminders of great shows to listen to on America's Web Radio. We'll be back in just a moment.
Hi, this is Rocky Blair, former 4-time Super Bowl champion with the Pittsburgh Steelers and Vietnam veteran. As a board member, I'd like to talk to you about Warriors to Citizen, a nonprofit organization that helps American heroes, soldiers, police, fire, EMT, and their families recover from the psychological harm caused by career-induced stress. Over the last 20 years, broken relationships have been a major causal factor for the highest documented divorce rate and resulting suicides in this population. This program, From Warriors to Citizen, is delivered free to families by professionals, all whom served in uniform and understand the needs to be addressed. I ask for your support, so please go to our website, warriorstocitizen.org, and find out how you can help, either by making a donation or sharing this information with an American hero that you may know. And thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls of all ages, join me, Roger B., every Tuesday at 1400 hours right here on America's Web Radio for the Locked and Loaded Show. We will talk about guns, weapons, ammo, gun accessories, prepping, and so much more. So be sure to join us every Tuesday at 1400 or 2 p.m. for Locked and Loaded on America's Web Radio.
This is America's Web Radio. Would you like to have a show, talk about your business, or express your opinion on America's Web Radio? Just email gm@americaswebradio.com and we'll get back to you. Thank you. And we're back on Remembering Desert Shield and Desert Storm with Phil Forsberg, Lieutenant Colonel retired. And it's always a delight to talk to you, Phil. And you and I, once in a while, will talk before the show and talk about, well, are we going to make another full hour? And somehow, we do. And the show is very important. We can't forget or not remember any of our wars that we lost any American lives in or that we participated in, that if it wasn't for those veterans that defended our Constitution and our way of life, we wouldn't be here. We wouldn't be on the air. And quite frankly, I don't want to get political, but we have to be very observant and very cognizant of what's going on around us today. And be prepared for anything that might happen. But we have to be aware. And, I've never asked you this question, Phil, but I think I will. Okay, so you board the plane to come home. Did you feel like you'd left anything behind?
Nothing that I was unwilling to part with.
You didn't want to yell, "Stop this plane, I got to get my whatever"?
I think I had a blanket and maybe something else that wasn't fitting in my bags, and I just said, anybody wants it, it's theirs, and I was gone.
Donated them to the cause because you didn't want them anymore. But, I guess... let me ask you, what was when you first got, and I think you'll back me up on this, when you first got your orders that for leaving, going home, and anybody that's ever served knows that that's always subject to change without notice. They will change those orders on you once in a while, but once you got your orders for your unit to go home, what was the excitement like? What was the chatter and the talk among your whole company?
Well, people want to. First they said we're on the list to go, and then they started breaking us into groups because we couldn't all go at once. So they come up with a priority for sending us home, and so everybody wanted to be top of that list. But we had deployed our airplanes over there with these ferry kits that we had that had extra fuel tanks and stuff. The guys had flown them from Maine over to Gander, Newfoundland, to Thule, Greenland, to Reykjavik, Iceland, into Scotland, then over to Germany, and then down into Egypt, I think Greece, and then Egypt, and then over to Saudi Arabia. But I had just checked out in the airplane just before we left, and so I wasn't really prepared to my first mission in that airplane, ferry it all the way halfway across the world. So I wound up going on that 747, and I took the main body with us. And when we were going to leave, the commander said to me, "Well, you didn't get to ferry an airplane over here, so if you'd like to, you can ferry an airplane United States 1 minute earlier by ferry and an airplane, I'll do it. But if there's a quicker way, that's what I'd like. And so he put me on the advance party to command the advance party going back. And I was very pleased with that.
I bet you were, as well as everybody that was around you.
Yeah, it was quite a group. There was myself and 50 soldiers from my battalion, and then they added to that 49 soldiers from a long-range surveillance unit that had come out of the 2nd Armored Division, and but unfortunately, I was the ranking officer on that group, so 99 folks plus myself were under my care, and there were some challenges keeping everybody together. Not once we got on the airplane, but we did have to refuel and change crews in England, and then again in New Jersey at McGuire Air Force Base.
When the wheels hit the tarmac or the runway, was everybody awake, and what did they do instantly?
Our whole flight back from Saudi Arabia to all the way back and forth, that took about 36 hours. So, then of course the C-141 Starlifter is almost as loud outside as it is inside. So we spent 36 hours getting our brains numbed. We were glad to be home, but I don't know what you'd call it. We weren't really
reserved,
celebrating. We were just kind of stunned.
But thankful to be home, and I think that goes without saying for anybody that's been deployed in any situation. And I would venture to say, after what guardsmen have gone through in D.C., when they got to leave and go home, they were as thankful as a soldier that's been in country. And in many ways, they were in country, in their own country, and which was a shame. But anyway, it's always good to go home. And that's always, isn't that a true statement, that's the carrot in front of you always, is going home?
Yes. At some point in combat, your concerns are a little more immediate, but it's always in the back of your mind. And, what really impresses me when I hear troops giving an account of, like these folks that get the Medal of Honor that live long enough, to get it awarded to them, just the humility and selflessness that they come up with when they're being presented with the medal. You are fighting for the principles at home and the Constitution and our way of life, to protect our homeland, but sometimes it's more immediate. You gotta protect that guy on your left and on your right.
Oh yeah, and like we talk about frequently, the person that has your six and the person that you have their back, and this is the brotherhood of the military, the brother and sisterhood of the military. And for those that Medal of Honor recipients and those that didn't make it, they always, well, you can correct me if I'm wrong on this, but if a soldier is wounded, no matter how they're wounded, they all, I think, in their mind, I'm wounded, but they're coming for me. And, we have the greatest team of medics. We have the greatest nurses. We have the greatest facilities in the world for the wounded. Even the field facilities are far, far better than many countries have. The field hospitals are better than many, many countries have. And that as long as you're still breathing, you got a chance, because you know that a brother or sister is coming for you. And we have a good friend now. His name is Don Moeller, and he went in as a medic, then he went to dental school, and then he went back in as a dentist, and then he got out of, when he was discharged, he decided to go back to medical school. So Don is one of the few combat medics or combat dentists and doctors in the country, and he has devoted his career and has come up with a product that it doesn't cure PTSD, but it gives a patient the ability to sleep at night. And so many people that suffer from PTSD just can't sleep, and so that tears them down in every other aspect of their life. And Don is a great, great guy, and he has sort of a weird hobby, but he collects military vehicles. He has a tank, he has an APC, 3 Jeeps, and I don't know what else he'll get, but he is a super, super guy and dedicated. And by the way, he's been treated terribly by the VA, and he's got proof. He's got, just on and on and on of what this product will do. He's treated 800 people with it, and it works. And it's been approved by the FDA many, many, many years ago. It's not a pill. It's not a shot. It's just a product that you sleep with at night, and it works. So we support Don and what he's doing on behalf of his brothers and sisters that came back with something they had no idea that they would have. Do you feel like a lot from Desert Shield and Desert Storm have come back with PTSD, Phil?
From Desert Shield and Desert Storm, relative numbers, the conflict didn't really last very long. Ground conflict was 100 hours. We did our best to inflict PTSD on the Iraqi forces, but and there was a great spectrum of folks that served over there. Some folks didn't ever get close to the fighting. Other folks were up in there and saw a lot of death and destruction. Some of them had to deal that death and destruction. Others, way back in Dhahran in a warehouse, had Scud missiles land on them. So I had a conversation with a gal the other day, and she was wondering why I do the work I do with the veterans, and God bless her, she grew up under the protection of our nation, and but she didn't really have the paradigm. She wanted to know why soldiers would have a hard time transitioning from military to civilian life. And I had to remind her that, not a lot of people walking around these days have to, they're not coming from a place where their buddies are dying and there's, fire and blood and explosions. It can get to you. And, I remember my pre-commissioning class as officers in the Army, we were managers of violence, and our task was to only apply as much violence as was necessary for the situation to bring about the desired national objectives. So, and while I'm on that, David, I'd like to make a plea to any veterans who might be having a hard time mentally or emotionally. If you really think that there's a danger you might hurt yourself or others, I would ask you to, please reach out to the VA, and they have a veterans hotline for you. You can also get counseling from a number of places. Up here in Marietta, Georgia, there's a place called the Vet Center, and they do an excellent job counseling troops with PTSD. The brain is just another organ. I mean, it's a very important one, but I had a friend who was very, very badly affected by his service, and I encouraged him, but he was reluctant to get any kind of counseling or help because of the stigma associated with having PTSD or any kind of mental problems. And I said to him, look, if you had hurt your knee or your foot or your arm or your eye serving your nation, then our nation's responsible to take care of that foot or knee or eye, whatever it is. But it's the same thing with your mind. And if the things you were exposed to there, some of those things are pretty extreme, and I would not hesitate to get help with that. You wouldn't say that somebody who had his foot blown off, had some sort of weakness or defect, and you shouldn't think that about somebody who's had PTSD either.
Well, we realize today that we've always had PTSD. It just might be a different name, shell shock or whatever. But it also goes into our first responders. And, when you are a first responder, and I can speak firsthand to this, you're exposed to some things that you just can't believe. Most, in my case, were caused by accidents. But in the case of war, and I guess Vietnam probably was, World War II was dirty, and people came back and it was called shell shock. But Vietnam was such a war of unbelief of what one human could do to another. And that's carried on into Desert Storm, and and you see those things, and they're unbelievable, and then you relive them at night, or you can relive them during the day, and like you said, Phil, there's no shame to going and getting help, and in fact, it's much better to go and get help and not harm anyone else than it is to harm yourself or someone else. So, yes, we definitely support that. And there are a lot of people that know what they're doing and can relate to the person that is suffering from PTSD. Warriors to Citizens is one of the groups that's doing a fantastic job. And so many of the service officers can point you in the right direction for what you need. And, the first thing you need, in my opinion, is to talk. And talk with your peers and friends that have been there and done that, but you need to talk. I want to remind everybody, too, that we work very closely with a gentleman, Colonel Rick White, and he's a combat veteran from Vietnam, and his son is a colonel now and doing amazingly well. But we work with Rick. Rick is the director of the Georgia Military Veterans Hall of Fame. And if you're from Georgia or live in Atlanta and you haven't been, then you ought to go. Or if you're coming to Atlanta, we certainly put that on your to-do list, is go and visit the Georgia Military Veterans Hall of Fame. It will be quite an inspiration just reading the stories of all the men and women that have given sacrifice for us to keep us free. And it's a great thing to do. Phil, what was, as a commander, what was your feeling as far as the troops? Did the morale stay up during Desert Storm and Shield and Desert Storm to the intensity that you liked?
Yeah, I mean, people get weary, fatigued, but I learned a long time ago that the definition of morale is not people walking around with a smile on their face. It's a willingness to accomplish the objectives of the organization. And, you don't have to be happy about it, but it just has to be your determined priority to accomplish the goal of the organization. And in that respect, I would say morale stayed very high, especially when the goal of our national objectives was to return us to the States in an expeditious fashion. We were all about that, and then we did have smiles on our face.
Oh, I imagine. I can imagine. Not only morale, but there was a problem in Vietnam that folks weren't really. I don't want to say weren't told the truth, but they just weren't told in many cases. And how was the information flow in Desert Shield and Desert Storm, in your opinion?
Well, in a lot of ways, it was better than would have been, say, in the Vietnam era, simply because technology had advanced. We had telephone calls we could make home, and it was better in that way. We had a television in our operations center. It had CNN on it, which could be good, could be bad. We mostly laughed at what we saw because they just didn't understand or get what was going on. But nothing like it is today, where you can pull out a little something the size of a small notepad from your pocket and have a conversation with your loved ones.
Okay, I got to interrupt you for one. I got to interrupt you for 1 second. Since I wasn't there, you've got to answer an important question. When I was in, and there would be a break in the action of whatever we happened to be doing, and then the word would go out: "Line them up if you got them. If you haven't got them, borrow one from your buddy." So, was this the same thing in Desert Shield and Desert Storm? Ring them up if you got your phone. If you hadn't, borrow your buddy's phone.
Well, we didn't have mobile phones at that time. There were some out there on the market. They were, size of a cobblestone, but people didn't carry them around in their pockets. All that stuff has really come about since. So the information flow was better than, say, during imagine, that they want to censor the mail for sensitive information. But what do you do when everybody's can pull something out of their pocket, talk to anybody? I mean, you can't censor that kind of thing. So I don't know. Operation Security would be kind of a challenge today. I don't know how they deal with it.
I guess they just don't let you talk on the phone just when you want to, and then they try to limit. I don't know either. I have no clue how they do it, but I'm sure there's something going on. But still, it's back to morale. It has to be so much different than waiting 2 or 3 or 4 weeks or 2 months to get a letter from home.
Well, I will tell you this.
Yes,
when you talk about morale and comparing Desert Storm with Vietnam, one thing the guys were told when they went to Vietnam, for the most part, that they would be there 12 months, maybe 13 months, I don't know, and then they would go home if they were still in one piece, maybe sooner if they lost some peace. But nobody ever told us, and when we left, our big burning question was, how long is this going to take? And nobody ever gave me an answer for how long we would be there. There were all sorts of conjectures, but never did I get an official answer. And I guess when President George H.W. Bush came for Thanksgiving dinner in 1990, I sent 2 of my soldiers to go be part of that dinner with him. And when they came back, they told me that he had said nobody's leaving here till the job's done. And so you want to talk about morale? They told us, we had to take care of Saddam Hussein, get him out of Kuwait before we could come home. So we were all about it. I can recall watching an interview on CNN. They were, of course, trying to make everybody panic and all. They interviewed this one sergeant, and they said, are you concerned? Are you worried about, the possibility of combat, dangers and all? He just said to them, look, I'm worried for my safety, if we go to shooting, but if that's what we got to do in order to go home, let's start today.
And I think that's the attitude of anybody that's been in the military, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it would be.
No matter what the situation is. With that, let's take our last break before we end the show, and we'll be back with Lieutenant Colonel Phil Forsberg, retired. But we'll be back with Phil in just a minute.
Hello, I'm Dr. Mike Karuchak. Have you ever wondered what doctors talk about amongst themselves? If you do, join us on the Doctor's Lounge and hear the doctors' conversations amongst themselves. Join me and my co-host, Dr. Hal Schertz, every Thursday morning, 8 to 9 a.m.
If you live to serve and want to make an even bigger difference, consider joining the U.S. Army. With training in fields like medical care, linguistics, and engineering, an Army career can amplify your efforts with humanitarian opportunities all over the world. Plus, you'll receive competitive pay and incredible benefits, so you'll be taken care of, too. Learn more at GoArmy.com.
You're listening to America's Web Radio on the AmericasBroadcastNetwork.com. Thank you for listening.
And this is Remembering Desert Shield and Desert Storm. And as I've mentioned over and over again, we have to remember the veterans and the wars that they've served in to keep us free. And we've got Lieutenant Colonel Phil Forsberg on the line with us. He was in Desert Shield and Desert Storm. And Phil has been kind enough that he's doing the show with us weekly. And, if you know of somebody that has served, or if you have a question for Phil or anything, any comment, just send it to gm@americaswebradio.com. and we'll be sure to get it on the air or ask Phil, or if and I can't imagine that Phil wouldn't know, but I know Roger Wise would know because he knows everybody. But are you familiar with Roger, Phil?
I'm not, sir.
Oh, okay. Well, you're in a crowd of one then, because
maybe a minority.
Yeah, Roger Wise. I think I'm not sure. It'd be easier to list the people that he doesn't know. Now we've got Phil Forsberg that doesn't know him, but beyond that, Roger, he's a great guy, and I'm just teasing because he does know an incredible number of people, and I turn to Roger when I'm looking for something or a contact here or a contact there, and always like to mention him. And I also like to mention my son that's a major in the Air Force that I'm very, very proud of, and he's doing quite well in the Air Force. So anyway, back to Desert Shield and Desert Storm. What lesson would you say we learned out of that conflict, which was, what, a 5-day conflict, basically?
100 hours.
100 hours.
Just short of 4 days. We lessons learned, takeaway, planning. I would say planning for various contingencies, logistics, always extraordinarily important. If you can't feed and move and maintain and care for your troops, then you're not going to have a fighting force. Another is, you come with more than you need before you need it, and get the job done. We just need leaders who can plan and planners who can lead. And, an exit strategy is an excellent thing to have. Of late, our conflicts have been difficult to extract ourselves from. Even through the Vietnam War, our military, we never faced one military objective that we didn't secure. So I guess the real importance is on our civilian government, to only use us when necessary, and to take very good care of the folks, because they keep the bad folks from coming to our shores, for the most part.
And this is why it's so important to have. And people, why do we need a military today? Or we're not in any big war. Why do we need to spend tax dollars? Because superiority can't be ginned up overnight, and superiority wins wars. Is that fair?
Yeah.
And if we're superior in everything from logistics to equipment, then we'll win. And that goes for soldiers.
If you don't have an army and a navy to protect your stuff, well, someone will come take it from you.
That's right. That's exactly right. And the other superiority that we have, and I don't think any country can come close to it, and that's the men and women that put on the uniform of the United States. And it doesn't matter which branch, it just is that we have a superiority in manpower, woman power, and you can't beat that, period, in my opinion.
Yeah, sometimes we find ourselves at a disadvantage, but we always, to this point, have muscled our way back up. David, I'd like to just let these folks know, if they are, if anybody is a veteran of any of the armed forces, peacetime or wartime, any component, if you suffered any kind of injury that you'd like addressed by the VA, get in touch with a volunteer service officer from one of your veteran service organizations. Just call up your local chapter, the DAV, VFW, American Legion, or one of those fine organizations, and just ask to speak to a service officer, and they will help you file your claims and get the support that you need from the VA. It's out there, and it's been put in place by our government, and it's one of the benefits that you've earned through your service, and it's not a charity.
Okay, let me ask if scared to death falls in there. The reason that I ask this is that we're on the firing line. We're at the range. We're on the firing line, and we're firing the law. Okay, and you remember the law?
Yes.
Okay, so we're firing it, and we've all been issued a live law, and ready on the right, ready on the left. Commence firing, and I pushed the little black button, the little rubber button, and nothing happened. Now, I was waiting for the whole big explosion, and I had to wait until everything had come back down to semi-normal on the firing line, and then I yelled whatever I was supposed to misfire, you know. And that's, it was, I was waiting for the thing to blow up on me. And a good sergeant came along, took it from me, handed it down to another sergeant that took it out to one of the tanks we were aimed at, that we were firing at, an old tank in the on the range, and then they exploded it there. And but that was quite a thrill thing. That law had not gone off like it was supposed to, and it wouldn't fire for the sergeant.
Did you press the trigger all the way?
Pardon me?
Did you press the trigger all the way?
Oh yeah. And it's like that little, it's sort of like a rubber trigger, you know.
Yeah.
And, yeah. So, oh yes. And then the sergeant that took it from him, he tried it, and it didn't do anything. And it was just a misfire all around. And so the only thing they could do is, like I said, they took it out to downrange and exploded it. But it was interesting. That was probably the most interesting thing that happened to me in AIT. But, you know, things happen, and as perfect as we try to be, we're not and never will be. But with that being said, we got to wrap it up. And, Phil, thank you very much, and we'll look forward to talking to you next week.
My pleasure, David.
If you live to serve and want to make an even bigger difference, consider joining the U.S. Army. With training in fields like medical care, linguistics, and engineering, an Army career can amplify your efforts with humanitarian opportunities all over the world. Plus, you'll receive competitive pay and incredible benefits, so you'll be taken care of, too. Learn more at GoArmy.com.
For Locked and Loaded with Roger B. He's coming up next. We'll see you next week. Goodbye.
The Docs for Patient Care Foundation is your way to join the fight and become a member of an organization created by doctors for patients, dedicated to fighting for your healthcare freedom and preserving the doctor-patient relationship. Get a pen and paper. Write down www.docsforpatientcarefoundation.org. That's www.docsforpatientcarefoundation.org. Go to our site and please make a generous tax-deductible donation and join the fight today. Thank you.
You're listening to America's Web Radio on the AmericasBroadcastNetwork.com. Thank you for listening.
Taking off right now?
Yeah, I'll wait about 5 minutes.
Okay, if you want to. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls of all ages. I am Roger B. This is Locked and Loaded, and you're listening to America's Web Radio. We're going to start Locked and Loaded with some criminal statistics. Here you go. Urban violence has spiked to where the U.S. murder rates are back to what they were in the 1990s. Now, this is in spite of more gun control than ever before, in spite of more access, I guess, to information to prevent bad people from getting weapons, well, legally getting weapons. The illegal acquisition of weapons is probably one of the biggest things that leads to higher crime rates. And the fact that these people can get them illegally, steal them, beg, borrow, do whatever they have to do to get a weapon. And I believe, this is my theory, I think the rates have spiked because the government is paying people hundreds of dollars extra a week to stay home and not go to work. So they have, what is it, something about the devil and idle hands?
Yeah, idle hands do the devil's work.
There we go. That's it. And with stimulus checks coming in, again, these people don't have to work, so they have a lot of extra time on their hands. And, some people cannot deal with extra time. They end up getting, into trouble because, here's an opportunity. Let's do something stupid today. And it's funny because the anti-gun groups are blaming it on a record-setting gun sales, which they have been. They broke all-time records in January, and then again in March they broke the January record. We're on track to double the gun sales of last year. So hopefully more and more citizens are becoming armed. They had, 8.4 million new gun owners who had never owned a gun before come into the market last year. Now, we don't know how much of that is transferring to this year, but I imagine the more the Biden administration talks about gun control or limiting gun access or magazines or whatever it is, whatever kind of infringement he's trying to push on American citizens, more people will go, you know what, if I don't get it now, I may not be able to ever get it. So he's coming after stuff hard and fast, and they're going to try and he would love it if he could get the old crime bill, assault weapons ban, passed again into law. But this time, I bet they don't do it with a sunset clause. They do it as a permanent, non-mobile law that will never change, which is what he would love. Because fortunately, thank goodness, in 2004, when the crime bill expired, George Bush was in office, and he didn't feel a need to extend it. So then again, you could get magazines and weapons that were banned by the so-called crime bill, which actually did nothing to decrease crime any more than any other year had. So, they're trying to blame all the crime on the gun sales, which is basically everyone shows it's entirely untrue. But there's been approximately a 30% rise in violent crime and murder rates in every city that reported data. Cities of 1 million plus residents saw a 32% increase in murder rates. Cities between 250,000 and 500,000 had a 31% rise. So it's going up. And the reason why people are anti-police, they're not listening to police officers are not responding to as many calls as they used to. And why should they? When they're persecuted or prosecuted for doing the right thing because some cops do the wrong thing, it's hard. You can't force them all into one group. There are good ones and bad ones in every profession across the country, across the world. And I know you guys were just talking about the, Derek Chauvin.
Right.
And yeah, he did something he probably shouldn't have done. A guy's in handcuffs on the ground. You don't sit there with your knee on his neck for 4 minutes.
It was longer than that.
Well, whatever.
Longer than that. But the point is when you've got fellow officers saying, hey, all right, that's enough. And
yeah.
You've got paramedics.
Pulls them off and goes, hey, enough.
Then you need to get off the guy.
And
I think Mark DeSharku on my show earlier said his fellow officers should have pulled him off, and I agree.
They should have done the right thing. He wasn't following anybody's orders. He was it seemed like he was holding a grudge. Maybe he was having a bad week. Or, of course, the conspiracy theory says that he and George Floyd were involved in a counterfeiting scheme out of a nightclub that George Floyd worked at, and George Floyd was talking too much and letting stuff go about their operation, so he needed to be eliminated. Now, granted, I don't know if there's any truth to that at all, but, there are people who conspired that or think they found links to link this officer to the counterfeiting operation, so who knows. That would actually makes perfect sense, though.
Yeah, I know.
Unfortunately, it's a conspiracy theory that makes perfect sense if you think about it, because why else would you want to kill somebody in the middle of the street surrounded by other cops? And why wouldn't they stop him? Why wouldn't people, say something, or, the paramedics pull him out of there? Who knows? But that was crazy. But yeah, but most cops, not all cops are bad cops. And not all people are bad people. Not all guns are used in crimes or legal. In fact, I don't believe an NRA member has ever committed a mass shooting. But yet they blame the NRA every single time there is one. Oh, the NRA did it. The NRA did it. It's like they had nothing to do with it. In fact, it's funny because they say the NRA is racist. While in its origin years, it was originally founded to help teach minorities to use weapons against racist governments, the racist Democrats, the KKK, the racist police officers. Yeah, it's true.
To fight the KKK, to fight that.
Right, and the KKK was founded, funded, and supported by Democrats.
It was the strong arm of the Democrat Party. To your earlier point, Roger, I just want to say, and not one gun has gotten up and shot someone on its own.
Right.
Not one.
But it's funny how when a policeman shoots somebody, it's the cop.
It's the cop.
When there's a mass shooter, it's the gun.
It's the gun. Yeah.
So do the cops have guns that have gone through sensitivity training to know when they're supposed to shoot? I don't know. I mean, do they?
Unless they shoot. It depends on what the skin color is.
Right. If they shoot a white guy, then it's okay. If they shoot a minority, then, it's a problem.
Roger, that happened in Oregon just this past week. It's somewhere in Oregon. A guy got shot. The police shot somebody, and BLM showed up, got ready to riot, and then they released the news. It was a white guy was the victim, and they left.
And they didn't want to have anything to do with it. Yeah, well, because they are a racist group, but without a doubt. They only think certain races have the right to have justice. And because the guy was a white guy, he wasn't entitled to justice. Or at least if he was, their group wasn't going to fight for it.
That's right.
So they're against police brutality only when it's against a person of color. Yes, okay, so that's just tremendous.
The mob.
Right. So basically, our murder rates are back up to where they were in the 90s because I believe people have too much time in their hands. And not because there's too many guns out there. Most everybody who buys guns legally is not going to be using it to just go out and start murdering people. Granted, it could happen, like the last one we had up in the FedEx unit. He bought his gun legally, and red flag laws that they had on the books didn't stop him from getting his weapon legally. So, and it's crazy because, but yet you say all these cops are shooting people randomly, but yet you want only the cops to have guns. It makes no sense at all. Either you want law-abiding citizens to have them to help diminish some of the crime. Because to be honest, even if you don't believe in guns, you hear that crashing window at 3 a.m. in the morning, you're going to call somebody with a gun and pray they get there in time. That's all you can do. While the rest of us who may have a weapon on hand will get up and go, okay, it's time to dance. And hopefully you've had the proper training, you know the layout of your house, you have a strategy, you know who's in your house so you don't shoot the wrong person, and you get the job taken care of. Get them either chased out, subdued, or if you have to, you shoot them to stop them. It just depends on how violent a criminal we're dealing with or how violent a criminal has broken into your house. Most of these guys don't want to have any confrontation. If they find out that there's an armed person in the house, you can usually get them to leave. If given an escape path, they will usually take the easiest way out. That's why they're burglarizing in the first place or robbing in the first place. They want the easiest way out. But I wonder if the employment rate goes back up to where Trump had the unemployment rate when he was before the COVID hit. I wonder if the crime will drop. I have a feeling it will, because all of a sudden these people with too much time on their hands are going to be back at work every day, and they're not going to have as much time to get into mischief or illegal activities or whatever else they decide they can get into when they have a lot of time. But right now, as of now, the murder rates are up almost a third everywhere in the country, in the larger cities especially. So that's something to be considered. And that, to me, would be a good reason to go out and buy a first gun or a second gun or third gun or fourth gun, however many you think is going to be enough. Honestly, I think 3 is a good starting point, good jumping off point. You should have a pistol, a rifle, and a shotgun. So, and they're for different, for different reasons. It's just like when you have a set of kitchen knives. You don't have just one knife. You have 3 or 4 different knives for different occasions, for different jobs. Same thing with the weapons. But if we can get people back employed, I think you'll find these numbers will drop really fast. Because between the stimulus checks and the additional unemployment they're just doling out all over the place, it gives too many people too much time to make bad choices and bad decisions and do bad things. So let's hope we can get this back under control, because there should be no reason for us to have murder rates rising. Let's see. The country experienced the highest homicide rate since 1998. Now, keep in mind, during 1998, the crime bill was in full force. So crime should have been going down. But instead, it was one of the highest rates we've had until now. So, for those of you who think less guns equal more, or more guns equal more crime, if they're legally purchased by law-abiding citizens, it is not the case. So you can stand around on your statistics all day long and come up with numbers that make no sense and that don't support the evidence put out by the FBI and the National Crime Institute. So go ahead, do what you can. Meanwhile, the fact that the crime rate is so high, and a lot of it has to do with the, what would you call it, protesting, the violent protests that are going on, where they overturn cars, throw Molotov cocktails to destroy businesses. Some people are getting killed during these quote-unquote mostly peaceful protests, and that's helping rise the murder rate also. They had murders during the autonomous zone in Seattle. While that was going on, there were murders that took place in there that the police were not able to even respond to because they couldn't get in there. And if they could, they were told by superiors, you need to leave. Don't go into that area. And it's crazy when a city will just give up parts of its area to free-range crime. That's what I'm going to call it. The free-range crime that's going on is just insane right now. The fact that police are not able to do anything to stop a lot of it. What does that mean? It means you have to be your own first responder. You have to be the one to protect your family and your property. Because you don't know if the police are ever going to show up. Because if they do show up, are they going to be able to do anything? Or are they going to sit back and go, I don't want to shoot this robber because, if I do, if he's a person of color, I might get in trouble. All right, we're going to come back in just a minute with some of the new gun laws they're trying to pass. Right after these messages, I'm Roger B. This is Locked and Loaded, and you're listening to America's Web Radio.
Hi, this is Rocky Blair, former four-time Super Bowl champion with the Pittsburgh Steelers and Vietnam veteran. As a board member, I'd like to talk to you about Warriors to Citizen, a nonprofit organization that helps American heroes, soldiers, police, fire, EMT, and their families recover from the psychological harm caused by career-induced stress. Over the last 20 years, broken relationships have been a major causal factor for the highest documented divorce rate and resulting suicides in this population. This program, From Warriors to Citizen, is delivered free to families by professionals, all whom served in uniform and understand the needs to be addressed. I ask for your support, so please go to our website, warriorstocitizen.org, and find out how you can help, either by making a donation or sharing this information with an American hero that you may know. And thank you.
Whether cruising the strip in a 57 Chevy or taking the family on a vacation in a 71 Oldsmobile Vista Cruiser, you need to tune in to Classic Cars with Steve Ronaldo and Jim Weber every Saturday from 8 to 9 a.m. on americaswebradio.com.
If you live to serve and want to make an even bigger difference, consider joining the U.S. Army. With training in fields like medical care, linguistics, and engineering, an Army career can amplify your efforts with humanitarian opportunities all over the world. Plus, you'll receive competitive pay and incredible benefits, so you'll be taken care of, too. Learn more at GoArmy.com.
You're listening to America's Web Radio on the AmericasBroadcastNetwork.com. Thank you for listening.
And we're back, ladies and gentlemen. Right before we left the break, I said I was going to tell you about some of Biden's plans, or the Democrats' plans, to infringe on our Second Amendment rights. They introduced a bill called the Keep Americans Safe Act. They always name them these ridiculously benign names that belay the actual harm they're doing to our liberties and freedoms. This was two Democrat congressman and senator, two Democrats, of course, from New Jersey and Florida. This would be a confiscatory ban. They're going to confiscate and ban magazines with a capacity over 10 rounds. They did the same thing. Now, I don't know where they come up with this number. Just randomly, they come up with 10 rounds. Like 11 rounds is completely dangerous, but 10 rounds is okay. Even though standard capacity on a lot of weapons that use a magazine to feed them is much higher than this. In fact, they tried to do this in New York. They limited it to 7 rounds. And most companies don't even make 7-round magazines. So then they finally decided, well, since there's no abundance of 7-round magazines, you can have a 10-round magazine, but you're only allowed to have 7 rounds in it. Go for how are they going to check that? Unless you're committing a crime, no one will probably ever look twice. Or unless you get in trouble for something else, it probably would never come up. But they want to ban the importation, sale, manufacturing, transfer, or possession of what they call high-capacity magazines, which generally are standard-capacity magazines. There's nothing high-capacity about them. I mean, unless you consider anything over 10 high. So nobody should make over $10,000 a year because that's a high income. So if you're making $12,000 a year, you should give up $2,000 of that because that's over 10. So let's just come up with some random number and decide that's the number we're going to limit.
How did they come up with many years ago the plugging of shotguns?
A lot of that was done for hunting reasons.
Right.
Because they wanted to give the birds a chance or rabbits a chance. I don't know. It seems silly to me. And then in 1994, I believe it was, or 89, they limited the capacity of imported shotguns to 5 rounds. So you couldn't have an imported shotgun that held more than 5 rounds. Whether it was legal in your state or not, the United States will not allow you to have it. Now, a domestic shotgun can have as many rounds as it wants. And if you modify the imported shotgun with a certain number of American-made parts, then it becomes a shotgun that you can put unlimited capacity on. Because right now, it's amazing because a lot of the shotguns now, a lot of 12 gauges are magazine fed. And with a magazine comes the ability to get bigger and bigger magazines or drums or whatever you want to feed it. And all of a sudden...
It must go state to state because in Texas, I can't address other states, and I can address today in Texas, but it was 3 rounds.
For hunting.
For hunting.
Right. And that varies from state to state depending on what you're hunting, too. Right now in Texas, I think if you're hunting hogs, there's no limitations.
You couldn't kill a hog with a shotgun in a million years.
Oh, sure you could. With a 12-gauge slug? In one side and out the other. Rip them to shreds. Wouldn't be a lot of bacon left, but, hey.
But anyway, they, I don't know of many of my friends that hunt wild boars with shotguns.
Yeah, they probably, it wouldn't be the ideal situation unless you're in
season.
Right, and you can have as many rounds as your shotgun and you want if you're hunting that. Now, if you're hunting birds, it's 3 is, I think, a limit set by the federal government. So if you're hunting on federal land, national forest or something like that, you're limited to 3 rounds. So, and a lot of states adopted the same thing for hunting purposes. But, aside from that, it depends, if you're hunting 2-legged varmints, there's no limit on how many rounds you could put in your shotgun.
Well, that's most birds.
Good point. Yes, they are only 2-legged and 2-winged. But we're talking the mammalian version of the 2-legged critters. And since there are no wild monkeys in the United States.
No, I moved from Texas. So.
What's that?
I moved from Texas.
Oh, that's right. But but imported shotguns, 5 rounds max, unless you buy it, put some American parts on it, and modify it. And then there's shotguns like the KSG, which have a high capacity built in already. A pump action with 2 tubes, each able to hold 7 rounds and 1 in the chamber. So you can hold 15 rounds of shotgun shells in a KSG without any modification at all.
The funny thing about it is, if you don't knock down a dove or a quail, basically what's hunted in Texas.
Right.
If you don't knock them down in the first and maybe second round, you ain't going to get them with another 25 shots.
Yeah. Yeah, they are hard to hit while they're moving that fast, and dove change direction so quickly. They're hard to hit anyway. When on one dove hunt, I had 2 birds and 25 empty shells at my feet. It was much harder than I expected. I've trained since then and feel I could do better, but I have not got another opportunity to go do that. But anyway, so they want to ban high-capacity magazines. And it's funny because a lot of shotguns now are coming with magazines. A lot of handguns, even small subcompact, like the SIG P365s, the Springfield Armory Hellcats, the new Taurus. I think they have a new high-capacity subcompact out. All of these are carrying over 10 rounds in a tiny, small handgun size. They're going to all be limited to 10 rounds. The new Smith & Wesson Shield Plus holds, I think, 12 or 13 rounds. So they're going to try and eliminate all these, what they consider high-capacity guns. Even though these are some of the smallest, most concealable weapons that they sell, because they hold more than 10 rounds, they're going to be in trouble for this magazine ban. Now, I don't know that this would ever go through. I hope not. It does give, of course, current, former law enforcement personnel. They have exceptions for them. So basically, the senators and congresspeople will be protected by as many rounds as they need, but normal, ordinary American citizens will have their rights infringed and only allowed to protect their families and their property with 10 rounds or less. So again, this is a case of where the politicians believe they are some form of royalty. And because people put them on pedestals, they just soak this stuff up and they continue to believe this. They are servants. They're representatives. They are not rulers. They are not, they do not have any control over the people. They're not supposed to. They're supposed to answer to us, not control us, not be over us. So we'll have to see. Now, there are exceptions for tubular devices that can only accept 22 rimfire ammunition. Now, think about that for a minute. There are lever-action rifles which hold more than 10 rounds in pistol-caliber cartridges that would suddenly become illegal. So that's, and these guns have been around since the 1800s, and they're going to make them illegal with the stroke of a pen if they can get this law through. And they're saying there's going to be an authorized buyback. Buyback. I hate that term from the government because you know what? After doing a background check on the American government, I've decided they're mentally unstable and not to be trusted with any weapons. So I don't think the sale would be able to go through. They would not pass my strict background check. So I wouldn't want to sell them back anything. And it would require devices manufactured after this law goes into effect to have a serial number, date of manufacture, to help law enforcement identify restricted magazines. Now, this is crazy because in California, they just recently, like within a few months ago, on 2 separate occasions, judges in courtrooms have come down and said the magazine ban is illegal. It is an infringement. And I think it's being appealed for a 3rd time, so it hasn't been let go yet. But if this decision holds on the 9th Circuit Court, then Californians will once again be able to purchase standard capacity magazines for all their rifles and pistols.
9th Circuit. How does the Kangaroo Court know how many...
the 9th Circus, excuse me. The 9th Circus Court. Well, actually, Trump had some appointees on the 9th Circuit, and it actually is more balanced now than it ever has been. But I'm sure once Joe packs up the Supreme Court and starts firing all the attorney generals throughout the country, they're going to try and swing things back the other way to be more restrictive and infringing on our rights as much as they possibly can, while giving themselves extra privileges all over the place. So... they believe they are royalty, and we need to stop that mentality. Just because someone's a senator or a congressman, they should not be put on a pedestal. They should not be worshipped. They should not be given any special rights. They are just citizens who are serving the people in their jurisdictions. But those people need to hold them accountable and need to vote them out when they violate that trust.
I wonder if Joe knows that a double barrel only holds 2 rounds. His double barrel only holds 2 rounds.
I don't think he knows what a round is right now. He's thinking a round of Ensure with his breakfast mush, maybe. I don't know. I don't think he's altogether there. I could be mistaken. But from listening to him, he sounds like when he starts giving a statement, he sounds like he's muttering a bowl of alphabet soup. So I don't know if he's aware of what's going on. But he signs everything they shove in front of him, so that's all that really matters right now. I'd love to know.
I'm just waiting for him on the teleprompter to start doing... have his finger moving across the teleprompter.
Or watch his head move back and forth and go, Well, Obama was a genius at using the teleprompter. He was amazing. He couldn't speak to a 4th grade class without using a teleprompter. In fact, that was funny. They showed the comparison between George Bush when he spoke to some, I think, 3rd, 4th, or 5th graders, and Obama when he did it. George Bush was sitting there in a chair talking to these kids while Obama had a podium set up with teleprompters everywhere to talk to grade schoolers. Just goes to show how possibly inept he was at public speaking. Although when he read, he did a phenomenal job and he sounded good. He was a good orator, but I don't think he actually could speak on his own without assistance from somewhere. But he's gone now. He's not president anymore, so we can let him go. Although Biden's like the second Obama term, the third Obama term. We'll see how long he makes it. But anyway, so they may force you to sell. They're going to try and force you to sell these magazines back to the government. Now, I don't know how that's going to work because, I mean, if you own these already and you bought them and they were legal and then they make them illegal, I just don't know how people are going to react to that. I mean, you saw it with the bump stocks. They took bump stocks away. Suddenly they disappeared, and now I believe there's some law they're going to try and overturn that ruling and say there's no reason to restrict them. And suddenly people are finding these bump stocks that were supposedly destroyed or gotten somehow are popping back up again. Because it's just, yeah, they're calling it, okay, this is funny because they say they're going to have a common sense piece of legislation that will save lives and finally limit the sale of large capacity magazines that are designed for killing as many people as possible without having to stop and reload. Senator Mendez, let's say in a press release. You know, if he really wants to keep America safe, why don't you stop the border crashers from coming in, bringing in unvaccinated people, bringing in COVID, bringing in measles, chickenpox, all these diseases, and keep them from killing Americans. There's over 4,000 Americans a year killed by illegal aliens. When are they going to do something about that? Oh, wait, we're not supposed to use the term illegal alien anymore. Border crashers, party crashers, whatever. But they're not doing anything to stop these people from coming in. If they really care about the safety of America, they will regulate the border. There's more people dying from that unintentionally than there are from guns. Now, most of the guns, 60% of gun deaths in this country are suicides. Which, if someone doesn't do it like that, they're going to find another way. You can't stop people from doing something like that if they have a mindset to do so.
You know, when you start talking about all the different, whether they actually go through Congress and become law or Biden tries to do it with his signature, but I haven't heard one person, nobody across the country say, okay, let's just take one of these. We're gonna ban
AR-15s,
magazines that hold more than 12 rounds.
Right. Okay.
All right. My question is, we don't have enough police as it is, and if they're federal agents, we certainly don't have enough. So how many hundreds and hundreds of thousands federal agents would have to be hired to go from door to door to say, let me see your magazines?
Yeah, and I'd show them like
pull out a road and track or something.
Yeah, or Home and Garden. Yeah, here are my magazines. You want some clips? Oh, I got clips in my kitchen drawer. I put on my chips when they're open to keep them from getting stale. I have clips and magazines. Which ones do you want?
But I mean, seriously.
Oh yeah,
you couldn't enforce one of those damn laws without putting on hundreds of thousands of new agents.
Oh sure, and I wonder how many of them would actually swear to uphold the Constitution and then go out and try and violate it by taking rights away from people. You know, I wonder how many people would actually do it and just say, "I was just following orders."
Yeah.
You know, we heard that before after the World War II, the Nuremberg trials. Oh, we were just following orders. Well, they determined that was not a defense for committing heinous acts. So we'll see if our country follows in the same path or whether it chooses a different path. And it's funny because they're talking about mass shootings. It's like, yes, that is a horrible thing to have happen. Innocent people die during these mass shootings, but it's 0.1% of all gun deaths are committed during mass shootings. In fact, I think last year, was it 2019, they had 360 some odd deaths by any kind of rifle. Not just assault rifles, any kind of long gun that was a rifle. And that's compared to like 8,000 gun deaths a year. So you're talking a minuscule percentage. More people were killed by hammers than by assault rifles. So it's like, it seems odd that they're going after this tiny little niche area of guns to try and say this is the worst thing we have to deal with, when it's not. You know, if you want to ban something that kills people, ban alcohol. You know, people go, oh, well, you know, a lot of people drink responsibly every day and don't do anything wrong. Well, a lot of people use guns every day responsibly and don't do anything wrong. It's the exact same argument. But a gun serves a purpose. It can equalize. If there's a confrontation between a weaker person and a stronger person, if the weaker person has a gun, all of a sudden the stronger person is not going to be able to take advantage as easily. In particularly on gender roles. Now, not all women are weak. I'm not saying that. But generally, women are considered weaker than most equivalent men and would need something to equalize their ability to defend themselves. So if you're a woman and you're a feminist especially, you should be all against any kind of restrictions on what you should be able to have to protect yourself, your property, and your family from the bad guys. And the mass shootings, yeah, it's a tiny, tiny percentage of everything. And it should not, it's almost an aberration in the numbers. I mean, 0.1%. You're talking a huge disparaging amount between the amount of press it gets and the actual numbers that are there. It's not there. Like I say, you're much more likely to be killed by a drunk driver than you are an assault weapon, for sure. And let's get, you know, for real, what value does alcohol give our society? It reduces your judgment, reduces your fine motor skills.
Well, I guess what you're saying really is that we should take all cars away because cars kill just like
right.
guns
Let's
kill.
take all cars away from sober people because some people drive drunk. Yeah. No, it's entire. You know, you use that argument. The argument they're using to take magazines or guns away, if you use it against any other item anywhere in the country, it makes no sense whatsoever. And it makes no sense here either, but they try and make it out like it does. And it just doesn't. But we're going to have to see. I mean, I talked about it last week. Non-compliance. Americans are known for being non-compliant. And we've seen in New Zealand, citizens are known for being non-compliant. I mean, it's the easiest, peaceful way to resist. You know, just don't comply. Oh, no, I don't have those anymore. You know, now if they start trying to come into houses and search things, more and more states every day are passing Second Amendment sanctuary laws. In fact, Missouri, still my favorite one, says that any federal agent coming in to try and enforce gun control laws that Missouri does not think are legal is subject to arrest by local authorities. So, I mean, now hopefully if that were to happen, it would be peaceful. They'd arrest the officer and it would end up being a trial and a court case, and then they'd have to settle it somehow. It would come down to states' rights versus federal law.
But who would cover it? Not the mainstream media.
You know, something like that might be big enough to where it gets some coverage. I mean, eventually, if it gets big enough, the mainstream media, they kind of bend over and go, well, this is so big, everyone knows about it already, we're going to have to cover it at some point. But a lot of states are passing. In fact, I have that today somewhere. Where was that? Some other state just recently passed a sanctuary amendment, a sanctuary city amendment, or sanctuary state amendment to their constitution to defend against any illegal, what they deem as illegal infringements on the Constitution concerning Second Amendment rights. So we're going to have to see how that comes out. But, you know, that would probably come down to a court case. But a lot of these statewide ones are not, they don't have any teeth, except for the one in Missouri where they can actually arrest a federal officer for violating it. That, to me, is spectacular. Other states need to look at that. There was one in Arizona they passed a couple of weeks ago where local law enforcement officers are not allowed to assist federal officers in anything like that. So that'd be good, too. If they come in, federal officers, they're on their own. They get no support from local agencies. In fact, you know, local agencies would probably be there. If they were there, they'd keep an eye on them. If they violated any other laws, maybe they would go after federal officers and not respect the, you know, law enforcement does not have a blanket to just do whatever they want. They're not that powerful. They shouldn't be. They're servants of the people. They're supposed to protect and serve. They're not supposed to infringe and violate rules of the Constitution. In fact, guys, every law enforcement officer, every military person, every congressman, every lawmaker, every senator, when you stand there and put your hand on the Bible and swear to uphold the Constitution and protect it from all enemies, foreign and domestic, do you really mean it, or are you just spouting the words so you can get a paycheck and go home? And when it comes down to it, you're going to vote for whatever you think is, you know, in the best interest of your constituency, or are you just going to do whatever you think is going to get you the most applause from your fellow congressmen and senators? Are you really there to look after your your constituency? Are you going to allow them to protect themselves? Or just think because you're a lawmaker, you can stand there in the protection of the Capitol Police, the Secret Service, and every other law enforcement agency that protects politicians, and think they should be able to have whatever they need to protect me, but regular citizens don't need that. They don't have to be protected. They're peasants. I hate to say it, but it seems like that's what's going on. They are putting themselves, let's see, okay, here it is, Ohio, the latest state to pass. This bill would turn the state of Ohio into a Second Amendment sanctuary. Now, we're seeing more and more of this. Like I say, there's more and more bills coming up where these states or counties or cities are saying, you know what, we are not going to comply. We are going to pass laws to where we can restrict this. And I wonder, though, this is going to come down to the question is going to come down to states' rights versus federal law. It's happening right now. Immigration laws being ignored by certain states, trying to be enforced by certain federal agents, but a lot of federal agents are not enforcing border control now anyway, or not going after illegals who are here. They're kind of just letting it go. Same thing with the marijuana use. A lot of states are decriminalizing it, even though it is still a restricted item, a controlled substance, according to the federal government. And you cannot currently buy a weapon if you use marijuana, even if it's legal, even if you have a card, if you have a prescription, whatever, you get it at a pharmacy, doesn't matter. According to federal law, you cannot own a weapon if you're a regular user of marijuana. Now, that to me shouldn't be the case. If you can use alcohol, you can use tobacco, you should be able to use marijuana, whatever other drug you feel like is the best for you. Who knows? There may be health benefits to it. I don't know. I read reports on both sides of that. But basically, what this law is doing in Ohio is saying that federal regulations on guns would not apply there. Think about that for a minute. Now, this has happened before, but okay, they're going to, okay, here's how it goes. House Bill 62 would make Ohio a Second Amendment sanctuary state, meaning Ohio would have the power to nullify any federal law or court ruling that goes against the Second Amendment. Taxes on guns or ammunition, registering or tracking of guns and their owners, any act forbidding gun ownership or transfer, any act ordering the confiscation of guns. Now, if you don't know, the federal government has a tax on all guns and ammunition at about somewhere between 9 and 11%, and all this money goes toward conservation efforts normally. So it's not a terrible tax. It's one that actually goes toward conserving land, sea, and air to keep it clean, to keep it open and available to people who want to enjoy the outdoors or go hunting. All this stuff that's where the money goes. And hunters are probably the biggest supporter of ecological preservation of any group in the country. Every time they buy ammo, every time they buy a gun, every time they buy a hunting or fishing license of some sort, some of that money goes toward conservation. So if they're going to stop collecting taxes on these guns, I wonder if that means that they're going to remove the excise tax that has been on guns since, I believe, since the 30s. And they're going to forbid gun ownership. Any act forbidding gun ownership or transfer will be frowned upon and not enforced. Now, I just wonder how long the feds would put up with that. I wonder if they would come in and do anything. But this bill does not seem to have anything that's going to protect those who are being harassed by federal agents. So we don't know. Only the Missouri law is the only one I've seen so far that actually has teeth and can allow local law enforcement to act against federal agents. So we'll have to see. But if more and more states come out with these, decide to be Second Amendment sanctuary states, that should send a message to the federal government that the states are not going to put up with this anymore. They're not going to do this. They're not going to allow you to infringe on their God-given rights for self-defense. There's no reason why anybody shouldn't be able to defend themselves, their property, their families with a gun. That's the best way to do it. God made all men equal. God made all men. Colonel Colt made them equal. That was the ad for the Colt revolving pistol that was out in the 1800s. They said it was the great equalizer. And it's true. You balance power between two entities, you're always going to have more fair treatment. If you arm the sheep, then the wolves are not going to be as bold. So you need to consider that. And by wolves, I'm talking about a lot of the criminals out there are wolves. They prey on innocent people. They prey on people who are not as strong as they are, less able to defend themselves, that's who they want to get. They want to get the defenseless person and take advantage of them. So we'll have to see how this goes, but I like the fact that more and more states are considering this, and I just want to see. Some of this is going to come to a head at some point. The last one I saw was in Kansas, where they abolished federal gun laws in the state of Kansas, and somebody was prosecuted for manufacturing silencers and selling them without going through the federal procedure for silencer ownership. So the feds came in, they arrested him and one of the guys who bought the silencers from them, and they ended up getting a fine of like $800. Normally this holds a $10,000 minimum fine and 10 years in prison. But with an $800 fine and being released, obviously they knew that was going to be a tough case to win. But I don't think the state was helping them fight it. They hired their own legal defense. But if the state were to jump in and say, oh, no, this is our state, you can't come in here and do that, we'll see. It's like with the marijuana. They could go after marijuana in all these states, shut down the dispensaries. They could shut down the banks that are dealing with them. They could get millions of dollars in fines if they were to go in and enforce federal law on marijuana laws. Now, should they be able to? As a libertarian, you can smoke, drink, do whatever you want as long as you don't do it while you're driving a motor vehicle or doing something where you can harm somebody else. Do whatever you want. I don't care. That's fine. You want to eat brownies, eat lollipops, gummy worms, whatever you want, laced with whatever you like, by all means, have at it. If it helps you relax, great. But, according to federal law, you cannot own a weapon. You've given up your right to own a weapon if you exercise this right or this privilege that some states have given you to indulge in marijuana products. So keep that in mind. And be careful, because some states, the more liberal states, are going to come after gun owners if they have any indication that they've been using any type of marijuana product. They'll legalize it and decriminalize it, but they'll still enforce the law when it comes to pushing for gun control. So take that into account. Make sure you don't get caught up in that mess. When you fill out your form, don't lie, but I would suggest not being a marijuana user if you're trying to buy a weapon. So be aware of that. That's going to be a problem. That's going to be something that's going to have to be faced at some point in time. Unless we decriminalize it on a federal level, there's always going to be that bit of tension between the states and the federal government. All right, we're going to be back after this. I'm Roger B. This is America's Web Radio.
If you live to serve and want to make an even bigger difference, consider joining the U.S. Army. With training in fields like medical care, linguistics, and engineering, an Army career can amplify your efforts with humanitarian opportunities all over the world. Plus, you'll receive competitive pay and incredible benefits, so you'll be taken care of, too. Learn more at GoArmy.com.
Hello, my name is Colonel Retired Rick White, a United States Army veteran, and I'm the director of the Georgia Military Veterans Hall of Fame. I would like to encourage all Georgia veterans to consider being nominated to the Georgia Military Veterans Hall of Fame. If you are a Georgia veteran, and the Georgia veteran's definition is you were either born in this state, or you lived in the state 10 years, or you raised your right hand and joined the military in the state of Georgia, you are considered a Georgia veteran. For further information, go to your website at www.gmvhof.org, or you can contact me at 678-427-0915. Nominations need to be in by the last Friday in August each year. Again, if you're a Georgia veteran, or you're a friend or family member of a Georgia veteran, living or deceased, please consider nominating that veteran to this highly noble and rare Hall of Fame for our great state. Thank you so much.
Hi, this is Rocky Blair, former four-time Super Bowl champion with the Pittsburgh Steelers and Vietnam veteran. As a board member, I'd like to talk to you about Warriors to Citizen, a nonprofit organization that helps American heroes, soldiers, police, fire, EMT, and their families recover from the psychological harm caused by career-induced stress. Over the last 20 years, broken relationships have been a major causal factor for the highest documented divorce rate and resulting suicides in this population.
Some people who do it on purpose just to get a chance to take a swing at her, get that close to her.
Is delivered free to families by professionals, all whom served in uniform and understand the needs to be addressed. I ask for your support, so please go to our website, warriorstocitizen.org, and find out how you can help, either by making a donation or sharing this information with an American hero that you may know. And thank you.
You're listening to America's Web Radio on the AmericasBroadcastNetwork.com. Thank you for listening.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back. I'm Roger B., and this is Locked and Loaded on America's Web Radio. I'm going to talk about a story now that takes place in New York, where a man ends up winning some charges after a judge tosses the search warrant because it seems as if the federal agents were being misleading when they took out their search warrant. He had purchased what is called a solvent trap. Now, if you're familiar with these, it's a tube with baffles in it that you're supposed to pour solvent through your weapon, and it threads onto the barrel and catches the solvent so you don't splash gun cleaner all over the place. And you can pour it repeatedly through the barrel to help clean it without making a mess everywhere. Now, the only thing is, a lot of these solvent traps are built in a very similar way to the way that silencers are built, or suppressors. So when somebody had ordered one of these solvent traps from overseas, these came from China, and it was flagged by Customs and Border Protection agents in California. And the shipping label described the package contents as a gear shift knob. The federal authorities deemed it to be a silencer and contacted Seneca, New York Police Department, and they set up plans to make a quote-unquote controlled delivery of the package to this man's residence. So the police came armed with a search warrant, and they had agents from Homeland Security, ATF, Immigrations and Customs Enforcement, and the U.S. Postal Inspector's Office, all there to be here to arrest this man for when they handed him a package containing his solvent trap. And they found guns there as well. And and because he was receiving what they call the silencer or suppressor, they decided to give him 8 felony weapons possession charges against him at the same time. Now, it doesn't say whether he was a felon or not. I don't believe the guns were illegal from what they said, because now he's filing a suit to get them back. But a judge decided that because they used the term silencer and not solvent trap, that the warrant was illegal, and they were not allowed to search his house for any of the stuff or take his product away. You know, it comes down to a matter of use. If you use it as it is meant to be used, or as it is described to be used as a solvent trap, then there's no issues with it. If you were to modify it slightly, put a hole on the end of it, screw it together, and make it into a suppressor, then you made a homemade silencer, which is not allowed. Well, it is allowed if you get a permit to get one first. Then I believe you can construct one if you have the permit already approved prior to starting on it, or prior to making the final additions to it, or making it a functional silencer. I believe you can still manufacture them yourself as long as you have the tax stamp that a suppressor requires. But apparently the judge threw this out because they said because of the way they described the suppressor, the solvent trap, as a suppressor, and it was not. It came in pieces, I guess, and it didn't have, and the end cap on a solvent trap is generally closed off because it holds the fluid you pour down the barrel. Now, granted, they can be easily modified into becoming a suppressor, but if they're not a suppressor, then you can't use them as such. And a suppressor is such a simple device anyway. It's just a muffler. You could take a muffler off your lawnmower, screw it onto your weapon, and that would be considered a silencer or a suppressor. I mean, all it is a muffler. It just muffles the sound of the weapon as it exits the barrel. So it's not like it's a complicated device. It's not like you couldn't take something and easily manufacture your own suppressor. In fact, it seems odd that suppressors are even on the NFA list. For a time, there was a bill pending called the Hearing Protection Act, which would have made suppressors no more difficult to get than getting a pistol in your own home state. And why not? They help protect your hearing. They are more considerate if you're shooting in your own backyard. It's considerate to your neighbors to use a suppressor. You don't want to be, blasting away in the backyard and annoying the neighbors, especially on like a Sunday morning if they're trying to, sleep in or go to a worship service. Use a suppressor. Be considerate to your neighbors. Make that the way things are done. Because a suppressor, despite what the media and the news will tell you, does not make a gun completely silent. It just brings the level down to below what could cause hearing damage in people. So why not allow that to be done? In fact, from what I've heard in Europe, they can sell them at a hardware store because they're not considered guns. They're an accessory. Here, for some reason, The U.S. government since 1934 has decided that suppressors are evil, bad, and terrible, when all they do is protect your hearing, cut down on some of the sound from a rifle or pistol being fired. In fact, if your bullet is going more than, I believe it's 1,050 feet per second, more than the speed of sound, it's going to have a sonic crack when it breaks the barrel anyway, when it comes out of the barrel. So you're not going to eliminate the sound completely. You're just going to lower it some. So that's something. But this guy he got off on his charges because he was ordering a solvent trap and not a suppressor. Now, some people can modify these to become suppressors, and doing so is illegal. But like I said, almost anything that's designed as a muffler for an internal combustion engine can be modified into being a suppressor. It's not that hard to get. Under the law, solvent traps are legal to own currently. Now, currently also, though, 80% finished receivers are legal to own, and that's another thing that the Biden administration has decided. If you have a chunk of plastic that looks too much like a gun, they want to make that illegal. They don't want you to be able to manufacture anything in your home that could be a gun, even though there's no law currently against it. People are allowed to manufacture homemade weapons now. You can do that. You don't have to register it, but you do have to be legally able to own a pistol or rifle in your state to be able to manufacture one. So if you're a criminal, you're violating the law if you manufacture your own or if you finish one, because they call these unfinished receivers. The most popular ones are the ones for the Glock pistols and the ones for the AR-15 rifles or AR-15 pistols. They can be manufactured. 80% lowers are common. They can easily be finished out to be 100% lowers. But once you own one, you cannot sell it without registering it and putting numbers on it. So most people just do this for a hobby, just to be able to say, oh, yeah, I want to build my own. I want to do something unique. I want to do something different. So we'll see how this turns out, because, I mean, there was one state that was going to say any piece of plastic that looks like or resembles a gun, even if it's 20% finished, they want to make it illegal. They want to say you shouldn't be able to own anything that looks like a gun that could possibly be finished. But today's, with 3D printers, you put a program in the printer, it spits out the plastic. You can manufacture your own AR-15 lowers, Glock lowers, anything plastic that where the plastic receiver part is the frame, you can manufacture those with a 3D printer. Now, the government tried to limit the availability of the programs that made this possible. But it's, once it's out on the internet, you're not going to be able to stop it. Once it's out there, it's there forever. No one's going to be able to stop it. It's going to be available. You'll find it places. Even if you have to go to shady websites to get your programs, it can be had. It can be had, and there's no laws against it in most cases. Now, also, if you're a programmer, you could program the machine yourself to manufacture whatever you want to manufacture. Now, granted, you cannot manufacture anything fully automatic. You cannot manufacture any kind of suppressor. Even though you could manufacture it, it would be illegal to do so unless you have the proper permits. And nothing manufactured after 1986 is allowed to be fully automatic. That was the Hughes Act that was passed in 86 to limit the ownership of machine guns, which is another thing that was an infringement on people's rights. Prior to that, you could buy a machine gun from anywhere you wanted to, register, get a tax stamp, and be a legal owner. Now, the only thing available are the used or previously owned machine guns that are manufactured prior to 1986, or parts that were manufactured prior to 1986 that enabled something to shoot fully automatic, which would actually turn a semi-automatic AR-15 into an assault rifle, even though the media says anything that looks like a military rifle is an assault rifle. But then again, I guess they would say if you put racing stripes on your Hyundai, it's a race car. And they would, you can't drive it on the street anymore because now it's a race car. Yeah, the idiotic terminology that they use to define what they call an assault weapon is completely ridiculous. And if you're somebody who thinks AR-15 stands for Assault Rifle 15, then you're a huge moron. It stands for Armorlight. That's the guy's company. Eugene Stoner started the Armorlight company. That's what AR stands for, Armorlight 15 rifle. So don't think you know everything. If you think that's an assault rifle, you're completely wrong. But now it turns out this guy in New York is going to sue to get his weapons back because they were legally owned. And the solvent trap he got was legally purchased, and it's not a violation of NFA in the first place. But because they saw a solvent trap and said it could be turned into a suppressor, then they went out and arrested this guy and put him in jail. And this is the kind of thing that they're going to start doing. They're going to go after people who make small violations, who are not, this guy has no criminal record. He's never done anything. He's not committed any gun crimes. There was no law preventing him from owning either the solvent trap or the guns that he owned. And they went after him because they lied on the warrant and said it was a suppressor, even though it was a solvent trap. And that's what they're going to come after and start doing. If they make the 80% or partially finished receivers illegal, it's just going to make criminals out of so many thousands and thousands of people. Because these things have been around for a long time. People have been finishing them at record rates. And now that they're talking about making them illegal, the sales of these things are going insane. It's getting harder and harder to find anything that's 80% finished. Although companies are cranking them out day and night to get them out to anybody who wants to have one. Even if you just have it, throw it in the basement, throw it in a safe, keep it for future use, it would probably be a wise investment at this point if they don't make it illegal to just possess it. Hopefully, if you had something manufactured prior to a certain date, it's going to be allowed if they can get this law to go through. But right now, I just don't know that he's got the support to ban what he's calling ghost guns. And it's funny because ghost guns, they don't make up any significant amount of crime records. The statistics on these are irrelevant, basically. There's nothing that says ghost guns are more responsible for crime than any other gun. Actually, less so, because it takes more effort, and criminals don't want effort. They want to do things the easiest possible way with the least amount of effort. So keep that in mind. If you decide to go get an 80% lower, now might be the time to start looking, because Biden wants to ban these along with high-capacity magazines. Get out there, get what you can, because sooner or later, if this stuff becomes banned, you're not going to be able to get it anymore. Now, hopefully, all possession will be grandfathered in, as it should be, although it shouldn't be made illegal in the first place. All right, thanks for listening today. I am Roger B. This is Locked and Loaded, and you've been listening to America's Web Radio.
You're listening to America's Web Radio on the AmericasBroadcastNetwork.com. Thank you for listening.
The Docs for Patient Care Foundation is your way to join the fight and become a member of an organization created by doctors for patients dedicated to fighting for your healthcare freedom and preserving the doctor-patient relationship. Get a pen and paper. Write down www.docsforpatientcarefoundation.org. That's www.docsforpatientcarefoundation.org. Go to our site and please make a generous tax-deductible donation and join the fight today. Thank you.
Whether cruising the strip in a 57 Chevy or taking the family on a vacation in a 71 Oldsmobile Vista Cruiser, you need to tune in to Classic Cars with Steve Ronaldo and Jim Weber every Saturday from 8 to 9 a.m. on AmericasWebRadio.com.
The disease of addiction is a life-altering challenge, not just for the person suffering its effects, but also for the family and friends who support and love the one caught in its grasp. What should be the course of treatment? Who is the best person to render treatment? And what is the best place to go for the care that is needed? We know that you want answers to these and many more questions. Call 770-696-9862 and speak to a representative of the Atlanta Healing Center. They can tailor a program specifically designed to address the needs of the person suffering with an addiction, or give you guidance as to where that help may be found. Information is the key, and the trained staff at AHC is here to assist. If you wish, you can also get more information on the website located at www.atlantahealingcenter.com.
You're listening to America's Web Radio on the You're listening to America's Web Radio on the AmericasBroadcastNetwork.com. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, David. Good morning, America. This is Pete Mecca, your host for A Veteran Story on AmericasWebRadio.com. The exact number of human beings murdered by the Nazis during World War II remains unknown, but the number is into the millions. Around 6 million people of the Jewish faith, about 5.5 million Russian civilians, about 3 million Russian POWs, 1.8 million Polish citizens, over 300,000 Serbs, about 250,000 people with disabilities, and between 250 and 500,000 gypsies. So-called criminals or antisocial people were murdered, as were homosexuals and Jehovah's Witnesses. As I said, the exact number will never be known. A lot of people know about Dachau and Auschwitz, but there were actually 44,000 concentration camps and incarceration camps, including the Jewish ghettos. This morning, you are going to hear the story of one survivor of the Holocaust, Mr. Ted Bogar. I will try not to interrupt Mr. Bogar and just let him tell us his experiences during the Holocaust. Mr. Bogar, welcome to the program, sir.
Thank you.
All right, sir, starting with your childhood, please begin your story.
Well, my name is Ted Tibor Bogar. I was born 96 years ago in a small town in Hungary. I am a Holocaust survivor. I survived a ghetto, 5 concentration camps, 1 death march, and 1 death train. I have an ordinary childhood. In Hungary, anti-Semitism wasn't as bad in the Slavic countries. The town had about 13,000 people, and amongst them was 1,500 Jews. We lived with them together. I attended a Catholic high school. There was no problem until Hitler came to power. When Hitler came to power, the Hungarian government joined him because he promised to return the lost territories from the First World War. But that didn't affect us yet. The first anti-Semitic law came only in 1938, when they fired Jewish workers, retired Jewish executives, but that still didn't affect us too much. But from then on, every year a new anti-Jewish law came. By 1941, got to the point where Jewish merchants did not get any merchandise controlled by the government, which was salt, sugar, petroleum, tobacco, and so on. But we coped with it. Also, Jewish people could not have a female servant under 45. Mixed marriages were forbidden too. Anyway, we coped with it as much as we could. The big difference came in 1941. Until then, Hitler was winning the war, occupying Western Europe almost completely. But then he decided to attack the Soviet Union because he needed food and he needed oil. The Soviet Union had both of them. But then the Hungarian government felt they should help, and they called up every man 20 to 48 years old, including the Jewish men. But by then, they didn't trust the Jews, would not give them a uniform, wouldn't give them a rifle. All they had is a yellow armband. And they were used clearing forests, repairing roads, and clearing minefields without any equipment. So their losses were tremendous. Until then, as I said, Hitler was winning the war. But Soviet Union was too big. And after a while, things changed. The Soviet winter came, and the tanks couldn't move properly. The airplanes had some problems. And there was Stalingrad, which was the largest battle, and the first time the Germans started to withdraw. From then on, the Soviet troops were forwarding toward Germany. Then the Hungarian government felt maybe let's get out of the war and tried to sue for peace. The Germans found out and they invaded Hungary. That was March 19, 1944. The so-called invasion lasted only 1 day because the Hungarians were ready to join the Germans. From then on, the Germans ruled Hungary. First, they had every Jew to put on a yellow star on their clothing. There was a curfew from 5 p.m. to 8 a.m., and we weren't allowed to leave our hometown, and then confiscated radios, telephones, whoever had. We had no cars yet. That didn't last long either. With the Hungarian gendarmes' help, the Germans came to every Jewish home, and they gave us 30 minutes to pack what you can, and they came back half an hour later and took us to a school. We spent the night in that school, and the following day we were taken to the next town. Then the Germans established a ghetto there. They simply emptied the worst part of the town, fenced in that part, and they put in 12,500 Jews. They could do it because we had no furniture. And that was our ghetto. We tried to establish some sort of a life. We had a hospital, we had a synagogue, and we still had food. But that didn't last long either. Again, Hungarian gendarmes, German soldiers came, pick up your belongings, took us to a railroad siding where a train was waiting for us. Engine and cattle cars. They pushed in 80, 90 people into each cattle cars. And before they locked the cattle cars, they gave us 2 pairs, one empty, one with water. Then the train started and stopped and started and stopped. Because any time another train came, they pushed us aside. Our trip lasted for about 3 days. I don't have to tell you how fast the empty pair got filled and the others got emptied. Again, the train stopped at night, and early in the morning, they opened the cattle cars and we faced already German soldiers. They came with dogs and screaming, "Get out fast, fast, fast. Leave your belongings there. We are going to take it after you by trucks." It was a long platform. We had no idea where we were. Anyway, they separated the men from the women. And 5 abreast, we went to the end of this platform. There are several SS officers, including one in a white coat. His name was Dr. Mengele, the angel of death, he was called later. And when we reached them, they looked at you and they push you left or right, left or right. We had no idea what was going on. That was what they called selection. Anybody whom they thought can work, stand on one side. Children, old people, weak-looking people, even young women with babies in their arms were sent on the other side. They were told that you must be dirty, you have to take a shower. There was a big building there, marked bathhouse. They put them in there, so told them, get undressed, make sure you know where you put your clothes. Then they pushed them into the shower room. But instead of water, gas came from the showers. They were killed there that morning and later burned in the crematorium that evening. That was one side. The other side, the so-called worker side, where my father and I ended up, we had to get undressed. They shaved us from top to bottom, disinfected us, and gave us that famous striped uniform. We sat outside, and the first food we got was the following noon. They gave us a large bowl of vegetable soup, a bowl for 6 men. But they wouldn't give us a spoon because they said Jews are no better than dogs. If you want to eat like dogs. Well, by then we were hungry enough and we ate. Later on, I often wished that the Germans would treat me as well as they treat their dogs. But they never did. Now this place, we found out later, was Auschwitz-Birkenau, which was the largest concentration camp. I didn't stay there long because they were looking for tradesmen. And because I couldn't go to university, I learned the trade. I became an electrician. My father said, see what they want. Maybe they give you a better job. I ended up again on a train in a cattle car. A few hours later, the train started. I ended up in Warsaw, the capital of Poland. Now, I have to go back a little bit. You know, Germany invaded Poland in 1939. They later on took all the Jews, put them into ghettos. Ghettos were simply, again, a small part of the town where they pushed in people, 10, 15 of them in a room, very little food, no possible of washing, so people were dying. Warsaw happened to be the largest.
Yeah. Ted, I hate to interrupt you. We are going to our first break. We'll be right back, folks. Please stay with us.
Okay.
Hi, this is Rocky Blair, former four-time Super Bowl champion with the Pittsburgh Steelers and Vietnam veteran. As a board member, I'd like to talk to you about Warriors to Citizen, a nonprofit organization that helps American heroes, soldiers, police, fire, EMT, and their families recover from the psychological harm caused by career-induced stress. Over the last 20 years, broken relationships have been a major causal factor for the highest documented divorce rate and resulting suicides in this population. This program, From Warriors to Citizen, is delivered free to families by professionals, all whom served in uniform and understand the needs to be addressed. I ask for your support, so please go to our website, warriorstocitizen.org, and find out how you can help, either by making a donation or sharing this information with an American hero that you may know. And thank you.
This is America's Web Radio. Would you like to have a show, talk about your business, or express your opinion on America's Web Radio? Just email gm@americaswebradio.com and we'll get back to you. Thank you.
Okay, folks, we're back with Ted Bogard, Holocaust survivor. Mr. Bogard, please continue your story, sir.
Anyway, the Warsaw Ghetto, as I said, was the largest one. Then, with the hunger and all, people were dying. The Germans said, if you want to work, we can take you to work, give you more food. So people volunteered. They worked for a while. Then they ended up in Treblinka, which was another concentration camp, where the lifespan was about a couple of hours. They killed them there. So out of desperation, there was an uprising in this ghetto. And they held the Germans back for almost 2 weeks. But then they had to give up. By then, each building was completely destroyed. Now, that was the end of the ghetto. About 1943, the Germans established a concentration camp there, where I ended up in 1944. Our job was to clear the bricks of the buildings, pile them up, and sell it to the local population for cheap building material. That didn't last long, because by then the Soviet army was closing into Warsaw, and the Germans didn't want us to be freed. So they emptied the camp, and that became the very first death march of the Holocaust. Later on, there were hundreds of them. We started out 5,900 of us and ended up about 1,200 in our destination, which was Dachau. Now, Dachau was the very first camp Hitler established the minute he came to power. He put everybody he didn't like, started out, communists, socialists, unionists, habitual criminals, some clergy, homosexuals, anybody he didn't like. That was Dachau in 1935, 1936. But by 1944, when we got there, it was different. Dachau was the center of the German economy, because all German men were in the Army, Navy, or the Air Force. So the German establishment needed workers, which was mostly Soviet prisoners of war and concentration camp inmates. Anybody who needed workers, they called Dachau, and Dachau sent them workers. I didn't stay long in Dachau for about a couple of weeks. Then they sent me to a brand new concentration camp, which they established to build a huge airplane factory. I called it Hitler's latest folly, because it would have taken another 3 or 4 years to build this airplane factory. And by then, the Germans were losing the war on both sides. But Hitler ordered it, and they started. Now, they established a concentration camp to supply workers for this factory. Our work was to carry the bed of cement from the train up to the machine. The bed of cement weighed 110 pounds. And by then, we did not weigh as much as 110 pounds. Anyway, to give you a brief description of the camp was about 3 kilometers from the workplace. We had barracks for about 300 men, simply 3 layers, no straw, no nothing. By then, we weighed very little. The day of the started, let's say, at 4:15 in the morning, when they gave us a half a liter of coffee. By then, each of us got a small metal bowl, and they gave us a spoon too, because they realized that we can eat much faster with spoon. As I said, 4:15 wake-up call, they gave us a half a liter of coffee, which never see any coffee beans. Then we went out to work. The work lasted 12 hours, 6.5 days. 12 hours in the morning, 12 hours at night. We will, as I they carrying the bags of cement up to the machine. But if you slipped and fell into the wet cement, we weren't allowed to pull you out. For lunch, we got half a liter of soup. For supper, we got a full liter of soup and a piece of bread. At the beginning, he gave us a decent piece, but as the German economy got worse, the beds get smaller and smaller. So we were dying from overwork, from hunger, and then, because there was no opportunity of washing, we got lice, real lice with typhus or typhoid. So we were dying each day. Anybody who died were taken away and replaced by healthy men. Actually, 2015, I went back to Dachau because I was invited to be a witness of the SS trial. There I saw some first statistics and found out that out of the 8,500 men in that camp, 4,000 died. And I don't know whether it was German humor, but the cause of death was heart failure. Anyway, people were dying left and right from overwork, from beating, from typhus. And we had no idea what was going on the rest of the world because it was electrified fence and guard towers. But we had an idea that the Germans were losing the war. While we were there, they always told us, whatever happens, you are not getting out of here alive. One day, they brought us back from work. Now, usually, we work 12 hours a day, 6.5 days. The Sunday afternoon, which was off, we had to stand in line to be shaven or haircut or so on. I think I changed my shirt maybe 3 times during the year. And I was later on liberated in the same suit I got in Warsaw. I never took it off. I slept in it. I worked in it. Anyway, one day, they brought us back from work during the day. We had no idea what was going on. Once we got to the camp, we saw a train waiting for us. Again, cattle cars. They pushed us in by then 100, 110 because we were very slim. And the train started and stopped and started and stopped. Had no idea what was going on. What we found out later, that because the Germans wanted to keep their word that no Jew will survive, they wanted to put this train into an abandoned mine. All they have to do, pushing the train, close the mine, and leave us there. That would have been very practical and cheap way of killing about 3,500 Jews. But luckily, the Soviet army got there first. So by then, the guards realized that they are in trouble. So they reversed the train. The train came back west because the guards felt if they will be prisoners of war, they should be prisoners of the U.S. Army, not the Soviet Army, because the treatment would have been quite different. So 2 days later, the train stopped again, and we realized we have no more guards. So managed to open the cattle cars, and we saw the first U.S. troops passing by in trucks. They just looked at us. They didn't stop because we were all dirty, full with lice, moving board due to vitamin deficiency. But that afternoon, different troops came and took us into an abandoned Hitlerjugend campus. And we realized we are free. They took us into this campus, and they even opened the dining room. And I realized for the first time in a year, I was sitting on a chair. I had a table in front of me. I had a plate. And they gave us supper. The supper was white bread and cream of wheat. So we wolfed it down and ran to the back for the second portion. Some of us even got the third portion. That's how hungry we were. But what we didn't realize, the U.S. Soldiers, it was too rich for our system. We all got sick. Close to 300 of us died. I remember just waking up the following day in a big room. By then, I had a clean pajamas, and I was free of lice. I stayed there, kind of a hospital, for almost a week. By then, I regained some of my strength and weight, and ended up in one of the abandoned buildings. We were about 8 of us in a room, and slowly we realized that we are free. And we weren't thinking yet, just made sure that we had 3 meals a day, and we were allowed to walk freely. That was a so-called DP camp, which was displaced camp. I did not remember thinking, just waiting for one meal after the other and freely walking around. Until
all right, Ted, we're going to our second break. Folks, please stay with us for this very interesting, very historical story. We'll be right back.
Hello, my name is Rick White, and I'm the director of the Georgia Military Veterans Hall of Fame. I want to encourage all Georgia veterans to consider being nominated to the Georgia Military Veterans Hall of Fame. And if you are a Georgia veteran, and the definition of a Georgia veteran is either you were born in the state of Georgia, or you've lived here 10 years, or you were raised your right hand, joined the military in this state, you are considered a Georgia veteran. For further information, go to www.gmvhof.org, or you can contact me at 678-427-0915. We'd love to have your nomination for the Georgia Military Veterans Hall of Fame. Thank you so much.
If you live to serve and want to make an even bigger difference, consider joining the U.S. Army. With training in fields like medical care, linguistics, and engineering, an Army career can amplify your efforts with humanitarian opportunities all over the world. Plus, you'll receive competitive pay and incredible benefits, so you'll be taken care of, too. Learn more at GoArmy.com.
You're listening to America's Web Radio on the AmericasBroadcastNetwork.com. Thank you for listening.
All right, thank you, David. Mr. Ted Bogart, please continue your story, sir. Go ahead.
Okay, as I lived happily in this camp, but in the month of August, a young man came to this camp. He was from my hometown. He was liberated earlier in Poland, managed to get home, and waiting for his rest of the family. Nobody came back, except he couldn't get into his home. There was another family sitting there. You see, Hitler promised that no Jew will come back, so the Hungarian government gives him a home. You have discussed it, escaped Hungary, came back to, happened to be to this camp where he met me. He says, "What are you doing here?" He says, "Your father is at home." "Oh, if my father survived, good. Let's get back to Hungary." I get a few friends, about 12 of us, went back to Hungary. By then there were trains took us about 2 weeks to get back, and I found my father. Now, out of the 1,500 Jews from this town, 64 survived. One of them was my father, who happened to be the oldest one. Now, only then I started to realize the Holocaust. I didn't know anything what happened outside of our camp. I realized that over 6 million Jews were killed. So I hated the whole world. I hated the perpetrators for what they did to us. And they weren't only Germans. You see, the SS recruited young men from all over Europe, gave them a nice uniform, good food, plenty of drinks. You can kill as many Jews as you want, so where can you find a better job? So I hated the perpetrators, but I hated the rest of the world, because before the war in 1938, there was a meeting called, a Congress called by the U.S. President in Vichy, France. Hitler doesn't want Jews. How many are you going to take in? There were 32 countries and the Vatican. It was a resounding silence. Not United States, not Canada, not any of the South American countries wanted the Jews. So later on, that enabled Hitler that I have another solution, which he called the final solution. I'm going to kill them all. Well, he managed 6 million anyway. But then I realized slowly, hate is hate, regardless who hates. So I stopped hating. But I never forgave. And I realized that surviving the Holocaust has to be lucky. That's all. People will tell you they did this or that, makes no difference. If you're lucky, you survive. I didn't like Hungary any more than I asked my father, let's get out of here. No, he said, I am too old. He was, by the way, the oldest survivor. So I stayed with him until he remarried. Then I escaped back to Germany, which was occupied by then with 4 nations. I went to the U.S. part. I wanted to get out of Europe because I didn't want to see it in Europe anymore. Then different consulates. Can I have a visa? What are you? A Jew. Sorry. So it took me 2 years until finally Canada changed its policy. Until then, the policy was none is too many. But by then, the Canadian Jews convinced the government, if you let in some survivors, we look after them, it won't cost you any money. So they let in 1,000 youngsters. And I was lucky, I was one of them. In 1948, June, I managed to come to Canada. I ended up in Halifax. Then they put us on the train, and they dropped us in different cities. I ended up in Montreal. As I said before, one has to be lucky. And I felt after the liberation and from then on, even now, I was always lucky. I was dropped up in Montreal, where the Jewish Congress found us a job, found us a room with a family. That's how I started my life in Canada. I managed to, well, let me put it this way. I felt if I was lucky to survive, I remained with 2 obligations. One, to ensure the continuity of the Jewish people So in 1954, I got married. I have 2 children, 6 grandchildren, and 5 great-grandchildren. So I am blessed and I am lucky. The other obligation was not to let the world to forget the Holocaust. So a little later, by the time we learned some English, we formed a group we called the Speakers Group, and we were going to schools, institutions, to talk about the Holocaust. That was about 40-some odd years ago, and I still try my best to speak about the Holocaust. Because I was very disappointed in one thing. I thought that after the Second World War, which cost over 60 million people, the world learned how to live in peace. But I was greatly disappointed, and I am still disappointed. There are fights and wars all over the place. So I don't know what else to tell you. Just that make sure that we will be peace one of these days in this world.
I hope so, sir. Ted, how old are you now?
96 and a half.
And tell me about that half year. You starting to count the half years now, right?
Well, they called once for babies and anybody who's over 95.
Okay, Ted. Tell me a little bit about your family. How big was your immediate family? Your mother and father?
I had only one sister. She was 13 years old when we got to Auschwitz, and they pushed her on the wrong side. And my mother, who spoke German, I said, "Can I go with my daughter?" Said yes. That's what I learned from an aunt who happened to survive.
So they were gassed at Auschwitz?
Yeah, they were gassed and burned in the crematorium. Actually,
and your sister was 13 years old.
Yes.
Okay.
They felt she was too young to burn.
Ted, I guess most people are going to ask you, how can you forgive those people? Such a horrible, horrible thing happened to you and your family. I know you mentioned one time that when you go to schools, they will ask you, do you hate the Germans? Would you respond to that, please?
No, wait a minute. When I stopped hating, I never said that I will forgive. I always, I could not forgive for what they did to us.
Okay.
Nowadays, when I speak to youngsters, German or Ukrainian origin or someone, and they ask me the same thing, do you hate us? I say, no, I don't hate you because you didn't do anything, but don't ask me to forgive what your fathers or grandfathers did.
Wow. Okay, I want to read you something I found, Ted, and let you respond to this. A new survey was just completed, and it included 1,000 millennials and the generation called Generation Z between the ages of 18 and 39 from all 50 states in America. It found that it's not just the details that many Americans are unaware of. there are plenty who think the Holocaust never happened or who have never even heard the word before. According to their findings, nearly two-thirds of respondents did not know that 6 million Jews were killed during the Holocaust. Nearly half cannot name a single concentration camp, and 11% believe the Jews caused the Holocaust, while 12% say they haven't even heard of the word Holocaust before.
Well,
In this survey, in this survey, it suggests that nearly two-thirds of the United States young adults are unaware that 6 million Jews were murdered during the Holocaust. What's your reply to that, Ted?
Well, that's why our group is going to schools and institutions to remind the people or to teach people that there is the Holocaust, that the Holocaust happened. As far as why people don't want to know it or something, let's face it. Anti-Semitism is the oldest hatred, and it's still going on all over the world. When they asked Eisenhower, how come nobody bombed Auschwitz? You all knew about it. Well, he said, 50,000 soldiers were killed each day during the war. That was our main purpose. We had to shorten the war. He had no time for the Jews. And none of the, we managed to listen to the BBC. There were a few people who had strong enough radios. Not once ever mentioned about the Holocaust.
Wow. All right, folks, we're going to our last break. Please stay with us for the closing remarks from Mr. Bogart, Holocaust survivor. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Hi, This is Rocky Blair, former four-time Super Bowl champion with the Pittsburgh Steelers and Vietnam veteran. As a board member, I'd like to talk to you about Warriors to Citizen, a nonprofit organization that helps American heroes, soldiers, police, fire, EMT, and their families recover from the psychological harm caused by career-induced stress. Over the last 20 years, broken relationships have been a major causal factor for the highest documented divorce rate and resulting suicides in this population. This program, From Warriors to Citizen, is delivered free to families by professionals, all whom served in uniform and understand the needs to be addressed. I ask for your support, so please go to our website, warriorstocitizen.org, and find out how you can help, either by making a donation or sharing this information with an American hero that you may know. And thank you.
Hello, this is Michael Daly with Atlanta Healing Center. We know that addiction is a brain disease. Addiction is a family disease. Addiction is a treatable disease. We have a caring professional staff with over 30 years experience to help you and your loved ones in your recovery. You can reach us at www.atlantahealingcenter.com.
Hi, this is Steve Ronaldo, host of the Classic Car Show on America's Web Radio. Just talking to you about antique car insurance. I think that if you're looking for the best coverage for your classic car, consider J.C. Taylor Insurance. I've been my insurer for years in this hobby and have the top rating of all of the insurance companies in the hobby. When you get ready for insurance, call J.C. Taylor or visit jctaylor.com on the internet.
You're listening to America's Web Radio on the AmericasBroadcastNetwork.com. Thank you for listening.
Okay, folks, we're back with Holocaust survivor Ted Bogart. Ted, let me ask you this. During our last election here in America, after Trump lost and the Democrats won, we actually had people in Congress wanting to send Trump supporters to re-education camps. I was horrified by that statement. Would you like to comment on that, sir?
Not really. I don't know much about it. But I repeat again, anti-Semitism is the oldest hatred. And it's still on. And it's still on. And that bothers me a lot.
Do you think another Holocaust could happen?
Huh? Yes.
Do you think you do? Okay.
Yes, and not only against Jews. You see, somehow hatred is one of the strongest feelings what I experienced. Look all over the world. People are killing each other. Yeah. And I don't know that much about the United States, but there are big problems there too.
I think everyone in America was terrified when people start talking about putting their fellow Americans in re-education camps or re-evaluation camps or whatever they want to call them. You do not send your fellow citizens to any kind of camp for re-education. That's pot pol in Cambodian type communism. I think it's a sad state of affairs when we can get to that point in the United States of America. Ted, I understand that you're still active, that you swim every day. Is that correct?
Sorry, I didn't hear you now. But
I understand you are an accomplished swimmer. You go swimming every day. Is that correct?
Yes. That's my relaxation.
Okay.
Yeah, I also talk in camps, and I was in the United States a few times talking to groups, and they just look at me. They just can't believe it, and I tell them what happened. They just and these are the youngsters. So let's hope maybe the next generation. Hope for the next generation. But so far, I wasn't successful.
I understand. They're not teaching much history anymore. It's all revised history. I don't like our educational system anymore. And like I just read about that survey, something like 1/3 of our population do not think the Holocaust exists or happened, or they don't even know about it. And that is really sad.
I don't know much about the United States, but in Canada, we are trying to get the different governments, provincial governments, to put Holocaust as part of the education system. So far, they weren't successful.
Huh. Have you been to the Holocaust Museum in Washington, D.C.?
Yes.
What did you think of that display?
Yeah, well, it would have taken 2 more days to find whatever I wanted to see. It's terrific. As a matter of fact, I think I had my picture there on one of the walls.
Really?
Yeah. Among another 1,500. It just so happened that I saw it.
Wow. Let me ask you this: when you that was your first exposure to the United States military when they found you and started giving you food and everything. What did you think about the American soldiers?
I wasn't thinking yet. But I tell you a small incident. Some of them threw us some cans. And I got one. I opened it up. There was a small piece of cheese, about 4 crackers. Then it was some yellow powder. I tasted it, burnt my tongue. I threw it out. I found out later that was something to make lemonade with. And another thing which looked like a Band-Aid. I didn't need it, so I threw it out. And I found out later on that was chewing gum.
Oh, my goodness. All right. When you got to Canada, did you speak English, or did you have to learn English?
I had to learn English.
Okay.
Not only English, English and Hungarian. By the time I was liberated, I spoke quite a bit of German.
Oh, I guess so, yeah.
And I spent almost 2 years after the war in Germany until I was able to come to Canada. As I say, I went to different consulates. Sorry, we have no quota for Jews. Sorry, we have no quota for Jews. That was always the same thing.
Right. Do you have any speaking engagements lined up soon? Are you going to make some speeches soon?
Yes. I think it's May. Okay. On Zoom, I think it's in Winnipeg.
Okay.
But the Jewish situation, what we have now, I regularly used to speak once a week or twice a month. We have a Holocaust museum here, and they usually ask survivors to come and speak to those who visited the museum. But this is off now. The epidemic what we have.
You mentioned your children, and especially your grandchildren and great-grandchildren. They are very, very aware of the Holocaust, are they not?
My children, yes. My grandchildren, yes. My great-grandchildren, they are too young.
Okay. All right. Well, I'll tell you what, sir. Please continue this.
I visited schools where in the States where my grandchildren were students.
Uh-huh.
I got a station and I spoke about the Holocaust.
Well, please continue this as long as you can. I think it's very, very dangerous for the entire world to forget about this, not talk about it, not remember it. It is critical for our survival as a civilized community to remember how much evil can exist in this world, and evil still exists today. And I think you are very, very aware of that. You've had an incredible life, sir, and like you say, you have been very lucky. And go ahead. Go ahead.
No. I always lucky.
Yes, sir. And right now you are retired, and other than swimming and making speeches, are you active in any other kind of activities?
I didn't understand the question.
Right. Yeah. Well, let's say this. How long have you been retired?
I still go for a walk every day.
Okay.
I want to keep in shape. And I hope these days I'll be able to continue talking in the Holocaust Center.
Yeah, have you been back to visit either Auschwitz or Dachau? Have you been back to Germany to visit those places?
Yes.
Wow.
2001, I joined the group which is called March of the Living. This is taking a couple of hundred youngsters to the former concentration camps. March of the Living is to contradict the death markers. So we take them there and try to show or explain what we went through. And I tell them also that I am here as a witness, not only as a survivor. Because most of the concentration camps are destroyed completely. Only Majdanek and Auschwitz-Birkenau left, which they can see what it was. The rest, practically nothing. Just blue skies and green grass, which never existed while we were there, because the smoke from the I can't get it through.
The crematoriums? Yeah.
From the crematorium.
Okay, Pete, got to start wrapping.
Blue sky, and if we found some grass, we ate it.
Oh my God.
So I always tell them, listen to me, you became a witness too, it's your duty to continue.
Okay, Pete, we got to wrap it.
Sir. I thank you so much. Ted, thank you so much today for sharing your story with us. God bless you, sir. Wish you good health, many more presentations, and you keep this story alive, sir, and keep yourself alive. God bless you.
Thank you. I try my best.
Okay. Thank you. All right, folks, join us next week for another a great session here at A Veteran Story. This is Pete Mecca signing off. Thank you for joining us.
You're listening to America's Web Radio on the AmericasBroadcastNetwork.com. Thank you for listening.
Hi, this is Rocky Blair, former four-time Super Bowl champion with the Pittsburgh Steelers and Vietnam veteran. As a board member, I'd like to talk to you about Warriors to Citizen, a nonprofit organization that helps American heroes, soldiers, police, fire, EMT, and their families recover from the psychological harm caused by career-induced stress. Over the last 20 years, broken relationships have been a major causal factor for the highest documented divorce rate and resulting suicides in this population. This program, From Warriors to Citizen, is delivered free to families by professionals, all whom served in uniform and understand the needs to be addressed. I ask for your support, so please go to our website, warriorstocitizen.org, and find out how you can help, either by making a donation or sharing this information with an American hero that you may know. And thank you.
Whether cruising the strip in a 57 Chevy or taking the family on a vacation in a 71 Oldsmobile Vista Cruiser, you need to tune in to Classic Cars with Steve Ronaldo and Jim Weber every Saturday from 8 to 9 a.m. on americaswebradio.com.
You're listening to America's Web Radio.
This is americaswebradio.com, the best in chat radio designed just for you.
Or you're a friend or family member of a Georgia veteran, living or deceased, please consider nominating that veteran to this highly noble and rare Hall of Fame for our great state. Thank you so much.
You're listening to America's Web Radio on the AmericasBroadcastNetwork.com. Thank you for listening.
Welcome back into the Doctor's Lounge. I'm your host, Dr. Hal Schurz. Every week, myself and my co-host, Dr. Scott Barber, bring you the news that doctors are talking about across the country in doctors' lounges all over America. We try to give you an idea, a snapshot of the issues so that you can be prepared to advocate for yourself and for your family with regard to your health care needs. We are brought to you by the Docs for Patient Care Foundation, which is the only doctor-led healthcare think tank in the country. And we are dependent on you now more than ever for your help. So please go to our website at www.d4pcfoundation.org. That's d4pcfoundation.org. And please continue to support what we're doing. If you enjoy listening to this show and you are following our work through our website and all the other information that we try to bring to you on a regular basis. Before I begin, I wanted to congratulate Stuart Sink, who won a tournament at the age of 47 after I think it was a 12-year drought on the PGA Tour. His sponsor, if you were watching the tournament and looked at his golf shirt, on the side of on his sleeve was Barber Orthopedics. And so I was just extremely excited when I saw that. I jumped out of my skin, and I had to get in touch with my co-host, Dr. Barber, and congratulate him. And he was all pumped up, and it was just a real cool thing to see that happen. So congratulations to Stuart Sink. Congratulations to my co-host, Dr. Scott Barber. I wanted to welcome all of you racists to the show today, because we are all racists if you have not already gotten that message. And today I'm going to talk to you about this because nobody's talking about medicine per se this week. They're not. They're talking about race because that's all that we are being judged by. That's all we are hearing. And I want you to stay with me in this show today, because later I'm going to just blow you away with a story that has gotten very little attention about a Boston hospital that's set to offer preferential care based on race. Now, this is something that I think that we are right now at the lowest point in the history of our country. I really, truly believe that. Because this week, the American legal system was co-opted by the mob, and the country was betrayed by and lied to by a sitting U.S. president. This is what doctors are talking about, by the way, in doctors' lounges. We're not talking about medicine because there's really nothing to talk about right now, and I'll try to bring that point back to everybody in the show later on. What we are talking about in doctors' lounges is the outrage that everybody should be feeling by what is going on in our country today. Derek Chauvin was convicted this week by a Minneapolis jury to second-degree murder, third-degree murder, and manslaughter. Now, let me just say this. I think that Derek Chauvin was directly responsible for the death of George Floyd. I don't think that there's any question that his actions were responsible for this. Whether or not there were other extenuating circumstances is something that should be able to be debated in this country, but unfortunately, we are far past that point where there can be a debate. But worse than that, you have to acknowledge that what's happening around this whole issue is dragging our country down. Look, I think that the video of George Floyd's death was as damning as you can get. Whether or not there were extenuating circumstances leading up to it with video that has not been shown widely on mainstream media is what I was alluding to that can be debated, whether or not he had pre-existing conditions, whether or not he had drugs in his system. All of those can be debated, but there's no getting around the fact that Derek Chauvin showed disregard for the well-being of George Floyd, and so to that extent, there was no question in most people's minds that he went beyond normal policing policies and was responsible for the death of George Floyd. Now, whether you want to call it murder or manslaughter, that's a different story. But it was what led up to the verdict that was truly despicable. Never mind that it was unlikely that Derek Chauvin could even get a fair trial in Minneapolis or in the U.S. today. The venue was moved to Minneapolis proper, where a more favorable jury for the prosecution could be assembled. But the problem is that the jury was not sequestered, and they knew what was going on around Minneapolis, throughout the country, by virtue of what was being reported by the media. And they knew that if they did not deliver a guilty verdict, that the country would burn. So, in that regard, the justice system failed Derek Chauvin. Chauvin had absolutely zero chance of getting a fair trial. But the fact that a sitting member of Congress in a state far removed from where this crime occurred could show up and issue a warning and a call to arms if the, quote, correct, end quote, verdict was not delivered, in my opinion, and I'm not alone, in the opinion of many, in and of itself is an act of sedition and incitement to riot. This is far worse than the actions that this Congresswoman, Maxine Waters, accused Trump of on January 6th, when he told people who were protesting in Washington to peacefully and patriotically march to the Congress and let their voices be heard. What Maxine Waters did was tell people that if the verdict that they wanted to see happen did not occur, that they should be more confrontational. How could you be more confrontational than riot? What does that even mean? What does that look like? How is this even tolerable in this country? Where are we going, people? This is it's unprecedented. It is un-American, and it is absolutely wrong. This is shameful. Maxine Waters should not be allowed to be in Congress, and it's shameful that not a single Democrat, not one, would voice opposition to what she's doing. When they tried to censure her, when Minority Leader McCarthy tried to censure her, not a single Democrat would get on the bandwagon and agree that what she did was wrong. Where are we going? What is going on? What is this saying to people in this country when you can't get a fair trial? If the verdict is not what you want it to be, you are being encouraged by Congress people to do worse acts than riot, then destroy property, then to loot, and to assault people, especially police officers. This is what we saw as a country happen in the South, where I live, in the 1930s. If a black man were on trial for a crime, any crime, you would see white people assemble outside of the courthouse with torches and pitchforks, ready to drag the man out of the court if he was acquitted and lynch him on the spot. The left claims that we are doing modern day lynchings of these black men, not just men and women who are dying at the hands of police officers. They're calling it modern day lynchings, when in fact it's just the opposite. The modern day lynchings are taking place because of the mob. The tables have turned. The oppressed are now the oppressors. They are demanding that they see justice the way that they see it and not blinded by what has traditionally been the American way. This is mob rule. And why is this happening? Well, because they've teamed up with the left. The people who are race warriors, who are race baiters, have found a very convenient ally in the leftists, the Marxists, the people who hate this country. The people who hate this country, the Marxists, want to see it burn down. And what better ally is there than people who are aggrieved and who believe that we are a racist country and we're going to need to bring America to its knees and teach it a lesson. The leftists see nothing good about America, and this is the vehicle, race baiting, racial division, is the vehicle that the left is using to divide the country, to drag us down. Make no mistake about this. This is not about race. This is about the leftists, the Marxists, using these people, just like they use everybody else, to achieve their goal, which is to destroy America. Racism is not rampant in the United States. We are not an inherently racist country. There is no such thing as institutional racism in our country. But the left are masterful at word salad. And they are not only taking over every institution and every aspect of our life and insinuating themselves and infecting it like a virus, like COVID, but they're taking over our language, and they are very good at it because they have the media. For God knows what reason the media is on board with this, but they are. Race is now the new dog whistle for the left. You know, the left has used dog whistles in the past. They've used Islamophobic, homophobic, xenophobic, anti-feminism, transphobic, but no slur that they have been able to attribute to those who oppose them is worse. No slur is more vile than calling somebody a racist. That's as low as you can go. When you say somebody is a racist, you end the discussion. It's over. Because if you believe that and you say that, then you can't, you take your time, you lose track of the argument at that point because you're too busy defending a negative that can't be proven. If somebody says to you, you're a racist, you're busy trying to prove to them how you're not a racist. And the more that the left uses that, the more institutions, the more that prominent Americans, the more that everyone is going to go so far to the left to prove that they're not a racist, that this is achieving the goal of the Marxists. I want to say that everything right now is about race. History is racist. Our founding fathers, racist. Things in school are racist. Math is racist. We've heard this. The royal family is racist. What isn't racist today in America? What are we seeing that's not examined under the lens of race? This is the anti-Martin Luther King kind of way of thinking, where everything, and I mean everything, is judged by the way somebody looks. And it's permeated into every aspect of our life and all institutions. It is sickening. It's crept into the Justice Department, where people are, and I don't necessarily mean now just racism, but wokeism, and the reaction to what is perceived as wrongs in America. The Justice Department has been co-opted. Academia has been co-opted. You know, you can't go to a college campus today and actually say anything in the public square that is conservative, because that is racist. You can't be on college campus and voice opposition to wokeism. You'll be canceled. If you're a faculty member, you'll be fired. And it's permeated not just on the college campuses, but to high schools and to middle schools and even elementary schools, where kindergartners are being taught that because they're white, they're racist. These are children who don't even know what that word means. And this is what they're being told by a woke society of leftists that are using people as their tools to achieve what they want to get. This has crept into the media, obviously in the media. The media is, the mainstream media is the PR arm of the Democrat Party, but they're not even pretending to be fair anymore. They are so far left and so woke that they make up stories like we saw on 60 Minutes with Governor DeSantis, trying to accuse him of cronyism with the COVID vaccines and favoritism to the Publix chain, which was a made-up story. And we see it in social media, where if you are a conservative and you say something that is not approved by the woke censors of the social media giants, that your account will be canceled. Forget about the fact that tyrants, that murderers around the world can post the most vile and disgusting things, and that's okay. You can be in a Chinese politician and murder millions of people, or put millions of people in concentration camps, but on social media you can say whatever you want. Same is true about Russians or Iranians or Cubans or Venezuelans. And I'm not talking about the people, I'm talking about the oppressors. But if you're a Republican in the United States and you say that the border is a crisis and that the president has abrogated his responsibility, you're canceled. Your account is canceled. This whole racism, wokeism has permeated into sports. We can't even watch sports anymore without having to confront this and see this pushed right in our face. People want to escape from this in sports and in entertainment, and they can't because it is being pushed onto people, and people are getting sick of this. Even the military is unfortunately been infected by this way of thinking. And just when it appeared that they couldn't go far enough, they couldn't get enough of the institutions and the pillars of our society to sign on to this nonsense, now it's business. Now American businesses have signed on and are part of this. They've caved. The great companies in this company have cowered to the mob, and they've signed on to a phony statement about the Georgia voting law being racist. In the New York Times, there was a list of over 100 companies and individuals, well over 100, that signed on to this statement, "We stand for democracy." This is so outrageous how stupid these people are, because they are stupid. Why are they stupid? Because they have not even read what the Georgia voting law is all about. They don't understand what's in it. Instead, what they're doing is they're reacting emotionally. They're reacting to what people are telling them. You know, that's the same thing as if I, as a surgeon, were told by somebody who knows nothing about medicine or about my patient, that my patient had a problem because they heard about this and they read about it and they heard they had a test and they had this problem that needed to be fixed. And I say, oh, okay, I hear what you're saying. Okay, I'm going to act on that. And I'm going to go ahead and take them to the operating room and operate for that problem that you're telling me that they have. How absurd is that? How stupid is it that business leaders in this country would risk their businesses on a lie and on the narrative that a group of leftists are trying to push and perpetrate on our country? And I'm not talking about, just a few businesses. I'm talking about, let me read to you some of the list of some of these businesses that have signed on to this. Amazon, BlackRock, Google, Apple, Cisco, Microsoft, Twitter, United Airlines, American Airlines, MasterCard, Bank of America, Facebook, Target, Amazon, Starbucks, Netflix. They all have signed on saying how racist the Georgia voting law is, and celebrities on as well. Like I care what the celebrities even say. There's some people who do, but George Clooney, Queen Latifah, Lin-Manuel Miranda, Gwyneth Paltrow, even sports figures like Dwayne Wade, and we've seen what other sports figures. LeBron James, for example, he's constantly tweeting out things that point out the racism in our country, but fail to acknowledge the abuses in China, where he's got probably more LeBron James jerseys sold than in America and in Western Europe combined. So this is really dragging the country down. And the coup de grace happened when the President of the United States acknowledged before the verdict on the Chauvin trial that it would be good if the jury arrived at the, quote, right verdict, end quote. Does anyone think that this could have influenced the jury? When the President of the United States tells you to do something, doesn't that have an impact on you? Because that's exactly what these same people are telling us happened on January 6th when President Trump said to people, march peacefully and patriotically to the Capitol. Those were really not what he meant to say. What he meant to say was storm the Capitol and go kill people in there. That's what the left would have you believe. But when Joe Biden tells people that they better come up with the right verdict in this trial or there's going to be hell to pay, what do you think people are going to do? This is amazing that he said that, but it only got worse after the verdict, because the president and the vice president held a press conference, and they did what no president in the United States history has ever done. No president. He told the world that America is a racist nation. He lied to the world because America is not a racist nation. He insulted me. He directly insulted me. I take that personally. He tells me that I'm a racist. I am not a racist. And I no longer acknowledge that I have any respect for this man who puts down half the country, who half the country does not buy in to the garbage that he's peddling, and he tells us that we are racist because of that. Barack Obama went to the Middle East and to the UN, and he told the world that we've been derisive and dismissive, and he apologized to tyrants all around the world for America's behaviors. But even on his worst day, there were many of those, he never told the world that we were a racist country. But Joe Biden, who, by the way, has a long, long track record of racism himself, is telling the world that we are racist. What message is he sending to the world? What message is he sending to half the population who disagrees with him? What message is he sending to impressionable young people in this country who have not learned about our greatness because it's not taught in schools? And Democrats, by the way, have effectively shut down schools around the country for almost 2 years, making kids even stupider so that they can listen to this crap by the president, listen to the garbage from the media, and because they lack any education or knowledge about our country, they'll swallow this hook, line, and sinker, just like the CEOs of over 100 companies in this country who are supposedly smart and supposedly educated. We're at a break right now, so I'm going to talk about the outrageous racism in healthcare that we see on the horizon in this upcoming segment. You will not want to miss this, so stay with us.
The Docs for Patient Care Foundation is your way to join the fight and become a member of an organization created by doctors for patients, dedicated to fighting for your healthcare freedom and preserving the doctor-patient relationship. Get a pen and paper. Write down docs4patientcarefoundation.org. That's DOCS, the number 4, patientcarefoundation.org. Go to our site and please make a generous tax-deductible donation and join the fight today. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Dr. Mike Karuchak. Have you ever wondered what doctors talk about amongst themselves? If you do, join us on the Doctor's Lounge and hear the doctors' conversations amongst themselves. Join me and my co-host, Dr. Hal Schertz, every Thursday morning, 8 to 9 a.m.
The Docs for Patient Care Foundation is your way to join the fight and become a member of an organization created by doctors for patients dedicated to fighting for your healthcare freedom and preserving the doctor-patient relationship. Get a pen and paper. Write down www.docsforpatientcarefoundation.org. That's www.docsforpatientcarefoundation.org. Go to our site and please make a generous tax-deductible donation and join the fight today. Thank you.
You're listening to America's Web Radio on the AmericasBroadcastNetwork.com. Thank you for listening.
Welcome back into the Doctor's Lounge. Your host, Dr. Hal Schurz, and we are talking today about racism. Yes, racism in America, because we are all racists, and we are a racist country, and we need to atone for that. And we see this every day, and this is what doctors are talking about, believe it or not, because this is the only thing that America is talking about. I left off telling about how the President of the United States is a disgrace. He is lying to the American public, and he is actually fomenting more hatred, more racism, more bigotry by lying and saying to the world what a racist country we are. It's very difficult to view a man like that with any respect. And I know that there's a good chance that this is not actually him having these thoughts, because I'm not sure that he can even connect three logical thoughts together. But that it's the people around him who are handing him script and thinking for him and writing for him, because the people he's surrounded himself with are leftists, and they want to see the country burn. And Joe Biden is the tool to allow that to happen. But nonetheless, he's sitting in the chair, and the buck stops with him. Now, these companies that signed on to this phony statement, this about the Georgia law being racist, there's so many that have signed on, and the answer is to not to boycott, but to sell off their stock, and that will, I think, get way more attention on the part of these CEOs. But who didn't sign on to this law? Well, Walmart didn't. J.P. Morgan didn't. Jamie Dimon refused to cave despite incredible pressure from prominent black businessmen. And Coke and Delta didn't sign, but they did enough damage when this law first was passed, because their CEOs came out and basically created the narrative that this was a racist law and opened the door for these companies to jump on the bandwagon. So they didn't need to sign on. They already did enough damage. But the frustrating thing is that this is all one gigantic lie, because it's not restricting anybody's right to vote. It's the anti-cheating bill, and these leftists know it, and they've gotten the argument to come back to race, as they have used this as their vehicle to incite dissent around the country. But it is far from racist, and there are numerous states around the country that have far more restrictive voting laws than Georgia. Delaware, Joe Biden's state, being one of them. But the media is spinning this. And being the PR firm of the left, they're peddling this without actually reading the law, without actually being honest about it, and they're just stirring up emotions. They're stirring the pot. And companies have bought this hook, line, and sinker. So just remember, this is not a bill that is geared towards restricting anybody's right to vote. It is restricting the ability to cheat, which is what the left has mastered. They're very good at it, and this is an attempt to stop this, and other states are in the process of doing the same thing, because the right to vote is every American's right, and every vote needs to count, and not be undermined by cheating. You know, Americans are not racist, despite what you are hearing on the news, despite what these Marxists are telling you. In fact, I will absolutely stand up to them and tell them that it's them who are the racists. They're racist because they're using race to differentiate people. I am going to coin a term that I'm going to start using and call them neo-racists. These neo-racists are trying to divide people and destroy the country. They rely on race and they push it, and it tells everyone that your activities, your actions, everything is based on race. And you need to modify your behavior based on race. You view the world based on race. And you constantly push that opinion. And by doing so, by making this distinction, these neo-racists are actually favoring one race, theirs, over another. Most Americans don't view everyday interactions in the workplace, in the schools, on the streets, as a racist interaction, but these neo-racists do. Everything that they see in life is viewed through the prism of race. And that, my friends, by definition itself is racism. That's why they are neo-racists. And this is exactly what the left is trying to do. They are trying to split the country. They are trying to create a race war, because the more you tell Americans that they're racist, one of two things are going to happen. You're either going to get the woke crowd who are going to jump on their bandwagon to prove that they're not racist, or you're going to get people who resist because they're offended and they are disgusted by people in this country calling them names and telling them something that they're not. I know that when I get into an argument with someone and they tell me something about me that is completely false, and they try to make the point that I'm something that I'm not without even knowing who I am, it gets me even angrier. And that's what these neo-racists are doing. They're telling Americans who never had a thought about a negative thought about any particular group of people that they're racist just because they're white. That, my friends, is what is the virus that is infecting our country today. This is worse than COVID, because there is only one way to stop this, and that's for good people to stand up to this and to fight back. When you have black conservatives who are fighting back and pushing back, that should tell people everything that they need to know. It's not, the pushing back is not because they're Uncle Toms. It's not because they are, they've been co-opted by the white community. It's because they believe that this country is a good country. It's probably the least racist country in the world. But the left wants you to believe that it's the most racist so that they can burn down America. Let me share with you, before I lose track of time and can't get into this, how racism has crept into even medicine. I said earlier about how it is infecting every aspect of society that we live in. There's this article that came out, which is 100% correct, is getting zero airtime. And I'm going to read it to you. It's a short article, but I'm going to read it to you. And I want this article to sink in, because this is how low we've gotten. It's Boston hospital set to offer preferential care based on race. A Boston hospital says it will offer, quote, preferential care based on race, end quote, and, quote, race-explicit interventions, end quote, in an attempt to engage in an anti-racist agenda for medicine based on critical race theory. Let me just go off the script for a second. Just saying that they're going to engage in an anti-racist agenda in and of itself is racist. And if they can't see that, then they're too far gone to even bring back into some sense of normalcy or some sense of real critical thinking. Let me go back to the article. A Boston Review article titled, quote, an anti-racist agenda for medicine, end quote, lays out a plan from Brigham and Women's Hospital, one of the biggest hospitals and most prominent in the United States, that implements a reparations framework for distributing medical resources in order to comprehensively confront structural racism. Together with a coalition of fellow practitioners and hospital leaders, we have developed what we hope will be a replicable pilot program for direct redress of many racial health care inequities, Harvard Medical School instructors Brand